Chapter 481 Meeting the Ice Phoenix Fairy. In the following days, Yifeng began to frantically collect the medicinal materials needed for the magic pills. Yifeng needed to make many magic pills to upgrade the characters in the guild to level 60. But when Yifeng used a magic pill at level 60, Yifeng's level did increase by 1 level. But it was restricted. Ding! System prompt. Since your level is over 60, using a magic elixir requires a cooling time of 7 days. This system prompt shocked Yifeng. Unexpectedly, the system finally sanctioned his magic pill. Otherwise, Yifeng could directly reach level 80 by relying on the magic pill. It seems that your plan cannot fail. After telling the people who used the magic pill about this, they finally started to level up. They were still laughing before. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I upgrade my magic pill or not. In other words, after reaching level 60, you need to manually upgrade to fight monsters before you can use a magic pill again. Of course, the game is also designed to limit Yifeng and others from leveling up too quickly. But you have also produced a lot of magic elixirs since then. Because, when Zissa comes online next time, Yifeng needs to prepare a lot of magic pills for her. Because she is only over level 40. If she really upgrades slowly, she may not be able to catch up with Yifeng until the Year of the Monkey. After more than a week passed. Except for Nefeng's glory, the number of players in the guild rose to more than 600,000. And other guilds were slowly showing up with level 60 players. And this trend was increasing exponentially. In other words, the big trend of level 60 is coming. And the Blood God Sword Village is about to open. But before that, Yifeng wanted to go to Dragon Valley again. Although the system said that the map of Dragon Valley had been opened, there was no prompt for Yifeng to find the way to Dragon Valley. But this time, you will not follow the path in your memory and go to Dragon Nest again. But this time, Yifeng did not encounter the same trouble as last time. There was no thick fog or any attacks. Yifeng just came to the top of a cliff. But what surprised Yifeng was that he saw a woman on the cliff opposite the top of the cliff. She could only sit there quietly, seemingly meditating with her eyes closed. Yifeng shouted happily to the woman, "Ice Phoenix Fairy. It turns out you are really here." It turned out that the woman was actually the Ice Phoenix Fairy who brought Yifeng to Dragon Valley. Bing Fengxian opened her eyes, looked at Yifeng and said calmly, "What are you doing here?" "I'm coming to see you." "Look at me? I think you're here to steal dragon eggs again." Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "How could I steal dragon eggs? How could I be such a person? Don't you know? But I smell the scent of my clan on your body." Yifeng finally understood why the Ice Phoenix Fairy said this. And Yifeng summoned the pig's feet. Yifeng pointed at the pig's feet and said, "This guy was given to me by your Dragon King. I didn't steal it." When Bing Fengxian saw the appearance of the pig's feet, she was a little surprised and said, "You are already at the 6th level. And you still look like this. Tell me, did this human being abuse you?" Yifeng's face was dark. He had seen this guy's cold attitude before. But he didn't expect that his ability to accuse people unjustly was second to none. However, Pig's Foot's reaction was extremely excited. It might be the first time he saw a dragon in human form. The pig's feet obediently flew to the side of the Ice Phoenix Fairy, and rubbed its head against the corner of the Ice Phoenix Fairy's clothes, trying to please the Ice Phoenix Fairy. Ice Phoenix Fairy held the pig's feet in her arms, and inspected them carefully. Yifeng said, "I didn't do anything to him. He looks like this. I didn't abuse him." Bing Fengxian glared at Yifeng, seeming to think that Yifeng's words were too long-winded. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that he actually took the pig's feet away and left him here. Yifeng shouted, "Hey, Ice Phoenix Fairy. We finally met you once. But you didn't even let me go in and sit for a while. So you just abandoned me here and took away my pet." "Huh? He's not a pet. He's a dragon from our dragon clan." Yifeng was defeated and said, "It's whatever you say it is. Okay. You have to let me go. I have to go to the Dragon King and ask Mr. N to say okay." Snort. Although Ice Phoenix Fairy was not particularly happy on the surface, an ice bridge appeared under Yifeng's feet, extending from his side to Ice Phoenix Fairy's side. Yifeng walked carefully across the ice bridge. When Yifeng stepped onto the cliff on the other side, the ice bridge disappeared without a trace. "Follow me, and don't run around." Yifeng said those words again. "When did I run away? You have to know that I saved you last time." "Humph. It's impossible to defeat that demon elder with your strength." Yifeng spread his hands and said, "You have to ask your Dragon King about this. You don't know." "Humph. You humans have always been cunning and cunning. I will never believe you." Yifeng said, If you don't believe it, don't believe it. Believe it or not. Saying that, Yi Feng ignored the Ice Phoenix Immortal and followed the journey in his memory, heading to Dragon Valley. You? Be careful. Don't alert other baby dragons. Cut! Wherever Yi Feng went, many giant dragons looked at Yi Feng. But when they saw the Ice Phoenix Fairy behind Yi Feng, they did not notice any threat from Yi Feng. At this time, a young dragon rushed towards Yi Feng in the distance, seeming to be very happy for Yi Feng's arrival. Of course, Yi Feng also saw this baby dragon. This was the baby dragon that he rescued back then. Yi Feng held the baby dragon's head and said, "Little guy, you miss me. But it's a pity that your Ice Phoenix Fairy sister doesn't like me. So I can't come here to see you." The young dragon made a buzzing sound, obviously dissatisfied with the Ice Phoenix Fairy. But at this time, Pig's Foot actually ran to Yi Feng and roared at the young dragon next to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was very surprised. He turned back to look at Bing Fengxian and said, "What are the two of them arguing about? How could I know? Well, it seems that I have offended the Ice Phoenix Fairy. Why is the dragon woman so vindictive? I have saved her." Since he didn't know what they were talking about, Yi Feng knew from their tone that they were definitely up to something bad. He directly picked up the pig's trotter and threw it into the pet space. "If you finally come to Dragon Nest, don't let this little guy mess you up." But Bingju on the side said first, "Rude?" Yi Feng touched his nose and said, "I didn't use force on you. Why do you always target me?" "Humph. None of you humans are good." The brother-in-law was speechless. "Okay. If you say no, then there will be no. If I don't want to serve you, go find the Dragon King." Chapter 482 The Evolution of Pig's Feet. Yi Feng went to where the Dragon King was. But the Ice Phoenix Fairy followed Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the Ice Phoenix Fairy behind him and said, "Why do you always follow me?" Ice Phoenix Fairy said coldly, "This is the territory of our dragon clan. It's none of your business where I want to go." Well, Yi Feng was speechless by this guy. But when Yi Feng came to where the Dragon King was, he didn't see the Dragon King. Yi Feng asked, "Where did the Dragon King go?" "Why should I tell you?" "You? Well, if you don't tell me, don't tell me. Now go and abduct a baby dragon." "You dare? What's wrong with that? If you dare to kidnap a baby dragon, I will kill you." Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. This guy was really hard to talk to. However, the Dragon King still appeared at this time, and he didn't know when he returned to his position. "Sienna, don't be rude. He has saved you before." "Humph. Who knows what evil tricks he used?" Yi Feng said speechlessly. "You wait. Wait until I am at the same level as you, and see how I conquer you." "Ha ha. That's not necessary. Okay. I want you to take Sienna out." Yi Feng thought he heard wrongly. The Dragon King actually wanted to take the Ice Phoenix Immortal out of the Dragon Valley. This was not a good thing. With Ice Phoenix Fairy's temper, I'm afraid the territory of her gang will turn into ice. Yi Feng said, "Senior Dragon King, you are trying to kill me. You don't know his temper yet. If I can take her out, it will cost me my life." "Don't worry about this. There should always be a high-level person protecting you. Sienna is the best choice." Yi Feng said, "Just give me a giant dragon." "I don't want her." "Humph. I don't care about you either. I don't want to leave Dragon Valley either. I want to protect the young dragons here." At this time, the Dragon King said, "The world will not be peaceful. Even our dragon clan will be implicated if we hide in this place. A long time ago, the human race and the dragon clan will always be the best friends." "Huh? No. Humans are the worst." Yi Feng frowned and said, "Why does the Ice Phoenix Fairy hate humans so much?" The Dragon King sighed and said, "Her brother was killed by humans. But the situation at that time may be a bit special. It is impossible to risk the wrath of our dragon clan's thunder to kill our dragon clan members. And the reason why his brother was killed is because his brother was infected by the demon king of the demon clan and became a demon dragon. Now you understand. No wonder. It turned out that it was his brother who was killed by humans. No matter how bad his brother was, if he was killed by humans, his hatred would be transferred to humans." Yi Feng said, "Bing Fengxian, I didn't kill your brother. Why do you hate me so much? And you see, I raised this kid until he was fat and white." As he spoke, Yi Feng took out the pig's feet. Of course, this time the Dragon King saw it. The Dragon King said, "I didn't expect this little guy to grow up so fast after following you. It's a pity that he has not yet learned the dragon language magic at the 6th level." Yi Feng said, "Senior Dragon King, Ding Fengxian also felt strange when he saw this little guy for the first time. Is there something wrong with him? The Dragon King shook his head with a smile and said, of course there is no problem. Because he is following you humans. So he will not learn dragon language magic by himself. He needs to come to our Dragon Valley to practice for a period of time before he can master the true meaning of the Dragon Clan. Yifeng said, then I'll leave this little guy to you. The Dragon King stroked the pig's foot, and a colorful light flashed. Just in an instant, Yifeng received a system prompt. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your pet pig's feet learning dragon language magic. All magic damage is increased by 200%. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your pet pig's trotter successfully entering adulthood. There is no time limit for transforming into a dragon. In front of Yifeng, the pig's foot suddenly turned into a giant dragon. The original pig's feet ranged from 10 meters to 12 meters. But this time, it was completely beyond Yifeng's imagination. Now that pig's foot has entered adulthood, she looks like a real giant dragon with a length of nearly 30 meters. Of course, it was still far from the original form of Ice Fengxian that I had seen before. When Ding Fengxian showed his true form, that guy was 70 or 80 meters long. Yifeng thought for a while. If it was the Dragon King who transformed into his true self, it might not be something Bai could calculate. Looking at the already huge protagonist, Yifeng said with some joy, pig's feet. Change back. Of course, the pig's feet roared with excitement, and slowly turned into the size of a puppy, waving its wings, and landed at Yifeng's feet. Yifeng said, thank you to the Dragon King for helping pig's foot evolve so that she can become an adult dragon. Now my combat effectiveness will probably be improved a lot. Haha. It's all trivial. But you must promise me what I just asked you to do. Yifeng secretly glanced at the appearance of the Ice Phoenix Fairy, swallowed his saliva, and said, Senior Dragon King, can you change it to another one? No. I only have one request. And I also hope that our Dragon Clan and your human clan can live in harmony. Yifeng scratched his head and said, Senior Dragon King, I am not the king of the human race. It's probably useless for you to tell me this. I can only guarantee that the people in our guild will not take action against your dragon race. The Dragon King showed a mysterious smile and said, is it already destined by God? I just followed God's will to place the Ice Phoenix Fairy by your side. God's will? Yifeng looked at the blue sky and didn't seem to find anything strange. The Dragon King said, when you come to our dragon clan, you don't just want to visit us. Right? Yifeng said, if we follow what the Dragon King said, then there will be a bloody storm in the outside world soon. I wonder if the Dragon King has any magic weapons that I can use. The Dragon King laughed. Everyone knew that dragons love to collect treasures. Yifeng made it so clear. How could the Dragon King not know? You little naughty boy. If you want a baby, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Haha. Am I embarrassed? Childish. The cold voice reached Yifeng's ears. It was the Ice Phoenix Fairy beside Yifeng. Of course Yifeng chose to ignore it. It was a good thing to get the treasure. The Dragon King said, I do have a lot of treasures here. But I can only give you 3 things. Come with me. Yifeng was already very excited. Originally, Yifeng came to Dragon Valley just to try his luck. If he didn't find financing, forget it. If he found it, he might as well take a look somewhere. But I didn't expect the Dragon King to be so generous. He wanted to give me 3 things and let me choose. This was an advantage for me. Yifeng and Ding Fengxian followed the Dragon King and came to the Dragon King's cave. Chapter 483 3 items. The Dragon King's cave is extremely huge. In the cave, you can see shining golden equipment everywhere. And these shining golden equipment are just the most ordinary things. The deeper he went, the more things Yifeng could see made people salivate. In the end, there wasn't even a single golden piece of equipment inside. The lowest level was all purple equipment. And most of it was orange equipment. This is simply an equipment warehouse. If a player finds it and takes it away, I don't have to worry about it in this life. However, the Dragon King did not intend to let Yifeng get the equipment thrown in the corner, but once again took Yifeng to another cave. Compared with the previous cave, this cave is relatively smaller, but it is full of shining gold coins. There is also the platinum equipment that makes people's eyes turn white. Yifeng has already seen it. A lot of colorful equipment. Yifeng swallowed and said, Senior Dragon King, your collection is really quite big. Haha. This is just a general collection. When I was young, I liked to go out hunting. I wanted to take back the shiny things when I saw them. Slowly, I accumulated so much. Yi Feng said, this is still an ordinary collection. Those items are artifacts. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are things that ordinary people cannot get. Ha ha. It doesn't matter. If you like, you can also choose 3 things here. Yi Feng shook his head. There are better things than this. Of course Yi Feng would not choose among the 3. Yi Feng said, is there anything else? Yes. Come with me. This time, the Dragon King once again pushed open a door. After entering from here, the cave finally became relatively normal. It was only the size of a room. But the things placed inside surprised Yi Feng, because the things inside are not as shiny as the outside. And the format looks unusually ordinary and inconspicuous. The Dragon King casually picked up a jade bottle and said, this is my blood essence. Only 1 drop can be condensed every 100 years. I will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. There are 3 bottles in total. Oh my god. It's scary to think about the Dragon King's blood essence. It takes 100 years to condense just 1 drop. This is even more valuable than the Demon Emperor's blood essence. The Dragon King picked up something again and said, what do you think is so special about this bow? Yi Feng looked at the bow in Dragon King's hand. It looked ordinary, and didn't feel like anything special. Yi Feng shook his head and said, not sure. This bow was left behind by the previous generation of Dragon King. The dragon bone is made of the bow. And the dragon tendons are made of strings. It is the best among the main artifacts. Yi Feng was subconsciously frightened. This was too scary. The work was made of materials from the Dragon King. However, at this time, the Ice Phoenix Fairy beside Yi Feng said, no, Lord Dragon King. This is the most important thing of our dragon clan, and cannot be used by outsiders. It's the main artifact. I didn't expect it to be the main artifact. But from the reaction of Ice Phoenix Fairy, it's obvious that this bow is probably very powerful. The Dragon King said, there's nothing wrong with it. It was made for fighting. What's more, it's time for it to see the light again. But there's nothing left to do. You have to believe in Yi Feng. He can do it. He can stop this catastrophe. Although Yi Feng doesn't know what the catastrophe the Dragon King is talking about is. But it must be very serious. Otherwise the Dragon King would not present the Dragon Clan's treasure in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, Senior Dragon King, don't worry. If I take away the 3 things I chose, I will not let them be buried. I will let them play their due value to show the power of the Dragon Clan. Very good. With your words, I feel relieved. Let's look at something else next. This time the Dragon King picked up a dagger again. The moment the Dragon King picked up the dagger, the Dragon King looked unusually dull. The Dragon King said, this dagger is made from my father's dragon horn, and tempered by the polar ice. It can be said that there is no other dagger in the world that can surpass him. Looking at the Dragon King's confident expression, Yi Feng could imagine that the dagger was more powerful than the bow and arrow. Then the Dragon King introduced several things here, one of which particularly interested Yi Feng. This is a piece of armor. The Dragon King said that it comes from the continent of God. No one knows how it came here, but it has existed for an unusually long time. It was so long ago that even the Dragon King didn't know how long this armor had been in this world. But there's something special about this armor. Where is it? Please ask Senior Dragon King to tell you about it. Look at this. It's called Maple Armor. It's exactly the same as the character Maple in your name. At this moment, the ring in Yi Feng's hand lit up. The ring that almost never had any function suddenly lit up. A long-lost voice sounded in Yi Feng's mind, take this armor. It will be very useful to you. Although Yi Feng knew that this ring was extremely special, if he asked himself to take this armor, he would only have 2 things left. Seeing Yi Feng in a daze, the Dragon King said, little brother, how do you feel? Yi Feng said, I feel very bad. I don't know which 3 things to choose. In fact, I want them all. Haha. I can understand this. If I see good things, I also want to keep them for myself. But you can think about it slowly. Yi Feng looked at the things in front of him and thought about what he was going to do if that guy wanted to take down the maple armor. However, Yi Feng still chose to believe what the character in the ring said. After all, the Great Elder said that his ring was the core of the entire fantasy world. Yi Feng said, I need 3 things. 1 is the maple armor. 1 is the bow. And 1 is this dagger. I will choose these 3. The Dragon King was very surprised. In his opinion, Yi Feng should at least choose a bottle of his own blood essence. But Yi Feng did not do so. The Dragon King reminded again, you have to think clearly. My blood essence is not comparable to ordinary blood essence. It can not only give life to human flesh and white bones, but also my strong forging ability. Even if it is taken abruptly, it can increase various attributes in the body. Yi Feng shook his head and said, although I also know that menstrual blood is very good and is of the greatest use to me, I don't think I should be so selfish. I will give this bow and dagger to its most trustworthy owner. As for this wind armor, because it has the word maple in it, I feel that I am very destined to it. So I chose him. Very good. I like people like you who attach great importance to love and justice. It seems that I am not wrong. Take what you need with you. Take the Ice Phoenix Fairy with you and leave the Dragon Valley. I really need to take her with me. The Dragon King raised his eyebrows and said, of course. If you don't take her with you, you can return those 3 things to me. Chapter 484 Settling in the Glory Territory. Can't you take it with you? The Dragon King said majestically, what do you think? Looking at the majestic expression of the Dragon King, Yi Feng knew that it was impossible. Yi Feng turned around and looked at Ice Phoenix Fairy. This guy didn't react at all. He didn't seem to be that disgusted that he was going to take her out of the dragon nest. Yi Feng said, Senior Dragon King, why do you want me to resolutely take Ice Phoenix Fairy outside? The Dragon King still said in the same tone, the outside world is going to be in chaos. You are that indispensable person. Your safety is the most important. So she can protect you. But why do you know that I will come to Dragon Nest again? The Dragon King smiled and said, I said, all this is God's will. Destiny is destined. You will definitely come. Then it's God's will that I take away the Ice Phoenix Fairy. The Dragon King nodded and said, she is an indispensable part of your destiny. Yi Feng looked at Bing Fengxian and said, you also listened to Senior Dragon King's words of destiny. Ice Phoenix Fairy said coldly, I didn't hear about it. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you think I am willing to follow you out of the Dragon Age? I still need to protect these young dragons until they grow up. Yi Feng looked around. There were not many beautiful people in Dragon Valley. But if they wanted to grow up normally, it would take decades to reach adulthood. This batch of baby dragons have become adults. But the next batch of dragons has already been born. This is an endless cycle. Yi Feng said, I can take you out. But you can't do anything without my order. After all, you know your abilities yourself. Those ordinary people are no match for you. You don't need to teach me. I know how to measure. As long as they don't bother me, everything will be fine. Looking at the appearance of Ice Phoenix Fairy, Yi Feng had a headache. This was obviously a thorn in his side. And he didn't obey his orders at all. It would be really dangerous when the time came. And this guy would probably want to die on his own. Yi Feng shook his head and looked at the Dragon King, who said, go. Don't lose the majesty of my Dragon Valley. Well, Senior Dragon King, as long as she listens to my instructions, everything will be fine. Yeah, she will do it. Don't worry. Yi Feng nodded. Since the Dragon King has said so, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just like that, Yi Feng brought a super boss back from Dragon Valley. Suddenly, Yi Feng's gang territory already had a second super boss. The first one is Oyezi. The second one is Ice Phoenix Fairy. And there is also a Senior Situ. However, Yi Feng has not seen his abilities before. He wonders if he has really become an ordinary person or still retains some strength. Yi Feng brought the Ice Phoenix Fairy to the gang territory. When the Ice Phoenix Fairy appeared, Oyezi had already sensed it. However, what made Yi Feng very curious was that his father walked up to Senior Oyezi politely. Said okay with a respectful salute, Senior has met Senior Oyezi. Oyezi was so happy that another ice and snow beauty came, whom she knew. Oyezi said, are your dragon clan also planning to return to the world? Senior Oyezi, the Dragon King ordered me to protect this guy. So I have to come. Oyezi frowned and said, protect him? What's there to protect? He can't die. Just stay here every day. Make tea for me. And be my Taoist boy. By the way, this Situ might still be able to survive. Teach you something. Yi Feng originally thought that Ice Phoenix Fairy would reject Oyezi's conditions. But to his surprise, Ice Phoenix Fairy nodded in agreement. And he actually knew a little about Situ beside Oyezi. Senior Situ, Dragon King, please don't mention you to me. I just don't know if our dragon clan still exists in the God's continent. Situ stroked his beard and said, I haven't seen such a polite woman for a long time. It's rare that you are from the dragon clan and haven't inherited their bad temper. You were so angry that you didn't see it. You even called him polite. I've been ignored by him so many times. Bing Fengxian said, the Dragon King teaches us that dragons, who know how to control their emotions are the truly noble dragons. Ha ha. I like this girl. Stay here and I will tell you about the dragon clan of God's continent. Thank you, Senior Situ. The conversation between the three of them directly ignored Yifeng, who was standing beside him. Yifeng said, that Ice Phoenix Fairy. Bing Feng Xian didn't say anything. But Oh Yezi said, what are you doing? Go and do your own work. You are not needed here. By the way, hurry up and get some good wine and food. After all, it is Xianer's first time. Come on. You have to entertain. Yifeng gritted his teeth and looked at Oh Yezi. This guy is greedy again. Yifeng had no choice but to do as he was told. Who asked him to ask for it? Bing Feng Xian looked at Yifeng busy here and asked curiously, is he always like this? Of course. What do you think? What's his character like? Situ said, not bad. He saved me from the demons. Then I will recuperate here. Does he have no other purpose? I don't believe it. Oh Yezi said, what's the purpose? Isn't it just asking me to guard his territory? It's the same wherever you go. When you come here, you'll be entertained with delicious food and drinks. Of course I chose to come here. Situ said, it doesn't matter. This is just a small request. Really? Oh Yezi said, actually. He is quite capable. Look at him being shouted around in front of me. But he is the king of everyone here. Ice Phoenix Fairy felt that Yifeng's glorious territory was actually owned by Yifeng in this prosperous territory. Is he really that kind of selfless person? After Yifeng got rid of the greedy Oh Yezi, he prepared a house for Bing Feng Xian, and then left willingly. Boss, what is that female NPC you brought back? She looks very powerful. Yifeng said, can you not be powerful? He is a giant dragon, on the same level as the Lord of Xuanwu City. Let me go. Boss, how did you do it? You lured another awesome NPC to our territory. Yifeng said, do you understand the charm of personality? I have a way to deal with NPCs. Xiao Hei said, by the way, I forgot that you are an NPC. Do NPCs have different feelings towards NPCs? Yifeng thought for a while and said, it seems there is no difference. By the way, what are you doing here looking for me? Xiao Hei patted his head and said, I almost forgot. Altian asked me to come to you to discuss the matter of Blood God Sword Village. Have you collected enough for 1,000 people? Well, just now there have been 1,000 players who have reached level 60. And the day after tomorrow is Saturday, which is the time to open the Blood God Sword Village for the first time. The official forum has announced it. Okay, let's go! Chapter 485 Unified Layout. Yifeng came to where Aotian was. Seeing Yifeng coming, Aotian gathered all the union leaders together. Yifeng said, what do you think of the Blood God Sword Village? I haven't looked carefully at the specific rules of the Blood God Sword Village announced by the system. In front of Yifeng are the Hall Masters and Elders of the Glory Guild. They are the senior leaders who make up the Glory Guild. Altian said, the total opening time of the Blood God Sword Manor is 2 hours. When you attack the Blood God Sword Manor for the first time, there are guard handles of the Blood God Sword Manor inside. All of our players need to get the Blood God Sword from their hands. Ownership of the village. If you want to gain ownership of the Snow God Sword Manor, you must attack the only crystal energy tower in the Blood God Sword Manor. Of course, not every gang member can attack the energy tower. It is unlocked by the president and elders of the gang. Of course, the president and elders must not be killed during the unlocking process. If they are killed, they must be unlocked again. The unlocking time is 1 minute. Even if we temporarily obtain the ownership of Snow God Sword Village, the next step will be a battle between players. This is the most important thing. What we need to defend are the other 2 super unions. King's Landing. The world will reunite with Tu Feng. After hearing so much, Yifeng nodded, and he probably understood what it meant. However, without the right leadership, it would be difficult to win the Blood God Sword Manor with a mess of loose sand. Yifeng said, is it easier to attack or difficult to defend? Altian took out the drawings he had drawn before and said, look, everyone. The Blood God Sword Manor has only one intersection. But after entering this intersection, it is divided into 4 passages. If we are the defenders, we must guard the gate. If the gate is lost, we must contact the 4 passages to form a force again to keep others out. What if we still can't hold on? Chu Tianai asked. If we still can't defend, then we can only kill the gang presidents and elders, because they cannot move or attack when they unlock the energy crystal. That's just one word. I still don't believe that our Glory Guild can't defeat them. Altian nodded and said, one thing that is very beneficial to us at the moment is that after the registered Snow God Sword Village attacks and defends, even if the player dies, no piece of equipment or experience will be lost. So here you can be bold and free to defend and attack. There is no need to consider any losses at all. Everyone only lost 2 hours. Hearing this, Yifeng was relatively relieved. If he lost experience and equipment here, it would definitely be the Glory Guild who suffered in the end. After all, their consortium was too small. Even now, there are many investors who want to invest in Yifeng's Glory Guild. But in this case, the Glory Guild will not belong to Yifeng and the others. Even Yu Mingming's father didn't hold a lot of shares in the Honor Guild. So because his shareholding was too small, many investors didn't want to invest in the Honor Guild at all. Even though the Glory Guild is very profitable now, they feel that if they don't get the right to use the Glory Guild, the red points will mean little to them. This is why it is said that if the Glory Guild fights a long-term war with other guilds, the Glory Guild will suffer heavy losses. Yifeng said, how to arrange it specifically? I want to hear your opinions. Altian said, as before, a commander is needed. If there is no commander, this battle will not need to be fought at all. Yifeng said, I definitely don't know how to command. If you want to say that among us, you should be the most qualified for this position. Right? If Altian is not suitable for this position, the Glory Guild really can't find anyone who can take this position. Yifeng looked at everyone. Almost everyone present was from Yifeng's studio. And of course, there were some proud people. Their targets are all looking at Altian. Of course, if Yifeng says that he only knows how to do it, no one will object. Ho Tian looked at everyone who was looking at him, and said with a smile, thank you for your support. Although I, Altian, dare not say how great the conductor is. At least I will not let everyone down. Yifeng said, I believe you can do it. The first Blood God Sword Village event will be held the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone can participate with 100% energy. Clear. Afterwards, Yifeng also announced to the gang that their guild would participate in the Blood God Sword Village the day after tomorrow, and that this time the command of the Glory Guild would be taken by Altian, and everyone must obey Altian's command. Not only Yifeng's Glory Guild, but also the other 2 major guilds are already closely preparing for the Blood God Sword Village. They all want to win this student costume for this event, and make their guild become the largest guild in the fantasy world. Name. But after Altian and others left, Yifeng kept Yinyu, Ing, and Chu Tianai behind. Yinyu asked, what's the matter with leaving the 3 of us here? Yifeng said, of course there is. Isn't the Blood God Sword Village event going to be held soon? In order to improve our abilities, I went to Dragon Valley. But it seems that the NPC you brought will not come to the Blood God Sword Manor for us. Yinyu said. Chu Tianai also said, the NPC is indeed powerful and has a high level, but it seems to have nothing to do with the Blood God Sword Manor. Yifeng shook his head and said, of course, NPCs can only stay in our territory to protect our use. I am leading you 3 here to equip you. When he heard about the equipment, Chu Tianai's eyes widened and he said, President, this is the first time you have given me equipment. Yifeng said, there is no way. Maybe you don't like ordinary equipment, so you're going to give me something good. I'm really looking forward to it. Yifeng smiled and said, you do as I say first and collect these materials. Materials? Do you want to build a weapon for me? Quickly show me what kind of weapon it is. Yifeng said, I'll tell you when it's finished. Go collect these materials. No problem. Let me take a look. This are all things that are difficult to collect. I won't stay here. I'm going to collect materials. I'm looking forward to my new weapon. Go! After Chu Tianai left, there were still Yinyu and Ing in front of Yifeng. Yinyu said, I have already collected the artifact materials you asked me to collect. And there is only 1 artifact spirit left. If you have an artifact spirit, I don't mind. You can build an artifact for me now. The shadow on the side nodded and said, mine is the same. Yifeng smiled mysteriously and said, of course. You are different from Chu Tianai and the others. Chapter 486 Expression. Ing and Yinyu are looking forward to what kind of things Yifeng will give them. Soon Yifeng took out 2 things. A handicraft and a dagger. But when Yifeng took it out, Ing and Yinyu's expression seemed a little uneasy. Are these 2 dark things the good things Yifeng said he would give him? This seems to be worse compared to the artifact. Yinyu said, you don't want to use this thing to get rid of us. Do you? I'm not that easy to get rid of. Yifeng said, when you get it, you will understand what this is. The 2 of them were dubious and made a deal with Yifeng. When they saw their new weapon, they frowned, as if they had no idea what it was. Yenyu said, "What's going on? Why don't you have any attributes? Even the name is perfunctory. What kind of dragon bone bow is this? It doesn't even have a level. Similarly, my dagger also doesn't have any introduction. It's just called Dragon Tooth." Yifeng said, "You too. Don't worry. They are not in their most complete state now. As long as you drip your own blood on it, something else will happen." "Really? Is this the legendary dripping of blood to reveal its owner? But I have never heard of a magic weapon from the fantasy world requiring dripping of blood to reveal its owner." Yifeng said, "It is different from other artifacts. You will know after you try it." Still hesitant, the two of them cut their arms open, and a little blood flowed out, then dripped on their weapons. And at that moment, two loud dragon roars rose from Yifeng's glorious territory. This surprised everyone in the glory territory, thinking that a giant was coming to attack the glory territory. In front of Yifeng, two giant dragon voices appeared. After a flash, they said that among the weapons they were in, it was the one in front of Yifeng, the dragon bone bow and dragon teeth. Of course, Yenyu and Ying were stunned at this moment. They did not expect that this thing turned out to be the main artifact. It was something better than the artifact. "Oh my god! This weapon is too overbearing. Most people may not be able to withstand one of my moves." Shadow gestured to the weapon in his hand and said, "After possessing this weapon, I am afraid that a real assassin will be born. With a dragon fang, Shadow might really be able to kill with one hit. After all, the damage of the main artifact is too high. And it also comes with an active skill and a passive skill." Yifeng said, "What are your two skills?" Yenyu said, "It's scary. A passive skill increases magic damage by 50%. And an active skill dragon walks the world can transform into a giant dragon and attack within a certain period of time." Ying said, "Mine is also very powerful. The passive skill has a 100% critical strike effect. The active skill is dragon in the wild. In the next period of time, it can transform into 10 clones and attack at the same time." "Holy crap! Your skills are not weaker than mine at all." "Humph. This is the main artifact. How can it be worse than yours?" Yifeng said, "Should I express my gratitude for getting such a good thing?" Looking at Yifeng's evil expression, Yenyu knew what he was thinking, and immediately blushed and said, "Ying is still there." Yifeng said, "What's wrong with Ying?" Yenyu's face turned redder now, and she said, "You still said that." Of course the shadow on the side knew one of the consciousnesses, and said lightly, "What do you want to express?" Yifeng didn't expect Hui to say that at all, and quickly said, "It's nothing. I was just kidding. Ha ha." Saying that, Yifeng quickly fled the scene. It seemed that he had to go offline and teach Yenyu a lesson. Snort. Seeing Yifeng running away, Yenyu said, "Thank you, Ying." Shadow said, "It doesn't matter. In fact, only he knows the loss in Ying's heart." But Yifeng, after Yifeng escaped from the two girls, he didn't even walk around the territory. He took the opportunity to see how the Ice Phoenix Fairy was doing here. As a result, Yifeng discovered that this guy was living freely here. He played chess with Oyezi and Situ, made tea, and supported Situ about the God's continent. He had completely forgotten about Yifeng. Yifeng said, "You are living such a leisurely life." Oyezi said, "That's not true. I tell you that I am more comfortable in Novice Village than here." Yifeng looked at the Ice Phoenix Fairy next to Oyezi, and suddenly came up with a plan and said, "How about we go to the Imperial City to see that stunning beauty? I heard she is very beautiful." As soon as Yifeng said it, Oyezi almost revealed his secret. Looking at his excited expression, you knew that this guy really wanted to go. But this guy seemed to realize that there was a junior next to him. And he said seriously, "I am a serious person. Don't talk nonsense in front of me." "Humph." Ice Phoenix Fairy said coldly, "You are so dirty." Yifeng is so speechless. He was actually tricked by this old guy. "Look at how I can come back." Yifeng said, "I heard that Widow One's house ran out of bath water, and she complained to me today. I'm about to go help her get it." After hearing what Yifeng said, Oyezi finally became uneasy, blowing his beard and glaring. He said, "I'm the village chief. If you want to take care of anything, of course I'll take care of the lack of water. You can do whatever you like." "I'll go and ask." Yifeng said, "I'll go with you." "Old man." "No. I can't do this little thing." Speaking of Oyezi, he couldn't wait to go to Widow One's home. Seeing Oyezi's excited look, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Why are you laughing? What's so funny about you?" Ice Phoenix Fairy glared at Yifeng and said. Yifeng said, he went to peek at a woman taking a shower. Can I not laugh? He is still speaking so righteously. You fart. Who is Senior Oyezi? How could such a person do such obscene things? Yifeng said, if you don't believe it, see for yourself. Perhaps because she was irritated by Yifeng's words, Bing Fengxian actually went to check Oyezi's actions, but said in an instant, you men are not good. Yifeng said, why am I not a good person? I didn't do anything to you. Humph. It's not a good thing. Besides, if I'm not a good guy, I'll really drag you to a small room. Bah. How dare you? What am I afraid of? The Dragon King said you must listen to me. Snort. After being suppressed by Yifeng with Dragon King, Ice Phoenix Fairy finally said nothing and returned directly to her residence. Yifeng said, Senior Situ, is this female Tyrannosaurus so bad-tempered? Situ said, she is already considered gentle. If she were really violent, your place would have been razed to the ground long ago. I'll go. It's so scary. I'm bringing a time bomb. Haha. Don't worry. She just talks about it. But she's actually quite good. Real? Chapter 487 The Great Elder is back. 2 days later. That is, today. This is the day when the Blood God Sword Village opens. Tonight from 8 to 10 o'clock in the evening. I am afraid it will be the busiest day in the Huaxia district of the fantasy world. All the big guilds are actively preparing. And of course, there are some small guilds who also want to fish in troubled waters. Of course, the only goal of the small guilds under Yifeng is to escort Yifeng and others to the energy tower of the Blood God Sword Manor. Now those small guilds in alliance with Yifeng have been gathered together by Yifeng. They are holding the last meeting before the opening of the Blood God Sword Village. Yifeng said, everyone has remembered what Altian said just now. No problem. President Yifeng. We will go all out to help you win the Blood God Sword Manor. Well, the meeting ends here. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we will see all the members gather again. Clear. Time passed little by little. And soon night fell. As special weapons, Yinyu and Ying did not wear their main artifacts. But just as normal, Yifeng has already put on the maple armor. Yifeng is very happy that this is also a main artifact. And what's extremely domineering is that this maple armor has nearly 70% damage-free passive. This can put Yifeng in an invincible position. Yifeng already has extremely thick health. And now his defense can reduce the damage by 70%. Who can beat him? Of course, if the person opposite has a special method, Yifeng will be helpless. Just after dinner, Yifeng stood up and said, tonight may be a tough battle. I hope everyone can take down the Blood God Sword Manor. Boss, it's necessary. In the entire fantasy world, our Glory Guild is the only one with this ability and worthy of this title. Xiao Hei said. Yes. Let them have a taste of how powerful my artifact is. Yifeng had already forged his artifact for Chu Tianai this morning, which made other people in the gang hungry to death. Xiao Hei looked at Yifeng resentfully and said, Boss, when can I get my artifact? Yifeng said, prepare the materials I mentioned. Maybe you will be the next person to use the artifact. Xiao Hei said, okay. I will prepare all the materials I need tomorrow. Boss, don't fail to keep your word. Haha. No problem. Just when Yifeng and others were preparing to return to the game, Yifeng's cell phone rang. Others looked at Yifeng. And Yifeng said, it's okay. It's Wu Tian. Let's see what he wants from me. Hey Wu Tian. What do you want from me? The Blood God Sword Village event is about to start. I don't have much time to talk nonsense with you here. From the other side, Wu Tian's lazy voice came. I'm not talking nonsense to you. I'm telling you good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Of course it's good news. Tell me quickly. Wu Tian said, the good news is that the Great Elder has returned. When Yifeng heard that the Great Elder was back, his first reaction was that Zissa could finally wake up. Great. The Great Elder came back early. The Great Elder has something to do. So he came back early. But the bad news is that the Great Elder will stay here for at most one night, and then leave. If we meet again next time, it may take longer. What? We're only here for one night. Can't we stay longer? I don't have the final say on this. I have an itinerary arranged by Elder Zhang. And it is said that the Tianwai battlefield is a bit tight. So the Elder must go there to help. But there is an event at Blood God Sword Village tonight. On the other end of the phone, Wu Tian said, I have already told the Great Elder that if we go there now, he promises to refine the elixir for you. If you don't go today, you will have to wait until the next time the Great Elder comes back. It's up to you. Looking at Yi Feng's very troubled expression, Yen Yu said, "What is it?" Yi Feng said, "The Great Elder is back. But he can only stay here for one night and will leave soon." Yen Yu said, "Go ahead. It's important to save people. We will definitely win the Blood God Sword Manor for you." "Yes, boss. Just go and save my sister-in-law. We are here. Don't worry." Xiao Hei said. "Yes, Yi Zi. We are here. I will definitely win this Blood God Sword Manor." Seeing everyone cheering for Yi Feng said, "Okay, I will go online now and give up the position of general manager to one of you. You can have an extra guarantee. Well, this person must be thick-skinned, and a warrior is most suitable for carrying it. I think Arrogant Brother should be able to do it." Good. After going online, Yi Feng traded everything except the artifact to Brother Arrogant, allowing Brother Arrogant to wear his Glory Destiny suit. Moreover, Yi Feng transferred the title of Guild President to Brother Arrogant. After doing this, Yi Feng hurriedly logged off after saying hello to Aotian. "What's going on?" "The president has been replaced by Brother Arrogant, and the president is offline." "How long has it been?" "The president is actually offline." "That's right. The Blood God Sword Manor's event will be held soon. We have been preparing for this event for a long time. If something goes wrong at this time, I'm afraid we will lose the ownership of the Blood God Sword Manor." Of course, everyone in the guild has speculated that Yi Feng must have had some problems in reality, so he transferred the title of Gang President to Brother Arrogant. Of course, those speculations were just speculations among adults. But Aodian stood up and spoke in time. After pacifying the members of the Myth Guild, Chu Tianai and others also pacified the members of the original Glory Guild. After finally calming down the emotions of all the members, it was less than half an hour before the Blood God Sword Manor was to be opened. Yi Feng suddenly went offline, and the title of Guild President was transferred to Brother Arrogant. You should know that after the Blood God Sword Village is opened, the registered guild cannot change the president. In other words, Yi Feng should be unable to come offline. Although no matter what problems Yi Feng encounters, Yi Feng will not be a stumbling block for them. And it is not too late for those presidents to be happy. What are you afraid of, boss? It's just that something happened. You guys are all demoralized. If the boss finds out, he won't let you go. Yes. We said in front of the boss that we must win the Blood God Sword Manor for him. You must cheer up. Good. Yin Yu shouted, "What are you talking about?" Louder. "I can't hear you." Good. A powerful voice went straight into the sky. Although Yi Feng was missing, the Glory Guild would still fight tenaciously. At this moment, Yi Feng had followed Wu Tian to the territory of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Chapter 488 Start Refining Elixir. When Yi Feng and Wu Tian came to find the Great Elder, this time there were 4 other elders beside him. However, when they were discussing something, they stopped talking when they saw Yi Feng and Wu Tian coming. "Yi Feng, you are here." Yi Feng nodded and said, "I heard that the Great Elder is leaving tonight, so I have to come quickly. Otherwise I don't know when I can see the Great Elder again." "That's true. After leaving this time, I'm afraid I won't be back for a short time. When we come back, we just come to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to get something. But I heard Wu Tian said that you found the Phoenix Grass. So I still promised him. Stay and refine the elixir for you. I'll leave immediately after I finish the refinement." Yi Feng said with emotion, "Thank you, Great Elder." "Ha ha. You're welcome. Helping you is equivalent to helping ourselves." Yi Feng smiled slightly and stopped asking why. After all, he would follow their path in the future. Soon, the Great Elder prepared the alchemy furnace and took out a pile of medicinal materials from the void. "Give me the Phoenix Grass." Yi Feng carefully took out the Phoenix Grass from his backpack, slowly opening the jade box. The Phoenix Grass was still as if it had just been picked. After seeing the Phoenix Grass, the 4 elders and the Great Elder looked sideways. The Great Elder sighed, "I didn't expect this to be a 1,000-year-old Phoenix Grass. It seems that Yajin planned to take it himself. But it's a pity that you got there first." Yi Feng said, "Great Elder, what is the age of this medicine?" "Yes, the vintage is quite good. But I'm afraid that Zisu won't be able to withstand such a strong vintage. What should we do?" Yi Feng asked anxiously. The Great Elder said, "But with me here, there won't be any accidents. If you are an ordinary person, the effect of the 1,000-year-old Phoenix Herb may be really amazing. But if you are an immortal cultivator, you can absorb it all and improve yourself even more. The cultivation level. Yifeng said, so, as long as the index becomes an immortal cultivator like me. Isn't it very simple? Wu Tian can do it. Wu Tian on the side shook his head and said, that's not necessarily the case. What I can do is for those who have independent consciousness. It may be difficult for vegetative people like Zisu. Looking at Yifeng's disappointed expression, the Great Elder said, don't worry. In my eyes, letting an ordinary person become an immortal cultivator is just a simple matter. It cannot be any simpler. However, this may affect his future cultivation. Cause a lot of trouble. Yifeng said, it doesn't matter. I don't need how powerful his cultivation is. I just need her to appear in front of me alive. The Great Elder said, since you said so, let's get started. There is nothing left to prepare. The Great Elder began to refine the elixir. Yifeng and Wu Tian stood aside and watched quietly. The other 4 elders also carefully protected the Great Elder. During this period, Yifeng looked at the time and saw that it was already the time for the Blood God Sword Village to open. But Yifeng did not enter the game. After all, the Great Elder is refining elixirs for himself. And it seems a bit unreasonable to enter the game by himself. Another point is that whether he can enter the game here is a question. Everyone was waiting quietly for the Great Elder to refine the elixir. In the Fantasy World game, several major guilds are already fighting fiercely for the ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. The guards of the Blood God Sword Manor have already been cleared away by the major guilds. Their only target now is that kind of energy tower. And under the energy tower, another giant sword is still guarding it firmly. This can't continue like this. We must kill the giant sword. Otherwise, we won't be able to get close to the energy tower. Chu Tianai said. Altian said, but this guy is too difficult to deal with. Not to mention his thick health and high attack power. Jida Guild doesn't seem to want to attack him. Yes, if only our Glory Guild takes action. I'm afraid others will take advantage. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for who will kill that giant sword. The moment the giant sword is shattered is probably the moment when the major guilds compete for the energy tower. They are all preparing for this task. So they don't want to attack the giant sword easily. In front of the entire energy tower, all the players were almost divided into 3 groups. And they stared at the giant sword eagerly. But none of the 3 guilds dared to take action. After all, if anyone took action, they would lose the opportunity. But just dragging it out like this was not an option. As time passed by, members of the 3 unions began to cause commotion. Aodian said, you can't continue like this. We need brothers from our alliance to take action. As an alliance brotherhood of the Glory Guild, they came here not to compete for the money owned by the Snow God Sword Manor, but to help the Glory Guild win the Blood God Sword Manor. Under the decision of Aodian and others, the Alliance Guild of the Glory Guild finally launched an attack. At the same time, the other 2 major Kung Fu members, the Alliance Guild, also launched an attack on the giant ship. For a time, those small guilds without alliances were almost wiped out, leaving only people from the 3 major guilds. Under the siege of the 3 major guilds, the giant sword was overwhelmed. As the giant sword itself continued to tremble, it turned into fragments and fell to the ground. The protective shield on the entire energy tower instantly dispersed. And it was at this time that the presidents and elders of the 3 major guilds rushed to the energy tower immediately. But what awaited them was a sky full of skill attacks. As the arrogant brother with the thickest flesh on the entire battlefield, he didn't even stand for a second and was instantly killed. Others are not much better, and no one can gain a foothold on it. The 3 major trade unions seem to be aware of this problem. As long as they don't clear out the surrounding players, none of them can even think of taking over the Blood God Sword Manor. The 3 major guilds launched attacks almost at the same time, with the goal of driving all enemies away from the energy tower. The flames of war instantly spread to the entire Blood God Sword Manor. If the resurrected players were already there, a fight broke out at the gate of the Snow God Sword Manor. There are fewer and fewer players who can enter, and I don't even know which guild it is, but it has started to block the door. After being killed instantly again, arrogant brother said, no, I can't handle it. It's only 2 seconds at most. How can I last for a minute? At this time, a person appeared next to Brother Arrogant. It was the newly resurrected Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai said, I have activated the Golden Body Arhat skill. Just like you. I will die in less than 2 seconds. Arrogant brother shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm afraid even if the boss comes, you won't be able to gain a foothold on it. Of course, this is not a matter of personal ability. It's just that the opponent has too many skills. Even if he adds blood, he can't even add them. What are you two doing? Come in quickly. After Yin Yu was resurrected, he saw Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant chatting in the resurrection hall and shouted. The three of them hurriedly ran towards the Snow God's Sword Manor. Chapter 489 5th Grade Elixir. The people fighting at the entrance of the Blood God's Sword Manor had no ability to stop the three of them. However, at this time, Yin Yu didn't take out his main artifact at all, because they were all old players. In this type of city activities, few people would show their trump cards in advance until the last second. The three major guilds have been fighting around the energy tower for nearly an hour. They keep repeating what they did before. Death, resurrection, death, resurrection. But none of the three major guilds benefited, especially their president and elders. They were killed almost as soon as they came on stage. They died more times than ordinary players. Altian said, this cannot continue. It is completely impossible to take ownership of the Blood God Sword Manor. Yes, but I'm afraid there's no way to win the other two guilds. The only way now is to clean up the people here. But it is very difficult. Among our three guilds, who is willing to give up the ownership of the Snow God Sword Manor for nothing? I'm afraid everyone knows what Altian is saying. But one problem before them is that the three parties are extremely powerful, and no one can do anything to anyone else, unless one party shows their trump card. Then, when the students saw this and the activity was going on for an hour and a half, a fight suddenly broke out over two Feng. They have 10 players with Darkness Advent Technique, and Zhui Feng has 11. The Darkness Advent Technique only lasted half an hour. So in the last half hour, they finally used their strongest fighting power. After the 10 Demon King Hush Shadows appeared, Tu Fenghui's combat effectiveness increased greatly, and members of the Glory Guild and the Junlin Tianxia Guild suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the two major guilds soon used their own strength to fight back against the two Fenghui people. Of course, there were people among them with the same terrifying fighting ability. Although the Butcher will have these 11 people with the Darkness Advent Technique, the people who dominate the world are not only numerous, but also have a huge number of elite members. But only the Gory Guild on Yifeng's side seemed a little out of place. In addition to Chu Tianya's Golden Arhat, Altian's members were quite strong. But compared with the other two major guilds, there was a gap. If Yifeng's demonization skills appeared at this time, it would be no less than any of their guilds. What should we do? It seems that we are the worst off. Judging from their appearance, they seem to be driving our Glory Guild away. Yes, just as what Xiaohei said was right. Junlin Tianxia and the Butcher Guild almost joined forces to besiege the Glory Guild. Chu Tianai shouted, what are you afraid of? Since you have joined our Glory Guild, you must fight for glory. Fight for glory. No matter what the two major guilds want to do to the Glory Guild, they will not back down. At this time, Yin Yu and Ying finally changed into their main artifacts, appearing on the battlefield with almost the same color as the protagonist's halo. The dragon. Dragon fights in the wild. Two huge dragon roars emanated from Yin Yu and Ying's weapons. Yin Yu directly transformed into a giant dragon, and the white cold air in his mouth was because Yin Yu was an ice attribute archer. So the dragon he transformed into was an ice dragon. Beside Yin Yu, a terrifying black figure appeared behind Ying, which was a dark dragon. What? Does this Glory Guild want to go against the will of heaven? It's so domineering. It's scary. If Yifeng were here, I'm afraid that the Blood God Sword Manor here might end up being captured by the Glory Guild. Yin Yu and Ying stepped forward, boosting the morale of the guild in glory, which had been a bit low. Altian did not expect that Yin Yu and Ying would bring such a big surprise to him. Damn. The boss is so partial. Why? I don't have so many good things, Xiaohei said while holding his mouth. Chu Tianai said with a smile, let me just say, I have obtained the artifact. How can the two of them not have something better? It seems that my guess is right. The situation on the Glory Guild side changed dramatically, which made members of Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng Summit hesitate. But even so, they did not change their decision to give up and just join forces. The army is approaching, and Yin Yu and Ying are almost at the forefront of the army with one person. It almost accounts for the moment when the three major guilds came into contact. Players have suffered heavy casualties, especially the ice magic from Yin Yu. A mouthful of ice magic appeared, and the entire row of people was frozen. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, they could still lose their ability to fight. As for the battle in the last half hour, it can be said to be extremely fierce, even in reality. On the Fantasy World Live channel, this battle can be said to make people's blood boil. On the other side, Yifeng and others were waiting quietly, while the Great Elder refined the elixir for them. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance was already exuding from the alchemy furnace in front of the Great Elder. 2 hours have passed since the elixir refining began. Yifeng also went from anxious at the beginning to quiet at the end. He sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace and waited quietly. About an hour later, as the Great Elder opened his eyes, the alchemy furnace in front of him made a thumping sound. After the other elders heard this voice, their expressions changed greatly, and they said in surprise, "This is a 5th grade elixir." The Great Elder also said with some joy, "I didn't expect that the phoenix grass would actually increase the level of the elixir from level 4 to level 5. Don't let the elixir fly away." Good. Although Yifeng didn't know what they were talking about, he, like everyone else, maintained a good fighting condition. As soon as the elixir flew out, everyone would probably pounce on them. With a clang, the top of the alchemy furnace was opened, and a golden elixir flew out. The Great Elder stretched out his hand to grab it, but missed it. Unexpectedly, the elixir was so cunning that it escaped from the back of the Great Elder's hand. Catch it! The 4 elders, plus Yifeng and Wu Tian, jumped up almost at the same time, forcing the elixir back into the elixir furnace. But at this time, I saw a seal in the hand of the Great Elder, which was placed on the furnace. Soon, of course, the elixir in it finally calmed down. As the Great Elder stretched out his hand, the elixir in the alchemy furnace slowly fell into the Great Elder's hand. Looking at the quality of the elixir, the Great Elder said happily, "Not bad. Not bad. I have actually refined a 5th grade elixir." The other 4 elders all praised, "It is indeed a 5th grade elixir. And you actually want to escape. Congratulations to the Great Elder for once again refining a 5th grade elixir. What a joy. It's just a mistake. If I want to refine a 5th grade elixir with 100% of my ability, it will probably be quite difficult." Yifeng said, "Great Elder, this elixir actually has a grade. Is the item high or low?" The Great Elder explained, "It's not bad. It can be regarded as a high-level elixir." Wu Tian on the side said, "What do you mean it's okay? Only the Great Elder can refine 5th grade elixirs in the world today. Let alone 5th grade elixirs. 4th grade elixirs all depend on opportunity. So it's no wonder that he has become the Great Elder here. His strength is probably one of the best in the entire earth. I don't know whether it was his own luck or Zisu's luck that allowed the Great Elder to make elixirs for them." Chapter 490 is back. Let's go to Zisu's place. When he heard this sentence, Yifeng was very excited. In order to save Zisu, Yifeng had been busy in the past few months, and now he could finally see her waking up. When Yifeng came to the stone house where Zisu was with excitement, looking at Zisu who was still lying quietly in the ice, Yifeng felt that his efforts during this period were not in vain. Before Zisu takes the elixir, the Great Elder needs to turn Zisu into an immortal cultivator to be able to withstand the effects of the elixir. Yifeng originally thought it would be complicated, but in front of the Great Elder, it became so simple. You, an ordinary person, have become an immortal cultivator. The Great Elder just pressed one of his fingers on Zisu's forehead. Okay, now point out that he is an immortal cultivator in the middle stage of Qi refining. So fast? It feels like nothing has changed. Wu Tian on the side smiled and said, "Of course, it will be soon. If you find out, wouldn't your cultivation level be the same as that of the Great Elder?" Yifeng shook his head awkwardly and said, "I didn't mean that. I just think it's incredible." The Great Elder didn't take it seriously, and stuffed the newly refined elixir into Zisu's mouth. Soon, the Great Elder's fingers drew a circle on Zisu's chest, and then a ray of light flashed in and entered Zisu's body. Okay, I have used my magic power to dissolve the elixir in Zisu's body. As long as the elixir is completely absorbed by him, he will wake up. Can't she wake up now? When will she wake up? The Great Elder said, "It may take a week at the slowest time, or it may be okay tomorrow at the quickest time." Yifeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. During this period, Zisu's parents called countless times. They were all fooled by Yifeng using the same excuse. But if it lasts for a long time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it from them anymore. Yifeng always said, "When the paper book comes back, I will definitely ask him to call you." But now he has gone to the Fantasy World headquarters for training, which may take several months. And during this period, he will not be able to contact the outside world. Fortunately, Zisu's parents believed in Yifeng so much that they didn't come to trouble Yifeng. Now Yifeng finally no longer has to hide it, and he no longer has to worry that his parents will find out if he points it out. The Great Elder said, "Okay, My mission has been completed. It's time for us to leave here. You can take Zissou away. When I come back in the future, remember to bring her to me. I still need give her a checkup. Understood? Thank you. Great Elder. Yifeng bowed deeply to the Great Elder, expressing his gratitude to the Great Elder. The Great Elder helped Yifeng up and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We are all our own people. Not to mention that you will have to bear more in the future. Well, I will definitely live up to the Great Elder's instructions." "That's good. I'm looking forward to your future performance on the outer battlefield. I will definitely not disappoint the Great Elder. Well, let's leave first. Wu Tian, remember to take Yifeng and the others back." "I understand, Great Elder." After the Great Elder left, Yifeng gently hugged Zissou and finally felt the warmth of her body again. Sure enough, the Great Elder did not lie to him. Zissou was really getting better bit by bit. Wu Tian said, "Let me take you back. It's getting late. It's almost 12 o'clock at night." This late, Yifeng realized that so much time had passed. Yifeng picked up Zissou and said, "Let's go. Take us back." When Yifeng returned to Xiaoye Villa again, everyone saw Yifeng coming back with Zissou in his hands. Everyone stood up and looked at the perilla in Yifeng's hand. It has been 3 or 4 months since we said goodbye. From spring to now summer. Yifeng, how is Zissou? Yinyu asked everyone's doubts. Yifeng said with a smile, "Very good. The Great Elder said he might wake up tomorrow. Or at least a week. Great. Sister-in-law Zissou is finally back." Xiao Hei seemed to be choked up as he said that. Among this group of people, Zissou and Xiao Hei liked to fight the most. Can he not be happy seeing Zissou finally waking up? Can you not be excited? Why are you hacking crying? My sister-in-law is about to wake up. The most important thing is to be happy. Not cry. You hacking made me want to cry too. Brother Arrogant held Xiao Hei's shoulders and turned around. Chu Tianai said, "Two grown men are sensational. Forget it. I won't tease you today. Congratulations to the president. When we agree, I will definitely treat everyone to a big dinner. Damn. I'm so depressed. Ever since my sister-in-law left us. Boss, you haven't given us anything good to eat. You are waiting for my sister-in-law to wake up. Don't pretend to be poor." Xiao Hei wiped away the tears from his eyes, turned to look at Yifeng and said. Yifeng said, "Of course. You can order whatever you want. But I'll put her back on the bed first." "Well, let me help you." But several girls followed Yifeng to Yinyu's room. After all, they only said that they had been in the same room with Yinyu before. After settling Zissou, Yifeng and others slowly walked back to the lobby on the first floor from the second floor. Yifeng said, "How do you know I will come back tonight? Maybe I won't come back. You are not waiting in vain." Chu Tianai said a little frustrated, "President, I'm sorry. Boss, I'm sorry. We lost." "Lost? Didn't the Blood God Sword Manor win?" Everyone else nodded. No wonder Yifeng saw a depressed expression on everyone's faces when he came in. It turned out that the Blood God Sword Manor had not been taken down. Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter. If you don't win, you won't win. Then wait until a week later. There will be an event at the Blood God Sword Village once a week. If you don't win this time, just wait until the next time. Don't be so frustrated." Chu Tianai said, "But we promised you before you left that we would definitely win the Blood God Sword Manor." "It's okay. The failure to win the Blood God Sword Manor is not your fault. Luck also plays a big part. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid you should be besieged by the other 2 major unions." Xiao Hei said angrily, "I am not their 2 guilds. The Stone Pit and our Blood God Sword Manor belong to us. Yes, when sister-in-law Yinyu and Ying's skills appeared, we could have won. But it's a pity that we were targeted too harshly," said Arrogant Brother. "They were targeted too harshly. And I was the most ruthless. I didn't even use a summoning skill. And I was instantly killed. I couldn't even get out of the resurrection point. Indeed, the worst thing was Yi Feng's little white inflammation. He was targeted hard. Everyone still remembered his unexpected summoning technique at that time, which turned the entire battlefield around. So the other 2 major guilds did not give him any help at all. Bai Yin any chance. Chapter 491 Zissou is back. Speaking of Bai Yin, everyone else looked at him with pity. He was really targeted from beginning to end. And he never even came out of the resurrection point. He even cursed on the World Channel for a full hour after the Blood God Sword Village event ended. It's pity for his young and fragile heart. Unfortunately, it can't be changed. The owners of Snow God Sword Manor are no longer them. By the way, who captured the Blood God Sword Manor? Yifeng asked. Who else can rule the world? The fanatic guy is really too cunning. First, they joined forces with Tu Feng to suppress us, the Glory Guild, to death. But at the last moment, they secretly stole the blood. The energy tower of Xinjian village has been unlocked. And it is said that Jue Feng of Tu Feng Wei is so angry that he is about to vomit blood. You deserve it, madman. For such a cunning and sophisticated person. It's really funny that Jue Feng didn't guard against him. He really thought that his strength was unmatched by anyone. Chu Tianai said. Yifeng said, so, if Junlin Tianxia gets the Blood God Sword Manor, what kind of reward will he get in the end? I heard that the gang president has a Blood God sword. But it can be traded. But there is a time limit. Only 7 days. It is a magical weapon. Yifeng was a little shocked. This reward was too generous. There was an artifact reward. And it could be used for free for 7 days. If he occupied it for a long time, wouldn't it mean that he had a fixed artifact? Is there any reward? It's impossible that other members don't have it. Of course, all members who participate in the student construction will receive the title of Blood God Guard, which will increase their blood by 2,000 points, as well as 500 defense points and 5% movement speed. Holy crap. This reward is obviously going to make us grab this Blood God Sword Manor every week, Yifeng said in surprise. Chu Tianai nodded and said, that's it. If the rewards are too bad, I'm afraid that after the first Snow God Sword Village event, no guild will participate in this event. Yifeng said, are you confident that you can win the Blood God Sword Manor next time? Boss, don't ask us if we have confidence. If I ask you just a word, I, Xiao He, will rush to the front and clear the way for you. The Blood God Sword Village must belong to our Glory Guild. That's right. Although we didn't get the Blood God Sword Manor this time, I still don't believe that they can unite together again next time. After all, this time, they will dominate the world and fool them in massacre. That's right. The first time, I was targeted by them because of my inexperience. Next time, I will let them know how terrifying I, Bai Yan, am. Yifeng said, very good. Since everyone has this determination, there is no need to be depressed and prepare well for the next Snow God Sword Village event. Yes. Then go and rest. Well, boss, you should also go to bed early. After the others left, Yifeng came to Yenyu's door after washing up. Yifeng gently opened the door of Yenyu's room and saw Yenyu sitting on the bed. Yifeng asked, why aren't you asleep yet? Yenyu said, I can't sleep. What's wrong? Something doesn't feel right. Yenyu shook her head and said, no. I was thinking that after Zissou wakes up, you might not be so kind to me. After all, Zissou saved you but I didn't? Yifeng sat in front of Yenyu's bed, stroked Yenyu's hair and said, fool, don't you know how good I am to you? When Zissou wakes up, I am still the same. I am still the same Yifeng. But I'm very worried. After all, you may feel that you owe her a lot for the rest of your life. Yifeng said, I owe not only him, but also you. It is unfair for a man to have 2 girlfriends at the same time. Yenyu nodded silently. Other women's boyfriends only belong to him. But her own boyfriend has to be shared with another woman. Although Zissou is very good and loves Yifeng very much, she even wants to die for Yifeng. But as a woman, there will always be some resistance in my heart. Yifeng gently hugged Yenyu and said, don't worry. I won't let any of you down. Leaning in Yifeng's arms, Yenyu finally felt a sense of security. Yifeng looked at Yenyu, then at Zissou, and finally Yifeng kissed them both on their foreheads and returned to his room. After a night of silence, Yifeng slowly fell asleep with a sense of relief and a sense of comfort. The next morning, the birds outside the window were chirping. A finger traced back and forth on Yifeng's face. In his sleep, Yifeng pushed the finger away, continued to turn around, and fell asleep. But that finger came to Yifeng's face again, scratching it back and forth, and even heard a woman's laughter in Yifeng's ear. Yifeng finally opened his eyes. In a daze, Yifeng saw a woman in front of him. The woman was looking at him with a smile. Yifeng shook his head, thinking that he had seen it wrong. The scene in front of him finally became real. The smiling woman in front of him turned out to be Zissou. Yifeng sat up abruptly, and without hesitation held the paper book in his arms, hugging it tightly. Okay. You finally woke up. Don't leave me again. Oh. You are holding me too tight. I will not leave you. I sleep like a dead pig. I have been here with you for a long time. Yifeng still did not let go of Zisu, but hugged Zisu and said, I won't let go. I'm afraid that if I let go, you will disappear again. Hee. No way. I finally woke up. Why did I leave again? It's up to you. Did you hook up with other girls during my absence? Yifeng said, I swear to God. Absolutely not. Humph. That's good. By the way, you came to me many times when I was in a coma. In fact, I knew it. But I just couldn't open my eyes. I don't know why. Yeah. Do you know how worried I am about you? Of course I know. You almost shed tears in front of me last time. But I couldn't wake you up. Otherwise I would laugh at you. Yifeng said with a wry smile, let's not talk about the past. Okay. Well, tell me about what happened here during my absence. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. But you're already up. Where's Yenyu? Sister Yenyu. She's outside the door. She said she didn't want to disturb our reunion. Hee. Yifeng smiled helplessly and said, come in. Yenyu glared at Zisu and walked in and said, I told you not to say it. It's not easy for you two to meet each other. You should have a lot to say. Zisu said, I have a lot to say to you. So let's sit down together. Next, Yifeng told all the things that happened after Zisu left. Of course, Yifeng brushed off the dangerous things. Funny things make Zisu giggle, and angry things make Zisu frown. It turns out that the willful and lovely Zisu is back again. Chapter 492 President's Wife. Breakfast time is here before you know it. Yifeng stood up and said, you haven't eaten for a long time. Drinking some porridge in the morning is good for your health. Zisu said, but I don't feel hungry at all. Although I haven't eaten for a long time. Why haven't I lost weight? Yifeng said, I asked Wu Tian this question. And he told me that you are taking the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So there is no problem of losing weight at all. Oh, that's it. Let's go down and eat. Eating makes us human beings. Yifeng held up Zisu's hand, and then took Yenyu's hand. Just like that. The three of them walked down the stairs. When the people downstairs saw Yifeng and the other three walking down, their eyes became moist when they saw the smiling index. Xiao Hei was the first to come to Zisu and said, Sister-in-law, I miss you so much. You are finally back. I thought I would never see you again. Nonsense. How could I be willing to leave you? I'm back now. Zisu said, of course you have to come back. If you don't come back, the boss will probably blame himself for the rest of his life. Yifeng said, you go to eat and stop talking nonsense here. Because of the arrival of Perilla, the whole breakfast seemed unusually warm and happy. After breakfast, Zisu finally picked up the phone and called her parents. When the parents across the street heard Index's voice, they were finally relieved and thought that Yifeng had not lied to them. Of course, Yifeng was also by his side and occasionally said a few words, finally no longer worrying them. Soon everyone at Yifeng's studio was online, and Zisu was online for the first time in a few months. Wow, our guild has developed like this. Hey, isn't this Aotian? Why is he also in our guild? Yifeng explained patiently. Their union merged with ours. No wonder. Hey, why are you no longer the president? How come Brother Arrogant is the president? But just as Zisu was speaking, Yifeng became the president again. Why did you become the president again? How come you kept changing? Yifeng said, because I went to get the elixir for you last night. The position of president is temporarily given to Brother Arrogant. Oh, that's it. And our guild territory is so big. Curious Zisu walked around and looked around. What happened to this shit-looking guild after she left? Why are there two old men playing chess in front of me? Are they NPCs from our territory? Yifeng said, well, have you seen that Oyezi? Our guild's territory is completely guarded by him. As long as he is in our guild's territory, he will not destroy it. So awesome. Well, everyone in the guild treats him respectfully. If he is offended and he runs away, it will be difficult to handle. Oh, that's it. Is there anything else? Yifeng pointed to the residence of Ice Phoenix Fairy and said, there is an ice dragon living there. It's freezing all day long. Just ignore her. Oh, our guild is truly a crouching tiger. Hidden dragon. It is necessary to greet our president's wife with the best attitude. Humph. You're awesome. I'm very happy. As long as the gang lady is happy. My efforts have not been in vain. Little Yizi, let's go and take this lady to see other places. Okay, madam. Oh, Yezi and Situ in the distance said in confusion. What the H.L. is this kid doing again? Hey! Young people are really energetic. After visiting the gang territory, Yifeng finally handed over a lot of magic pills to Zisu. Zisu took the pile of magic pills and said, "Why did you give me so many things?" Yifeng said, "You are only level 42 now. And we are already level 60. If you really upgrade slowly, it will take you a few months to catch up. By then, we will all be level 80. Yeah. What should I do? So I'll give you the magic pill. Take one and level up. You can go directly to level 60. It's all prepared for you in advance." "Oh wow. You are so nice." "Bah!" He kissed Yifeng directly on the face. And the next moment, the light from the upgrade kept appearing on Zisu's body. It is not until level 60 that Zisu becomes unusable. "Here. I'll give you the rest." Yifeng said, "No. You can use another one every 7 days." Zisu held the magic pill in his hand and said in disbelief, "Is this considered cheating?" Yifeng said, "Whatever. We have all used it, and our accounts have not been banned. So use it boldly." Later, Yifeng gave Zisu another set of purple equipment. And the weapon was the orange bow that Yin Yu left behind. Instantly turned Zisu into an elite player. Zisu said, "Why are you so nice to me?" Yifeng replied, "Because of your wife. If you are not good to your own wife, how can you be good to others?" Zisu pinched Yifeng's nose and said, slick-tongued, "You are more than just my wife. Ha ha. Let's go. Let's go to other places to play. We won't do anything today. I'll show you around." After accompanying Zisu around the entire gang territory, Yifeng finally had time to watch some of yesterday's competition. Because there is a video of this time's replay of Blood God Sword Village on the forum. Yifeng clicked on the video. There were 2 hours of video in total, divided into different angles. What Yifeng didn't expect was that the 3 major guilds actually had 3 angles. It can be seen that this time, Wancher maintained its attitude towards the opening of the Blood God Sword Village and paid very high attention to it. Yifeng directly adjusted to watch from the perspective of the Glory Guild, watching the entire battlefield battle as a member of the Glory Guild. In the early stage, Yifeng did not find anything abnormal. But in the later stage, Yifeng saw, just like what he heard, the other 2 major guilds flanked them, making them very passive and could only choose to defend. However, in the last 5 minutes, the system suddenly prompted Junlin Tianxia to obtain temporary ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. Everyone was teleported out of the Blood God Sword Manor, and only those who ruled the world stayed in the Snow God Sword Manor. Because they have become city defenders, they will not be sent out by the system. But it was precisely because of these 5 minutes that 2 Fenghui and Glory Guild also rushed inside desperately. But 5 minutes was not enough time to see it. Even if Yin Yu and others rushed forward like crazy. But the journey was far away. And with Jun Lintian's defense, there was simply not enough time. However, Yifeng switched to Junlin Tianxia's perspective and watched what they did in the last 5 minutes. It was not the madman who lifted the seal of the energy tower, but another Chao Chong. Even at that time, people from the 2 Fenghui had already discovered it. But with Chao Ci's ability, he still withstood their attack, unsealed the energy tower, and gained temporary ownership. Yifeng looked at the replies below the post. Most of them were scolding Junlin Tianxia for being too despicable. But these members should all be members of the 2 Fenghui alliance. However, Yifeng also discovered that many posts were about why he was absent from the battle last night. Although there was an explanation at the bottom of the post. Yifeng had to leave temporarily because of something. However, players who love gossip and fun do not care about this at all. Explain? They can use their imagination to describe what Yifeng is doing and what he is doing. Yifeng could only smile helplessly. Chapter 493 The Demon Plan. Although Zisu had just returned on his first day, the guy quickly got into work. With the seasoning of Perilla, Yifeng's guild finally became lively again. Some people who had never seen Zisu before even laughed and joked with Yifeng in the gang channel after seeing Zisu appear. They were secretly asking, "Who is this Zisu?" I had long heard that their president had 2 girlfriends before, but later they became one. I thought he dumped her. But to my surprise, something seemed to have gone wrong, and he never entered the game. Of course, Zisu's appearance made another person very angry. This person was none other than Huang Xiaotian. His legs had been chopped off by Yifeng to feed the dogs. It was originally impossible for him to cheer up in this life. But what he didn't expect was that he seemed to have received help from an elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Otherwise, how could he? Huang Xiaotian Still be able to fight against Yifeng in the game? Zhu Feng secretly said with hatred. Damn Yifeng and that damn killer organization. Didn't they say they had killed that woman? But now he appears in the game again. I hate my feet. Zhu Feng originally thought that since he had lost his feet, and Yifeng had lost a girlfriend, China was somewhat even. But now that Zissou actually appeared in the game, it was completely beyond Zhu Feng's imagination. So that woman might have been recuperating because she was too seriously injured. No, we can't go on like this. I will definitely make him pay the price. After all, I can't lose my legs in vain. Zhu Feng had secretly made up his mind that as long as he waited for the elder to come back, he would apply to the elder to kill Yifeng. If Zhu Feng knew Yifeng's current identity, he might not even have that idea. Today is the first day that Zhu Lentianxia obtained the Blood God Sword Manor, and made the benefits he received public in the forum. They dominate the world and want to recruit some more elite members. And the benefits they left at the bottom of the post are simply heartwarming. Many players secretly hid their guild presidents and went to apply for him. Whether they can apply for the job is still a question. After all, the current king of the world wants elite members, not ordinary members. Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. Can we still defend the Blood God Sword Manor next week? The Madman said, you don't have to worry about this, as long as we hold on to a few points. The Snow God Sword Manor is still easy to win. After all, we have the main advantage. We can set up a formation inside the wall in advance and wait for them. As attack. Well, that's what it says. But this time we have to withstand attacks from all players in the server. It's not a big problem. The main ones are the Glory Guild and the Two Feng Guild. And this is also Yifeng. So he shouldn't be upset again. However, fortunately, the Blood God Sword Manor is easy to defend but difficult to attack. So we don't need to be nervous. The opening of Blood God Sword Village will allow all players to have a battle every week, so that the popularity of the entire game will not decrease. Moreover, the rewards given by Blood God Sword Manor are so rich that everyone wants them. However, because of Zissou's arrival, Yifeng didn't consider those issues at all, and spent the whole day searching everywhere with Zissou. Because he said that it has been a long time since he came to the fantasy world. He wanted to walk around and see if there was any place he had forgotten. Yifeng accompanied her around. But when he was in the Imperial City, Yifeng saw a royal notice. It read, inviting human warriors to explore the land of demons. This means letting human players go to the Demon Emperor city. Yifeng is not stupid. He deceived the Demon Emperor last time. If I see him again, I will probably tear him to pieces. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the Demon Emperor. That time, after Yifeng's clone left the Demon Emperor city, the Demon Emperor had discovered that the Black Angel was missing. When they looked harshly at his men, they disappeared without a trace. He thought again of Yifeng. A human race. It must have been this guy's fault, even though he had asked him to refine a few magic pills. However, these few magic pills are not enough for the Demon Emperor and the others to use. Therefore, everyone in the Demon Emperor city knows that as long as they see the player Yifeng, they must capture it with their own hands, as long as it is alive. In the Demon Emperor city at this moment, the Demon Emperor was sitting in the main hall, looking gloomily at the elders and soldiers below. The Demon King said, you haven't found the human guy named Yifeng yet. None of the elders and soldiers below spoke, which meant that they had not found Yifeng at all. How could they find Yifeng? Even if they entered the main city of the human race, Yifeng rarely stayed with his team, and stayed in his own territory. Moreover, the Demon King was looking for Yifeng, but he did not dare to publicize it in a big way, lest Yifeng get wind of it, and would not give them any chance to search. But this time the Demon Emperor couldn't bear it anymore. Even if Situ was taken away by Yifeng, they also lost the Black Angel. He was unable to make magic elixirs to improve his cultivation level, and he couldn't bear it anymore. The Demon King said with a gloomy face, how long has it been since we had a war with the human race? An elder came out and said, to return to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. According to the records of the last war, we have been living in peace with the human race for nearly 100 years. It will take 100 years. It seems that if we, the demon tribe, don't take action, we will really be bullied by that human tribe. Another elder said, His Majesty the Demon Emperor, I am willing to serve as the vanguard to open up territory for His Majesty the Demon Emperor and kill the human race. Okay. What I want is your momentum. Even though our demon clan has not attacked humans for many years, there is still a fighting spirit in the blood of our demon clan. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, Which main city do you think we should attack this time? After all, the first battle has been fought, which will greatly help our morale. The Demon Emperor said, the closest main city to our Demon Emperor city is the Holy City. That is the Holy City. You also know that it is very difficult to defeat. And their defense capabilities are very strong. They are mortal enemies of our demon clan. So the first game must not be against the Holy City. Then which main city does your majesty think is more suitable for us? Qinglong City. The lord of Qinglong City is aloof and arrogant. He relies on the royal power behind him. And other city lords around him are unwilling to make friends with him. So I think attacking him is the best choice. His Majesty the Dragon King is right. The last time we failed to attack the Holy City, it was our fault. It was not a small mistake. But this time, when we attack Qinglong City, we demons will definitely fight quickly and win this city quickly. An elder said. Another demon elder said, this time, we will go all out to give Mr. Qinglong any chance to counterattack. Okay. Then our goal is Qinglong City. Let's set off immediately without further ado. The Demon King is mighty. Chapter 494 Siege of Qinglong City. The demons have already started taking action. But the human side seems to have also received some intelligence, which is why there was the recruitment notice. However, it seems that their intelligence on the demon clan is not particularly good, and they have already launched operations, and they just think that the demon clan may launch an attack on them. In Qinglong City, the lord of Qinglong City is in his palace, admiring a jar of fine wine that was just brought out from the palace today. Although the lord of Qinglong City, among all the city lords, does not have a good relationship with other city lords. After all, his backstage is the royal family, and other city lords need to be careful when speaking in front of him. However, the person with whom he has the best relationship is the White Tiger City Lord. However, for a long time, he still did not call the White Tiger City Lord and tasted it alone. Ah, good wine. It's better to pay tribute to the palace. Other city lords don't have this blessing. I don't know how Marshal Yi is doing now. I haven't caused trouble to him for a long time. Report to me. What has Marshal Yi been doing lately? Yes. One person's recent itinerary was very single. And they were all in the battlefield between humans and demons. There was nothing else. The lord of Qinglong City frowned and said, can you bring him to the main city? In the battlefield between humans and demons, there is really nothing we can do against him. As a subordinate of the lord of Qinglong City, his heart was broken. You don't even know how to get it here. How should I know? That city lord. You can try and ask your majesty to summon him back. I heard that the cold battlefield has been relatively calm recently. I haven't heard anything big happened in the human-demon battlefield. Just let me drink at his feet and think about how to kill him. And the lord of Xuanwu City. Breathing. Your city lord in Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City Lord sneezed and said, who is thinking of me? City Lord. Do you have a cold? The old housekeeper said. How is this possible? I'm thinking about my brother, who hasn't come to see me for so long. The old housekeeper said with a smile, if you want to have a drink with him, just go find him. By the way, he has been there a lot lately. I know. How can I, a city lord, have the nerve to go find him? The old housekeeper smiled and said, okay. I'll ask him to come over later. Prepare some more wine for you. But don't let him run away. Whenever he mentions drinking lately, he runs away from me. The old housekeeper said, you don't have to look at how drunk I got a few times before. Not everyone has the same drinking capacity as you. The lord of Xuanwu City smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean it either. About half a day later, Yi Feng had just met with the old housekeeper. It turned out that the chief of Xuanwu City had something to do with him. Yi Feng didn't know what was going on, so he hurried to Xuanwu City with the old housekeeper. At this time, outside Qinglong City, large numbers of demons had already besieged them. Many players outside Qinglong City have been killed so much that they dare not leave the safe zone. At first, many players were killed by demon soldiers. They thought they were engaging in some kind of activity, and were not surprised. But suddenly, a large number of players were killed. In particular, the members of the Dingtian Guild originally stationed in Qinglong City were almost completely wiped out. We must make them feel that this is not a simple invasion by demon soldiers. There was an explosion on the World Channel, but the official did not give any information about the event. This should be an unexpected mission. Soon, the demon army surrounded the entire Qinglong City. All players could only move within Qinglong City or leave Qinglong City through teleportation. But Qinglong City quickly entered a state of emergency, and all transmissions were interrupted. A system prompt completely shocked all the players. Ding! System prompt. The demon army attacks Qinglong City, and Qinglong City temporarily loses its transmission system. I hope all major players will go to Qinglong City to destroy the demons. As soon as this system prompt came out, the army from Qinglong City also came out, forming a confrontation with the demon army. The Lord of Qinglong City never thought that this time, the demon army would come to attack their Qinglong City. They actually bypassed the holy city, and directly ambushed them in Qinglong City. But now, the system transmission has been interrupted. They can't ask for help from the outside world at all. They can only let those players help them. Soon the Lord of Qinglong City issued an emergency rescue mission. As long as you kill a demon soldier, you can get 2 points of the National Defense Medal. This is the first time the Defense of the Nation Medal Points mission has been released after the update. But it can only be taken by players from the human camp. But soon, the demon camp soldiers outside Qinglong City were unable to distribute the points for the Medal of Protection. As long as one of the Qinglong City soldiers was killed, they would get 2 points for the Medal of Protection. All of a sudden, the players in the entire fantasy world exploded. This was a good time to earn points for the Resurrection Medal. Unfortunately, they couldn't go there. If they really wanted to go, they had to run there. At this time, there was a guild territory that became a transit point for all players. The first guild was built by Yi Feng's alliance guild with the gang territory tokens provided by Yi Feng. It's just a junior gang territory, like a village. But this doesn't hinder the teleportation fees they have to charge. Over time, large numbers of players teleported from major cities to this small village. The teleportation fee in a small village is insanely high. As long as it is online, almost all free players will come. After all, there is only 1 point quest for the Medal of Defense. The war started quickly, because the demon side could not wait too long. If the royal family comes to support them, they will be in trouble if they want to attack Qinglong City. Yi Feng also saw this information, and the members of the Union went to Qinglong City one after another. But Yi Feng did not go, but found the Lord of Xuanwu City. In Xuanwu City, it seems that they have no idea that the demons are attacking Qinglong City. The Lord of Xuanwu City also warmly entertained Yi Feng. And Yi Feng asked, "Do you know what happened in Qinglong City?" "Qinglong City? What's the matter? I just secretly brought a few jars of good wine back today. What a big deal it could be." Yi Feng said, "You may not know that just now, the demons have turned Qinglong into a watertight enemy, and they are preparing to capture Qinglong City." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "How is it possible? The demon clan's favorite thing to do is to attack the holy city. This is always the case. Why would they take a long way to attack Qinglong City?" Yi Feng said, "If you don't believe it, you can ask." The Lord of Xuanwu City asked the housekeeper to inquire with some doubts. In less than a quarter of an hour, the housekeeper hurried over, said, "Young city master, something may have happened in Qinglong City, and we can no longer contact the people on that side." "No way. The demons are so bold. Would you like to go take a look or help?" Yi Feng asked. The Lord of Xuanwu City waved his hand and said, "No matter what he does, it's not easy for us brothers to meet each other. We have to sit down and have a drink before we talk." Sit down. Okay. But Yi Feng was still thinking about what was going on in Qinglong City. Chapter 495 Death of the Lord of Qinglong City. In Qinglong City, a large number of demon soldiers have launched an attack on Qinglong City. At the same time, players from the two camps also collided. As long as they took over the task of protecting the country from different camps, if they fight PK with each other, the PK value will not be increased. Every player from the human camp gets 2 points to protect the country. And every time a player from the demon camp is killed, players from the demon camp also get 2 points. So more and more players are participating in this battle. Players are fighting for points for the National Defense Medal. I, the Lord of Qinglong City, always want to protect my own Qinglong City. Players may feel that it doesn't matter if they protect or not, as long as they get points. So it is a battle between NPC and NPC, and the players are just the scavengers. This time, the demons were very well prepared. Not only did they have siege chariots, but their numerical superiority far exceeded that of Qinglong City. The gate of Qinglong City was broken down by demon soldiers in less than half an hour. The demon soldiers have swarmed into Qinglong City. They are determined to capture Qinglong City this time. Even if they cannot capture it, they will destroy the entire Qinglong City. This is their ultimate goal. to let the master of the human race city. At least one was lost. The Lord of Qinglong City can't wait to contact the royal family. But the contact here has been completely interrupted by the demons. If he wants to survive, he has to rely on himself. The Lord of Qinglong City. The Lord of Qinglong City has sent out all his secret power. But he still cannot stop the attack of the demon army. And there are several elders participating in the demon army. How could those ordinary Qinglong guards be the opponent of the demon elders? Even if the master of Qinglong City was very skilled, he could fight 1 against 2. But this time it was not just 2 demon elders who came. After about an hour passed, the entire Qinglong City was filled with demon soldiers. And the Lord of Qinglong City also joined the battle. He was already besieged by 3 demon elders. The Lord of Qinglong City said angrily, "Lu Jiwen, you are so brave. You dare to attack our main human city. You are not afraid that our human royal family will destroy your demon clan. Ha ha ha. Lord Qinglong City, you are already a turtle in a dream. And you still dare to threaten us. Then let us use your head to declare war on the human emperor." Obviously, Qinglong City has realized his crisis. He never thought that the other party would actually operate on him. And he seemed to be well prepared. No wonder the emperor warned them a few days ago that they must be careful. Maybe the demons will attack. Now it seems that they are not eager to attack other main cities. Compared to Qinglong City, where Qinglong City is located, there are human imperial cities and holy cities in front of them. Obviously, they may not be able to defeat the 2 main cities, so they will attack them themselves. Compared with other main cities, they are far away. Even after the attack is successful, retreating may be troublesome. The Lord of Qinglong City shouted, "Do you know my identity? I am a relative of the emperor. If something happens to me, none of you demons will be able to escape. Ha ha. We, the demon warriors, are no longer just a year or 2 ago. If your alliance leader really had that ability, he would have destroyed us long ago. What's more, now, it is different from the past. What's the meaning? Ha. I will tell you after you die." The Lord of Qinglong City was no match for the 3 demon elders. He was already covered in wounds, and there was no way he could escape. Looking at Qinglong City, which was about to be destroyed, the Lord of Qinglong City finally felt scared at this time. But even so, the elders of the demon clan don't care at all about the life or death of the Lord of Qinglong City. Their goal is to capture Qinglong City and destroy it. It can be said that the number of players participating in this event is increasing day by day, and the number has been increasing continuously. However, Qinglong City can no longer withstand the devastation of the war. Seeing that the entire Qinglong City is about to be undefendable, the players also realize that Qinglong City may be about to disappear. As the Qinglong City Lord screamed in the sky above the Qinglong City Lord's mansion, the entire Qinglong City was declared destroyed. Ding! System prompt. Due to the death of the City Lord of Qinglong City, the negative impact is that all attributes of players belonging to Qinglong City will decrease by 10%, which will last for 7 days. Ding! System prompt. Due to the death of the human Qinglong City Lord, Qinglong City will be taken over by the demons and become the first main city of the demon camp. All attributes of players in the demon camp will increase by 10% for 7 days. Ding! System prompt. Due to the death of the Lord of Qinglong City, the war between humans and demons is about to begin. Players, please keep your enthusiasm. Human players, please protect your territory. Demon players, please actively participate in various battles. Expand your territory. After seeing a series of system prompts, all the players were stunned. Only the players in the demon camp became excited, especially the players who belong to Qinglong City. Their composition has disappeared, and they can only wander to other compositions. Even though Qinglong City is still there, it has become the main city of the demon clan, and the PCs may be replaced by demon clan NPCs very soon. After Yifeng saw the system prompt, he said in shock, "No! The Lord of Qinglong City has died and been killed. The demons have occupied the entire Qinglong City." Although the Lord of Xuanwu City was a little surprised, he still didn't look as angry as Yifeng imagined. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "It's okay to die, so that I don't have to do it myself." However, the demon clan has occupied Qinglong City, which is indeed a bad start for our dragon clan. The old housekeeper ordered that the entire Xuanwu City be put on full military alert. "Yes," Yifeng said. "Do we need to unite with other major city lords?" The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, "Of course. But the other major city lords don't know yet what kind of accident may happen to the Lord of Qinglong City. We can tell them in advance so that they can be mentally prepared. Well, then I won't disturb my brother. Let me go and do my business. After all, Xuanwu City is our base. Well, let's stay here today and talk about it later. After saying that, City Lord Xuanwu left in a hurry. After all, with such a big thing happening, it was time for Lord Xuanwu to implement his plan. Of course, the other city lords have no idea that Qinglong City has been occupied by the demons. After all, the news there has been blocked. But it is known that at the same time, several other major city lords quickly received the news, because the Xuanwu City Lord found them. And after being informed that the Qinglong City Lord had been killed by the demons, they all expressed surprise. In the morning, they and the Lord of Qinglong City went to the Emperor to discuss matters. They never expected that they would be killed by the demons in just half a day. Chapter 496, the first main city of the demon clan. Although they were very shocked to a great extent, they also doubted whether the Lord of Xuanwu City was deceiving them. But when they sent their men to Qinglong City, they found that it was already closed and inaccessible. After all, it has become the main city of the demons. The human race and the demons are incompatible with each other. So the NPCs on both sides cannot use the transmission channels of both sides. This time, they discovered that the Lord of Xuanwu City was not joking with them. As the Lord of Qinglong City, the one who was very close to support him, Lord Baihu said, "Lord Xuanwu, how could you know so well? Did you already know that Qinglong City was besieged by the demons? But you didn't tell us and didn't go? Please ask your majesty to send troops?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "What you said is really funny. I just got the news. If my people hadn't come back injured and died, I wouldn't have known that such a thing happened in Qinglong City." The Lord of White Tiger City knew. "Then what do you think we should do now? Report this news to His Majesty? You also know that the Lord of Qinglong City is a member of the royal family. Different from us." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "He is different from us. So why are you so close to the Lord of Qinglong City?" "Humph. I have my own thoughts. I don't need to tell you this. But now that the Lord of Qinglong City is dead, I have to make plans and consider other things." The Lord of Qinglong City looked at the Lord of White Tiger City. It seemed that this guy was not simple either. Now they are in the Imperial City. If they want to tell the Emperor about this matter, it can be said that it only takes a few minutes to make a choice. But no one takes action. Each of them has their own ideas. If they go to report to His Majesty now, then the Emperor will misunderstand and send them to the Demon Imperial City to exterminate the demons. But they all understand how their power can be the opponent of the demons, unless the great elder of the royal family takes action. Otherwise, they will suffer heavy casualties. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and treated this incident as if it had not happened. It wasn't until the next day that the Emperor called urgently to let them enter the palace. After Yifeng left Xuanwu City, he came to the brand new Qinglong City. But this place was already the territory of the demons, and the streets were filled with various demon soldiers. Many human players have left here, but there are still many players who stay and want to see what the main city of the demons will look like. Yifeng opened the guild channel. "How did you gain from this battle?" "It's not bad. I've gained hundreds of points for the defense of the nation medal. Unfortunately, it's still only level 1. I really hope that with more missions like this, my defense of the nation medal can be upgraded to level 5. Yifeng smiled. If he could be promoted to level 5 so quickly, then the attributes of this new chapter of protecting the country would be really easy to get. Yifeng said, "I will get the opportunity soon. But the points for the National Protector Medal are not that easy to get." "What is different about the current Qinglong City?" Chu Tianai said, "There is no difference, except that the NPC has been replaced by a demon NPC. If the players in our group go there to buy things, they need to pay 30% more gold coins. The demon players are normal, and the human players cannot be there, except any mission." Yifeng nodded. This seemed to be similar to what he had imagined. But soon, he came to the new City Lord's mansion. But this City Lord's mansion was different from the previous City Lord's mansion of Qinglong City. This is a completely black building, and there is a black dragon in front of the gate, which looks extremely majestic and domineering. However, the players of the demon camp in the world finally found these components. Previously, as players of the demon camp, in the main city of the human camp, the rewards they accepted for the tasks were halved. I have been complaining on the official forum for a long time. Now that we finally have our own composition, the demon camp players are happily playing on the world channel one by one. We are not only Qinglong City, it will become the main city of the demon camp. We may also have 1 or 2 main cities that will become the main city of the demon camp. After all, there are not a few players of the demon camp in the fantasy world. Although Yi Feng's status as a human marshal has eliminated the problem of the Lord of Qinglong City, another trouble is about to come. The next day, the emperor summoned the other main city lords and also recruited Yi Feng back. Yi Feng and several other main city lords have arrived in the main hall of the palace. Yi Feng smiled slightly at the other city lords and came to his position. His position was the position where the Qinglong City Lord stood before. But because he was dead. But whether it is in the game or in reality, it is so realistic that as long as you die, someone will replace you. The emperor, who was sitting on the dragon chair, was already frowning at this moment. After he learned that the Lord of Qinglong City was killed and Qinglong City was captured, he felt very unhappy. After all, the Lord of Qinglong City is a member of their royal family and possesses the blood of their royal family. Thinking that someone from the demon clan would directly operate on him, if the lords of other main cities were killed, the emperor might not be so sad. The emperor pondered for a long time and finally said, "Dear city lords and ministers, you all know the news about Qinglong City." Everyone nodded. And the Lord of White Tiger City was the first to stand up and said, "Your Majesty, please express your condolences. The Lord of Qinglong City is a close friend of mine. He didn't even ask for my help before he left." This shows how urgent the situation was at that time. "Hey, I know that the relationship between the White Tiger City Lord and the Qinglong City Lord is very good. What happened yesterday happened too fast. The demons seem to have been prepared for it. I can't blame you. After all, you also have your own posts to protect." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. We must avenge the Lord of Qinglong City. Although the Lord of Qinglong City and I have some quarrels. After all, we are both human beings. In the struggle against foreign races like the demon clan, our quarrels are nothing more than trivial matters. That's all. I hope your Majesty will send troops to destroy the demons and restore peace to our human race." The emperor sighed softly. "No, now is not the time to send troops. After all, the demon emperor is watching eagerly from the side. If there are loopholes in every city, I am afraid she will be the next one to lose." Yi Feng said, "Your Majesty, I am still guarding the battlefield between humans and demons. But there are not many things to do in it. However, I do not have the main city to guard. So what is your Majesty willing to send me to do?" "Yes, I already know the results of tomorrow's demonic battlefield. If you weren't on the demonic battlefield, our dragon clan would have been invaded by the demonic clan. If you left the demonic battlefield, I'm really afraid that the demonic clan would swarm us in and attack us. The camp of the battlefield between humans and demons will be swallowed up." Yi Feng did not speak. It was obvious that the emperor had no intention of letting Yi Feng come back. But the emperor doesn't plan to send troops. So there must be something wrong. Chapter 497 Goodbye Li Bai. Almost everyone here felt that the emperor had something to hide. Or else he was unwilling to send troops at this juncture. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Why don't your Majesty plan to send troops? Wouldn't this make the demon clan even more arrogant?" "Hey, you don't understand. The Great Elder went into seclusion a few days ago. Without the support of the Great Elder, how can we be the opponent of the Demon Emperor?" Yi Feng glared and looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City. Sure enough, there was a problem. The reason why the royal family is powerful is because of the existence of the royal elders, Apple, and the royal family's great gods entering seclusion. They have lost their most important protective umbrella and cannot compete with the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Does this allow the Demon Clan to continue to be so tyrannical? Wouldn't he also attack other main cities? Don't we, the people, have to live in fear? Said the Lord of Qilin City. The Emperor still sighed and said, "There is really no way now. The Great Elder is in retreat. If possible, I will definitely send troops to intercept it. But I have been injected. If we go out, we will only be massacred by the demons." The city lords of the major cities all frowned. Since they were recruited so urgently, it was not for the purpose of fighting against the demons. Then what was the purpose? Could it be that they were asked to comfort the emperor? Yi Feng said, "Your Majesty, if this is the case, I will no longer protect the battlefield of humans and demons. I am afraid that they will attack the battlefield of humans and demons in a large scale next time. Hey, give it a try. If it doesn't work, please Marshal Yi save his life and return to the main human city." Yi Feng stopped talking. It was obvious that there must be something wrong with the royal family's big wound. Otherwise, it would not be possible to look like this. If something happens to Yi Feng and other city lords, it will definitely arouse speculation on the part of the demons. But if Yi Feng still remains in the battlefield between humans and demons, then they may not know about the problem with the great elder of the human race. Under the Emperor's repeated instructions, all city lords must not arouse any suspicion from the outside world because of what happened in Qinglong City. After all the city lords and ministers left the hall, Yi Feng and several city lords gathered together. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Everyone, what do you think of this matter? Your Majesty doesn't want to send troops. As the city lord and chief law enforcer of the Holy City," he said, "this is a demon attack on Qinglong City. It can be said to be a very unexpected. However, His Majesty has no intention of sending troops, which makes us feel surprised. This is very possible. Among them, what went wrong? Yes, His Majesty said that the great elder is in seclusion. But judging from his expression, it is definitely not as simple as seclusion. A few days ago, I saw His Majesty's brows furrowed, and I thought he was worried about the demons trying to join the human race. But it seems that is not the case." "Yes. Do you still remember the sword that the Emperor got back from Dongming?" said the Lord of Xuanwu City. How to open Xuanwu City made others wonder if the Great Elder was seriously injured because he wanted to decipher the secret in the sword. This is a weapon from the God's continent, and there must be many unknown things in it. As the royal family on the human side, they must want to know how to go to the God's continent again. After all, more than 100 years have passed, and no one has been to God's continent, and no one from God's continent has come here. Yi Feng said, "If you put it this way, something may have happened to the Great Elder. And it's not just a retreat." Several other city lords nodded. And the city lord Xuanwu said, "If this is the case, then we must keep in good contact, just in case the demons come to attack us, so that we will not be helpless. Yes, the royal family can no longer be relied upon. We can only rely on ourselves. If it doesn't work, we must save our own lives." That's right. If the main city is lost, it will be lost. This time the demons are serious. Well, after I go back, I will find a way to contact the Pope and tell him about this speculation. What a waste. Our Pope will give you some ideas. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Ask the Pope for me." Is the Pope confident of dealing with the demon emperor? Okay. Then don't waste any more time and convey this news to the Pope as soon as possible. After all, it is a very important matter. All the city lords have returned to their main cities. They have built their main cities into copper and iron walls to prevent the demons from invading again and following in the footsteps of the Qinglong City Lord. Yi Feng followed the Lord of Xuanwu City back to Xuanwu City. Yi Feng said, "I don't know if I can stay in the demonic battlefield." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Of course. It is a special battlefield. You can be said to be very safe there. Even if you come outside, you are still very safe. Because you are different from us." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about my own safety, but the situation of the camp there." Xuanwu City was silent for a while and said, "Then we have to see if Emperor Mo will use that as the next breakthrough. But in my opinion, taking the main city is their most important step." Yi Feng nodded and stopped talking. After saying goodbye to the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng returned to his territory. Nowadays, the entire nation has no new methods, except for a few major city lords. The royal family is no longer so reliable. Yi Feng was thinking, what would be the effect if several city lords were combined to form a new force? Of course, this is just Yi Feng's thought. Your city lord's strength that day will definitely not obey Yi Feng's arrangements. Even if Xuanwu's city lord comes forward, he will not be able to suppress them. After all, their strength is on par with Xuanwu's city lords. Then when Yi Feng was hesitating and wandering, I heard a voice in his ear. A poem, a pot of wine, a long song, a sword to the end of the world. After hearing this voice, Yi Feng suddenly became energetic and looked around. On top of his city wall, Li Bai, dressed in white, was leaning on the city wall, drinking wine. Yi Feng said to Li Bai, "Brother Li Bai, long time no see." Li Bai glanced at Yi Feng and found that he didn't recognize Yi Feng. So he frowned and asked, "You seem to know me, but I don't remember where I have seen you." I thought about it. When I saw Li Bai, it seemed to be from an NPC's perspective. After all, he must not recognize me in my current appearance. But Yi Feng did not transform into an NPC character. Instead, he came to Li Bai and said, "Brother Li Bai, you may have forgotten that you and I were last in the exam." "Scientific examination?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Didn't I ask you a question? What is the problem?" What is the relationship between you and Wan Luan? Li Bai seemed to remember, coughed twice in embarrassment and said, It turns out it's you who is still so dirty. He and I are just ordinary friends. Ha ha. Chapter 498 The Gate to God's Continent. Yi Feng couldn't figure out why Li Bai came to his territory. But with Li Bai's carefree character, he might just be passing by. Yi Feng said, Brother Li Bai, what is the purpose of coming here? Li Bai said, What's the purpose? It's just that the scenery here is better. But there is a lot of energy in your territory. Yi Feng knew what Li Bai was talking about. Because there were two great gods, Bing Feng Xian and O Yezi, in his territory. Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes. My place has beautiful scenery and a good environment. So everyone likes to come to my place to live in seclusion. How about you, Brother Li Bai? Also come to live here? I, Li Bai, have been wild and unruly all my life. If I stay in one place for too long, I may even forget who I am. Yi Feng was a little disappointed. He finally showed up this week. If he could settle in his territory would be strong again. Yi Feng said, Brother Li Bai, if you don't want to, you can come to my territory for reference. After all, Senior Oyezi is also a very hospitable person. Li Bai said, Forget it, old man. I won't talk to him. I heard that Qinglong City has been occupied by the demons? Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes. It was just yesterday. Brother Li Bai, didn't you go to Qinglong City? What are you doing in that place? As a poet, I can't fight and kill. Yi Feng despised Li Bai in his mind. You, a majestic swordsman, dare to say that you are a poet and still fight and kill him? Yi Feng said, Now that the world is not at peace, can Brother Li Bai do something for the human race? As a human being, forget it. I'm used to being lazy. I can do whatever I love and want. If I really want to be serious, I won't be myself, let alone the devil. What can the emperor do to me? Forehead. It seems that Li Bai's level is not inferior to that of the demon emperor. I originally thought that Li Bai was only on the same level as the lord of Xuanwu City. But now it seems that he is on the same level as the demon emperor. Yi Feng said, In this case, I will not retain Brother Li Bai. Farewell, since there is no way to retain him. Next week Yi Feng also feels that there is no need to persist. Otherwise it will not be good to make him unhappy. After all, masters like Li Bai are rare. Just when Yi Feng turned to leave, Li Bai said, Do you think that the mountain behind your territory is very strange? Yi Feng looked back at the mountain behind him. Its territory was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only one side being the exit. But this mountain was not chosen by Yi Feng before, but by the mythical guild. To be honest, Yi Feng really didn't take a closer look at the behemoth behind him. When Yi Feng watched carefully, he suddenly frowned and said, It seems to be really unusual. I feel like this mountain is a little special. How special? Yi Feng said, I can't seem to feel the specific reason. But I found that it doesn't seem to be an ordinary mountain. Yes. When Yi Feng looked at this mountain, although at first glance it seemed that it was an ordinary mountain, when he looked carefully again, it seemed that it was not a mountain at all. Yi Feng frowned and said, What's going on? It feels like the mountain is moving. Li Bai took a sip of wine and said, Come on. Sit in my seat and watch it again. Yi Feng was very curious. Is there any difference between his position and his position? He was just standing in front of him, and Li Bai was just a head shorter than him. But Yi Feng still did as Li Bai said, and sat next to Li Bai. When Yi Feng looked up again at the mountain behind his territory, Yi Feng was stunned. This? What on earth is this? Yi Feng didn't know what to say anymore. What appeared in front of him was not a mountain. Li Bai said calmly, I noticed this place a long time ago. But at that time, your territory was not built. But just today, I accidentally discovered this situation in this corner. Then, what do you think it is? It's very simple. The door to God's continent. Yes. What appeared in front of Yi Feng and Li Bai was a gate to the sky. Yi Feng. The two sides of the territory are the doorposts of the gate, and the wall behind Yi Feng is the bottomless road deep inside the gate. This is why Yi Feng had such a shocked expression. But when he heard Li Bai say this, Yi Feng was even more shocked. What happened to the gate to God's continent? How come the gate to God's continent turns into a high mountain? Brother Li Bai, are you really sure that he is really the door to God's continent? Do I still need to be sure about this? I have been looking for this gate for more than 10 years. But it's a pity that I still don't know how to enter. You still need a method? Of course. Do you think the continent of God is so easy to enter? That's where we humans should go. Yi Feng was a little confused. If Li Bai could yearn for such a place, then God's continent should be a very good place. But Yi Feng was listening, and Sita made some one-sided remarks. That place was actually the same as this continent. But the people there were of a higher level, and had stronger cultivation. The people there are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. And Situ is just a member of a large family among them. Yi Feng said, "Does Oyezi, the person in my territory, know?" Li Bai said, "If he didn't know, I believe he might have left here long ago instead of staying here forever." Yi Feng nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. If he didn't have this thing, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so calm in my territory." "Ha. There's no reason why you shouldn't pay for your meals. He can guard your territory because he gets what he wants. So to put it this way, Feng Xian should also know that this place is different from other places. With the Dragon King's ability, he may have noticed that this place is a little different. So he asked Feng Xian to follow him. Maybe for observe this door at any time. The door to the continent of God." Yi Feng said, "Brother Li Bai, are you willing to stay here for a longer time? Or like them, you can discuss how to get to the God's continent together here." "Forget it. I'm talking too much when I tell you this. You shouldn't know these things based on your ability. But you are the most important owner of the territory. So I kindly remind you that there will be turmoil here in the future." "Thank you. You're welcome. In that case, I should go." Yi Feng only felt the corner of his clothes shaking, and Li Bai beside him disappeared without a trace. And a voice came from a distance. "The sword of the river comes from the sky." Chapter 499, The Reason for Everything. After Li Bai left, Yi Feng came to Oyezi and Situ. Before Yi Feng could speak, Oyezi took the lead and said, "Why? What did you talk about with that guy named Li?" Yi Feng looked at Oyezi in surprise and said, "How did you know? Then a heavyweight guy has arrived in your territory. How could I not know about it? You think I'm blind?" Yi Feng sneered and said, "Senior Oyezi, you have been blind for more than a day or 2. I don't know what you want to do. You little naughty boy. Tell me," Yi Feng said, "what is the origin of this mountain behind us? You can tell the difference from the first time you come here." "Sure enough, this Li Bai is not in vain," Yi Feng said. "He is also a majestic swordsman after all. Why is he so vulnerable in your eyes?" "That's not the case. It's just that this guy looks carefree all day long, which makes people not angry just looking at him." Yi Feng was speechless. Why was this old guy's eyes different from others? Yi Feng said, "Have you already figured out that this mountain is actually the door to God's continent?" "Hey, little guy. You really know a lot." Yi Feng said, "If you say that, then you stay here because of the gate to God's continent. What about you, Senior Situ?" Situ said with a smile, "I am different from them. I come here to provide for the elderly. As you know, I am just an ordinary person." Yi Feng still somewhat believed what the master and apprentice said. "I am Oyezi. Why do I think Yi Feng is just farting?" Yi Feng said, "Senior Oyezi, does the Pope also know about it?" Oyezi said, "What a coincidence. He only found out yesterday because he found it when he came here to find me yesterday. Otherwise he wouldn't know it yet." Yi Feng felt increasingly uneasy. All these high-level NPCs found that things were different here. If a war really breaks out in the future, his territory here may really be destroyed. Yi Feng said, "Can I ask Senior Oyezi for a favor?" "You say? Can you please not destroy my territory when we fight? If my guess is correct, you will definitely fight over the gate to the God's continent." Oyezi smiled and said, "That's easy to say, but I don't want to fight here. It doesn't mean that others don't. That's all I can help." Yi Feng said, "In this case, if my strength increases, will you listen to me or not?" Oyezi raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's see how capable you are." "Good." Yi Feng knew that if the God's continent was opened, it would definitely have to wait until Yi Feng and the others reached level 99. At that moment, Yi Feng's level would be the same as the current Oyezi, Li Bai, Pope and others. At that time, if Yi Feng was very capable, he would be able to hold the gate of God's continent into his arms. Of course, it is completely impossible for Yi Feng to reach level 99 early by himself if he fights against the entire mainland NPC masters. Now Yi Feng has already thought in his mind that he must let Chu Tianai and others reach level 99 at the same time as him, so that they will have enough ability to guard the gate of God's continent. Yi Feng left Oyezi and found Ice Phoenix Fairy again. Fortunately, Bing Fengxian was sitting outside the door today, meditating peacefully. Seeing Yi Feng coming over, Bing Fengxian said, "Stop it. Just stand there and say what you have to say. Yi Feng said, am I telling you? There is something different here. You already know? Now that you already know, I will tell you what the Dragon King told you. Yi Feng was very surprised that Ice Phoenix Fairy actually had something that the Dragon King told him. But she didn't even tell him. Yi Feng was also curious as to why the Dragon King had to let him bring the Ice Phoenix Fairy to his territory in the first place. It seemed that all this would be understood once the Ice Phoenix Fairy said it. Bing Fengxian said, the Dragon King asked me to take you out. The first thing is to protect your safety, because your current ability is still very poor. But you who are at the 6th level are not defeated by those at the 8th level. What about 2nd place? The second is to help you guard the passage to God's continent. Yi Feng was surprised that the Dragon King actually wanted to help him guard the passage to God's continent. What did this mean? Yi Feng asked. They all want to enter the God's continent by themselves. Why do you want to protect it with me? Bing Fengxian said, for no other reason. Because only you are worthy of entering the God's continent. Others are just a waste of places. Quota? What does this mean? Our dragon clan has a long life. Especially the Dragon King, whose life is even longer. Having lived in this world for more than 10,000 years, he has already seen through it when you go to God's continent. However, if we in the lower world want to go to God's continent, we must meet the following conditions. First, your strength must be above level 9, including level 9. Second, have enough strength and power. Third, there are 5 quotas for going to God's continent every 100 years. And these 100 years have come. Yi Feng asked in confusion. The Dragon King has strength and power. The Pope has strength and power. Why did you choose me? Bing Fengxian said, because, although you relied on the ring in your hand to save me in the first place, I have to admit that you did save me once. Yi Feng looked at his Wang ring. How powerful is this thing? Why does it have such a terrifying influence in games? Yi Feng said, but why do you insist on supporting me? The Dragon King said that other people go to God's continent just for themselves. But you are different. You do it for the whole world. Yi Feng said lightly. A devil? Unexpectedly. Ice Phoenix Fairy responded calmly. Yes. Yi Feng immediately broke into a cold sweat. What on earth is going on? Why do we know about the demon in the game? Is it because of the ring in my hand? Seeing Yi Feng's surprised look, Bing Fengxian said, no need to be surprised. Our Dragon Clan has a special method to get in touch with the Dragon Clan of God's continent. More than half of the places there have been occupied by demons. And the remaining people are just struggling. That's why people from the land of China have never come down since 100 years ago. And they haven't gone up since 100 years ago. Then why can we go this time? Ice Phoenix Fairy said, it's still because of it. Yi Feng looked at his Wang Jia again. Everything should start from the Wang Jia here. It seems that he is destined not to live an ordinary life. Chapter 500 Alliance. In the next few days, Yi Feng and others began to level up desperately. Of course, during this period, they all took one, the magic pill, and their levels were raised to level 62. There are nearly 2 more players of the same level, because everyone is still hovering at level 60. After all, they don't have magic pills. However, it is strange in the past few days that the demons have not made any changes. As if they did not want to take the second city after taking Qilong City. If you look at it from the perspective of Yi Feng's NPC, the demons will take action sooner or later. After all, they don't know where the Great Elder of the royal family is now. If they knew something had happened to the Great Elder of the royal family, they would probably attack other main cities without hesitation. Under the protection of this Great Elder, other main cities can only be slaughtered and cannot be defended at all. Although it may seem that the several city lords are well-known figures and have extraordinary abilities, in front of the Demon Emperor, their abilities are still a bit lacking. Fortunately, in the past few days, there was no movement from the Demon Clan at all, and Yi Feng felt relieved. Many players are waiting for the demons to fight the humans again. After all, this way they can get more points for the National Defense Medal. If the next day will be the most important day in the entire Fantasy World Union, it will be the day when the Blood God Sword Village is opened again. The Blood God Sword Village has not yet been opened, but the Julin Tianxia Guild has already taken action. After all, as the owners of the Blood Sword Manor, they could enter the Snow God Sword Manor in advance to arrange the formation. Of course, in addition to setting up the formation, they also found Yi Feng, because they knew that Yi Feng would not be absent from Blood God Sword Manor's activities again today, and the rewards from Blood God Sword Manor were too tempting. As the interim president of Julin Tianxia, Quang Tu found Yifeng and asked, President Yifeng, if you are willing to cooperate with our Zhu Lin Tianxia, help us take down the Snow God Sword Village at once. Next week we will how about giving the position of Snow God Sword Manor to you and repeating this process. Yifeng said, do you mean that our Glory Guild will not participate in this event? Or do you mean that we, the members of the Glory Guild, will stop the members of the Tu Feng Guild? The madman said, it's easy to deal with smart people. Our request is very simple. As long as you keep the Tu Feng Wei people out of the Blood God Sword Manor, and let us guard the Blood God Sword Manor, the deal will be considered completed. Yifeng said, you have all been the owners of the Blood God Sword Manor for a week. It should be my turn this week. That's not possible. We took it by ourselves last week. If we cooperate this week, of course, I will continue to take it. After all, the Blood God Sword Manor is in my hands now. Yifeng said, I was busy last week, so I didn't come to participate this time. And you have seen the strength of our guild members. We have several artifacts. I still don't believe it. We can't defeat the Blood God. Jianzhuang. Yes. Why the madman came to Yifeng and the others to discuss the temporary alliance is because of Yifeng's glory. There are terrible artifacts in the guild. Coupled with Yifeng's return this time, the combat effectiveness of their guild can be improved by more than one level. And as far as Yifeng is concerned, he can beat several super masters. The madman said, this is not fair. If this is the case, I can look for you again. Tu Feng will be my ally. It is impossible for your Glory Guild to win the Blood God Sword Manor. Yifeng laughed and said, last time you tricked him. This time you want to cooperate with him. I'm afraid the price will be very high. That's why you came to me. Yes. If we cooperate with Tutu Summit this time, we will definitely have to pay a high price. However, if your Glory Guild cannot obtain the Blood God Sword Village and the title of the #1 guild in the world, I think there will be many people would love to see that. What the fanatics said had no intention of concealing anything. Their purpose was very direct. When I rule the world, I will occupy this Blood God Sword Manor and gain the title of the best guild in the world. If you want to ally with me, then help me resist other guilds. Our two guilds will take turns to be the best guild in the world. But if this is the case, Yifeng would rather not. After all, if the Snow God Sword Village obtained in this way does not have any strength, his name as the best guild in the world is just a name in vain. What I have to do more is to use my own strength to obtain the Blood God Sword Manor. I have no plans to ally with anyone. After all, the three major guilds are in a tripartite state. If there is an alliance between those two guilds, it will definitely break the balance of the game circle. Yifeng said, I'm sorry. I can't meet your request. Just wait for the arrival of our Glory Guild tonight. Humph. If you don't eat the toast and eat the fine wine, then your Glory Guild will never even think about touching the Blood God Sword Manor. Although the madman left angrily, Yifeng didn't care whether he was angry or not. Even if he agreed to him, he would probably go to Tu Feng for a meeting. After all, the reward from Blood God Sword Manor is too tempting. The madman has already obtained this benefit and cannot give it to others at once. Soon, the fanatics found Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng saw the Quantue's unhappy face and said, Humph! Quantue guild leader, why do you still have the nerve to come to me? The madman said, it's a game. Don't be so serious. This time, I have something important to do with President Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng said, looking for an alliance with me, and then abandoning me in the end. You think I'm stupid? The fanatic said with some embarrassment, of course not this time. We come here with sincerity. Zhui Feng said, tell me. I want to see how sincere you are. The madman said, if the two of us confirm our alliance, this time, you will help me save the Blood God Sword Manor. Next time, the Blood God Sword Manor will be yours. And then it will belong to me the next time. And so on. Zhui Feng said, no. If you want to form an alliance with me, this time the Blood God Sword Village must belong to us. Tu Feng. The madman said, President Zhui Feng, don't refuse in a hurry. As an apology for the last time, I am willing to reward the city lord of Snow God Sword Manor this time with the Snow God Sword for you to use for a week. But the Blood Xinjian village must be ours. Zhui Feng was a little hesitant. That was an artifact. How could the platinum equipment in his hand be as good as an artifact? Seeing Zhui Feng hesitate, the fanatic said while the iron was hot, of course. If you don't agree, President Zhui Feng, I can go to the Glory Guild. I believe that under the temptation of the artifact, not many people will refuse. After hearing the words Glory Guild, Zhui Feng no longer hesitated and agreed. Anyway, it was just a week late to obtain the Blood God Sword Manor, which was not a big problem. And he also got the use of an artifact. Right. Chapter 501 Strategy. The news that Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng would reach an alliance agreement quickly spread. After all, such a thing cannot be guaranteed. After all, both sides have to arrange for their respective members to fight in the coming night. What things need to be avoided? Therefore, the two alliances are already a certainty. Xiao He was extremely angry and said on the alliance channel, "Damn it! Why did Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng form an alliance again? Is Xuefeng up to Fengwei out of his mind? Wasn't it enough that he was fooled last time?" Chu Ti and I said, obviously. The two major guilds do not want our glory guild to take over the Blood God Sword Manor. If they monopolize it, we will have no chance at all. Yes, if this is really done, many guild members will try their best to go to their two guilds. After all, the attributes are really good, said arrogant brother. Everyone knows that the alliance between the two guilds must have some kind of hidden secret. Moreover, the rewards from Snow God Sword Manor are too tempting. Which guild doesn't want to obtain the ownership of Snow God Sword Manor? Even if it's a guild. If the two super guilds take turns sitting there every week, they will benefit greatly. Now it seems that only their glory union is excluded. If this is the case, then Blood God Sword Village can really say goodbye to them. Yifeng said, I also know that if the two major trade unions form an alliance, our chances of obtaining the Blood God Sword Manor may be slim. But don't forget why you came to the Glory Guild. Xiao He said loudly, for glory. Yes, for glory. Chu Ti and I agreed. Aotian said, although I know that their two major labor unions are likely to target us, I did not expect that they would do so resolutely. Yifeng said, just before, the guild leader who ruled the world, the madman, came to me. He wanted me to join an alliance with us to deal with the two Fengwei. But I refused. What? Are the madmen coming here to look for you? You want us to ally with them? This guy must have become angry after being rejected by you. So he went to the Butcher Guild. He must have given him a lot of benefits. Xiao He said disdainfully. Yifeng said, I don't know how many benefits were given. But Junlin Tianxia's request is that the owner of the students this week is the owner. Or they Junlin Tianxia. That's too much. They want to own the Blood God Sword Manor for half a month at a time. Did that idiot Zhui Feng actually agree to it? Yifeng nodded and said, it is very likely that he agreed. Otherwise, they would not be able to reach an alliance. After all, the madman who dominates the world will not compromise his conditions so easily. And he knows whether we and Tu Feng will join forces to deal with him. So his certainty should be much greater than ours. Damn crazy gangsters. We shouldn't have helped them secure the gang territory in the first place. Now they're simply feeding tigers. Yifeng shook his head and said, what happened back then was caused by the situation at that time. So there was nothing we could do about it. Today's situation is also caused by interests. So it has nothing to do with right or wrong. Although Yifeng explained this, some members of Yifeng's Glory Guild Alliance and Glory Guild still complained about Yifeng privately. The battle tonight will probably be extremely intense. And it may even be impossible to get through the gate of the Blood God Sword Manor. At noon, Yifeng collapsed on the sofa. And Yen Yu and Zisu sat on both sides of Yifeng. Yifeng was a little embarrassed because of what happened in the morning. After all, the alliance between Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fengwei made them completely lose control of the Blood God Sword Village. Yifeng said, is there anything you can do? Zisu said, what can we do? We can only fight hard or rely on luck. After all, they only have so many people. How can they compare with the two unions? Yen Yu said, of course there is no way to fight. But I think we can use some strategies. Which does not necessarily mean that we must fight them. Yifeng asked, strategy? What can you do? Yen Yu said, don't there be 2 hours before the Blood God Sword Village starts the activity? We can wait until the last half hour to gather for the activity. We will only rush for one wave. If the first wave fails, there will be nothing to say. Yifeng nodded. This seemed to make sense. If, in the first hour and a half, they only gathered but did not leave the main city or the gang territory, let Tu Fengwei and Junlin Tianxia people let them wait there. And wait until the last moment to surprise them and attack them again. Although it is said that it is an attack, it is a bit difficult to obtain the ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. But if we have been playing for an hour and a half and everyone is physically and mentally exhausted, it will be very difficult to play again in the last half hour. And they don't need to compete with other guilds. They can recuperate and wait until the last wave of energy is enough to charge directly. Yifeng nodded. This is not a good idea. After going online, Yi Feng found Outian and thought over the methods proposed by English with Outian. Outian also nodded and said, "It is indeed possible. But we cannot gather together. We have to pretend to be complete, and do not want to attack the Snow God Sword Manor to let them relax their vigilance. Then do we want to make arrangements?" Outian shook his head and said, "No. There are quite a few 007s in our alliance. Wait a minute. I have my own arrangements. Anyway, this is the method. Give it a try. If it works, it will work. If it doesn't, we can only discuss it in the long term." Not long after, Outian held a small meeting on the Alliance channel. What this means is that you may or may not participate in the Blood God Sword Village event tonight. But you must be online and wait. When I have notified everyone to gather, please be sure to gather. Then, there was nothing more. The news soon reached the ears of Tu Fenghui and Jun Lintianxia. After the fanatic heard the news, although he was a little surprised, he thought it was normal. How could Yi Feng's Glory Guild defeat their two super unions? The possibility of giving up was not impossible. If they give up, that's the best choice. They can easily win the Blood God Sword Manor without getting tired. After Yi Feng heard the news, he laughed. Haha. This Yi Feng. I think he is scared. President. Can he not be afraid? Our two unions are united and his is one union. How can we fight against us? That's right. Our Snow God Sword Manor has decided on it. Haha. I hope this madman won't go back on his promise. Otherwise, I will make him look good. Of course. After this news spread among Yi Feng's Glory Union and Glory Alliance, many members sighed. Although they knew they couldn't beat them, many people still wanted to give it a try. After all, their Glory Alliance had been going through this process all along. From never being favored to becoming a super union today. Chapter 502 Raid. President Yi Feng. Don't we, the Glory Alliance, have the strength to fight? Yes, President Yi Feng. Our pesticide alliance has grown from an independent alliance to a super guild like this. Have we ever lost? If we don't try tonight, how do we know that we will lose? Even if their two super guilds unite. So what? My Glory Guild is still capable of fighting. Yi Feng looked at the alliance channel and saw that everyone was optimistic about the Glory Guild Glory Alliance. Yi Feng felt very pleased. He knew that many people had followed Yi Feng from the time the union was established in the first district to where they are today. More than half a year has passed during this period, and it has changed the lives of many people. Yi Feng is their mentor in life. It is because of its existence that they are united together. But today they only encountered a small difficulty to make the Glory Alliance give up the Snow God Sword Village event, which made them feel dissatisfied. Yi Feng said on the Alliance channel, "Please believe me. This decision is the result of our careful consideration. Not participating this time does not mean that we will give up in the future. When did our Glory Guild give up? No. Never give up." Yi Feng said with a smile. "In that case, you should believe me. There can only be one name for Blood God Sword Manor, and that is for our Glory Alliance. President Yi Feng is mighty. Yi Feng and others have prepared enough smoke bombs and are waiting to see if they can be fooled." After all, the two super unions are not just fledgling guilds. They are both cunning and cunning people. Time passed at 1 o'clock. And finally, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The Blood God Sword Manor, which was supposed to be very lively, seemed unusually deserted during the siege activities. Like the last Snow God Sword Village event, it could almost be said that it was an explosion from beginning to end. Especially at the end when it completely exploded. Just this time. Except for some small players who wanted to attack the Blood God Sword Manor. They were all driven away by the players who dominated the world. The members of Tu Fenghui have been guarding outside the gate of Blood God Sword Manor. But they have never seen anyone from the Glory Alliance come here. The people in Tu Fenghui and Junlin Jiangxia all thought that Yi Feng and others were afraid and did not dare to come. Many people even started provocations on the World Channel. The Glory Alliance, which is known as the gathering place for masters in the region, dare not come to fight against the Blood God Sword Manor. What a joke. Who else is the best master in the region? Bah! That's right. Especially that Yi Feng. The last time he felt that he couldn't defeat us, he sneaked away. When he saw the alliance between our two guilds for the first time, he simply stopped fighting, just to give himself a chance. Down the stairs. What you said makes sense. If they could win it, how could the Blood God Sword Manor say that they had something to go out on such an important day? Yes, you are right. That must be the reason. Of course, the people from the Glory Alliance also started to fight back. but their counterattack was somewhat ineffective. After all, they did not win the Blood God Sword Manor and did not have enough confidence. Moreover, at that time, Yi Feng did leave. Even the position of president was given to Brother Arrogant. But Yi Feng immediately said to the alliance, "Okay, ignore them. Do your own thing. There is nothing to say. After all, the Blood God Sword Village is in their hands." "Hey, President Yi Feng, you can bear this breath," Yi Feng said. "Otherwise, let's fight them hard. Do you think we can't defeat their two major guilds?" What Yi Feng said was very realistic. Their union was no match for the two guilds. Soon, the entire Glory Alliance fell silent. On the World Channel, in addition to Tu Fenghui and the Junlin people who were still provoking, there were also some individual guilds who were watching the excitement and didn't take it too seriously and were also making sarcastic remarks. But as 1 minute and 1 second passed, the boring Snow God Sword Village activities made them lose their composure. Even though they cursed fiercely on the World Channel, no one responded to them, which made them even more bored. About half an hour later, when it just reached 8:30, the members of Tu Fenghui couldn't sit still. The Glory Union doesn't come to attack the Blood God Sword Manor. They just sit here. How boring. Looking at the members of his guild and the brothers in the alliance, they all started to feel a little bored and listless. Shui Feng said, "Stay still. It's only been half an hour. What if they come to fight?" After Shui Feng said this, Tu Fenghui's alliance was a little better, but everyone was still in low spirits. The members of the Julin Tianxia alliance also became bored, and some even secretly started to go out to level up. There is nothing we can do about this phenomenon. After all, if you don't keep it, if members of the Glory Guild come, you will be in trouble. But do you mean to keep it? It seems extremely boring to have so many people here. At 9 o'clock in the evening, there was still no sign of the Glory Guild attacking the Blood God Sword Manor. This caused members of the two major alliances to start leveling up one after another, and even started downloading dungeons. After all, it's been so long. It's better to practice more and gain more experience. Shui Feng, Huang Tu and others had no choice. After all, the Blood God Sword Village event lasted for 2 hours. It's half an hour past 9:30 again, but there is still no movement among the members of the Glory Guild. Even the members of the two major trade union alliances. The number of people in the Snow God Sword Manor has been reduced by more than half. Damn. I'm so sleepy. I've been here for an hour and a half and haven't done anything. You're so sleepy. I guess you've been sleeping the whole time. We still have to wait for half an hour. It's so boring. That's right. Invincible is so lonely. Don't disturb me. Let me take a nap. There is still half an hour left. Zhuifeng, the fanatic in the alliance said, there is half an hour left. Just in case there is a sneak attack from the Glory Alliance. Everyone should come back. Even so, the number of people who came back was less than half of those who went out. At this moment, Yi Feng's Pesticide Alliance suddenly remembered the emergency announcement. All online members immediately gave up everything they were doing and headed to the Blood God Sword Manor, preparing to attack the Blood God Sword Manor. The members of the Glory Guild, who were depressed before, immediately became excited at this moment. Damn it. I'm just telling you. Why didn't our Honor Guild participate in the Snow God Sword Village event? This is called a surprise. Because of the previous resentment, the gathering time, this time was extremely fast. And everyone was extremely fast. Yi Feng and others were already well prepared. Yi Feng directly raised the Sky Lantern, and all members within his range had their all attributes increased by 10% in attack. Not only Yi Feng, but also Yu Mingming's auxiliary effect can be said to be maximized. They didn't hesitate at all and rushed forward while the crowd was still gathering. Chapter 503 The Terrifying Wrath of the God of War. Of course, at this time, there is no need for the Alliance to suddenly attack the Blood God Sword Village. Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng we have already learned about it. Shui Feng was already shouting in the Alliance, members who were out come back quickly. Hurry up! The fanatics, like the guild leader, are shouting hard and calling their members to come back quickly. After all, in the sudden attack of the Glory Guild, their personnel are not as much as 2/3 of the previous ones. Yi Feng and others rushed forward, went up, and came to the gate of Snow God Sword Manor. Yi Feng used the demonization skill without hesitation. Not only Yi Feng, but also others have used all the large-scale skills that can be used. Just in an instant, all the members of Tu Fenghui outside the gate had been killed. Inside the gate, the members of Tu Fenghui, including Jue Feng, were all ready. Fortunately, those members who had the beginning of darkness were all by Jue Feng's side. But this time, under the leadership of Yi Feng, the 11 members of Jue Feng who possessed the art of darkness coming were completely unable to withstand the attacks of Yi Feng and others. But in an instant, Tu Fenghui's success turned into a massive defeat, because they have no idea why their combat effectiveness has plummeted. If nothing else, it was the armor that Yi Feng was wearing. The Maple Armor. Maple Armor has an extremely abnormal skill. As the main artifact, it is completely worthy of his name. As long as Yi Feng activates this skill, the attributes of all friendly forces within a radius of nearly 100 meters of Yi Feng will increase by 30%, while the attributes of all enemies will decrease by 50%. And this skill lasts for 5 minutes. And the name of this skill is Wrath of the God of War. Such terrifying attribute additions and reductions fully deserve the name. It's because of Yi Feng's path to the God of War that the combat effectiveness of all Pesticide Union and Alliance players has skyrocketed, while the combat effectiveness of the guys on the opposite side has plummeted. This resulted in such a situation of overwhelming defeat. The countdown for all players after death was 30 seconds before they could choose to resurrect. When they ran from the resurrection point, Yi Feng and others had already arrived in front of the Crystal Energy Tower. Jue Feng shouted in the Alliance channel, "We can't stop it." Yi Feng and the others rushed in. The madman was shocked. It was completely impossible that Tu Fenghui's ability could not stop him. What's going on? You guys have the art of darkness descending. Even 11 people can't stop one Yi Feng. Damn. I don't know what happened. Our attributes dropped by 50%. They killed us like ants. Just the moment of contact, our people were completely tortured and killed. What? There are such terrifying skills. At this time, Chao Ci frowned and said, "President, Yi Feng and the others are here." There was no blocking force at all. And the ordinary members who stood in front of Yi Feng were just like cutting rice. They were all thrown down. Moreover, the morale of the members of the Glory Alliance increased greatly. In just a short time, less than 2 minutes, they had arrived in front of the energy crystal. Seeing that there were 3 minutes of skill time left, Yi Feng roared, "Kill! Show your spirit for glory. Take down the Blood God Sword Manor, and defend our title as the #1 guild." Okay. A shout soared to the sky, making everyone's blood boil. Yi Feng was in the front, and the others followed behind. When the two sides started a fierce battle, suddenly, among the crowd of Jun Lin Tianxia, a figure rushed out. The players in Lin Tianxia suddenly became confused. The player with the shadow of the Dark Dragon was actually the shadow. Because of the appearance of the shadow, the players in the world were suddenly at a loss. Their formation was in panic at the first moment. And to destroy their glory, the guild would certainly not let go of such a good opportunity. Chu Tianai rushed forward immediately, and the Golden Arhut was activated. With Yi Feng's bonus and his own damage reduction effect, it simply blinded everyone. Afterwards, Mist and Rain's Ice Dragon, like a harvester on the battlefield, froze a large area of players. Yi Feng flew directly to the Crystal Energy Tower and pushed Chao Ci and Quangren out. Just for a moment, it was very suitable for a madman. Even if he used his transformation ability, he still couldn't save the decadent situation. In fact, when all their attributes dropped by 50%, it was simply impossible for them to kill Yi Feng. After Yi Feng obtained the Maple Armor, his blood volume went straight to 20,000. In just an instant, Yi Feng's Pesticide Union and Alliance had already rushed to the Energy Tower. But Yi Feng did not break the seal of the Energy Tower because of this. So he gave this opportunity to Outyan. Outyan hid directly behind the Energy Tower and began to unblock the Energy Tower. A 60-second countdown appeared in front of Outyan. As long as these 60 seconds are completed, the Blood God Sword Village will belong to the Glory Guild. Ding! System prompt, Junlin Tian Xia Guild. Please pay attention to Junlin Tian Xia Guild. Please note that an enemy guild is attacking the energy crystal. An enemy guild is attacking the energy crystal. Please go to support. Please go to support. This reminder completely made the fanatics and others crazy. But fortunately their resurrection point was relatively close, and they could be teleported directly to the energy crystal. But what troubles them the most is that Yi Feng did not break the seal, but asked him to pick up the maple leaves the day after tomorrow, with his hands beside Outyan. If they want to attack Outyan, the first person they have to face is Yi Feng. Chao Ci and others tried desperately to attack Yi Feng and others, but Yi Feng's abnormal skills were too terrifying. After that attribute is reduced by half, even if they use the ability to transform, Their abilities are only a little stronger than before. The Blood God Sword Village will be occupied by Yi Feng's Glory Guild. At this time, Tu Feng Guild, who is chasing the wind, will also come to cause trouble. Since Junlin Tianxia cannot defend the Blood God Sword Manor, it depends on whose hands the Blood God Sword Manor will fall in the end. But with the passage of time, and the loss of players from Yi Feng's Glory Union and Alliance, Yi Feng has fewer and fewer protective members in front of him. In less than 30 seconds, more than half of the players in front of Yi Feng had been reduced. But the energy tower still had 30 seconds to unblock. Yi Feng shouted, "Defend! Hurry! Someone comes quickly!" At this moment, Bai Yan, who had been hiding in the energy, finally moved behind him, in order to avoid the restrictions imposed on him by other players. Bai Yan remained motionless. But at this time, he had to use his summoning technique. Bai Yan shouted, "The ultimate summoning technique. Blood Kill Guard." Just like when Yi Feng defended the city, a large number of white figures crawled out from the ground and soon joined the battle. There were thousands of these white figures. But Bai Yan has also fallen into a completely weak state. As soon as he dies, all his summoned beasts will disappear. Of course Yi Feng understands this problem. So Yi Feng must now protect Bai Yan with all his strength. Chapter 504 Pigs' feet show their power. Of course, it is impossible for people like Yi Feng to win the Blood God Sword Manor so smoothly. Junlin Tianxia's people have already launched a counterattack, and Aotian's water level has been decreasing crazily. Even if there are several wet nurses feeding him at the same time, he can hardly hold it. Yi Feng shouted, "Chu Tianai, come here quickly. You have started to unblock it too." The two of them unlocked the seal at the same time and had a guarantee. But the front row suffered heavy losses. Even so, Yi Feng endured huge pressure and carried it from the front. Yu Mingming and Celia are two top priests, and their blood-increasing skills are very top-notch. Especially when Yu Mingming was adding blood. He kept adding buffs to his teammates, and even added negative states to the enemy. However, Junlin Tianxia had already reacted at this time, and too many people had gathered. On the contrary, the Pesticide Guild on Yi Feng's side was outside the Blood God Sword Manor due to death and resurrection. Therefore, the members who died on the side of the Glory Guild cannot be replaced within a certain period of time. This caused Aotian, who had been unblocked for the longest time, to be instantly killed in the next few seconds. Damn it. There's still 10 seconds to go. It's just 10 seconds to go. Damn it. Aotian finally cursed. And he was only 10 seconds away from taking down the Blood God Sword Manor. But he was still killed by the opponent. Fortunately, Yi Feng asked Chu Tianai to come over and unseal, so his brother-in-law's time was not wasted. However, Night Breeze still said on the Alliance channel, "Everyone, hurry up and come here quickly. Chu Tianai is unsealing." Because of the glory in front of Yi Feng, more than half of the guild members have been lost. I am afraid that they can no longer hold on. Chu Tianai has finished breaking the seal. Even Yin Yu and Ying, two guys with main artifacts, couldn't withstand the attacks of too many players. Even if the two of them can fight 1 against 100, how can there be only 100 people on the opposite side? The number of members in the Glory Guild was decreasing like crazy. And at this moment, bad news came from the outside. That is, the members of Tu Feng. We have intercepted most of the Glory Guild members outside the Blood God Sword Manor. The effective strength on Yi Feng's side was getting less and less, and Yi Feng had to stand up. The moment Yi Feng stood up, all the players around Yi Feng fell to the ground and died. Because Yi Feng's damage was so high, his death scythe almost killed everyone wherever it touched. But even so, there are still masters in Junlin Tianxia, such as Chao Ci. Obviously, Yi Feng could not kill him immediately, but it slowed down his pace. Yi Feng asked Chu Tianai privately, "How many seconds are left?" "President, there are still 30 seconds. There are still 30 seconds left. It's obviously hard to hold on." Moreover, the priests on Yu Mingming and Xiaoya's side were also attacked. Priests are extremely fragile, and their goal is to increase Chu Tianya's health. But when their lives were threatened, Chu Tianya's blood volume fluctuated, and he was very careful. What to do now? Even a master like Bai Yan has lost his fighting ability now, and his white blood-killing guards are almost completely damaged. It was really because of the combination of the two major unions that Yi Feng's Glory Guild was a little unable to bear it. But now there was less than 30 seconds left, and Yi Feng felt that he had to hold on no matter what. But watching a member of the Glory Guild fall next to him, a very small number of Glory Guild members came in from the gate of the Blood God Sword Manor. "Can't you get in? I can't hold it in any longer." At this moment, Aotian, who was resurrected, was also stopped by the members of Tu Fengli at the door. He had no chance to enter the Blood God Sword Manor. Alkian said anxiously, "We have too few people, and we can't rush in at all." Yi Feng knew that they could only rely on themselves. But how could the remaining people withstand the entire attack from Junlin Tianxia? Misty rain and shadows shrink over and come to me. If they continue to disperse like this, we will defeat them one by one. Good. They came to him at extremely fast speeds. Especially Yenyu's huge ice dragon, which hovered directly above Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng used his trump card, which was the fully grown pig's feet. Yi Feng directly turned the pig's foot out of the pet space and shouted loudly, "The pig's foot turns into a dragon." This is the first time that Pigfoot has shown his strength to the world after becoming an adult. The moment the pig's feet appeared, both of them thought that Yi Feng was at the end of his rope. It was the pig's feet that turned into a giant at that moment. And everyone was shocked. But Quang Tu, the president of Junlin Tianxia, reacted the fastest. Although the length of the pig's feet is only 30 or 40 meters, it is like a hill, blocking the sight of all players attacking Yi Feng and the others. The madman said, "I don't care what kind of divine pet you are. Today you are a giant dragon. I will kill it for you. Kill it!" Yi Feng shouted, "Pig's feet. The secret of the dragon clan." At this point in the speech, Yi Feng no longer hides. The adult pig's trotters receive blessings from the Dragon King and gain the mysteries of the dragon clan. Pig's foot is a giant fire-attributed dragon. After hearing Yi Feng ask him to use the secret of Dragon Clan, that huge head had flames spurting out from its nostrils. The pig's feet howled loudly, and the green dragon's chant resounded throughout the Blood God Sword Manor. Yi Feng looked at the pig's feet very strangely. He actually understood what the pig's feet were saying. He was reciting a long string of dragon language. But Yi Feng only remembered the last few words. The secret of the Dragon Clan. The fire dragon fills the sky with fire. This is Pig's Foot's only dragon secret skill. Just at that moment, the entire Blood God Sword Manor came in. As if it was on fire. A huge fireball appeared in the sky. And with lightning speed, it directly hit the tens of thousands of people in front of the protagonist. But at that moment, all the members of Junlin Tianxia felt a sense of despair. The madman yelled in an unwilling voice, "No! Junlin Tianxia is the largest guild in the world. And the Blood God Sword Manor is mine." Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't undo the most terrifying move of Pig's Foot. But after using Dragon Mystery, Pig's Foot also faced a huge number of skill attacks. After being blessed by the Dragon King, the blood volume of the pig's feet as an adult has reached a terrifying 300,000. But just in an instant, Yi Feng saw that the pig's foot's blood volume was desperately decreasing. Yi Feng shouted, "Hurry up and add blood to the pig's feet so that he doesn't die. Otherwise we will fail." Yes, Pig's Foot's dragon mysteries are only the most basic, so his damage and damage range are far from reaching the state of Ice Phoenix Fairy. Therefore, there are many people who only have residual health but are not dead. These people are the ones who cause horrific and fatal injuries to the pig's feet. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Chapter 505, Capture the Blood God Sword Manor. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Gory Guild for temporarily gaining ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. Just in that moment, all the Gory Guild players within the Snow God Sword Manor were teleported to the Blood God Sword Manor. All the guilds that did not own the Blood God Sword Manor were teleported out of the Blood God Sword Manor and returned to the camp where they attacked the Blood God Sword Manor. Holy shit. I got it. Damn. It's exciting. Damn. I'm so excited. But there are still more than 10 minutes before the end of Blood God Sword Village. So it's still too early to be happy. Yi Feng and Outyan said in the alliance at almost the same time, "Hurry up and defend. There is still time. The people on the opposite side will come over." At the Blood God Sword Manor, the momentum of the Glory Alliance was so high that they never thought that they could really win the Blood God Sword Manor. Of course, Tu Fengli and Junlin Tianxia did not expect that under the attack of the two major guilds, Yi Feng and others would steal the Blood God Sword Manor. The fanatics shouted, "There is still time. Hurry up and rush in. They will definitely not be able to hold on." The vast crowd of people ran desperately towards the gate of Blood God Sword Manor. At this time, because of this innate advantage, the members of the Gory Guild had already teleported to the inside of the gate of the Blood God Sword Manor. As for the alliance guilds of the Gory Guild, they had already begun to block the siegers on the road. Their purpose is to let these people go to the Blood God Sword Manor as slowly as possible. After all, Just these guilds cannot stop those tens of thousands of guilds. But after all, there was a collision between the two sides, so the members of the Honorable Guild had more time to prepare. In front of the gate of Blood God Sword Manor, a sea of skills has been formed. A large number of Pesticide Guild members gathered here must be the gate. As long as they are stopped here, it is impossible for them to enter. The madman rushed in first, but in a sea of skills, he didn't even last for a second and returned directly to the camp to resurrect. However, because there are so many people behind them, and there are many expert players in their guild, soon someone crossed the ocean of skills and arrived at the gate of the Glory Guild Blood God Sword Manor. However, there are already soldiers here who are waiting for those who have sneaked in, and they can catch them accurately. After all, the gate of Blood God Sword Manor is so big. If you want to come in, it's impossible for everyone to come in. Several hundred people entered at the same time, but it was impossible for tens of thousands of people to enter at the same time. But just because this situation exists, why is it said that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack? Moreover, Yinyu and Ning have already arrived in front of the gate to help them. If the position of the gate is breached, they will quickly move to the energy tower to guard the last position. However, as time goes by, there are more and more players in front of the gate of Blood God Sword Manor, and they are not in a hurry to attack. They are waiting for the personnel to hold the final wave. Looking at the dark crowd of players in front of the gate of the Blood God Sword Manor, this man's head almost trembled. Altian roared, "Throw all the ranged skills at every position in front of the gate of the Blood God Sword Manor. Don't leave any gaps. If you stick to it, our rewards will be rich." Hold. And with only 7 or 8 minutes left, the two guilds standing in front of the Snow God Sword Manor suddenly launched an attack. Some cannon fodder members rushed into the sea of skills at the entrance of Blood God Sword Manor as a cover. Behind them are the elite members of the two major guilds, who push forward at all costs. But it's a pity that with Yinyu around, they can't move even an inch. Yinyu's Ice Dragon is simply the nemesis of everyone's movement. It slows down everyone's movement. But it was at this time that the top experts from the two major guilds appeared. While the Glory Guild and others were attacking the cannon fodder, they had already appeared among the crowd of the Glory Guild. At this time, they disrupted the formation of the members of the Glory Guild, and the ocean of skills in front of them had been interrupted a lot. Because of this, a large number of players had begun to rush towards the Snow God Sword Manor. Altian shouted in the Alliance channel, "Everyone retreat. Return to the energy tower to defend him. We can't defend here. This is the wisest choice. They have already rushed in. If they continue to fight like this, it will not help at all. They can only defend the energy crystal tower." However, when all the players came to the energy crystal tower again, in front of them was a huge monster. Yes, Pig's Foot is not dead. After taking down the Blood God Sword Village at the last moment, all the players' attacks disappeared. It is precisely because of this that within this period of time, the Pig's Feet's health has been fully restored by the priest group. After the players attacking the Snow God Sword Manor appeared, the Pig's Trotters sprayed flames over them. The blood volume of those guys was at least half lost, and even the squishy ones were killed instantly. Yifeng shouted, "Pig's Feet. Wind wings." The Pig's Feet flew in midair, waving its wings and blowing out huge winds. The members of Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fengwei who arrived were so upset that they were unable to move even an inch. "President, I can't do it. I can't go at all. Time is running out. Now there is less than 5 minutes left. If they go well in these 5 minutes, they will use the password to unlock the seal. If not, they will be blocked. In this case, there will not be enough time to unlock the seal. Is that enough? Hurry up and leave the dragon alone." Yes. The Glory Guild, which had the advantage of geographical location and time, had no intention of fighting them head-on, but rather stalling for time. Moreover, there is a huge monster like Pig's Foot here. His damage is group-wide, and he can force hundreds of people back at once. Seeing that time was running out, the others were so angry that they were stamping their feet. Yifeng just stood in front of the energy crystal tower, watching the battle in front of him motionless. He is the last protector of the energy tower. When my opponent rushed to him, he had to go down and fight. At present, it seems that their method is very effective. It is to delay time. The ones who are anxious now are not them, but the two major guilds opposite. The fanatic's face turned gloomy as time went by. It was obvious that the Blood God Sword Village today must have been taken down by the Glory Union. And their biggest failure was that they were too lazy while waiting for an hour and a half, which led to this failure. As time passes by 1 minute and 1 second, When the time is less than 1 minute, even the members of the Glory Guild have given up fighting. Even if you kill them, you may not reach the energy crystal, and the entire event will be over. Just as they thought. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, the activities of the Blood God Sword Village ended immediately. Chapter 506, Alliance disbanded. 10 o'clock has arrived, and all guilds that are not owners of the Blood God Sword Village have been teleported out of the Blood God Sword Village. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild for becoming the owner of the Blood God Sword Village this week, and becoming the #1 guild in the fantasy world this week. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. Obtaining 50,000 gang contribution points. And obtaining the artifact Blood God Sword. Limited time. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your guild winning the title of Blood God Sword Village. The first guild. There are also a series of system prompts, all of which are the rewards obtained by Yifeng. Of course, the players didn't care about what they got, but hurriedly attacked all players on the world channel. What a fool. My Glory Guild is strong. So what if the alliance of the two major guilds doesn't belong to us yet? It's great. I really want to see if that madman's face is green. Haha. I think it's okay to say that the Glory Guild is the strongest. Damn it. Who has any objections to this? We, the Glory Guild, took over the Blood God Sword Manor from the two major guilds alive. We are so tough. Of course, there are also those who are dissident, namely those members of Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng Hui. You, the Glory Guild, just attacked us while we were away. You don't even know how much it weighs. A guild that engaged in sneak attacks won the ownership of the Blood God Sword Manor. It really thought that it was a big deal. The Blood God Sword Manor next week does not belong to our guild. If we hadn't been deceived by you, how could Snow God Sword Manor be from your Glory Guild? It's despicable. Hack you people. Don't you know there are tactics? Do you have strategies? If you lose, you will call us despicable. Aren't the two major trade union alliances despicable? You two damn super alliances are telling us despicable things. But you hacking don't even look in the mirror to see what kind of virtue you have. For a time, the world channel was full of war. And the war of words was as exciting as the actual battle. But no matter what, Yifeng and the others all won the Blood God Sword Manor, and won the title of the #1 guild in the world. However, Yifeng threw the Blood Divine Sword directly to Brother Arrogant. Arrogant Brother is a warrior who uses swords, and he is a bloodthirsty berserker. After possessing the artifact, his attack power can be said to be doubled. After getting the artifact, Brother Arrogant hugged Yifeng excitedly and said, "Boss, you are so good. You gave me the artifact." Yifeng said, "If you don't want me to go to someone else, there are many warrior professions." Brother Arrogant hugged his Blood Divine Sword tightly and said, No. There's no reason to take back what you gave away." Xiao Hei on the side said pitifully, "When will the boss give me a magic weapon to play with?" Yifeng said, "There are many artifact spirits in the Hidden Sword Valley. If you want a divine artifact, just go there and you'll get it." "Real?" "Of course. This is if you are very lucky. If you don't take a look, everyone knows that the artifact may appear there. If they all go there, wouldn't everyone have the artifact?" "Damn it. You are fooling me. The probability is so low." Yifeng pointed at Chutianya's gloves and said, "Well, I got this guy's artifact spirit back from the Hidden Sword Valley." Xiao Hei looked down on Chutianai and said, "Don't mention him to me. This guy shows off in front of me all day long and makes me angry just looking at him." At this time, the Arrogant Brother on the side said, "There will be another one of me next. Let me go. You guys are still not brothers. Don't always be shy in front of me. One day, I will get better equipment than you." "Right, boss." Yifeng said, "By the way, I have something else I can give you. I happen to replace it myself." Hearing what Yifeng said, Xiao Hei immediately became excited and asked, "What kind of equipment is it?" Yifeng took out his Glory Destiny armor. This thing was completely eliminated after he equipped it with the maple armor. "Here, take it. I'll give this to you as compensation for you." "Hack you. The Glory Destiny armor. This is the top glory suit. Boss, you won't have anything better." Yifeng patted his chest and said, "You can take a look at the equipment that ranks first in the equipment rankings." Xiao Hei said with some amazement, "Boss, why do I feel that it was opened by your family? The name of this equipment, maple armor, is a bit too much." Yifeng said, "When I first got this equipment, I thought it was just easy to use. Haha. Today's harvest is not bad. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I'll go for a walk in the Hidden Sword Valley to see if I can get a weapon spirit. After Yi Feng obtained the ownership of Snow God Sword Manor, the next work was handed over to Chu Tianyan and Altian, because it is impossible for Yi Feng's alliance union to let them work in vain. They have to be dragged into the Glory Guild to receive them. After receiving the rewards from the Blood God Sword Village, and then withdrawing from the membership, they will be able to obtain the status of the Blood God Sword Village for a week. It is also an affirmation of their own alliance guild. They help Yi Feng's Glory Guild. Of course, also for this state. If there is no reward, they will not do such a thankless thing. There has been a huge quarrel on the World Channel. And there is also a huge quarrel on the official forum of Fantasy World, because of the Blood God Sword Manor acquired by the Glory Guild. A large number of players, who were not optimistic about the Glory Guild, were slapped in the face. However, some players said this was unfair. Yi Feng had a mythical beast, and it was precisely because of that giant dragon mythical beast that they lost the ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. But mythical beasts are also acquired by others. And Yi Feng has a mythical beast. Everyone knows that you didn't just say that you just acquired it. So people on the forum started arguing one after another. And the presidents of my two major guilds also allowed their members to make trouble. After all, if you lose this battle, if you don't win it, and keep it in your heart, you may have some opinions about the guild. The Guangzhou and Zhui Feng gathered together again. But this time, they were not together for the sake of the Blood God Sword Manor. Because this time it was Chai Feng who took the initiative to meet the fanatic. Zhui Feng said, "The matter has come to this. What do you think?" The madman said, "What can we do? We must win the Blood God Sword Manor next time." "No. Of course it's not about this. What I'm talking about is about the alliance. We shouldn't need to continue the alliance. This will not be good for your reputation or mine." "What do you mean? Do you think it's embarrassing for me to join forces with you?" "That's not true. Today, our two major guild alliances allowed the Glory Guild to take away the Blood God Sword Manor under our hands. I have already lost enough face. So what does President Zhui Feng mean by canceling the alliance and going to fight against the Glory Guild alone? Humph. It seems like there's no problem with this. No need to say more. We're not in the alliance. With Zhui Feng disbanding the Junlin Tianxia alliance, the two major trade union alliances were disbanded in less than a day. Chapter 507, The Request of the Lord of Xuanwu City. Soon, the news of the dissolution of the alliance between Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng was spread. Everyone knew that the alliance between these two guilds was only for the Blood God Sword Village. Now the Blood God Sword Village has been taken over by the Glory Guild. The alliance basically means nothing. You know, any of their guilds are similar to the Glory Guild. But this time, the alliance between the two guilds actually allowed the Glory Guild and the other guild to take over the Blood God Sword Manor. Everyone knew who was responsible for this humiliation. So it was only a matter of time before their alliance was disbanded. The two guilds have disbanded the alliance. And the members of the Glory Guild are happiest. After all, if they want to regain the ownership of the Blood God Sword Manor after they disband, it will probably depend on whose luck is better. The reason why the Glory Guild was able to gain ownership of the Blood God Sword Manor this time was, firstly, because of a sneak attack. And secondly, because the members of the Glory Guild had seized the opportunity. The first time the Blood God Sword Manor was owned by Junlin Tian. But this time it was owned by the Glory Guild. To say that these two battles for the Blood God Sword Village are more valuable than this time. The Glory Guild. However, if Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng we continue their alliance, then the next owner of the Blood God Sword Village may not be Yi Feng's Glory Guild. After all, Yi Feng's Glory Guild is on par with Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng Guild. But if they two fight against one, Yi Feng's Glory Guild, the failure rate is very high. They had a falling out when I went there. He is such a talented person. Why did he need to form an alliance in the first place? Xiao Hei said. Chu Ti and I said, so what if we don't fall out? They haven't been embarrassed enough. Alkian said, don't look at it. Although they are embarrassed this time, their losses are even greater. It is said that Junlin Tianxia wants to continue to be stable. And the name of the #1 guild in the world has attracted a lot of investors. Now it seems that those investors may have hesitated or withdrew their capital. And soon, as a diplomat of the Glory Guild, Daimo received a lot of information from investors. Many investors are willing to invest in the Honor Guild because they want to use the name of the Honor Guild to advertise their own companies or factories, as well as TV movies. After all, there are so many people playing games. And who doesn't know the name of the #1 guild in the world? Therefore, if they invest in advertising, the benefits will be very high. But Yi Feng said that it was okay to advertise, But it was completely impossible to invest in the Glory Guild. Although those investors think there is something wrong with Yifeng's brain. Look at other unions. It is because of those investors that their unions are becoming stronger day by day. If Yifeng's Glory Guild did not have those investments, it would not be long before it would be unable to bear the huge guild expenses and face bankruptcy. But just those investment advertisements have already made Yifeng's Glory Guild a huge profit. Yifeng distributed the money from the investment to the members of the Glory Guild. In Yifeng's view, without the efforts of the members of the Glory Guild, it would not be what it is today. Therefore, Yifeng has always been generous to his members. So this is why many members like to be here at Yifeng. Because here at Yifeng, unlike other guilds, where there are many rules, it is like a big family. If we have money, let's share it together. If we have money, let's earn it together. When we were disappointed, let's fight together. Although after Aotian came, the entire guild became more and more like a big guild. But Aotian's arrival still couldn't change it. Yifeng was the totem of the Glory Guild. Aotian knew this exactly. So he never forced any member of the Glory Guild to do anything they didn't want to do. This is also why the Glory Guild is becoming stronger day by day. So powerful that it can now compete with guilds in the entire online gaming industry. In the middle of the night, Yifeng was not offline for the first time very late, because the Lord of Xuanwu City found him after the activities at Blood God Sword Manor today. When they told Yanyu how she could go to find the Xuanwu City Lord, they didn't say much. After all, they also knew about the relationship between Yifeng and the Xuanwu City Lord. If we want to talk about who is most important to Yifeng in the entire game, it is the promotion of Yifeng by the level of Xuanwu. Yifeng came to the palace of the Lord of Xuanwu City late at night. Yifeng found the Lord of Xuanwu City in his study room. Brother, why are you looking for me so late? The Lord of Xuanwu City, who had his back to Yifeng, turned around with a tired look on his face, which frightened Yifeng. Yifeng said, "What's going on? Why are you so tired?" "Hey, it's a long story. Sit down and I'll tell you slowly." "Okay. If there's anything I can do to help, you must tell me. This is because I wanted to ask for your help. So I found you." Sure enough, there was a situation, and the Lord of Xuanwu City actually asked him for help. This was the first time Yifeng had encountered this while playing games. Next, the Lord of Xuanwu City told Yifeng what had happened in the past few days. And Yifeng frowned as he listened. What the Lord of Xuanwu City told was that the great elder of the royal family was seriously injured while searching for the Emperor's sword. And now he is even more unconscious. However, it is claimed that the great elder is just recuperating in seclusion. After all, it is no longer news that the great elder has been in seclusion all year round. But at this juncture, the great elder was still in retreat. And it was difficult for the demon king to think differently. Therefore, the demon emperor in the sky sent several elders to the palace to investigate. And after receiving the order, they took turns waiting at the palace to protect the emperor. But now the demons already know that the great elder of the royal family may be gone. And the human race is just bluffing. And they are already planning to attack again. Yifeng said, "What's the secret of that sword that can actually seriously injure the great elder of the royal family?" "I don't know. But according to what the emperor said, if the great elder discovered something, he was injured by the accessory before he could say anything. He has been unconscious for several days now." Yifeng nodded. It seems that the demons are not stupid. After learning that the great elder of the royal family may live or die, they will definitely attack the main city of the human race. Today is the time for Xuanwu City Lord to change shifts with other city lords, so he can return to his territory. Yifeng asked, "What do you need me to do?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "I heard that Oyezi is in your territory." Yifeng was not surprised at all. Why did the Lord of Xuanwu City know that Oyezi was in his territory? In Yifeng's opinion, the Lord of Xuanwu City may have known about Yifeng's every move. But he just didn't say it out loud. Yifeng said, "Senior Oyezi is indeed in my territory. But it may be difficult for you to ask him to do something." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Of course I know this. You just need to take me to see him." Good. Chapter 508 Divination. Yifeng brought the Lord of Xuanwu City to his territory. But the Lord of Xuanwu City was not in a hurry to find Oyezi. Instead, he looked around Yifeng's territory and always felt that something was wrong. Yifeng said, "Brother, what's your expression? It seems like something is wrong." The Lord of Xuanwu City did not give any clues and said, "It's nothing. Maybe it's because Senior Oyezi is in your territory, and it feels like your territory is different." Yifeng said, "Yes." Senior Oyezi said the same thing. "But it's such a late hour. I wonder if Senior Oyezi is rested. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, probably not. I seem to feel that he knows that I am coming. It's so magical. Doesn't he know every time I come back? Of course. With Senior Oyezi's ability. He must know every movement in your territory. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that this was indeed the case. But Yifeng still brought the Lord of Xuanwu City to Oyezi's wooden house. However, when Yifeng saw Oyezi's appearance, he was a little shocked. This guy is still lying on the chair at night. This is to admire the moon. I am the moon. It is not round. And it is not the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yifeng walked up to Oyezi and said, Senior Oyezi, look at what kind of moon this is at night. Oyezi said, you don't care about me. Tell me about the person next to you. Yifeng said, you should know this guy. You have given his father a magic weapon. Oyezi said, you kid. Don't you know that I'm asking you to introduce me in a tactful way? He came to me with something to do. Okay. I am also a senior. And he is the city lord of Xuanwu City. So that's okay. 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 I understand. You are the only one. And I am the only one willing to stay in your territory. Ha ha. The Lord of Xuanwu City on the side smiled and said, Senior Oyezi, don't blame my brother. Because I told him about your matter. Okay. Lord Xuanwu, tell me what you are doing here. What business do you have with me? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I know that you are in my brother's territory. But I also know that you may already know that there have been great changes in this continent. Oyezi said, which aspect are you referring to? Senior Oyezi, you should understand the current situation on the continent. Even if you stay in this small place, you may still know what is happening on the entire continent. Such as the recent demons. Oh, you're talking about that demon king boy. How much trouble he can make. Don't you royal family also have a great elder? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, the great elder has fallen. I am afraid that the human race has no backing to rely on. Of course, it is different for a reclusive master like you. Although Oyezi was surprised that the great elder of the royal family fell down, he was not as surprised as Yifeng imagined. Oyezi said, I can't control you officials. As long as the demon emperor doesn't cause trouble to me. That is, if he doesn't cause trouble to this territory, I won't care. So, Senior Oyezi has protected my brother. Oyezi said, it can be said that if you ask me to protect you, it is absolutely impossible. But you can go find the Pope. The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled bitterly and said, the Pope is beaten. She travels around all year round. The dragon never comes back. How can we find her unless she comes to us? What's more, if there is a problem in the law enforcement hall, he will definitely appear. But the thing now is that the demon clan has no intention of attacking the law enforcement palace. He plans to attack the main city of the human clan. Oyezi said, okay. No matter how much you say, I won't help you. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, can't you help us once for the sake of the fact that we are all human beings? Oyezi said, then I will help you for the sake of the human race. When the Lord of Xuanwu City heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. And soon his smile stiffened again. Because Oyezi said again, what I said about helping you is not to fight against the demon emperor, but to ask Situ to tell your fortune. This, Yifeng said, I'm an old man like you. Can you please stop gasping when you speak? It will kill someone. Oyezi glared at Yifeng, but didn't say anything to Yifeng. Okay. That's all I can do. Are you willing to let me help you this time? If so, I'll call Situ over. Yifeng looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City with a troubled expression. Yifeng said, try it. Senior Situ. This person is not simple. Maybe he can be of some help to us. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yifeng and could only nod helplessly and said, okay. Give it a try. Not a moment later, Situ came over from his residence. After Yifeng saw Senior Situ, he quickly said, Senior Situ, I heard that you can tell fortunes. Haha. You know a little bit. It turns out you came to me to tell fortunes. What kind of trouble have you encountered recently? Situ is still very kind to Yifeng. After all, it was Yifeng who rescued Situ. Yifeng shook his head and said, it's not me. It's the old man next to me. The Lord of Xuanwu City. Situ saw the Xuanwu City Lord next to Yifeng and said, since I am your friend, I will help him once. Young man, tell me, what do you want to count? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, calculate how much luck our group still has. Now the demons are attacking the human race in a big way. And Senior Oyezi intends to ignore it. The great elder of the royal family has also fallen because of this. I really don't know who else can help us. Situ said, I've heard about this. The Demon King is indeed a bit too much. I was imprisoned by him for more than 100 years. And now I don't even have any cultivation. It's all thanks to him. So I'll help you. Have a look. As he said this, Situ took out a tortoise SH.L copper coin and began to count for the Lord of Xuanwu City. This step is somewhat similar to the ancient algorithm used by the Celestial Master to calculate the Emperor's luck. About 10 minutes later, in front of Yifeng and others, a hexagram took shape. After Oyezi saw the hexagram, he frowned and said, This hexagram doesn't seem to be very good. You can also read it? Yifeng asked. I know a little bit, but I still have to answer it from Situ. Situ looked at the hexagrams, also frowned, and said, Just because the demons are attacking the human race, the hexagrams show that at least 3 to 4 main cities will be lost. I don't know exactly which cities they are. But although it's dangerous, but someone will come forward. But something unexpected happened. What accident? Xuanwu City Lord asked nervously. Sita looked at Yifeng meaningfully, and then looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City and said, The appearance of this person not only saved the human race, but also caused the entire human royal family to fall into decline. Which means that it is time to change the dynasty. Chapter 509 The Demon Appears. Yifeng looked at Situ in confusion as to why this guy glanced at him before speaking. However, the Lord of Xuanwu City did not pay attention to this detail, but asked directly, Senior Situ, can you tell me when that person will appear? Situ shook his head and said, I really don't know about this. In fact, he has appeared a long time ago. However, at this moment, his ability is limited and he cannot protect the human race. Well, when will this person grow up? Situ shook his head and said, I don't know about this. After all, this is someone else's business. I can only figure him out, but not what abilities he has. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I was the one who was abrupt. It's okay. It's okay. I also know that you care about the safety of the human race. But you can't rush this matter. Even if you are anxious, it will be useless. After all, this problem for your great elder of the human race is very serious. Well, if possible, I hope that person will show up early and a small number of demons will take over a few main cities and harm the human people there. Situ shook his head and said, I can't do anything about this. The hexagrams have been calculated for you. For other things, you can only wait or resist. Thank you, Senior, and I'll take my leave. Brother, let me give you a ride. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, No need. It's so late. You should go and rest. Then, okay, brother. You have to take care of yourself. Watching the Xuanwu City Lord leave his territory, Yifeng turned back to look at Senior Situ. When the master and disciple saw Yifeng's eyes, they knew that Yifeng wanted to ask him a question. Situ was the first to say, I'll help you tell your fortune today. Yifeng stood in front of Situ and said, Senior Situ, what do I have to say? I am just an ordinary person, but I am lucky enough to get to know the Lord of Xuanwu City. Situ smiled and shook his head and said, That's not necessarily true. I won't know until I figure it out. Situ no longer paid attention to Yifeng, but started to worry about Yifeng himself. Soon a hexagram image appeared in front of Yifeng and Situ. At that time, Oyezi, who was lying aside, exclaimed in surprise again, This hexagram seems to be different. It feels a bit like an emperor or a general. Situ said, That's right. This hexagram shows that Yifeng will have great achievements in the future. Of course, Yifeng doesn't understand the so-called hexagrams at all. Furthermore, talking about his own hexagrams in a game really makes Yifeng unconvincing. But Yifeng said, What you are talking about? The hexagrams of emperors, generals and ministers are very similar to the position I am in now. It is the same as not counting. Situ shook his head and said, Although you say you are a bit defeated now, it is still far from what you said in the hexagram. What do you mean? Could it be that I want to be the emperor? Hey, you kid finally understood it. You saw this hexagram at a glance. The emperor's destiny. Oyezi said angrily. Yifeng held his tongue and said, Are you kidding? I'm still an emperor. I'm just a little lord. That's your business. I can only tell you so much. Yifeng yawned and said, Okay. It's already so late. I should go to bed. You should go to bed early too. Haha. You kid. Go ahead. After Yifeng went offline, Suya's entire villa was quiet. She looked at the time and saw that it was already past 1 o'clock at night. Everyone seemed to have gone to bed. Yi Feng went to the bathroom and washed his face to wake himself up. After sorting out what happened today, although the first Blood God Sword Manor was captured by them, it may be difficult to continue to occupy the Snow God Sword Manor in the future. And we have to find a way. The second Xuanwu City Lord came to find him. Although it didn't help him, it still gave him some hope. Thirdly, from the way Sita looked at him and told him his fortune, Yi Feng could guess that he might be the one in the end. Although I don't know how the bad things were arranged in January. It seems to Yi Feng, if the entire fantasy world was centered on the ring in his hand, then these problems would be easily solved. But it is difficult for Yi Feng to imagine that if fantasy world players in other countries would have the same problems. So this is also a problem that Yi Feng is very troubled by. Although the world is temporarily peaceful, it does not mean what changes will happen when the demon really comes to the earth one day. Of course, Yi Feng also wants to know what the situation is like on God Knows Road. Why do so many high-end NPCs want to go there? With this series of questions, Yi Feng lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Yi Feng woke up early. Although he went to bed late last night, there were some things in Yi Feng's mind that he didn't understand. So he woke up very early. However, Yi Feng's legs and feet have completely recovered, and Yi Feng plans to go out and exercise before breakfast. The genius had just begun to shine, and Yi Feng had already run out of Xiaoye's community. Yi Feng kept jogging along the road along the river. During this period, Yi Zhong met some old people who came out to do exercise earlier than Yi Feng. But Yi Feng also saw that some young people also came out to run. But as he ran, Yi Feng found many people looking into the river. Look! There seems to be something swimming in the middle of the river. Yi Feng settled down and took a look, and found that there was indeed a movement in the middle of the river. And the movement was relatively loud. Many old people said, maybe it's the big fish in this river. They have lived here for decades, and have seen a lot of them. But Yi Feng felt that this seemed a little different from ordinary big fish, because the rolling frequency was not like a fish at all. Many people were reluctant to leave, and wanted to see what was in the river, and even picked up their mobile phones to record it. Yi Feng looked carefully into the river to see what that thing was, and the rolling noise was getting louder and louder. However, Yi Feng quickly realized the danger. This was probably no ordinary fish. Yi Feng shouted to the people on the shore, "Don't retreat quickly. It's dangerous." Because the wave water in the river has entered several meters high at this moment. It is obvious that there is no fish in it at all. However, those citizens who did not take it too seriously to watch the excitement did not leave at all, and even took pictures with their mobile phones. Perhaps it was for this reason that suddenly there was an explosion in Hezhong. Just hearing a crash, a huge wave of water rushed to both sides from the river. The moment the water splashed down, Yi Feng was completely surprised. Not only Yi Feng, but also the people watching were stunned. Monster! It's a monster! Run! This ugly monster is none other than the junior demon that Yi Feng has seen. But it was different from what Yi Feng had imagined. This guy's body actually reached 2 or 3 meters tall. It seems that there are certain differences between the demons in reality and the demons I have seen. Chapter 510 Panic. This demon suddenly appeared, and the strange cry he made from his mouth made the second model shake to pieces. Yi Feng shouted loudly, "You are risking your life and still using your mobile phone to take pictures. Run quickly." Yes, there are still people who are desperately using their mobile phones to record. But the devil has already flown this way? It would be a shame if I didn't post such a wonderful scene on WeChat Moments. I will definitely become popular today. The guy shouted while filming. But Yi Feng couldn't care so much anymore, because the film was almost touching him. Yi Feng had already activated the virtual reality conversion and pounced directly on the citizen, dragging him away. At that moment, the demon landed directly where she had just been standing. Rubbles flew everywhere, and even the river railings were broken. Yi Feng yelled, "What's wrong with you? You don't want your life. Look at it." That person was obviously frightened by this demon. Maybe it was because they had been in peace for so long that they lacked sufficient safety awareness. But after being frightened by the scene just now, the guy started to tremble when he spoke. What to do? What to do? He's coming. I'm going to die here. Yi Feng made a casual move, and a staff appeared in his hand and shouted, "Dark entanglement." Black flames appeared at the demon's feet and wrapped around him. Slowing down, the earth's flames explode. Boom! At this moment, in front of Yi Feng, the primary film already had a health bar. But Yi Feng's earth flame explosion directly knocked out half of his health. But it did not cause fatal damage to him. After the demon was attacked by Yi Feng, he completely changed his target and rushed directly towards Yi Feng. Fire Dragon Dance. A black fire dragon fell from the sky and hit the demon. Black flames ignited on the demon's body. The demon screamed after being burned by the black flames. Ah! The terrifying scream made some citizens, who had not gone far, even more frightened. But what surprised them even more was that the man in front of them was actually able to fight against that monster. The junior demon is resisting. But Yifeng can be said to be more than enough to deal with the junior demon. After Yifeng used Earth Flame Explosion again, the primary demon's blood volume returned to 0. Yifeng thought the same thing. The junior demon, whose blood volume had returned to 0, lay directly on the ground motionless. There was a lot of blue blood flowing out from under him. Where Yifeng was close to the body of the primary film protector. This guy was really big. Yifeng was no longer short. But in front of the primary film protector, he was already as small as a dwarf. After all, the visual inspection of the junior demon was at least nearly 3 meters in height. Yifeng looked at the body of the junior demon, and then looked at the river water. Yifeng was very surprised. Why did the junior demon come to this place? Wasn't it said that it was on the outer battlefield? Is there any omission? But this primary film was solved by Yifeng. But Yifeng was very worried about whether this demon would appear elsewhere in the Chinese region. Yifeng didn't hesitate. The presence of demons here was definitely not a good sign. So he called Wu Tian directly. When Wu Tian heard that the demon appeared, he was shocked. He had no idea why the demon could sneak into the earth. You stay there, and I'll come right away and take away the demon's body to avoid causing any panic. Okay. Hurry up. Yifeng was very worried whether there would be demons in the river. But Yifeng didn't know how to check if there were any other demons in the river. However, Yifeng now encountered a problem. That is, the surrounding citizens gathered around him. Yifeng said, "Please leave here quickly. It is very dangerous here." "Boy, what is this? It looks scary. Like a monster from a science fiction movie." Yifeng said, "It is indeed a kind of monster. But there is no need to panic. But I hope everyone will leave here immediately, as this place will be sealed off soon." "Young man, what trick did you use just now? Are you an immortal?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "I'm just an ordinary person. Fortunately, everyone is fine today. Leave quickly." After being expelled by Yifeng, everyone was reluctant to leave here. But they still wanted to see the face of the monster. However, Yifeng still underestimated the speed of the internet. Those guys who took photos and videos just now have uploaded the videos and photos online. There are already a large number of people. And I want to come and see the true appearance of this monster. Some people even questioned its authenticity. Because when Yifeng and the demon were fighting, it was like filming a movie. With special effects. Fortunately, Wu Tian appeared in time and brought a group of people to the scene. After seeing the junior demon lying on the ground, Wu Tian's face was full of melancholy. Yifeng said, "What's going on? Didn't it say that the devil is only in the battlefield outside the sky? Why did it come to the earth?" "I don't know. I have already contacted the elders, who went to the outer battlefield. It is very likely that some undead demons fell on the earth. They were seriously injured. They are now recuperating and just going out for activities. There is no need to worry." How could Yifeng not be worried? What would he do if his parents and friends met this junior demon? "I'm afraid there's only one end." Yifeng said, "Check to see if there are any other demons in this river." "Well, I've brought detectors. Come and seal off the entire river and prohibit anyone from entering Hanoi again." "Yes, sir." Soon, the news spread that only this river was blocked. Combined with the video in the morning, I am afraid no one doubts its authenticity. It caused some panic for a while. And some people even spread rumors on the internet, saying that monsters had invaded. And I was afraid that City S would suffer. Especially after everyone saw the photo of the monster. Some even said that it was just a small monster. And there must be huge monsters. Just like those monsters in science fiction movies invading the Earth. However, a large number of people are not concerned about the monster, but the people who fight against the monster. Who is this guy? He was able to defeat monsters easily. Judging from the spells he used, he seemed to be from some kind of profession in the fantasy world. Many people speculate that this may be some hidden masters from Huaxia district living in the city. I just happened to encounter the monster and killed it casually. If there is another person who immediately reacted after seeing Yifeng's photo, it would be Yifeng, the president of the Glory Guild in the fantasy world. This voice raised an uproar among all the players and citizens. They compared the photo of Yifeng in the fantasy world with that person, and found that there were 80% correspondence. This makes people speculate even more that this person must be Yifeng. Chapter 511 Calm. However, after more than an hour of testing, no demon was found in the river again. Yifeng and Wu Tian both breathed a sigh of relief. If not, it would be great. I hope this is the only one, and has been killed by Yifeng. Wu Tian said, you can't guarantee that there will be none in other places. So our alliance of immortal cultivators needs to launch an investigation in the Chinese region. After all, the primary film is still very harmful to ordinary people. Yifeng nodded and said, that's indeed the case. There should be a lot of people in your dragon organization. And it's time to do something serious. Well, this is the first time I've really seen this primary film. I didn't expect this guy to look like this. He does look like a monster. But I still take this guy away. Okay. I hope there won't be any news about primary film stickers again. After Wu Tian left, Yifeng also slipped away quietly and returned to Xiaoya's villa. When Yifeng just came back, everyone looked at Yifeng nervously. Zizou immediately rushed to Yifeng, checked Yifeng's body and said, are you okay? That monster didn't hurt you, did it? Yifeng shook his head and said, it's okay. It's just a junior demon. I can still handle it. What? It turns out that is the heavenly demon. And the heavenly demon looks so disgusting, Zizou said in surprise. Others were also very surprised. They thought it was just an ordinary mutant creature. But they didn't expect it to be the demon that Yifeng said. Chu Ti and I said with some worry, what should we do? The demon has invaded. But the fantasy world does not allow all players to have abilities like ours. This is a huge blow to us humans. Others nodded. They also wanted to obtain Yifeng's ability. But Wu Tian did not agree. Yifeng said, I am even more worried that Wu Tian and the others have already launched a search. In the river. Except for this junior demon. There are no other demons. We can rest assured. You? Boss. You are trying to scare me to death. If I meet that demon, I will probably be eaten by him in a second. I don't have those abilities in the fantasy world. Yifeng said, don't worry. I will let Wu Tian give you the ability to switch to virtual reality as soon as possible. Although this was a small episode, it was a very serious matter for Yifeng. However, this video quickly spread in China. And soon Shui Feng also saw this video. And he recognized Yifeng at first sight. You are lucky. I really hope that monster will tear you apart so that I don't have to do it myself. But why do monsters like that appear? Is the world going to be in chaos? And many people saw this message. Especially those cultivators. The moment they saw the demon appear, they all understood in their hearts. They had rested for so long, and had long heard about the battlefield outside the sky. Especially the sticker. Although they had not seen it with their own eyes. They had seen the image. Is it possible that the outer battlefield has been lost and the demon has come to Earth? But soon they received Wu Tian's message. What they wanted to do now was to search for any missing demons in China. However, in the next few days, Wu Tian and others seemed to have encountered some troubles. I don't know why. But the demons hiding in the earth came out one after another. And their appearance was exposed around the world. As well as photos and videos of the stickers destroying cities. For a time, the military governments of various countries issued statements. People from all over the world are asked not to worry. Because they have already killed those rioting monsters. However, the reason they gave was that the fault of current technology was radiation, which caused some unknown creature to mutate. Of course, people all over the world are concerned about their own safety. But fortunately, no demons have been found to invade human cities. It seems that all the demons hiding in the earth have been wiped out. But Yifeng does not guarantee that they can clean up all the demons. There may be some more secretive demons hiding. The members of Wu Tian's dragon organization are exhausted these days. They travel across mountains and rivers to find if there are some demons hiding in the forest. Fortunately, they have eliminated most of the demons hiding in the earth. But they are all junior demons. Yifeng thought that if there were junior demons, there must be intermediate or high-level demons. If there were high-level demons, it would be really troublesome. After all, among the number of demons, although the number of high-level demons is rare, they are not much more than human immortal cultivators and elder-level figures. But now it seems that the earth has calmed down, and everyone has returned to normal work. These dead demons have been regarded as after-dinner stories by people. However, Yifeng still needs to move forward in the game. In the following days, Yifeng once again went to the Hidden Sword Valley. This time Yifeng needs to find the weapon spirit again. After all, there are still many people in the gang who need weapon spirits. When Yifeng saw the unknown sword master again, this guy had not forgotten Yifeng. Young man Rua. Why are you here again? Yi Feng was surprised. Generally, it is difficult for this kind of NPC to remember individual players. When players reach level 60, it is very simple to come to the level 70 Hidden Sword Valley. So when Yi Feng came, he had already met a large group of players who came to Zhongjin Valley to look for swords. Yi Feng said, "You actually still remember me?" "Of course I remember. You are the guy who pulled out a weapon spirit in front of me. Why are you looking for a weapon spirit again this time?" Yi Feng said, "Yes. We really need to find some weapon spirits." The unknown swordsman said, "I see that you, this boy, are destined to me. So I will take you to a place." "Going to a place? Where? Are you here to find the weapon spirit? Not to do tasks for you?" The unknown sword master rolled his eyes and said, "Whether love comes or not, I'll leave first." Of course Yi Feng wanted to go and followed the unknown sword master directly into a canyon. But what Yi Feng didn't notice was that when the two of them entered the canyon disappeared silently. From the outside, it looks like a wall. Even if you reach out and touch it, it is still solid stone. When Yi Feng walked with the unknown sword master for about 5 minutes, the unknown sword master stopped. The unknown swordsman said, "Look, there is a basin in front of you. You will know when you go in and take a look." Yi Feng looked in the direction pointed by the unknown sword master. Sure enough, there was a basin. But in the basin, Yi Feng saw a strange sight. The entire basin was actually bright with stars, shining with dazzling light. Chapter 512 in Linzong Sword Valley. "This is," the unknown sword master said, "this is a gathering place for weapon spirits. What weapon spirit you want depends on your ability." The unknown swordsman did not go to the artifact basin with Yi Feng. But Yi Feng stood there waiting and signaled Yi Feng to go alone. Yi Feng looked at the chi forest that filled the basin, feeling a little happy but a little worried. "I am happy that so much money is enough to build a team of artifacts. But I am worried that if I don't go in, I will be surrounded and strangled by the spirit. However, when Yi Feng came to the basin, the weapon spirits did not attack Yi Feng. They did whatever they were supposed to do. Some weapon spirits even competed with each other, while some weapon spirits leaned together and seemed to be chatting. And there were some lonely weapon spirits standing alone. Although Yi Feng's appearance attracted their attention, they ignored Yi Feng. Almost no one in the world could force the weapon spirit to do something they didn't want to do. If they are forced to refine the artifact, I am afraid that the person who made the artifact will suffer backlash, eventually causing the artifact spirit to escape. Yi Feng walked around and saw all kinds of weapon spirits. But no weapon spirit was willing to get close to Yi Feng. Even if he passed by Yi Feng sat directly next to the weapon spirit, because such a weapon spirit could understand human speech. So Yi Feng is ready to reason. Yi Feng said, "Everyone, I think you should know why I am here." Without saying a word, Yi Feng put his weapon in front of him. Said, "You weapon spirits should know my sword. Of course I don't know if you know the angry person in it." Unexpectedly, a voice came into Yi Feng's ears, saying, "I know you. I didn't expect that you refined him into the main artifact, but it actually improved his status a lot." Yi Feng said, "It turns out that we really know each other, but it is necessary for me to make him the weapon spirit of the main artifact. So, do you still need many weapon spirits to make the main artifact?" "Of course not. How could Yi Feng have so many main artifacts?" As for the main artifact in his hand, it took Yi Feng a lot of time to collect the materials. If he wanted to have the main artifact all over his body, Yi Feng would rather get a ready-made one than build it himself. Yi Feng said, "Of course it is possible to become a main artifact. After all, you should also know how difficult it is to form a main artifact. Of course, you must start with a new artifact." At this time, no one around the weapon spirits paid attention to him, and Yi Feng was quite embarrassed. Yi Feng said again, "I know a person who helped me build my main artifact. Oh Yezi. It turns out it's that old guy. His skills are good, but he's a bit arrogant. Let me go." These weapon spirits all know Yezi. It seems that this guy is quite famous. Yi Feng said, "Is there anyone willing to go with me?" A weapon spirit said, "We have no worries here. If we follow you, we will definitely be fighting everywhere. If the artifact is broken, it's okay. We can leave from the artifact. If the owner of the artifact dies, we will be killed. If he stands together, won't we have to spend a long time waiting until we are discovered by others again?" Yi Feng knew for the first time that the artifact was still like this. No wonder Qilin was unwilling to leave with Yi Feng. It turned out that they were worried about being locked in the artifact and unable to get out. if Yi Feng is also a weapon spirit. Of course, he is not willing to be the weapon spirit of a divine weapon. Who can understand the loneliness of waiting? Yi Feng was speechless at this moment. Although Yi Feng knew that the artifacts in front of him were game data. After the game was closed, these game data disappeared. Yi Feng could deceive them. But Yi Feng always felt that it was not good. And he felt a little sorry. Yi Feng said, I can only tell you that your master will cherish you very much. Just like I cherish my artifact. Humph. Of course. Because we have provided you with enough power. How can you give up this power of ours? Yi Feng said, Qilin was born to be a divine weapon. If you all reject it, there will be no divine weapon in the world. Another species will appear to replace you. By then, you will have disappeared. Stop messing around. We won't believe you. Our weapon spirits have been alive for countless years. Of course Yi Feng knew that the weapon spirit would not die naturally. It was an invisible thing. Unless someone smashed the artifact and killed the Qilin inside, the weapon spirit would not die. Yi Feng said, although I know that your lives are long and long, you always stay here. Don't you want to see the outside world? When Yi Feng finished speaking, all the weapon spirits fell into silence again. They don't want to go out, but they are worried that they will be trapped in the artifact. They are not entangled to form a companion here. Hey, I said, don't pretend to be asleep. I know you can see me. Yi Feng wonders. He is not sleeping. Why are those weapon spirits saying that he is pretending to sleep? But the next moment, Yi Feng almost lost the main artifact in his hand. Because his main artifact actually spoke. What are you doing? If you don't want to come, what does it have to do with me? It's a big deal. What's going on outside now? I heard that some time ago, the fat man in our hidden sword valley was taken away. Yi Feng's weapon spirit said, they were taken away by my master. Yi Ling asked Yi Feng, what can you do if you need so much energy? Do you want to rule the whole world? Yes, that's right. My master seems to have this idea. His team is quite large. The team is huge. So maybe we are the originators? That's right. But only if you are willing to come. Can they all become the main artifact? Bah. I don't even know what you are like. You still want to become the main artifact. Yi Feng was speechless on the sidelines. He had to convince those who were angry. But now, he became his own weapon spirit teasing and chatting with those weapon spirits. This fantasy system is really a god system. Bah. Don't think that just you can become the main artifact. I can too. Remember when I became the main artifact? You were smashed to pieces by my sword? Yo! Not to mention the bravery of a good man. Now he has the ability to fight with me. You can't beat me. I'm so powerful. Do you want to become this powerful with me? Then join us. It's time for the 7 of us to unite together and become the strongest artifact team. In this way, we can still be together. Chatting is not boring. Yi Feng had nothing to say. The weapon spirit that dared to love him was so arrogant. He was even more talkative than himself. Chapter 513, As Many as Dogs. But then again, what my weapon spirit said makes sense. After a while, several weapon spirits came to Yi Feng. In front of Yi Feng, it is directly displayed that it can be picked up. Yi Feng was really speechless. If he had known it was so simple, he would have let his weapon spirit take action, saving himself so much talk in vain. However, this was the first time Yi Feng knew that his weapon spirit could still speak. Yi Feng asked, are you always able to talk? Why do you never tell me? Qilin said, I have nothing to do after eating. So why are I talking to you? I am Qilin. Besides, it is not because of the ring in your hand that threatens me. I am too lazy to intercede with you. I'll go. Where is this? What does this have to do with my part-time job? Of course it does matter. This ring is our creator god. What? All the weapon spirits were surprised. Their creator god, the greatest person in the world, created them and let them scatter in the world. Yi Feng's weapon spirit said, yes. There is nothing surprising. You will understand after you feel it for yourself. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know how the weapon spirit felt the ring in his hand. But Yi Feng was confused. His ring was ordered to be a ring of unknown origin at the beginning. And he turned it into a mysterious ring again. Now he has his name Wang Jie. And now he also has a more important name. Chuan Shen. Is this ring really the core of the fantasy world? But Yi Feng's idea was soon confirmed. Because all the weapon spirits were lying in front of Yi Feng. And Yi Feng could pick them all up one by one. Yi Feng said speechlessly, where was your temper just now? Where was your backbone just now? Give you a minute to think about it. If you like it, We'll go back. Yi Feng patted his thigh and said, Of course I want it. I want it all. Follow us and I guarantee that you will enjoy the spicy food and we will never treat you badly. Saying that, Yi Feng cleaned up all the weapon spirits in the entire basin and put them all into Yi Feng's backpack. However, Yi Feng discovered that not all weapon spirits are of the same type. In Yi Feng's backpack, the same type of weapon spirits overlap. They are divided into categories and placed in the grid of Yi Feng's backpack. There are powerful weapon spirits, agility weapon spirits, and spell attack weapon spirits. There is a medical device spirit. There are offensive weapon spirits. There are 5 kinds of weapon spirits in total, covering all the professions you want to change. No wonder different artifacts have different fighting methods. It turns out that their vessels are also completely different. If a mage-type artifact is installed into a warrior-type artifact, its power may be weaker than other artifacts. Of course, Yi Feng didn't understand these things at all before. So Yi Feng asked directly about his weapon spirit. What type of weapon spirit are you? Offensive type. Yi Feng patted his chest. Fortunately, it was an offensive type. It would have been a disaster if it was an auxiliary type. Yi Feng returned with a full load and came to the side of the unknown sword master. The unknown sword master's mouth was wide open, looking at Yi Feng in disbelief. He asked, Why are the artifact spirits inside missing? Yi Feng said, I took them all. All collected? Right. Damn it. You pervert. Then why am I still here? Yi Feng said, Then go to my territory. It's so much fun. Unexpectedly, at this time, the unknown sword master actually smiled sinisterly and said, This is what you said. You invited me to go. So I would rather obey your orders than to be respectful. Let's go! What Yi Feng hates is that he has been fooled. This guy is called the unknown sword master. And he actually has the title of sword master. He must have great abilities. He must know that his territory is special. So he said this. Yi Feng asked cautiously, Do you know the situation in my territory? Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, why would I bring you here? I want you to get 1 or 2 weapon spirits. And then I will ask you to go to your territory. But UF*CK took away all the weapon spirits. No. I have to go if I don't want to. Holy crap. You were plotting against me from the beginning. What's so good about this God's continent that makes you guys crazy about it? The unknown sword master smiled and said, You are so blessed that you don't know how to be blessed. That is the continent of gods. How many people dream of a place where they can break through their own limits and obtain immortality? Who wouldn't want to go to that place? Yi Feng finally understood why everyone wanted to go to the gods' continent. It turned out that there could break through one's own limits and obtain immortality. Just like Yi Feng and others, they can be resurrected after death. If Yi Feng were an NPC, he would also do such crazy things. No. Yi Feng is originally an NPC. Right. Since he said it himself, it was like water that was thrown out and could never be taken back. What's more, Yi Feng had no idea how powerful the unknown sword master was. Even so, Yi Feng still proposed conditions to the unknown sword master. Senior Wuming, when you go to my territory, you must follow my rules to receive the goods. You must not cause trouble. There are some people there who you should know. Knowing that I won't cause trouble, I'll just wait quietly for the door to God's continent to open. That's fine. By the way, what should you do if someone comes to attack my territory? What else can we do? Just chop them with a knife. You got the answer right. Let's go. I'll take you to my territory. Hey, after waiting for decades, I finally got this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng was speechless. He was actually plotted by an NPC, which showed how careless he was. It seems that I have to be careful about those high-level NPCs in the future. Their IQ is no worse than that of humans. When Yi Feng returned to the territory, the unknown swordsman greeted Oyezi and then came to the accommodation arranged for him by Yi Feng. The life of the unknown sword master seems to be the same as the hidden sword valley. In addition to practicing every day, he still practices. Of course, after Yi Feng had so many weapon spirits, he began to manufacture artifacts in large quantities. Especially the people in Yi Feng's studio. Everyone has a magic weapon. It seems that today's magic weapon is like a bad street. Everyone has it. This is except for the Glory Guild. No one in other guilds has artifacts at all. Yi Feng has a rule. Even if you have an artifact, you must not use it, because the emergence of such artifacts in large quantities will definitely cause panic among players. Yifeng didn't want to change, because he suffered heavy losses because of this fantasy world. After all, in the future, to deal with the demons, players in the fantasy world will be needed to deal with them. Although they cannot use the artifact openly, they are so happy after getting the artifact. More than 10 artifacts suddenly appeared on the weapon level list, which has already shocked the players. Who on earth produced so many artifacts at once? Could it be another good thing done by the Glory Guild? Thinking about it a few days ago, the man who dealt with the monster looked like Yifeng, and they almost targeted the Glory Guild. However, the Glory Guild did not respond to any of the questioning players. The explanation was just a cover-up, so they were not moved at all, until the day when Blood God Sword Village opens again. Today is the day when Blood God Sword Village opens, and the players in the entire fantasy world are excited again, because on this day, the fantasy world made an announcement, which was a restriction on the Blood God Sword Village. Chapter 514 New Rules. The sudden appearance of new regulations on the Blood God Sword Village caught all players off guard. Yifeng and others hurriedly went to the forum to see the so-called new rules. After Yifeng saw the new regulations, not only did he not feel disappointed like others, but he became even more happy, because Yifeng felt that this rule seemed to be specially customized for their Glory Guild. It was completely to protect them and obtain the absolute ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. An additional rule was added to the above rule. All unions that registered to attack the Blood God Sword Manor were not allowed to attack each other. Moreover, guilds that have not registered in the Blood God Sword Village will not be able to enter the Blood God Sword Village after the Blood God Sword Village event starts. Second, there is the issue of alliances. Just like before, if Yifeng and the others didn't seize the right time, they won the Snow God Sword Manor. I am afraid that the Blood God Sword Village will always be in the hands of Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fengwei, and other guilds will not be able to get it at all. After the opening of Snow God Sword Manor, all alliances were temporarily disbanded. In other words, there is only one guild for the owner of Snow God Sword Manor. Other alliance unions cannot help defend the city. In other words, no matter how big your alliance is when you take down the Snow God Sword Village, you will only have one guild to protect the Blood God Sword Village. Although this puts a lot of pressure on Yifeng and the others, they may lose the Blood God Sword Village at any time. But Yifeng and the others will abandon the Blood God Sword Village at any time. And the same goes for everyone else. In other words, no union can firmly hold the Blood God Sword Village in its own hands. Otherwise, the entire Blood God Sword Manor would become a decoration, and no one would be interested at all. The third point is that if a player from a certain guild is lifting the seal of the Blood God Sword Village, other guilds attacking the Blood God Sword Village can attack the players of that guild. This also eliminates the possibility of opportunism. Anyway, they can fight anyone who dares to unblock them. This left Junlin Tianxia, who originally planned to join forces again, with no way out, and they could only fight alone. After getting this rule, it is a difficult task for the defenders, but it is very fair for the attackers. Altian said, "We have to think of a way, because we are the owners of Blood God Sword Manor. We can keep changing trains to compete for time." Yifeng asked, "How to change cities? Let the presidents and elders of our alliance come to the crystal in advance. If there are people from Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fengwei coming to attack the city, let them immediately lift the seal and put the Blood God Sword Manor in our alliance, in people's hands." But Yifeng frowned and said, "But in this case, we are at great risk. If the seal is lifted by other guilds during this period, we will lose the Blood God Sword Village." Altian shook his head helplessly and said, "There is nothing we can do about this." "Who said there is such a rule now?" Yifeng sighed, "Then it will depend on who is faster. From the camp of Blood God Sword Manor to the writing of God Sword Manor, whoever is the fastest will be able to lift the seal." "Yes, that's it. However, if a few people go there alone, they are likely to be killed by the guilds of our alliance. So we have to go quickly. They are worried about other people." Altian is right. Yifeng and the others can lift the seal as quickly as possible and take down the Blood God Sword Manor. However, it is different for others. If they go alone, they are likely to be killed. They need to wait for more people, only when the time comes. After all, how can a single person deal with a guild of thousands of people? Under Altian's arrangement, all alliance guilds have held alliance meetings, and they agree with Altian's approach. However, a group of people led by Yifeng, as the replacement owners of the Blood God Sword Manor, must be fast and well-equipped in order to 100% take the Snow God Sword Manor into their hands. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Blood God Sword Village was officially opened. Without the Alliance's attack, the Blood God Sword Village was full of vitality, because anyone could win the Blood God Sword Village. Of course, before this, Yi Feng's Glory Guild had already arranged members to attack and protect. The members of Yi Feng's Glory Guild have already turned on the Alliance mode. As long as the Alliance mode is turned on, the brothers in their alliance will not be able to hurt them. Brothers in the Alliance must also turn on Alliance mode, so they can't hit you. It is said that there is a rule that the Alliance effect will be invalid during the period of Blood God Sword Village. But this invalidation means that the alliance of the owner of Snow God Sword Village cannot help him defend the city, which means that they cannot attack other players in Blood God Sword Village. In this way, the members of the Yi Feng Alliance Guild immediately rushed into the Blood God Sword Manor, and had already set up a formation in front of the Crystal Energy Tower. As soon as the front door was broken, they would immediately lift the seal, and replace the owner of the Blood God Sword Manor. Of course, Yi Feng's Glory Guild's method of changing the owner of the Blood God Sword Village has long been known to other guilds. Moreover, other guilds also want to use this method to capture the Blood God Jinzhuang. From the current point of view, this method is the best, because this method has been often used in many games before. Of course, the method is simple, but also the most exciting and dangerous. However, after the Blood God Sword Village event started, except for the players from Yi Feng's Glory Alliance, other guild players were not in a hurry to compete with Yi Feng and the others to snatch the Blood God Sword Village. Just like last week, they chose the same method as the Glory Guild and did not intend to engage in a war of attrition with Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng also knew what they were thinking, because their Glory Guild also had 007 in their guild. Their goal was the same as Yi Feng last week. They gathered at 9:30 to start snatching the Blood God Sword Manor from Yi Feng. Even so, no member of the Glory Guild has left the Blood God Sword Manor, because last week's bloody lesson was right in front of them. It would be terrible if players from other guilds came to attack the Blood God Sword Manor after they left. Time passed by slowly, until at 9:30, a large number of players began to gather outside the gate of Blood God Sword Manor. Altian shouted in the alliance, "Brothers, pay attention. The other side is about to start gathering. Be alert. It's best not to let them rush into our defensive formation. Throw up all the long-range professional range attack skills." As the commander of the entire alliance, Altian is very thoughtful. His voice filled every corner of the alliance. And Yi Feng and others were waiting quietly at this time. At about 9:35, Tu Fenghui and Jun Lentianxia had already launched an attack. And in an instant, they had arrived in front of the gate of Blood God Sword Manor. But waiting for them, there was a sea of skills. Altian shouted, "No one can be left behind. Warrior profession. Hurry up and fix the leaks in the back." Because a large number of players rushed in. Some players riding mounts were faster than ordinary players and suffered less damage. It is very likely that they will run into the Blood God Sword Manor immediately. But at this time, the melee profession will show their combat capabilities. Chapter 515 Questioning. However, the two sides will definitely not stop too much at this door, when the cannon fodder is almost used up. Once those elite members enter the Snow God Sword Manor, and are within the attack range of the Glory Guild members, they will show how powerful the elite members are. Because he was within the attack range of the members of the Pesticide Guild, their HP did not drop as fast as those of the cannon fodder, so they moved in much faster. As long as they advance far enough, the members behind them can get past the defense at the entrance of Blood God Sword Manor in one go. But now it seems that it is only a matter of time. It will take less than 10 minutes for them to break through the gate defense of the Glory Guild. Of course, Yi Feng, who was standing not far behind the gate, also saw this scene. Even if Yi Feng joins the battle, it can only delay for a few minutes at most. After all, when a large number of people rush in, they can't stop them at all. Soon the gate of Snow God Sword Manor was lost, and Altian immediately shouted in the alliance, "Unlock the seal. Quickly!" At this time, a group of people led by Yi Feng did not rush to the place where the energy crystal was. I went directly back to the camp of Blood God Sword Manor. They were waiting here quietly while all the players were teleported out. Because at the moment when all players are teleported, there will be a state of panic for a few seconds, which is the so-called daze. Yi Feng and the others just wanted to get a few seconds ahead of them. After returning to the camp, Yi Feng threw out the pig's feet without saying a word. Yi Feng said, "Everyone come up." The players around Yi Feng all climbed onto the back of the pig's feet. As soon as the system prompts, Yi Feng can immediately fly the pig's feet to the entrance of the Blood God Sword Manor, which will make Yi Feng's speed much faster. Sure enough, about 1 minute later, A prompt appeared in the system. And the Blood God Sword Village was officially captured by one of my own alliance guilds. Walk. When Yifeng had left, the players who had teleported to the Blood God Sword Village camp came to their senses and hurried to the Blood God Sword Village. Otherwise, when they just changed the Blood God Sword Village, they encountered a lot of trouble. But fortunately they were prepared in advance. Otherwise it would not necessarily be someone from their alliance who won the Blood God Sword Village. When Juefeng and Guangzhu saw the tail of Yifeng's giant dragon, they were extremely annoyed. Why didn't they think of this move? But now we don't have much time, so we can only bite the bullet and rush over. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Originally, the distance from the Shueishan Sword Village camp to the Snow God Sword Village gate took at least 20 to 30 seconds. But Yifeng relied on the flying ability of Pig's Feet to reach the Blood God Sword Manor in less than 10 seconds. Aotian said, "Don't hesitate. Unlock the seal. They're behind you. Others should be on defense." Even Yifeng joined in and started to lift the seal. They only arrived at the energy crystal 20 seconds earlier than the fanatics and others. They encountered some obstacles along the way, but they finally arrived at the energy crystal with less than 30 seconds left. Of course, when they saw Yifeng and others lifting the seal, they launched an attack on Yifeng and others. However, Yifeng and the others were already prepared. As the people around Yifeng, they all possess artifacts, and the abilities of the artifacts are beyond what ordinary people can deal with. The fanatics and others launched an attack on Yifeng and others without hesitation, because as long as the players of any guild began to lift the seal, even the players who attacked the Blood God Sword Manor could attack the guild. As soon as they launch an attack, Yifeng can immediately counterattack. Moreover, no matter how bad the alliance guilds on Yifeng's side are, they still have some ability to resist. They couldn't let Yifeng do whatever he wanted here to lift the seal, because the time was coming soon. Not caring so much, they immediately launched an attack. Just after they attacked, English and others beside Yifeng finally launched an attack. A row of artifacts shining with colorful lights appeared in the hands of everyone. The artifacts were a deterrent. Each artifact has its own skills. So what if the other person has the ability to transform? After they possess the artifact, they are still capable of fighting. In this way, the two sides started a tug-of-war. The fanatics were already furious. There were so many artifacts. Why did the Glory Guild have so many artifacts? But time can't wait for them at all. As soon as they start fighting, time will go by much faster. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild for temporarily gaining ownership of the Blood God Sword Village. The ownership of the Blood God Sword Village once again fell into the hands of the Glory Union. I have no intention of attacking again this time from other guilds, because even if the attack is switched to the Glory Guild to defend this time, they won't have enough time at all, because there are only 5 minutes left. The fanatic said directly on the World Channel, "Can you members of the Glory Guild cheat more obviously? How can there be so many artifacts?" Yifeng responded directly, "Sorry. We robbed the dragon's wealth." That's right. If you have the skills, go rob the dragon. You can also get a lot of artifacts. Impossible. Even if the dragon likes to collect artifacts, it's impossible to have so many. I suspect you are using Vision's bug to obtain artifacts, said the fanatic. The madmen simply cannot accept this defeat. Logically speaking, they are very likely to win the Blood God Sword Manor. Not only the fanatics, but Juefeng also joined in. They all believed that Yifeng and others were taking advantage of bugs in human games, because one guild suddenly had so many artifacts. It made everyone wonder if they were taking advantage of a bug, because this incident caused such a fuss that the entire forum was occupied by members of the Junlin Tianxia Hichu branch. The authorities had to take action. They said that if the official did not give an explanation, or the accounts of Yifeng and others were blocked, they would collectively withdraw from the game. For now, if Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng really retreat collectively, it will be a huge loss to Huancher, and it will also be a major obstacle to what they need to do in the future. Less than half an hour later, the final explanation was finally given on the official forum. He told everything about Yifeng's acquisition of the weapon spirit in the Hidden Sword Valley, and added a video of Yifeng's acquisition of the weapon spirit in the Hidden Sword Valley. However, the system has also been screened, and did not show the scene of Yifeng obtaining all the weapon spirits for all players to see. Some recent processing, but their processing can be said to be very detailed. After all, the game is theirs. How do they want to handle it? Just deal with it. After seeing Yifeng obtain many artifact spirits, almost all the players went to Hidden Sword Valley in almost the last moment. Everyone wanted to have an artifact. And the official also said that Yi Feng went to be buried in the valley no less than 100 times. Since you are going to fake it, you have to make it look like it. Chapter 516 Fighting for the Weapon Spirit. However, when all the players went to Zhongjin Valley, they did not find where Yi Feng had been. Many people are questioning the authenticity of what the official said, and started making noise on the World Channel again. Yi Feng said, "You need to find a senior named Wuming Sword Master. He can take you there." At this time, someone finally said it on the World Channel. Damn it. I've been looking at the unknown sword master for many days. It turns out that this guy is needed to obtain the weapon spirit. When I asked him, he ignored me. I thought he was just an ordinary old man guarding the hidden sword valley. I clearly remember that this unknown sword master was still here a few days ago. Why is he missing today? Of course Guangzhou, Xue Feng and others also want the artifact. But the unknown sword master Yi Feng mentioned does not exist at all. But the members of the guild have told him that they were always there before. But they don't know why they are not here again today, looking for it. Even if we look through the entire fantasy world map, we must find the unknown sword master. The weapon spirit is the most important thing in making artifacts. TMD. Why is Yi Feng so lucky? How can I, Xue Feng, be worse than him? The major guilds, as well as individual players, are all looking for NBC, the unknown sword master, all over the map. However, after the past hour, the unknown sword master was not found. Instead, a weapon spirit appeared in Hidden Sword Villa. As soon as this news came out, almost all players on the internet wanted to get that weapon spirit. Everyone ran to look for the weapon spirit. But no matter who it was, they could not take the weapon spirit away. At this time, the members of Junlin Tianxia directly began to clear the place. And they were about to make a decision in Meijiling. All members outside of Junlin Tianxia must leave. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Holy crap. What do you mean by dominating the world? We discovered the weapon spirit first. Why do you think so? Just because we, Junlin Tianxia, are one of the 3 major trade unions. Yes, a big guild is a big guild. With its name right there. Individual players have to leave. But the departure of individual players and small guilds does not mean that another large guild will leave. That is the Tufeng Guild. As the president of Tufeng Summit, Xue Feng looked at the weapon spirits in the distance, his eyes already shining. You who dominate the world and don't want to die, get out of here, Xue Feng said. President Xue Feng, you really treat us as dregs of the world. Humph. In front of me, you are worse than dregs of tofu. You can't even take down a blood god sword manor. What's the use? Haha. It seems like you have won the kitchen summit. At least we have won it once in Junlin Tianxia. Bah. You had the nerve to mention that one time. Didn't you treat it like a sinister person who stole it from behind my back? You have the nerve to say these things to me. President Xue Feng, the weapon spirit may not be yours yet. So you just concluded that you can take it away. There are so many members in my guild. I don't believe that no one can take it away. I'm leaving my words here today. It's such bad luck that our Tufeng Guild will be decided. The madman laughed and said, it seems like you are the only one in the entire studio. Tufeng Wei, who is the best in the world. You really don't take us as the ruler of the world. So let's see who can take away this weapon spirit. Just try it. If anyone dares to touch it, I will kill him. President Xue Feng, I agree with your idea. If you go up there, I don't guarantee that I will cut you into pieces. The fanatic said with a smile. Who will get the artifact and throw it to the other party? It is impossible to think about the presidents of the 2 major guilds. In front of the 2 major guilds, that piece of weapon spirit stayed there quietly, and other individual players did not dare to approach it at all. However, the Cold War did not even last a minute, and the 2 sides went to war directly. They did not directly attack each other, but went to grab the weapon spirit. If anyone can take it away, just leave. If not, fight with the other person. Almost every union member touched the weapon spirit, but no one took it away. Both sides called more members, hoping to get this weapon spirit into their pockets. Moreover, a battle has broken out in the Hidden Sword Valley, and the scope of the battle is getting wider and wider. After all, no one of the 2 major guilds is convinced by the other. Instead, Yi Feng and others sat at home with their legs crossed, watching them fight. Even if they grab it, it doesn't matter who gets it. After all, it's only 1 Qilin. But Yi Feng still has more than 10 on him. This battle lasted until 2 o'clock in the night, and the last abandoned forest was taken away by a member of Junlin Tianxia. After taking away the weapon spirit, Junlin Tianxia couldn't help but retreat. And Zhui Fengchui couldn't catch up. After all, the weapon spirit had been taken away. And even Junlin Tianxia's people couldn't do anything. Zhui Feng said angrily, "Stop looking for some unknown sword master. Just look for the weapon spirit for me in this hidden sword valley. Yes. If I don't see any news from Qiling within tomorrow, you all just wait for me to have your wages deducted." The members of Tu Fenghui looked helpless. After all, the weapon spirit could be found anywhere. But they were helpless. After all, Zhui Feng was the president, and they had contracts with him. After the members of Junlin Tianxia obtained the weapon spirit, they handed it over directly to the fanatics. After everyone discussed it, they handed the spirit to Chao Ci. After all, Chao Ci was the symbol of their dominance over the world, and also their most sophisticated weapon. With the help of artifacts, Chao Ci's combat effectiveness would definitely be even higher. However, if you want to make an artifact, you will of course need to spend a lot of production materials. But with Junlin Tianxia's financial resources, you can collect them all in just one night. The next morning, Chao Xi already held an artifact bow with colorful flowing light in his hand. This news soon reached Zhui Feng's ears. "Damn it! That artifact that originally belonged to me. You dominate the world and wait for me." Yi Feng was also very surprised. He didn't expect Junlin Tianxia to be so fast. After obtaining the weapon spirit, he gathered all the materials in such a short period of time and successfully built an artifact. Yi Feng can save the cost of forging artifacts by adding more cores. If you go to a boutique blacksmith to forge an artifact, the cost is not small. But on the night of the next day, news of the appearance of the weapon spirit once again spread in the hidden sword valley. But this time, the members of Tu Summit were already prepared, because this was what they discovered. But the members of Junlin Tianxia were not satisfied with that artifact at all. They wanted more. So they didn't care about anyone's eyes at all, and rushed directly to the hidden sword villa, where they started fighting with the people from the Tu Fenghui. However, this is because the people of the Tu Fenghui were relatively well prepared. Although there were obstacles from the people in Junlin Tian, they still let the people of the Tu Fenghui get this weapon spirit in the end. Chapter 517 Share Issue. During the next period of time, Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fenghui almost surrounded the Sword Valley. But they still haven't found the so-called unknown sword master. The unknown sword master is in Yi Feng's territory, and he almost never comes out. So players just search around the world, but rarely go to other people's territory. However, since those two weapon spirits appeared, no other weapon spirits have appeared. However, the two major guilds still refuse to give up. According to the official data, Yi Feng had searched for it no less than 100 times. They had only searched a few times, and they had not only time, but manpower and material resources. However, in the following days, Yi Feng's Glory Guild seemed to be separated from the other two major guilds. I always heard that Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fenghui were fighting, but I never saw Yi Feng's Glory Guild fighting with the other two major guilds. On this day, Yi Feng and others have reached level 68, especially Yi Feng, who has reached level 70 with the blessing of the demonic battlefield. However, they found that it became more difficult to upgrade as they progressed. It was already June or early July. They had to wait for more than a month to reach level 68, and they also took magic pills during this period. Compared to most other players, their level is always 2 levels higher than other players. This is the benefit of the magic pill. But since it is used once every 7 days, and after using the magic pill, no matter how much experience you have, it will become 0. So they must increase the level of experience before using the magic pill. So this period is still relatively difficult. After all, no one wants to waste the experience gained from fighting monsters. However, Yi Feng is now at level 70, which is still 10 levels away from the upper limit of level 80. However, it is already summer. Fortunately, Sheila's house has central air conditioning, so it won't make everyone so hot. But if you go out, it is simply unimaginable. Especially the girls in the studio. They didn't even want to go out. As soon as they stepped out into the sun, it was so hot that even Yi Feng couldn't stand it. But they had to come out today. They had no choice. Celia's parents were coming back today, so as not to disturb the reunion of Celia's family. So Yi Feng and others had no choice but to stay outside today. Fortunately, Celia's parents are only back for 1 day today, and will leave tomorrow. They came back early because of some things. Otherwise, they would only come back every year during the new year. Of course, Xiaoya's parents also knew that there was a group of people playing fantasy games living in their house. However, they were all a little surprised when they learned that the person living here was Yifeng. As a Chinese, the influence of the game fantasy world has been unprecedentedly powerful. And as one of the spokespersons of the fantasy world, Yifeng's image has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Not to mention his achievements. Xiaoya's father asked, "Can you let your president Yifeng come to our company to be a spokesperson, so that our company can make more money?" Xiaoya said, "Your company is in the United States. It may not be feasible for them to go to the United States to do endorsements. After all, the area is not right." Xiaoya's mother nodded and said, "That's right. After all, in the United States, their Huancher spokespersons are a few foreigners. If they are paired with Yifeng's endorsement, it might have the opposite effect." Xiaoya's father thought for a while, and finally gave up the idea of meeting Yifeng. But Yifeng and others did something earth-shattering outside. Yifeng and others were invited to attend a charity party. After all, they had time today, so they went out to attend. This charity gala was mainly hosted by some wealthy people from City S. They were all very wealthy. And of course, they also took a fancy to Yifeng's guild. Moreover, this charity gala was organized by a company that changed markets in the Huaxia region and asked Yifeng and others to attend. After all, after Yifeng and others took Huancher's money, they had to follow their arrangements. Of course, the appearance of Yifeng and others made the entire charity party look extremely dazzling. Although there are really not many people like Yifeng, and they all donated money through the Glory Guild. There are quite a few people who are related to Yifeng and others. Everyone has money. But who cares about how little money they have? If you can climb a tree like Yifeng, your money will definitely increase. After all, Yifeng's pesticide union has only 2 companies that have taken shares so far. And the shares are very small. One has 10%, and the other has 5%. 10% is the investment from Yu Mingming's family, and 5% is brought by Aotian. The absolute control of the gang is in Yifeng's hands, and others have no right to interfere. Of course, everyone wants to invest 5% or 10% of the shares in Yifeng. But Yifeng is completely different from what they imagined. No matter what they said, Yifeng did not take their words as words at all. Some even said that as long as you give me 50% of the shares, I am willing to invest 5 billion in your honor guild. But Yifeng still decisively refused. Although this rejection was cruel, in Yifeng's view, the Glory Guild was his own hard work. How could he give it up to others? But 5 billion was rejected like this, which made many people feel sorry for him. The person who was rejected even had some complaints against Yifeng. "Boss, that person just said an investment of 5 billion yuan. I almost couldn't stand my legs. 5 billion yuan. It scared me to death." Yifeng shook his head and said, 5 billion. Although it is a lot, is true. If he is really allowed to live in, our Glory Guild will have to obey their arrangements on how to act in the future. Do you think such a guild is still the Glory Guild? Xiao He quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not." Just like Aotian's Xinhua Guild. Although he founded the Xinhua Guild, he was kicked out in the end because of the entry of major financial backers, which made him lose everything. Only the shares will end up like this. Yes. So no matter how much money the other party gives, you must take absolute control in your own hands and give yourself the absolute power to manage the Glory Guild. Others have no complaints about Yifeng's actions. They have already been assigned shares by Yifeng. It is precisely because of their existence that Yifeng's pesticide guild has come to what it is today step by step. At the request of everyone, Yifeng took 50% of the shares, and the remaining 35% of the shares were divided equally among them. And as far as Yanyu and Zissou are concerned, as long as their 2 shares are handed over to Yifeng, no one will have more shares than Yifeng. Although the current value of the Glory Guild is not very high. After all, because there are too few people investing in it, and the operation is too shallow, the temporary value of the Glory Guild is not as strong as that of Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng Hui. After offending the big benefactor, although he didn't fall out on the spot, at the subsequent banquet, he seemed to target Yifeng and others everywhere. However, Yifeng said in a speech, "There is nothing wrong with me. I just like to protect my shortcomings. If anyone dares to do something to a member of my pesticide union, then his end will be like this cup in my hand." Chapter 518 Long Chong. The cup in Yifeng's hand was made of ceramic. But when Yifeng put his hands together, the cup made a clicking sound. It sounds like people are very worried about whether Yifeng's arm will be scratched by now ceramics. What no one expected was that the cup in Yifeng's hand turned into something when Yifeng took out his hands. Yi Feng threw it directly into the air and said, "What do you think?" Many people held the cups in their hands in disbelief. Not to mention crushing this thing. Even crushing it. It is not something ordinary people can do. But listening to the voice just now, it is obviously not fake. This Yi Feng is too scary. Bar. People who were still somewhat hostile to Yi Feng now dared not speak. But at this time one person jumped out. Pa! 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 President Yi Feng is indeed threatening us in this way. Yi Feng saw the guy applauding. This guy turned out to be a young man about the same age as himself. From the look of his clothes and appearance, he should be a young man from a wealthy family. Yi Feng said, "I am stating my facts. And I don't want any harm to my members." Haha. Awesome. You are indeed President Yi Feng. It's a pity. I don't know if you have heard of our long family. Yi Feng shook his head and said, "I don't care about you. And I don't want to know who you are. I just come here according to my work needs." The young man said, "Okay. Then let me introduce myself. My surname is Long and my name is Long Chong." When the man introduced his name, many people began to underestimate him. It seemed that some people knew the identity of this guy. It turns out to be the second young master of the famous Long family. I wonder why he looks so familiar. Why did he come to our little charity meeting and didn't even say hello? The person who spoke was the organizer of this charity party. And all the guests came to this charity party through his invitation. In other words, this Long Chong either came uninvited, or the two of them were just acting. What? This guy is actually the second son of the Long family? Keep your voice down. What is the Long family? Don't you know? Many people didn't dare to say anything. But Yi Feng didn't care. But no matter you are from the Long family or the Ma family, as long as you dare to hurt the people around me, you will not have a good life. Long Chong continued, "It's okay. It's okay. I came here uninvited this time, because I want to meet the legendary Yi Feng. But it's nothing more than that." Chu Ti and I stood up immediately, pointed at Long Chong and said, "Hey, I said that guy named Long. What are you talking about? Our president has not offended you today, so don't come out to stir up trouble. Hey, there are also your supporters. It seems that you are quite comfortable as the boss in the fantasy world. You can just crush a cup. Who can't do that?" With that said, Long Chong casually crushed a cup into pieces just like Yi Feng did, patting the broken pieces on his hand. Long Chong said, "I hate seeing other people showing off in front of me the most in my life. I heard that Yi Feng is relatively low-key, but it seems completely different today." Yi Feng said coldly, "First of all, I don't know you. I just seek truth from facts. If you insist on finding a bone in the egg, I don't mind letting your thorn break." When Long Chong saw Yi Feng threatening him, he was not afraid, but laughed. "Listen, this guy actually wants to break me. Didn't I just say something bad about him? It seems that being famous is not as good as meeting me. That's what this guy is like." Obviously, everyone can see that Long Chong has been provoking Yi Feng here. But because of Long Chong's identity, no one else dares to speak. Long Chong, as the second son of the Long family, has a strong position in the Long family. The Long family is the #1 family in the entire China region. Their family has a very deep foundation. Even the current government does not dare to touch them. As long as people don't do anything that makes people and gods angry in society, generally few people will deal with their affairs, and major issues will be reduced to trivial matters. This time, Long Chong, who had been arrogant and domineering in the past, seemed to have hit a hard wall. And this hard board is just an ant in his eyes. If he wants to crush him to death, he can do it casually. With Long Chong's status, there are really few things that interest him in today's society. For example, take the game fantasy world, which everyone dismisses at all, and they don't even play it. It's just that Yi Feng is relatively famous. Anyone who has heard of Wancher knows Yi Feng. So this time, he wanted to see what this Yi Feng was like. But this time he came mainly to target Yi Feng. But after seeing the two women behind Yi Feng, he seemed to have changed his strategy. By Yi Feng's side, Yanyu and Zissou would always follow him inseparably. It was natural that they would fall into the eyes of some caring people. Yanyu and Zissou are indeed beautiful. But because of Yi Feng's presence, no one dares to approach them and strike up a conversation. But Long Chong is different. He understands his identity. Can't he go and strike up a conversation with those two beauties? Long Chong said, "Two beautiful women. This Yi Feng next to you is too cautious. If you continue to follow him, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot in the future." Yanyu said coldly, "Shut your mouth and do whatever you have to do. We have not offended you or disturbed you. Long Chong was stunned. This iceberg beauty is indeed hot enough. If he gets her on the bed? Hee. Evil. He showed that expression in front of Yin Yu. How could Yin Yu not know what he was thinking in his heart? Yifeng said coldly, I don't know who belongs to your family. And I don't want to know which family you belong to. Before I get angry, you'd better get away as far as you can. Is my woman yours? It's something you can get your hands on. Unexpectedly, Long Chong actually laughed and said, since you know my purpose, I will tell you. I have taken a fancy to the two women next to you. I will borrow them for one night and return them to you tomorrow. Of course I'm not begging you. I'm ordering you. Yifeng shook his head. Why are there so many idiots in the world? Do you really think that no matter how powerful your background is, you can do whatever you want? What is the Long family? Is it even stronger than the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Obviously it wasn't. If it were, Wu Tian would have told himself long ago. Hey, some people have given you a chance. But if you don't take it yourself, I'll give you another chance. Slap myself in the face. And I'll let it pass as a matter of course. Ha ha. Look, this Yifeng really thinks he is great. Tell him what is going on in our Long family. Pa! Long Chong was slapped and sent flying out, knocking several tables away before he came to a stop. Chapter 519 Bullying Others with Power. Who? Who hit me? Everyone was stunned. They had no idea who made the move and slapped Long Chong directly to the ground. Moreover, even Long Chong himself didn't react. Someone actually dared to hit him. Long Chong glared around, stared at Yifeng closely and said, Did you do it? Yifeng said, No. Then who will stand up for me? Yifeng said calmly, I said I would give you a chance. But it's a pity that you don't want this chance. And there's nothing I can do about it. Long Chong glared at Yifeng and said, That's what you did. Why didn't you admit it just now? Yifeng said, I didn't take action. But that doesn't mean others can't take action. Hearing this, Long Chong looked around nervously and said cautiously, Is there anyone else here? Where is he? Get out of here. If this young master knows who you are, I will kill you alive. A cold voice appeared behind Mr. Long. Can you chop me up alive? Do you have the ability? Long Chong was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. He turned around and looked behind him, only to see a woman standing behind him. This person is none other than Ying. Ying said that she didn't like to participate in this occasion, so she kept hiding aside, quietly guarding everyone. Of course, after Long Chong appeared, Ying Lao had already wanted to take action. But Yifeng kept saying to give him a chance, so he didn't touch him anymore. But this guy was so shameless, and was really looking for a beating. Yingzhen couldn't hold back, and slapped him directly. Yifeng said, Don't think that I can do whatever you want because I don't know you are an immortal cultivator. Your identities won't work here. Long Chong said calmly, Humph. Since you know that I am an immortal cultivator, you should know that our Long family is a family of immortal cultivators. There are many people who are higher in cultivation than me. You are going to enmity with me today, right? Yifeng shook his head helplessly, and said, It seems that you are the one who wants to make enemies with us today. We didn't provoke you, but you jumped out on your own. I just want to ask you, do you think you have a big face or do you think you are more capable? Have a finger in the pie. Of course Long Chong would not blush because of this. In his world, nothing could make him shrink back, even because he was at a disadvantage now. Long Chong didn't believe what the other party could do to him. After all, his family's power was there, and no one dared to touch him. Long Chong said, I finally understand why you are so arrogant. It turns out that you are also immortal cultivators. But don't forget that in the Huaxia district, my Long family is a big family of immortal cultivators. If you want to be hunted down by my Long family, now kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. I will pretend this never happened. Yifeng frowned. This guy would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. For this reason, he was still threatening himself with his family. Of course, Yifeng had already sensed that there were other immortal cultivators around. Probably his bodyguards or something like that. However, the person with the highest level is just a person in the early stage of foundation building. Compared with Yifeng, he is still no match for Yifeng. What's more, there are more than 2 immortal cultivators on Yifeng's side. Ying and Yifeng. Yifeng said, I really want to see how powerful your Long family is. At this point, you are still so arrogant. It seems that you are a bit too arrogant on weekdays. You don't even know if you are human. Ha ha. Am I arrogant? When have I ever been arrogant? I've always been like this. If you want to see the power of my family, Come out! Following Long Chong's order, 3 immortal cultivators walked out from 3 corners. When Long Chong was injured just now, they wanted to come out, but they didn't find the person who attacked Long Chong, so they didn't take action immediately. After the 3 people came out, Yifeng motioned for Ying to come to him, but the other party obviously couldn't trigger it, so he pounced on Ying, trying to catch Ying. However, at this moment, a bow appeared in Yen Yu's hand next to Yifeng. Boo-hoo! 3 arrows were shot out in 3 directions, directly stopping the 3 cultivators. The 3 immortal cultivators looked at the woman next to Yifeng in disbelief. It turned out that this guy was also an immortal cultivator. But why didn't he feel anything just now? As long as they have not undergone virtual reality transformation, it is impossible to determine whether they are immortal cultivators, because they do not have any energy that immortal cultivators have. Only after they undergo virtual reality transformation will their bodies radiate the energy of immortal cultivators. This is why the appearance of Yen Yu will surprise them even more. Ying walked slowly to Yifeng, who looked at the gathered Long family. Yifeng said, "Is this your power? There is a senior chief practitioner and a junior foundation builder. Do you think you are my opponent?" The guy who was in the middle stage of foundation building stood up and said, "Brother, although I know that your level is higher than mine, you must remember that we are from the Long family. Even if we lose today, you will still lose. Not having a good time." Yifeng laughed and said, "Are you all such thick-skinned people from the Long family? I'm afraid everyone sitting here is afraid of your Long family, so they don't dare to say anything. But just because they are afraid, it doesn't mean I'm afraid." Long Chong said, "Since you know that they are all afraid, then why are you still going against me? If you really want me, the Long family, to hunt you down, you will go to the ends of the earth." Yifeng said, "I'm afraid you don't have this ability. So I just want to ask you a question. Which one is bigger? The Long family or the alliance of immortal cultivators?" What the H.L. is the alliance of immortal cultivators? Of course our farm family is the largest family in the world. Who dares to resist our Long family in the entire Huaxia district? Long Chong obviously didn't know about the alliance of immortal cultivators. In his eyes, the Long family is the best in the world, and no other family members can compare to them. This is a superficial phenomenon. In the eyes of secular people, the Long family is indeed very powerful. But compared with the whole of China, their Long family is just a small family. Long Chong didn't know about the immortal cultivator alliance, but the 3 people behind him knew about it. The foundation building expert said, "Second young master, the alliance of immortal cultivators is the #1 alliance in China. We, the Long family, have to retrieve 3 points when we see it." Long Chong said angrily, "Are you kidding? How can our Long family be afraid of some kind of alliance?" "Second young master," said the foundation building expert. Long Chong ignored the foundation building expert and continued, "If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, don't even think about leaving here. Everyone else should get out first." Long Chong said, "You start with the rich businessmen." The rich people retreated one after another. They didn't want to get involved in this kind of battle. They had long known that there was a kind of immortal cultivator in the real world, which was very powerful. They don't want to put their lives in the hands of those immortal cultivators, because some rich people have immortal cultivators as bodyguards. And of course, they are just some immortal cultivators in the Qi training period. Chapter 520. Even the mother who beat her didn't recognize her. "It seems we can't beat this second young master." As for Yifeng, a master in the middle stage of foundation building, they are obviously no match for Yifeng. It is obvious that they cannot beat him. But this directly lost Long Chong's face. Long Chong said angrily, "Are you stupid? You still have to fight if you can't beat them. I don't want to lose face. Besides, can they really be our opponents of the Long family? But the other party is probably from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. We? What the H.L. are we? Come on." The 3 of them could only bite the bullet, and came to Yifeng and others and said, "You are offended. Please wait a moment, and don't hurt our second young master." Yifeng said, "This matter is simple. As long as your second young master apologizes to us, the matter will be solved. Otherwise, do you think we will be so easy to talk to? Yes, everyone is a cultivator of immortality, so no one cares about face. Although everyone else has left, what happened here will definitely spread soon." The moment the fight started, another person appeared. This person was Chu Tianai. He landed directly between Yifeng and the Long family, and said eagerly, "Fight me. Our president doesn't have the time to fight you." "Another one? Why is there another one?" Of course, Long Chong still had the same expression of fearlessness. If you can imagine what happened to the three of them next. They were no match for Yi Feng and others. And they didn't dare to use all their strength. After all, Yi Feng was standing there. Bump! The three of them were slapped away by Chu Tianai and landed at Long Chong's feet. Second young master. You can't beat me. Long Chong said angrily, but do you want me to kneel down and apologize to them? There is no door. Since you are unwilling to fight, then I will fight myself. I don't believe they really dare to fight me. Long Chong is just a guy in the middle stage of Qi training. And even Yi Feng can see that this guy is in the middle stage of Qi training. He probably doesn't know how to get up. And he has no fighting ability at all. It should be that his family forcibly promoted him to the middle stage of Qi training in order to save his life. Just like Zissou, who was forcibly promoted to the middle stage of Qi training by the Great Elder. Although his combat effectiveness is not very good. Fortunately, Zissou can still use the skills of the profession in the fantasy world. So the overall combat effectiveness is still stronger than that of the dragon. Long Chong rushed forward. And the person standing in front of him was the tall Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai grabbed Long Chong's fist with one fist. And Long Chong couldn't even move. Although both of them are in the middle stage of Qi training. Chu Tianai's ability is inherently strong in fighting skills. In addition, the bonus of the fantasy world profession is much stronger than that of ordinary immortal cultivators in the Qi training period. When Chu Tianai grabbed his hands, Long Chong shouted, "You bastard! Let me go quickly, or when my brother comes, none of you will feel comfortable." Chu Tianai sneered, "If you can't beat me, go to your brother. If you can't beat your brother, why don't you go to your dad or your grandpa?" Ha ha. Chu Tianai was not as good-tempered as Yi Feng. And he slapped Long Chong until he was dizzy. Even so, Long Chong was still extremely arrogant. At Yi Feng's signal, Chu Tianai took away his hand and hit him directly, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him. Long Chong, who was beaten, screamed and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Chu Tianai beat this guy until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. And he couldn't even speak in the end. Looking at Long Chong, who was lying on the ground and passed out, Chu Tianai said, "Take this guy away. He just needs to be dealt with." The three of them looked at Long Chong lying on the ground. And they all sighed. With a character like Long Chong, it would be fine if he met ordinary people. But he would definitely be beaten if he met other capable immortal cultivators. But when the three of them carried Long Chong and were about to leave, Yi Feng said, "What is the origin of your Long family? Your second young master is so arrogant. He must be quite strong." The foundation building expert said, "It's okay. It's just a family of self-cultivation. There are still quite a lot of immortal cultivators in the family. We are just some casual cultivators attached to their Long family. It is said that the ancestors of their family have the highest ability and possess the realm of Bigu." Yi Feng was a little surprised. The realm of Bigu was equivalent to that of an elder in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. And his ability was one level higher than Wu Tian. Wu Tian is just a cultivator of the Kaiguang realm. If Wu Tian fights with an elder of the Bigu realm, Wu Tian has no chance of winning. Yi Feng said, "The family's power is indeed not small. But it's a pity that this guy really needs a beating. If you have any problems, come to me. I want to see how powerful the Long family is." "Okay. I'll say goodbye later." After the Long family left, Yi Feng and others no longer needed to stay here and returned to their hotels. After all, they were living outside today and would still play games. But for safety reasons, they did not play games tonight. Instead, they concentrated in a relatively large guest room and played poker. In this day and age, fighting is still a good way to pass the time. However, Yi Feng did not fight with him, but quietly guarded the roof of the hotel. With him were Yen Yu and Zissou. They knew that tonight would definitely be uneasy. After all, they had just checked on the Long family, and it was indeed not simple. Yen Yu and Zissou leaned on Yi Feng's shoulders, looking at the stars in the sky, enjoying the rare peace. Yi Feng said, "Thinking about this hot day, the scenery on the rooftop is so beautiful, but the wind is a bit hot." Zissou nodded and said, "Yeah, but I wish I could have more days like this." Yi Feng said, "If you want to watch it, you can watch it every day." "Humph. I think it's true that I play games every day. I've already arrived in this city. I wonder what activities will happen next." "Yes." Yi Feng nodded. The bad thing now is that although the weekly Blood God Sword Village is extremely intense and popular, it is only in the Huaxia district. Moreover, the popularity of Blood God Sword Village is just a plaything among the major guilds. Some individual players from small guilds do not have this kind of passion. I don't know how Vision will develop next. Of course, Yifeng is more concerned about when the fantasy world will give everyone the ability to transform into virtual reality. Yanyu said, no matter how things develop, we will always be by your side. Even if the bad thing disappears in the end, we will still be together. Well, Sister Yanyu is right. We will always be together and never separate. Yifeng looked at the two girls with a smile. It was great to have them here. But now they needed to solve a problem. Because Yifeng had already felt that someone was standing on the corner of the rooftop, quietly looking at Yifeng and others. Chapter 521 Long Outyan. Yifeng said calmly, now that you're here, come out. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A sound of footsteps came from the darkness. As he walked out, the darkness appeared under the moon, and Yifeng and others finally saw his face clearly. How can he compare with today's Long Chong? But he looks more delicate and handsome. Yifeng said, you must be that Long Chong's brother. You look a bit alike. The man smiled and said, yes. I am the elder brother of that incompetent brother. My name is Long Aotian. Yifeng was shocked because when he said his name, Yifeng could clearly feel a sound wave coming from him. The flower bed next to Yifeng was shattered by the earthquake. Fortunately, Yifeng took precautions in time, and even though he blocked the sound waves, he did not endanger Yanyu and Zissou. Not bad. It can actually block my sonic attack. Zissou shouted, what's wrong with you? You attack us as soon as you come up. I'm sorry, ma'am. I just wanted to see if the man in front of me is worth my while. And now it seems he is. Yifeng blocked Zissou and Yanyu behind him and said, at the Pika Foundation building, you do have the ability to be proud of. Haha. You are also very good. You are in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. At your age, you can reach the middle stage of Foundation establishment. You are not a disciple of any family. Your talent is already very good. Yifeng said, I am just opportunistic. And as you can imagine, your talent should be similar to Wu Tian. Long Outyan said, Wu Tian. Are you talking about Wu Tian, the leader of the dragon organization? Yifeng nodded and said, of course it's him. Finally someone who understands the truth. So you are from the dragon organization? When he said this, Long Outyan frowned a little. After all, the people of the dragon organization are not something the Long family can offend. After all, the force they belong to is the alliance of immortal cultivators. But when his brother was beaten like that, he couldn't just pretend that nothing happened. Long Outyan said, although my Long family and your dragon organization have nothing to do with each other. You beat my brother, and you must give an explanation. Yifeng said, explain? Didn't you ask that guy in the early stage of Foundation building? Of course I've asked. Even though my brother was at fault first. They are no match for you. Yet you still dealt so harshly. Of course the fault lies with you. Yifeng said, are you, the Long family, always bullying the weak and afraid of the strong? Are you used to being strong? Long Outyan said, it's not that our Long family is in charge. But whoever bullies our Long family will have to pay the price. Yifeng sneered, then what does your Long family want from me? Since you are from the dragon organization, we don't need you to compensate. Just apologize to my brother, and let this matter be over. Otherwise, even Wu Tian can't stop our Long family. Yifeng said, I disappoint you. Unfortunately, I am not from the dragon organization. Nor am I a subordinate of Wu Tian. Hearing what Yifeng said, Long Outyan finally felt relieved. But he still confirmed it and asked, are you really not from the dragon organization? Certainly. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. I will take you back to the Long family and listen to the elders of the Long family. Yifeng sneered and said, come and catch me if you can. Humph. Then I'm not welcome. The battle was about to break out. But Yifeng did not move at all and kept protecting Yanyu and Zissou. After all, the masters at the Pika Foundation building were not something they could deal with. Long Haotian's abilities seemed a bit mysterious, and his attacks were miraculous and seemed to come from space. It's okay. If Yifeng hadn't sensed the surrounding situation, otherwise Yifeng wouldn't have been able to dodge the opponent's attack. Not to mention how Yifeng attacks the opponent. Because Yifeng can't find the opponent's location at all. It's so fast. You two get off first. Well, be careful. Yanyu and Zissou didn't go far. They just hid aside and watched. After Yanyu and Zissou left, Yifeng directly implemented Feng Xingyan. This time Yifeng's speed reached the extreme. And he also saw the opponent's actions. Even so, Yifeng's attack power is still a little bit behind. It seems that the actual combat ability is particularly strong. Even though Yi Feng fought with the demon for a long time in the Tiandao compass, he still felt that the opponent's actual combat ability was not weak. It seems that Yi Feng wants to get to know the Long family again. They are really good at actual combat. But after Yi Feng was able to catch up with Long Outyan, Yi Feng's attack power was also extremely powerful. Because Yi Feng not only has melee attacks, but also long-range attacks. This is what troubles Long Outyan. He didn't expect that Yi Feng had so many attack methods. Regardless of the opponent's fighting skills, when he attacked at close range, when he was about to retreat, the other party could use long-range attacks to contain him. This guy didn't look like a Saren at all. Long Outyan shouted, "You should not be an ordinary person. Where did you come from? Why have I never seen you before?" Yi Feng said, "Don't talk during the battle. Otherwise you will regret it if you are not careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng's long sword slashed directly on Long Outyan's arm, drawing a bloody streak. "Rinse." Long Outyan lowered his head and glanced at his injured arm. He didn't expect that you were injured by a guy who was in the middle stage of foundation building. If he said this, Long Outyan wouldn't know where to put his face. There was a slight anger on Long Outyan's face, but it was completely different from Yi Feng opposite him. Yi Feng still looked calm and calm. Not at all. Long Outyan regarded him as a deadly opponent. Long Outyan looked at Yi Feng coldly. This guy was really not simple. Although he didn't use his full strength, it seemed that the guy opposite didn't use his full strength either. "What is your brother? Offended such a monster? Today's Long Outyan is riding a tiger with difficulty. How can he give up? You see Wu Outyan's character. Even if he is killed, he is not willing to surrender or escape." Yi Feng said, "If you were distracted, maybe my sword would have pierced your chest. Come again. This time, I will let you know that my Long family is not just talking." Obviously, Long Outyan wants to use their family's secret book. Because in Yi Feng's eyes, a dragon faintly appeared on Long Outyan's arm, which made Yi Feng look at his arm extremely carefully. If he guessed correctly, his attack was most likely a close attack with his own arm. The next moment, Long Outyan rushed directly to Yi Feng's side and started a close fight with Yi Feng. Yi Feng's guess was right. It was indeed a close attack. This guy's attack shocked Yi Feng's jaw. This dragon is supposed to strengthen its attacks and enhance its combat power. I don't know if there is a time limit. Chapter 522. A strong man in the light realm. Yi Feng shook his numb arm. Although it was a bit difficult to hit, it was still acceptable to Yi Feng. But Long Outyan was a little surprised. He even used the Long family's unique magic blessing. He didn't expect that the other party could force it on. It seemed that he couldn't hide it anymore. "Drink!" Long Outyan shouted loudly, and Long Outyan's whole body lit up, as if he felt a dragon roar. Moreover, at this time, Long Outyan's speed temporarily increased, which shocked Yi Feng. Yi Feng could only make one defensive knowledge, but was directly knocked away by Dragon Outyan. Boom! Yi Feng directly hit the water storage tank on the roof of the rooftop, smashing the water storage tank directly. A dull sound came from Yi Feng's chest. Yin Yu and Zisu, who were hiding in the dark, panicked and wanted to go forward to help Yi Feng, but she was pulled back by another person. This person was Ying. She had been hiding in the dark. "Don't go up. Don't cause him any trouble. We are no match for that guy." "But what if Yi Feng is injured?" Zisu said anxiously. Yin Yu didn't say anything and went directly to the virtual reality transformation. Want to step forward to help Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng, who was sleeping in the water tank, directly knocked the gravel away and stood up. Yi Feng caressed his chest. The punch this guy just punched was too strong. Even now, Yi Feng's chest still hurts. If Yi Feng hadn't been strong enough, he might have suffered serious internal injuries from the impact. Long Outyan was a little surprised to see Yi Feng standing up unscathed. "I didn't expect your ability to be so extraordinary. It seems I need to spend a little more effort on you. Otherwise, I really won't be able to bring you back to the Long family." On the other hand, Yi Feng didn't have much emotion. He just responded calmly, "Why do you still want to take me back? Are you sure you can do it? Don't think that just because you caught my ritual move, you think that I can't do anything to you. I won't show mercy next time. Even if I cripple you, it doesn't matter." Yi Feng stretched out his hands, opened his arms and said, "Come on then." However, just when Long Outyan was about to attack, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. "What the hell?" Long Outyan was shocked, not knowing what method Yi Feng was going to use. But Long Outyan still didn't stop the movements in his hands, and continued to attack Yi Feng. His fists roared like a tiger. However, at this moment, Yi Feng was surrounded by a cloud of black energy, which was very strange. The fist that was like a tiger's roar hit directly into the black shadow. But this time it stopped without moving. Long Aotian's expression changed from indifference to surprise, and finally to panic, because a hand with black claws grabbed his fist, and a pair of wings appeared in front of Long Aotian. Long Aotian said in surprise, "You are the Black Angel in the legend. It turns out to be you." Now Yi Feng looks like a legendary fallen angel. His handsome and cold face makes Yi Feng's appearance even more outstanding. Coupled with the dark equipment, especially the 6 pairs of black wings, Yi Feng looked extremely handsome. Yi Feng said coldly, "Why? You know me. How could Long Aotian not know about this guy?" When he flew directly from S City to the headquarters of Wancher, the distance actually took him less than half an hour. With this ability alone, Long Aotian is simply not as good as Yi Feng. In addition, Long Aotian's fist was caught tightly by Yi Feng, and Long Aotian couldn't even move. Long Aotian said, "Is it interesting? Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? With your current ability, you can easily kill me in seconds." Yi Feng said, "I said, if you want to take him away, I will use all your strength. Unless of course you can force out my strength. This is all your strength now. Although I am not your opponent, someone is." After Yi Feng used the demonization skill, Yi Feng's perception ability had improved several levels compared to his own, and he also felt a very powerful aura around him. Yi Feng said coldly, "If I guess correctly, he should be your bodyguard in the early stage of the consecration realm." Being able to have bodyguards in the early stage of the consecration realm shows that Long Aotian's status in the family is extremely powerful. Long Aotian said, "Your sensory ability is right. But what I want to tell you is wrong. Not one person, but 2 people." Yi Feng was a little surprised that he had missed someone. Where was that person? But Yi Feng couldn't feel it. Yi Feng could only say, "Then come out and let me see how strong the Long family is." Only 2 footsteps were heard landing on the rooftop, and Yi Feng had already felt their presence. However, Yi Feng directly knocked back Long Aotian in front of him with one palm. However, Yi Feng's palm was not an ordinary one. He directly knocked back Long Aotian several meters away. The 2 people who came over directly supported him, preventing Long Aotian from retreating any further. When Yi Feng saw the 2 people clearly, Yi Feng realized why he couldn't find them. It turned out that the 2 people were twins and looked exactly the same. Moreover, the auras on their bodies are actually the same type. And if you don't look very carefully, you will feel that they are the same person. You're not bad. You can actually force our eldest son to do this. But he has never asked us to show up. One of them said. Yi Feng is already ready for battle, facing 2 guys who are in the early stage of the lighting realm. Yi Feng is not 100% sure of defeating them. Long Aotian has spoken. He cannot let Yi Feng do whatever he wants. If he continues to stay like this, he will catch Yi Feng. Catch him. I want to see what his background is. It's the eldest son. The 2 people rushed forward, one on the left and the other on the right, double-teaming Yi Feng. Fortunately, Yi Feng had the ability to fly. He flew directly into the sky and avoided their attacks. But Bei Feng remained the same and underestimated the attack capabilities of the strong ones in the Kaiguang realm. One of their jumps can actually be as high as Yi Feng's. Coupled with their speed and ability, they can actually fly. Although it was a short flight, it still caused Yi Feng a lot of trouble. But Yi Feng didn't dare to leave here at all, because there were people who Yi Feng needed to protect below. If he left and they caught Yin Yu and others, Yi Feng would be in a very passive state. However, the 2 strong men in the light realm made Yi Feng suffer a lot. Many black wings were falling in the sky. Because of the flanking attack between the 2, scars appeared on Yi Feng's body, causing damage to Yi Feng's wings. Yin Yu and the other 3 who were hiding aside were already holding their hearts together. They didn't want Yi Feng to get hurt because of this. Chapter 523. I can't bear it anymore. What should I do? Yi Feng is surrounded by the 2 of them, and it seems that he can no longer hold on. Wu Tian. Look for Wu Tian quickly. Who has Wu Tian's phone number? Ying said. The person who has been contacting Wu Tian is Yi Feng himself, and none of us have his contact information. What should we do? Now Yi Feng is entangled by 2 enemies who are stronger than him. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long, Zissou said anxiously. Yin Yu said, how about the 3 of us go together? We can always find a breakthrough for Yi Feng. No. This will only cause more trouble for Yi Feng. Yi Feng can leave here now that he has the ability to fly. But why he hasn't left here is because he is worried about you. Ing shouted. Worry about us? What do we have to worry about? Zissou said. Don't you know this yet? If he leaves, that guy will definitely come and take you away. Won't Yifeng be in even bigger trouble? So you'd better not cause trouble for him and let me go. Shadow stepped out. But while they were talking, Yifeng had already been seized by the opponent and punched the rooftop, even punching through the attic. Boom! At this moment, Yifeng sprayed out from the roof of the building again and flew into the air. Yifeng looked at the footprints on his chest. The twins in front of him were so terrifying. They had such a tacit understanding. If he hadn't had the ability to fly, he might have been defeated long ago. Moreover, when his own death comes, he cannot attack the opponent at all. If he attacks one of them, the other person will definitely make his attack ineffective. In the first battle, Yifeng was extremely frustrated. What he could obviously do was easily solved by another person. Yifeng, Yinyu, and the others shouted anxiously. Yifeng stretched out his hand and said, Don't come out. Stay there. I'm fine. But while he was speaking, blood actually flowed from the corner of Yifeng's mouth. I originally wanted to swallow the blood, but as I spoke, it came up again and spurted out. Fortunately, the three of them couldn't see Yifeng vomiting blood at all, because Yifeng's back was turned to them. At this time, Long Aotian said, I want to see how long you can hold on. I also look forward to how long you, a guy who is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, can fight against two strong men who are in the early stage of the light opening realm. Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Then give it a try. But this time, Yifeng did not rush towards the two powerful men in the open light realm, but ran directly towards Long Aotian. I can't beat those two strong men, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you. Glory heaven. As long as I control you, there's nothing they can do to me. It was obvious that Yifeng's intention had been discovered by them. Long Aotian immediately retreated, and the other two stood in front of Yifeng again, dealing a blow to Yifeng. When Yifeng once again faced off against two strong men in the Kaiguang realm, he felt exhausted at this moment. The two of them have such a tacit understanding that if alone, Yifeng can definitely defeat him. The problem is that the tacit understanding between the two of them is completely comparable to another level. In the early stage of the consecrated light realm, Yifeng is still capable of fighting and even winning. However, if it is the middle stage of the consecrated light realm, Yifeng no longer has much chance of winning. If no one comes to help Yifeng at this time, I'm afraid Yifeng will only get beaten and will definitely be taken away in the end. And the fact is that Yifeng has been beaten by the two opponents, and he vomited blood repeatedly. Ah! Bump! Yifeng was directly knocked away and fell in front of Yinyu and the others. Yinyu and the others squatted down quickly, checked Yifeng's injuries, and asked nervously, Are you okay? Let's go! Yifeng stood up with difficulty and said calmly, It's okay. We can fight again. Humph. If you just surrender now, you won't have to suffer so much. Long Aotian said sarcastically from the side. Zissou pointed at Long Aotian and said, You guy. Don't you know what your brother is doing? What kind of person is your brother? Do you still want to condone him? Long Aotian said arrogantly, It is precisely because he is my brother that I have to protect him. If you don't go away, don't blame us for beating women. How dare you? Yifeng said angrily. Why don't you dare? You are just a powerful crossbow now. You still want to protect them. If you cooperate well, we can let them go. Don't even think about capturing Yifeng. If you want to capture him, he must get through us first. The three women stood in front of Yifeng, took out their weapons, and prepared to attack the three people in front of them. Yifeng was very pleased that at this critical moment, there were still people willing to stand up and help him. He was indeed right about the person. But how could he let a woman stand in front of him at this time? Yifeng pushed the three of them aside, and they came to Long Aotian again. Fights between men should be resolved by men. Girls should stand behind men. Long Aotian frowned. It was obvious that Yifeng didn't want to do this, and wanted to resist stubbornly. Long Aotian was about to say launch an attack. But at this moment, a burst of applause sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Pa! 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 I mean, Yifeng, when will you be able to slow down your strong character? You've been hurt like a bird, and you're still trying to be brave. After Yifeng heard that voice, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and finally came. Yifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, What else? Will I ever let a woman stand in front of me again? Okay. Okay. I'm here. Leave it to me. You can have a good rest. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, then took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion from his backpack and began to replenish his energy. At this time, a panting and shouting man ran up to the stairs. It was Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai said softly, "Is everything okay?" "Fortunately, I caught up." Yen Yu asked, "Did you find Wu Tian?" "Yes. I have sensed the battle above for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have Wu Tian's contact information, so I had to go into the game to look for it. Fortunately, I found him. I wish I wasn't too late." Yifeng stretched out a palm and said, "Thank you, brother." Wu Tian high-fived Yifeng and said, "We are all brothers. As long as you are fine, it will be fine. It's a pity that we are too incompetent to help you, so we can only ask others for help. It's okay." Wu Tian came at the right time. After Long Outyan saw Wu Tian, he felt bad. Didn't this guy say he was not from the Long organization? Did he lie to himself? "Wu Tian, is this guy from your organization?" Long Outyan asked. Wu Tian said, "How can this guy be a member of my dragon organization? Even if I want it, others still don't like it." Knowing that he was not from his organization, Long Outyan became calmer. Chapter 524 Retreat. Don't be too happy too early. Although he is not from our dragon organization. This is... But what? Is he your Wu Tian's brother? Long Outyan obviously didn't take Wu Tian seriously. After all, Wu Tian was not the only master here. Wu Tian smiled calmly and said, "Of course not. If he were my brother, I wouldn't be so verbose with you." Long Outyan asked, "Then who is he?" Wu Tian said, "He is a person appointed by the Great Elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Even your ancestors dare not touch him. Let alone you." "What? Why haven't I heard his name?" "Don't scare me. I'm not scared." Wu Tian said, "Of course I know you don't sound good. But Wu Tian, never lie when I speak. Believe it or not, I have already put my words here." This, Long Outyan didn't know what to say. If he was from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, it would be terrible. The people in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance are not from the Dragon Organization. The people in the Dragon Organization are just subordinates of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Even if there is any conflict, people from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance will rarely come forward to resolve it. But it is different if they are originally from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. For example, Wu Tian, who was standing in front of them, had only entered the Immortal Cultivator Alliance in the past 2 years. And he entered it as an exception. It is said that the people in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance needed Wu Tian to do something. So they chose him. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the Immortal Cultivator Alliance because of him. Because entering there requires an extremely strict level of cultivation. Their ancestor was one of the elders in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. But now they follow the Great Elder to the battlefield outside the world. However, the ancestors of the Dragon Clan never told them that such a young person came to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Long Outyan would look at you and say, "Am I really from the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators?" Yifeng nodded and said, "That's right. I promised the Great Elder something." Hearing Yifeng say this, Long Outyan's face suddenly became gloomy. From this point of view, they couldn't defeat Yifeng at all. What could they do? Unless they can kill people and silence them, the Long family may suffer a great disaster. Long Outyan said, "Then how should you settle this debt with my brother? Don't think that if you are from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, we will be afraid of you." Wu Tian laughed and said mercilessly, "You, the Long family, have become so bold that you even dare to threaten people from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. I think your ancestors of the Long family have not taught you the family rules." "Humph. Wu Tian, don't worry about this matter. It's none of your business." Wu Tian sat with his legs crossed and said from the edge of the rooftop, "You are wrong about this. The Great Elder has told me to protect Yifeng. If anything happens to him, I will not be in trouble." "Why does the Great Elder protect her? Who is she? What does she have to do with the Great Elder?" Wu Tian said, "I don't know about this. If you have the ability, you can ask your ancestors or your sister-in-law. Anyway, I don't have the ability." Forehead. It would be impossible for Long Outyan to question their farm tradition. What their ancestor of the Long family hates the most is those below him causing trouble. If he knew who dared to cause trouble, he would get very angry. Moreover, the ancestors of the Long family were stricter about their own offspring. So genius Long Ao had the current level of cultivation. However, his younger brother did not have the temperament to cultivate. The family forcibly promoted her to the early stage of qi refining just to give him some means to save his life. However, There was no way around him, because he was so arrogant and domineering. Yifeng said, "Is it possible that you still want to take me back to the Long family? Besides, your brother deserves to be beaten. Even if my brother makes any mistakes, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson." "Ha! A capable scumbag is worthy of you protecting him like this. It seems you are not a good person either," Yin Yu said coldly. Long Aoyan looked at Yin Yu coldly. Someone actually said that his brother was a scumbag in front of him. No one had dared to say this to him for a long time. Long Aoyan said coldly, "You are just looking for death." Yifeng stretched out his hand and stood in front of Yin Yu and said, "Even if I am injured now, if you want to touch her, you are not qualified yet." Long Aoyan looked like he was dominating the world. He looked at Yin Yu and said, "It's probably just for you. Beauty is just a disaster." "You?" Yifeng said, "That's your opinion. In my eyes, she is a beauty, not a disaster." "Humph. Just for Wu Tian's sake, I will let you go today. If you dare to mess with our Long family next time, don't blame me for being rude." Yifeng looked at Long Aoyan coldly. This guy was looking for a way out for him. It was obvious that he didn't dare to touch him anymore. It is also possible that Long Aoyan wants to go back and check his own relevant information. If he is really a member of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, he will definitely restrain his younger brother in the future. If not, he will probably come to trouble him again. Soon Long Aoyan left the rooftop with his 2 bodyguards, leaving only Yifeng and Wu Tian waiting on the rooftop. Wu Tian said, "The power of the Long family is very powerful. I forgot to tell you before, because I think you will not come into contact with that kind of people under normal circumstances. After all, you mainly play games. I never expected you today." "Beat his brother," Yifeng said. "His brother deserves to be beaten. I've also heard that his brother is not a good thing. Just beat him. What can happen to him? But you have to be careful." It's all my fault. I asked you to participate in this bullshit charity event. I thought it would increase your popularity." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since everything has happened, let it pass. Well, remember to come to me as soon as possible if something happens. Don't always think that you can handle it. If I don't come forward, you will probably be captured by them and taken back to the Long family. It will be troublesome to save you then. After all, the Long family not a good person. Well, I understand. I will pay attention to it in the future." "That's good. I'm going back too." When Yifeng and others returned to the restaurant, Wu Tian also left. However, Long Aoyan and others did not leave. They stood on the top of the rooftop of another building, looking at Yifeng's building and said, "Have you ever heard that such a young man has come to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance?" Behind him, 2 powerful men in the consecration realm said, "No. No one seems to have heard anyone mention it. But the Ancestor and the Great Elder have a good relationship. The Ancestor should know. Well, it seems that we must go and inquire. Otherwise we cannot let this guy get away with it. Go back first." "Yes." Chapter 525 Long Family. When Long Aoyan returned to his assistant, he saw his brother, Long Chong, still lying on the bed, screaming. Long Chong looked at his brother. Long Aoyan was back, and he immediately got up and said, "Brother, how is that guy? Did you kill him?" Long Aoyan said, "No." Na Wutian appeared. "It is said that this Yifeng seems to have some background?" "The background is not small. Is it as big as our Long family?" Long Aoyan nodded and said, "If what they say is true, then they are indeed beings that our Long family cannot afford to offend." Long Chong said with a shocked look on his face, "It's impossible. There are actually stronger forces in China than our Long family. How could I not know why my parents didn't tell me?" Long Aoyan said, "Because you can't have leisure time. Your parents didn't tell you in order to prevent you from worrying about those things." However, Long Chong did not care about these problems, and instead said, "I don't care. This guy beat me like this. I definitely can't let him go. Don't worry, brother. He beat you like this, and I've helped you clean it up. I beat him to serious injuries, which is considered revenge for you. No, I have to beat him up myself so that I can relieve my anger." Long Aoyan shook his head and said, "I wanted to bring him back. But unfortunately, when he was seriously injured, Wu Tian showed up. I had no choice but to let him go like this." "Humph. I heard that this guy is very arrogant in the game. How about we go to that game and break up his power to see what else he can do?" Long Aoyan frowned and said, "Don't our family sponsor a guild? You can go and take a look." "Really? Why didn't I know?" Long Chong asked. Long Outyan also shook his head and said, I also heard that it seems to have sponsored a certain guild. But it is said that the guild is quite big and has made a lot of money for our Long family. Which guild is it? Wait until you return to the family. Just ask when the time comes? Okay. I want to see what this guy is capable of. Yi Feng didn't know that another potential enemy of his was about to surface. However, after Yi Feng returned to the room, he did not go to sleep immediately, but still guarded them. After all, he didn't know whether Long Outyan was gone. Walk. Are you okay? Take a rest. Zissou poured a glass of water and handed it to Yi Feng and said. Yi Feng said, it's much better. This kind of injury can best be restored by using the blood-restoring potion in the fantasy world. That's good. I just saw you being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The rest of us are anxious to death. Yi Feng said, don't worry. I won't die that easily. Zissou said, I finally opened my eyes again. But I don't want you to leave me again this time. Yeah. I'll be fine. Don't worry. The next morning, after receiving Xiaoya's call, everyone knew that Xiaoya's parents had returned to the United States again. So they no longer have to stay in the hotel, but go back to their studio again. But just this morning, Long Outyan returned to the Long family with his younger brother Long Chong. When Long Chong's parents saw Long Chong being beaten like this, they said angrily, who did this? You beat my son like this. Don't you know Long Chong is my son? Long Outyan said, this person's identity is a bit mysterious, so I don't dare to do it easily. Father, have you heard of Yi Feng? Long Outyan's father, Long Zhan, said, I seem to remember that this Yi Feng is not the president of a big guild in the fantasy world game? I'm not wrong. The patriarch is right. It is Yi Feng. But I don't know if he is the same person as the Yi Feng the young master said. Behind Long Zhan, a housekeeper said. Long Outyan said, yes. It is this person. What? He is so courageous. You can beat my son like this. Come on. Come on and catch him. Yes. Patriarch. Long Outyan quickly stopped the servant and said, wait a minute. Father, you better listen to what I have to say. Okay. Tell me. Who is this Yi Feng? Long Outyan said, I was already planning to catch him last night. But at that time Wu Tian actually appeared. Wu Tian. Why did he show up? Isn't this Yi Feng his? Even if his people hurt my son, they should pay the price. Long Outyan said, they are not his people. But they do not belong to the same force. That is the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. What? Yi Feng here is actually from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. There is no way that the youngest person is that Wu Tian. And he joined as an exception. I have never heard that a guy named Yi Feng will appear in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yes, Father. I didn't believe it at first. But when Wu Tian said it himself, I had to believe it. So I came back this time to ask for proof whether this Yi Feng is from the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. Long Zhan knew that his eldest son Long Outyan was very careful in doing things, and what he thought about yesterday was not unreasonable. Long Zhan said, then what are you going to do? Find out his true identity. Long Outyan said, first of all, we have to find out his identity. If he is really from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, then we will not be able to carry out any revenge or attack on him. Long Zhan nodded and said, yes. The proof is exactly what you said. If he is really from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, it's really hard for us to take action. After all, the Great Elder is not a vegetarian. Everyone trembled when they thought of the Great Elder's strength. His ability to move mountains and fill seas was really terrifying. Father, I want to ask you a question. Say it. I heard that you invested in a gaming guild in the fantasy world. Long Zhan said, that's true. I wanted to invest in the Yi Feng guild at first, but this guy didn't want to give out any equity at all. But now I have invested in another guild called Tu Feng Wei. Tu Feng Wei. Why does this feel so sad? He just has a grudge against Yi Feng. So he chose the name Tu Feng Wei. What's the point of this question? Do you want to play games? That's absolutely impossible. Cultivation is your main task. Long Outyan shook his head and said, if it is confirmed that Yi Feng is really a member of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, then we cannot retaliate against him. But we can go to the game to attack him. And it is not me who will do it, but my second brother. Long Zhan thought about it and realized that this was indeed a good idea. He had found Yi Feng a little distasteful before, and now he even beat up his own son. If he could bring down his guild in the game, then it is indeed a very satisfying thing. Chapter 526, Attacking the Fantasy World. Long Chong looked at his father, as if he wanted to go to the fantasy world. The reason why he didn't play this game before was because his father wanted him to do business. So his father strictly demanded that he not be allowed to enter the fantasy world to waste his time. But now it seems that the fantasy world is not just a game. They have also received a lot of benefits in the fantasy world. Long Chong said, "Father asked me to change it." "Right. Let me destroy Yi Feng and avenge yesterday's revenge." Long John said, "Yes. But you must promise me that even after you get into bad things, you should study more instead of causing trouble all day long. If you want to deal with Yi Feng's Glory Guild, you will definitely not be able to rely on your own strength alone." "Of course I understand, Father. I also know a lot about this game. The power of a single person is definitely not strong enough to break a guild." Long Chong responded, "Well, I know this. If you want to defeat the Pesticide Guild, a summit meeting is far from enough. All you have to do is contact the Junlin Tianxia Guild. It is best to become the largest shareholder in it. In this way, the two major guilds will be stronger. Only a strong alliance can suppress the Glory Guild." Long Chong nodded and said, "Father, I understand. It's just that when I go to the fantasy world, I not only want to suppress Yi Feng's glory, but the guild also needs to win the shares of Junlin Tianxia." "Right." Long John nodded and said, "Yes, that's it. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint my father. Well, this is my son Long John, but I will find out Yi Feng's identity as soon as possible." "Thank you, Father," Long Chong said. However, Long Chong was still relatively happy. After all, he could finally enter the fantasy world. He had long heard that the fantasy world was different, so he could finally enter it. In fact, he had already practiced a number in the fantasy world. However, in order not to arouse his father's suspicion, he kept a very low profile. Even if he was angered in the game, he did not dare to make it public. After all, if his father found out, that's even bigger trouble. Now it seems that my secretly refined account can finally be put to use, and I don't have to worry about the gap between my level and others. Long John said, "Butler, take the second young master to take care of his injuries, and introduce to him some of the matters of the Tu Feng Association so that he can take over." "Yes, Master." However, Long Aotian still chatted with Long John again. Long John asked, "That Yi Feng, have you ever fought against him?" Long Aotian said with some shame, "I disappoint my father. I can't beat him at the peak of Foundation establishment. Please punish me." Long John sighed and shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. If he is really chosen by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, his ability must be extraordinary. From this point of view, those who can compare with him and have strong combat effectiveness can only be counted on one finger." "Well, now I kind of believe what Wu Tian said," Long Aotian said. "Actually, when I fought with him, I felt that he was an unusual person. I kept thinking about which family would cultivate such a talent, but I never thought that he would be from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. People, after all, the age difference is too big." "Well, I'll ask the boss about this when he comes back. If that's really the case, we'll try not to meet him in real life. And we'll also tell your brother not to reveal his identity in the game." Long Aotian nodded and said, "Su Xian, I understand. But I want to practice in seclusion during this period." "Yeah, but don't be impatient. Yi Feng is different from you. Someone who can be favored by the Immortal Cultivator Alliance must have his own strengths. So we can't compare with him. You just need to know that in the eyes of normal people, you are already invincible among peers." Long Aotian nodded. But there was always a hurdle in his heart. After all, he had been known as a genius since childhood. But now, Yi Feng appeared, making him feel very ashamed. The Long family is very capable, and Yi Feng's life experience was found out at once. Yi Feng is just a child from an ordinary family. But to be able to reach this point, there must be something unknown to them. Long John said, "Pass my order to temporarily adopt a wait-and-see attitude towards that night wind. Remember, don't disturb them." "Yes, Master." Long John secretly thought, "It seems that this guy is really not simple. We are 100% sure that he is from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Otherwise, how would an ordinary person grow up to be like this?" Shui Feng, the president of Tu Fenghui, welcomed an important guest today. This customer is their company's largest shareholder, occupying 60% of the entire company's shares. It can be said that they are the biggest bosses of this Tu summit. However, the previous investment was not good, and they did not interfere with any of Tu Fenghui's actions. As long as Zhui Feng said he wanted money to develop the guild, that company would give money to Zhui Feng without hesitation. But I heard that the boss's son is coming to their guild today. It is said that something important has been announced. I don't know what it is. However, Zhui Feng and others still dressed up and went out to greet him. At this moment, Zhui Feng and others were waiting outside the door of the building. But Zhui Feng was sitting in a wheelchair. After all, his legs had been cut off, and he could not walk. Not long after, several black Mercedes-Benz cars appeared. He slowly stopped in front of the Tu Fenghui Company building. Some bodyguards in black suits hurried to the open door of a black Mercedes-Benz in the middle. A young man wearing an off-white suit got out of the car. Zhui Feng motioned to his assistant to push him in front of the man. Zhui Feng smiled and greeted with a smile. Welcome young master Long Chong to come to our company for inspection and guidance. I often see Zhui Feng in his profile. This guy is also a ruthless character. According to unreliable information, this guy's legs were broken by Yi Feng. However, at the current position, he does not know that Zhui Feng also possesses the ability of the middle stage of qi refining. Long Chong said, I am here today to announce something important. Zhui Feng said, say it. Starting from today, I will try to become the president of Tu Fenghui, and you will be my assistant, the vice president of Tu Fenghui, which is also the elder in the game. Zhui Feng was a little confused. Why did this guy come? We must remove ourselves from the position of president and become the president ourselves. What the hell happened? Recently, he promised everyone to invest. But the prerequisite is that he must stay in the position of president, and all matters will be decided by him. This matter is written in the contract. But this guy actually wanted to oust himself from the position of president. He obviously didn't take the contract as a calculation. Zhui Feng, who was originally smiling, disappeared, and instead said with a calm face, although your Long family is the largest investor in our Disciple Summit, our contract clearly states that the position of the president is let me take charge. Otherwise, it will be considered a breach of contract by your Long family. Long Chong looked stunned. Obviously, he was not aware of this problem. Chapter 527 Long Chong moves in. Tu Fenghui. Because the contract was not signed by Long Chong at all. Long Chong didn't care what was written in the contract. Anyway, he knew about his family affairs, and was the largest shareholder of Tu Fenghui. What can the largest shareholder do? That is what determines the direction of the entire company. So Long Chong would say such a thing without hesitation. Long Chong frowned and asked, is this really written in the contract? Yes, young master. I asked you to read the contract. But you didn't read it yourself. But it does say this. Long Chong felt that he had lost face. And then said angrily, why don't you tell me if I don't look at it? Remember to inform me in advance in the future. Yes. Second young master. After losing his temper, Long Chong finally felt a little relieved. Long Chong said, since it says so in the contract, we will act in accordance with the contract. You will still be the president. But I am one of the elders. But even so, Zhui Feng was a little unhappy. After all, who is this guy? But this is the son of the company's investor shareholder. What ability does he have to take on the position of elder? Zhui Feng said, our elders are all capable people. I don't know what abilities the second young master has. Or is it that the equipment and level of the second young master in the fantasy world are on the same level as those of super masters? He doesn't know anything about super masters. But his equipment is definitely top-notch. After all, even if he is playing secretly, he will not make his equipment look inconsistent with his identity. Nowadays, the lowest equipment he has is purple, and the highest is platinum equipment. In terms of technology, a cultivator like him can be said to be a first-rate master in playing games. Zhui Feng said, there is no need to worry about this. You just need to know that from now on, I will be the elder of Tu Feng Summit, and you will still be the same person except the president of Tu Feng Summit. But if you want to do anything, you need to follow. I'll discuss it. What Zhui Feng disliked the most was discussing his ideas with others. After all, Tu Feng's success in his hands before the meeting was all because of his decisiveness. But this guy, as the largest shareholder of Tu Fenghui, I really couldn't refuse this request. However, Zhui Feng still asked, what's going on with the second young master joining our Tu Feng society? You might as well tell me. Maybe we have something in common, and it will be more convenient to implement it then. Long Chong smiled and said, speaking of which, we really have a common enemy, and that is Yi Feng. The purpose of my coming here is for no other reason than to bring down Yi Feng's glory guild. I believe you do the same. Zhui Feng's heart at this moment can be said to be filled with laughter. Isn't that his goal to deal with Yi Feng? Before, I wanted to deal with Yi Feng and wanted funds. But I was worried that the Long family would not give them. Now that the second son of the Long family has to deal with Yi Feng personally, it seems that there is no shortage of war supplies. Zhui Feng said with a smile. The goals of the second company and mine are really the same. If he comes to the second palace and just becomes the elder of our guild, there is really no problem. Ha ha. I knew you were smart. From today on, I will move in and join you in Tu Feng Guild to deal with the Glory Guild. Okay. Members of the Tu Summit, welcome our new elder. Second young master Long Cheng. Welcome. Elder Long Cheng. Ha ha. It feels better to be in a big guild. Finally, I don't have to hide around XE. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Long Cheng's arrival has reduced Zhui Feng's power a lot. But what can he do if he lacks a little power to deal with Yi Feng? Long Cheng is a warrior. Although he does not have a hidden profession, he has good equipment. After joining the Maple Slayer Society, he was directly promoted to a newly promoted elder. Although many people questioned Long Cheng's strength, after a PK, everyone was relieved. After all, Long Cheng is a disciple of the Long family and has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, bringing this martial arts knowledge into the fantasy world. He can be said to be a top master. Of course, Tu Feng changed its elder, and it was soon known to other guilds. After all, the major guilds had a very thorough understanding of the major guilds. Even a small change in official position can arouse everyone's speculation. And this time, this guy had never appeared in any guild before, and he came directly to the position of the elder of Tu Feng Guild. Hey, boss, this guy bought my equipment. I think he spent a lot of money. I cheated him. This guy didn't even negotiate the price. He just gave me whatever I asked. Yi Feng asked strangely, why do you still remember this guy? That's not the case. I asked him to give me 50,000 yuan for something that was originally sold for 5,000 yuan. How can I not remember him? Who would forget about such a rich man? His arrogant brother said with envy, damn it. Why didn't I notice this situation? You let me cheat a lot. However, Yi Feng felt that the guy's name was somewhat familiar, and it was actually called Chang Wudi. This suddenly made Yi Feng think of Long Cheng, because he had just come into contact with the dragon spear, and suddenly he was invincible. It was difficult for Yi Feng not to think of this guy. Yi Feng said, let 007 go find out what this guy's background is. Yes, President Yi Feng. Demo nodded and said, however, the news from Junlin Tianxia is much better than that from Yi Feng and the others. After they learned that this powerful and invincible person had become an elder, they got the information about him as soon as possible. How could Long Cheng, the second son of the Long family, from such a big family, be willing to intervene in the affairs between the trade unions? The madman said with some confusion. Not only the fanatics, but also several other guild presidents. They all couldn't understand why such a super big family would come to the game in person. Is it really just for playing games? Of course. This is impossible for old foxes like them to see. Playing games must be secondary. Okay. Don't worry about them. Take every step and see what they want to do. However, after half a day, Yi Feng and others finally received a message from this guy. And it turned out to be Long Cheng. Yin Yu said with some worry, it seems that our Glory Guild is going to be targeted. Well, what this guy lacks most is not money. What we lack most is money. If there really is a guild war, the Glory Guild will definitely be doomed. Yi Feng's worries are not unreasonable. If Yi Feng wants to take control of the Glory Guild, he will not let more companies invest. In that case, Yi Feng's Glory Guild will not have much combat funds. Aotian said, what's going on? Do you have any grudge against him? Yi Feng nodded and said, I just made a grudge last night. I'm afraid he came to the fantasy world just for us. Aotian shook his head helplessly and said, then there is really no way. We can only come with troops to block the water and flood the soil. If Yi Feng makes you willing to give up more shares, maybe the strength of our Glory Guild will be even higher. Floors. Yi Feng shook his head and said, that's it. Those who are willing to stay are the best. Alright. Chapter 528 Clear 007. The arrival of Long Cheng immediately hit Yi Feng's Glory Guild. Members of the Glory Guild were constantly suppressed and killed. There were even members of the Glory Union. When fighting a boss in the wild, not only the boss was robbed, but also people were killed as well. The people from President Tu Feng are so hateful. They have killed us several times. President. It's the same for us here. Even after we practice a level, we are also hunted down by them. Guild President. We have to fight back. Give them some color. And let them know that our glory guild is not someone to be trifled with. Yi Feng was already in a state of distress because too many members were attacked by members of the Tu Feng Society. There is no support at all. People in the studio exclaimed that all personnel have been mobilized. But the opponent simply does not want to fight against players with artifacts. Especially when Yi Feng and others arrived. They had already evacuated. Obviously, there are already so many 007s in the Glory Guild, which makes Yi Feng a little scared. Yi Feng and the others didn't say a word at all, and headed for a certain place. But when they got there, they found that there were no players at all. Only their own members of the Glory Union. And the people of the Tu Feng Guild had already left. The boss is the most 007. It's so hateful. He actually knows our movements. It can be said that Yi Feng is in trouble. With so many 007s, Yi Feng has no idea who is the 007. There is no difference between 007 and ordinary players at all. And their contact is only through private chat. If they chat privately, no one can see it. This time, Yi Feng tried to communicate with the system. He wanted to obtain the communication records of many players. Ding! System prompt. Since you are an NPC, you have abilities that some players do not have. Do you want to enable the guild player communication record? This ding sound surprised Yi Feng, and he originally wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, it really came out. Now Yi Feng can know exactly who is 007. Among the large group of Glory Guild players, Yi Feng looked at the communication records of this group of players one by one. All their voice records were converted into text, and they appeared in rows in front of Yi Feng. The list of tens of thousands of people gave Yi Feng a headache, but for the sake of his guild, Yi Feng had to watch it carefully. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't make any move, Xiaohei said, "Boss, please say something. If this continues, we will be dragged down." Yi Feng said, "Wait a minute. I have something to do here. I want to see how many 007s there are in our guild." After gaining this ability similar to that of an administrator, Yi Feng frantically searched for the call records of his Glory Guild members. He even checked the people around him. And Yi Feng, the person in his studio, checked them one by one. I really want to know why those people knew as soon as I dispatched them. As well as Chu Tianai and others. That was why they couldn't catch the Tu Fenghui people at all. After frantically searching, Yi Feng finally found a 007, who was just an ordinary player. Yi Feng kicked him out of the guild without saying a word. Before the players of the Glory Guild could react, the second player was kicked out of the guild again, showing that he was kicked out by Yi Feng. I'll go. What is the president doing? He's kicking people. Is it 007 who's being kicked out? No. Xiao Wang and I are the first batch of players to enter the Glory Guild. How could he be 007? Did the president make a mistake? That's right. One of my brothers was kicked out too. What's going on? But there was nothing. Players came out to explain this problem. Even those people around Yi Feng had no idea why Yi Feng was kicking people like crazy here. A full hour passed, and Yi Feng finally stopped kicking people. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one around him betrayed him. But this time, Yi Feng actually kicked out nearly 100 people, all of whom were 007 hiding in the Glory Guild. Among these 007s, there are those from Junlin Tianxia and those from Tu Fenghui. Looking at the weedy voices on the gang channel, Yi Feng finally said, "In the past hour, all the people kicked out by me were 007s from other guilds. But you think I did something wrong? Go and ask yourself if the person I kicked out denies it. I can use him as evidence for 007. Holy shit. No, boss. You've been looking for 007 for the past hour. How on earth did you find them? You don't need to worry about this. I can find them anyway. I have no regrets. There are more than 100 007s. Other guilds really think highly of me." Altian was also a little shocked. There were more than 100 007s. In his opinion, this was like going to heaven. You must know that the 007s he arranged for Tu Fenghui and Junlin Tianxia were only a dozen people. Unexpectedly, the number of 007s arranged by Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fenghui to be in the Glory Guild actually reached hundreds. No wonder any of their actions will be known to the other party. Clearly, the number of 007s is small, and the information obtained is less. The information obtained by these hundreds of people is a bit scary. No wonder the Glory Guild can be known by the opponent in advance every battle. Yi Feng said, From now on, the Glory Guild is prohibited from accepting any outsiders. All members who enter the Glory Guild must be strictly investigated for their details. Yes, President. And Yifeng said so much about 007 being kicked out, which made Tu Fenghui and Junlin Tianxia also break into cold sweats of shock. Within just an hour, people of my own kept reminding me that they had been kicked out of the Glory Guild. Damn it. How did Yifeng do it? Find so many 007s. Long Chong said. Xue Feng said with some displeasure. No matter what he did, our 007s have been exhausted. And now we can't grasp their movements at all. Humph. Even without 007, we can still deal with them. Glory Guild. Xue Feng said, of course. Our Tu Feng Guild is not one of those small guilds. Even without 007, our strength is still there. But it's just a little troublesome. Humph. What's the trouble? Order the people below to molest the members of the Glory Guild again. Good. After Long Chong entered the Feng Tu Club, he seemed to be the president giving orders. But all this was with Xue Feng's permission. Otherwise, even if Long Chong wanted to give orders, there would be no chance without Xue Feng's permission. Anyone obeys him. But Yifeng's Glory Guild finally launched a counterattack this time. Yifeng said on the guild channel, although I don't know if there is still 007 among them. But if our actions are exposed again, then there will still be 007, and I will still investigate to the end. Do you understand? Understood. President Yifeng. I agree with your approach. These 007s are too annoying. I didn't expect that my buddy would betray me and become Tu Feng's lackey. I must have misjudged him. Yes. I don't understand why he would become 007. Don't you know how he was beaten by the opponent when he was a Sanren? Don't let me see him again. Otherwise he will be dead. Chapter 529 Indoor Gang War. This is why Yifeng and others took the initiative to look for members of Tu Fenghui in all directions. Because the other party may not really have 007. Or else 007 is hidden too deeply. And Tu Feng will not know the actions of the Glory Guild at all. Moreover, the Glory Guild was divided into 10 teams by Yifeng and others to carry out all-round pursuits in 10 regions. This time, the members of the Glory Guild were very proud. Under the leadership of Yifeng and others, they were able to defeat each one. The members of the Tu Fenghui had no power to fight back. Moreover, in the Tu Summit, Glory Guild 007 played an important role. But sometimes 007 did not play any role. But with strong personal strength, the members of the Glory Guild still escaped unscathed. Snapped. The damn Glory Guild actually turned around and attacked us. Are they going to fight us Tu Feng to the death? Xue Feng said. Our Tu Feng Guild and the Glory Guild are already in a hostile state. If the second young master wants to fight, then start a gang war with the Glory Guild. Long Chong said. Then what are you waiting for? Xue Feng shook his head and said, of course you can start a guild war. But the prerequisite is that you have to prepare funds. It's not easy to have money. How could Long Chong care about money? Money is just a number to him. Xue Feng said, it depends on how much we have lost after the battle. But under normal circumstances, a guild war costs several $1 million. How many millions? Then what are you waiting for? Let's fight. Good. Xue Feng was just about to start a gang war with Yifeng at the Glory Summit. But at this time a system prompt sounded. Ding! System prompts. The Glory Guild is launching a gang war against the Tu Feng Society. The content of the gang war is that the gang will fight. Will Tu Feng Society accept it? In indoor gang battles, each gang is only allowed to dispatch 1,000 people. The points are the same as in outdoor gang battles. However, the advantage of which gang is fighting is that it is a testing ground for the masters of each gang. This is when Alkian reminds Yifeng to strike first and start an indoor gang war. If the other party refuses, and then launches a wild gang war against Yifeng, Yifeng can also refuse, so that Yifeng will not be clearly behind. Obviously Xue Feng thought about this issue. If he refused, and then launched a gang war in the wild to the other party, then the other party would definitely refuse. So Xue Feng was a little undecided for a while. But Long Chong was different. He has never joined any trade union, and does not understand the competition between the major guilds. Seeing Yifeng declare war with him, he was very happy. But seeing that Xue Feng didn't agree, he said angrily, why don't you agree? Isn't this just the right time for a gang war? Xue Feng thought to himself. You idiot. Besides being rich, what else do you know? However, Xue Feng still patiently explained, indoor gang battles only allow 1,000 people to participate. It can be said that no one can beat the Glory Guild. Long Chong said with some displeasure, with being so strong. Didn't you say that Tu Feng wouldn't be afraid of the Glory Guild? Shui Feng said, that was in the wild. If it were a wild guild battle, their Glory Guild would definitely not be able to defeat us. Long Chong said anxiously, then what are you waiting for? We have declared war with them. So we choose the outdoor type? No. They will choose to refuse. Because if we refuse him indoors, he will definitely refuse to go outdoors. Long Chong said, mother-in-law, why do you look like a man? If you, the president, don't want to give up to me, you still have so many reasons. Shui Feng was already a little angry in his heart. But due to Long Chong's identity, Shui Feng didn't show it. But he already scolded this guy in his heart. If Tu Fenghui is really in your hands, it won't take long. Not only will the reputation decline, but the union will probably close down as well. Young Master Long Chong, do you mean to accept that he is going to fight within the gang? Long Chong nodded and said, your 3 guilds are known as the 3 strongest guilds in the fantasy world. Don't you even dare to fight an indoor guild war? Shui Feng said, of course I dare to fight. But it will be a bit ugly if we lose when the time comes. Humph. He didn't even fight. But he thought he would lose. He really makes others more ambitious and destroys his own prestige. I think you are really not suitable to be this president. Shui Feng took a deep breath and slowly swallowed his anger. But his fists were already clenched. It was obvious that Shui Feng might get angry if this continued. Shui Feng said, if there is any reputational problem, how about the second young master taking all the responsibility? My farm will bear all the expenses for mother-in-law and mother-in-law. It's okay. Even those expenses will be paid by me. Good. With a scapegoat. Shui Feng finally felt comfortable. When the investors asked Shui Feng, they could directly throw their questions to Long Chong. Shui Feng directly clicked accept. Seeing this, Long Chong finally felt at ease and said with a smile, that's right. I'll let you see how powerful I am tonight. Shui Feng thought to himself, I'm afraid you were beaten by someone who doesn't even know your mother. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Ding! System prompt. Tu Feng will accept the gang war from the Pesticide Guild. The gang war type is indoors. Each side sends 1,000 people to participate in the war. The gang time is 1 hour. The war will start on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. All participating players should be prepared. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves. In this fantasy world, who doesn't know that the small-scale battles of the Glory Guild are extremely awesome? And if there is a gang war in the wild, the Glory Guild may very well fail. But if it is an indoor gang war, the winner must be the Glory Guild. After all, there are too many powerful people in the Glory Guild. And they all have artifacts. Yi Feng was a little surprised that Shui Feng actually accepted my own indoor gang war. Now it seems that it was not Shui Feng's idea, but Long Chong's. If it were Chai Feng, he would definitely not accept this indoor gang war. After all, everyone knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Altian said, I will select the personnel. Okay. We have to select the strongest members just to crush them. Understood. I haven't fought for a long time. Since the artifact you gave me last time, I haven't had this kind of passionate feeling for a long time. Yi Feng said, then take action on Tu Fenghui and let them know that the Glory Guild is the #1 guild in the world. Although people in Junlin don't know why Tu Fenghui and Glory Guild suddenly started fighting, but this is definitely a good thing for them. If the 2 major guilds fight, there will definitely be losses. And the losses caused cannot be made up for in a little time. In this way, the strength of the 2 major guilds will decrease. And what will increase will be his ability to dominate the world. If it is a gang fighting in the wild, then Junlin Tianxia will benefit even more. Chapter 530 War begins. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the indoor gang war started on time. Yi Feng's side was selected by Altian. There are nearly 1,000 gang members. And of course, there are exactly 1,000 people on Yi Feng's side. On the other side, Tu Feng gathered here 1,000 people who were equally anxious. This group of people were carefully selected by Shui Feng, in order not to let themselves lose too badly. Shui Feng was particularly careful in selecting members this time. At 8 o'clock, a dialogue box popped up in front of Yi Feng. Do you want to enter an indoor gang war? This was Yi Feng's first time to hold an indoor battle. The previous gang battles were all outdoor. Yi Feng clicked yes. And the whole person appeared directly in another place. That place is said to be indoors. But it is actually a separate spatial map. No one else could come in except the 1,000 members who attended. In front of Yi Feng, there were 3 NPCs standing side by side. One of whom was a drug supplier. And the other was an NPC introducer for the entire indoor gang battle. The other one is the 1,000-year treant on Yifeng's side. According to Yifeng's understanding, as long as the opponent kills the 1,000-year treant on his side, he can get 1,000 points. And after killing the Millennium Treeman, Yifeng will have no safe zone. On the contrary, if Yifeng kills the Millennium Tree Man on Tu Fenghui's side, they will also get 1,000 points. And the safe zone on their side will disappear. Yifeng and others can enter it to kill people and get points. Gang wars in the city are not just about killing people. There is a gossip-shaped platform in the center of this map. On this platform, a boss will be refreshed every 10 minutes. Whichever side kills the boss will get the status given by the boss. If the strength of the two sides is not far apart, they will definitely compete for this boss. If one side is too weak, they also want the status of this boss to strengthen themselves. So this place is a battleground between the two major guilds. Ding! System prompt. There are still 5 minutes until the war starts. Players, please be prepared. After entering, the system gives both sides 5 minutes to prepare. During these 5 minutes, players cannot leave the safe zone. Yifeng asked, Altian, have you ever understood this indoor gang war? I know about it, but I haven't played it before. But the central area is a must-win area. Taking him down is equivalent to giving yourself an additional status every 10 minutes. Yeah. The Tu Feng, we must think so too. So what should we do? Altian said, I have already decided on the tactics before coming here. Just wait and listen to my command. Clear. For this kind of team battle, Yifeng definitely does not have Altian enough experience. And Altian has been in the online game industry for a long time. So Altian is the most suitable to command this kind of battle. Altian said, all priests, give status to the players around you, and make up for the good status. Everyone listens to my command. Yes. On the other side of the Tu Feng club, Jue Feng looked at the neat team around him, and felt quite comforted. This was the Tu Feng club he had built. But Long Chong said, wait a minute. No matter what, just hit Yifeng's head and blow it off. Jue Feng said calmly from the side, not everyone can fight with Yifeng. Otherwise the title of the best master in the world would not fall on Yifeng. Long Chong frowned and said, isn't it just Yifeng? Look, I scared you so much. When I face him, I want to see how powerful he is. How arrogant he is. Jue Feng thought to himself, then I want to see what you, the second son of the Long family, are capable of. Just don't be beaten until you cry for father and mother. Anyway, in Jue Feng's eyes, he disliked this guy very much. He liked giving random orders the most. But the battle begins immediately. And the 10-second countdown has entered. Jue Feng said, wait a moment for all battles. Follow my command. Understand? Clear. Okay. Get ready. On the side of the Glory Guild, everyone is gathered and is waiting for the last second of the system. Ding! System prompts. The gang war has officially begun. Please invite members of both sides to start fighting. Altian said on the gang war channel, what about everything? Come with me and rush to that stage. Give me the first opportunity to occupy the central stage. It was the Tu Feng meeting at the same time. And the same order was given. The two sides must be fighting around the central platform. Both parties went to the central stage in unison. And in less than 2 minutes, both parties arrived in front of the central stage as quickly as possible. Jue Feng shouted directly, get on the stage and beat them all down. On this side, Altian also shouted, go up. We must seize the stage. Almost at the same time, 2,000 people got on the entire stage. Fortunately, this stage can accommodate more people than 2,000 people. In just a moment, the two sides came into contact. And the warriors and human shields at the front were almost exhausted in the first moment. At this time, remote employment plays an important role. The two sides directly engaged in a war of attrition. And the priests behind me became their most powerful guarantee. The two sides fought in the center of the stage. But no one could get past the other. And it seemed that they had just become stiff. There have been constant casualties on both sides. But no union will choose to retreat and give up this position. If you give up this stage, you will lose 50% of your chance of winning. Then I frowned first, and saw the situation in the center of the stage. This was not what he wanted. The members he carefully selected have already been crushed in terms of level. And Tu Feng will know it. But the people from the Tu Feng Guild had better equipment than Yifeng's Glory Guild. So they directly smoothed out their level disadvantage. The exhibition battle between the two sides ended in a tie. If nothing else, the two sides could only compete in the center. The first boss to be spawned. If either side seizes the opportunity, it is likely to gain a very large advantage. However, Yi Feng is also attacking the opponent as a long-range professional at this moment. It's a pity that the most they can hit are the front-row warriors on the opposite side. Even if these warriors die, it doesn't matter. After getting up again, they can still absorb a lot of damage from Yi Feng. Moreover, Yi Feng obviously found that the opponent's warrior profession accounted for the majority. It seemed that the opponent had already planned a strategy and used human shield-type warriors to resist the high burst damage of Yi Feng and others. Yi Feng said, "It's impossible to continue fighting like this. They are obviously well prepared." Altian also saw that it would definitely not work to continue fighting like this. Even if they captured the boss, they would not have much advantage. Altian said, "President, if you don't do this, go to other places to see if there are other paths to take, and go directly to attack the camp behind them." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take a group of people there." The group of people led by Yi Feng are all guys with magical weapons. After Yi Feng's group of high-attack people suddenly withdrew, the other party clearly felt that the pressure was not so great. Chapter 531 Looking for the Place of Your Death. What's going on? Why do you feel that the opponent's firepower has suddenly weakened a lot? That's right. Did someone from the Glory Guild withdraw? I actually feel that the damage is not as high as before. After Zhui Feng saw this situation, he immediately thought of another problem. The people on the opposite side must be looking for other ways to extricate some of the people. Zhui Feng immediately shouted, "Let a group of people go back to the detention center where we won. I'm afraid that the other party will want to sneak attack." On the contrary, Long Chong said with an indifferent look, "What are you afraid of? Can a few people attack our camp? Besides, how do you know that someone will attack us? Go to the opposite remote place without magic points to rest." Yi Feng didn't want to pay attention to this fool at all, and still arranged for a group of people who owned the place where darkness fell to go to the camp. Although Long Chong was unhappy, Long Chong found that he could hardly speak in this guild because these people all obeyed Zhui Feng. Yi Feng took Yin Yu and others and walked towards another path. There was no path in this place, but the bushes gave Yi Feng a glimmer of hope. So Yi Feng could see from a distance that the base on Tu Fenghui's side was the same as his own. So Yi Feng concluded that besides the road in the middle, there were countless roads beside it that could be passed, but they were more troublesome. However, Yi Feng and others would not give up this road because of this little trouble, and they shuttled through the woods. Soon he walked out of the woods and came to the other side of the central platform. If they were discovered just after they showed up, it happened to be a group of people on Chai Feng's side who wanted to go home. Some members who came back from Resurrection discovered Yi Feng and others. "President, it's not good to see Yi Feng and 5 people here," Zhui Feng said. "Hit him and repel them." I kept rushing back, and at the same time, Long Chong also kept rushing back, because they had to go back. If Yi Feng and the others cut off the escape route of the resurrected members, the combat effectiveness of the central stage would be reduced. This insidious Yi Feng actually cut off our escape. Let's see how I deal with him. Long Chong continued to talk nonsense, but Zhui Feng is used to it. This guy is the kind of guy who won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. However, in front of Yi Feng, those who blocked him did not feel any pressure at all, especially when Yi Feng was surrounded by Yen Yu and others. They tried to stop Yi Feng, but instead, they were killed by Yi Feng and the others. But they have an advantage. That is, at the resurrection point, Yi Feng is so hard that the 5 of them can't advance too much. At this time, Zhui Feng and others also rushed over. Yi Feng knew that it was completely impossible to sneak attack on them, so he could only stop their main members here. Zhui Feng said, "You can really run. You actually came to our base." Yi Feng said with his hands on his shoulders, "There is no way. I can't fight you on the central stage. The person next to you should be Long Chong." Long Chong said, "Oh, you still remember me?" Yi Feng said, "Why don't you remember it? I still remember being beaten into a pig's head." "You? Do you know why I came to this game?" Yi Feng said, "Don't you just want to protect me? You targeted our Glory Guild as soon as you came here. I don't know your purpose yet. Now that you know my purpose, then suffer death." Yi Feng squinted and smiled. A player who doesn't even have a hidden profession dares to say such big words. "Humph. You won't know until you hit me." Chong rushed forward, and Zhui Feng and others had to follow. The two sides had a fierce collision, but there were only 5 people on Yi Feng's side, while more than 10 people had gathered on Zhui Feng's side. Yi Feng and others did not fight him at close range, but pulled him away. Especially the group control of Yi Feng and others made it impossible for the opponent to catch up. Long Chong was already holding back his anger, but he couldn't hit Yi Feng. After all, He was a melee professional. Yi Feng retreated and fought, pulling them into the woods. But soon Zhui Feng's side received the information from the central platform in front. President, where are our follow-up personnel? The pressure here is very high, and we have already reached the edge of the stage. Zhui Feng looked back and saw that hundreds of people came from 5 people to pursue Yi Feng. Zhui Feng shouted, "Hurry up and go to the central platform. There are only 5 people here. Everyone else should go back." But it was because of this that they lost recently, taking advantage of the first boss to refresh. It is impossible for the 5 of Yi Feng and the others to fight against so many players. So Yi Feng and the other strategy is to delay them and allow the players of the Glory Guild on the frontal battlefield to gain more time and advantage. Let me be the first one in the center. The boss on the stage was refreshed, and it happened to be refreshed among the players of Longyao Guild, because they occupied more than half of the center stage. Aotian said desperately, "Kill the boss in seconds. Quickly. The attack of 1,000 people can kill the boss in front of them in a few seconds." The boss's blood volume dropped steadily. Only 5 seconds passed, and the boss's blood volume had been cleared. The people from Tu Fengwei on the opposite side wanted to come over and join in the attack. But the boss at this moment had already fallen to the ground and died. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Pesticide Guild for successfully killing the boss. Gaining a buff status. Increasing all attribute attacks by 10%. Lasting 5 minutes. Yi Feng saw that his status had improved by 10%. There were only 10 players in front of him. Of course Zhui Feng also received the message. If it was taken away by a certain Yi Feng's Glory Guild. Although Zhui Feng hates it, there is nothing that can be done about it. Can you just leave Yi Feng alone? I can only blame myself for being negligent at the time. After gaining this little advantage, the attack power of the players of the Glory Guild increased greatly, completely driving the members of the Tu Fengwei to the edge of the central stage. At this moment, Yi Feng is no longer running away. Since he has gained the advantage, there is no need for him to delay any longer. Why, Yi Feng? You don't plan to escape? Long Chong said. Yi Feng smiled and said, "Escape? When will I escape again? I am just looking for the place where you died." Hearing this, how could Long Chong, who had always been arrogant, not get angry? He shouted directly and rushed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng shouted, "Darkness entwines." Even for Yi Feng now, the damage caused by using dark entanglement is nearly 1,000 points of horror. After being entangled by Yi Feng, Long Chong's health volume finally showed up. Unexpectedly, this guy's health volume was as high as nearly 10,000 points. Yi Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there would be someone with such a high blood volume. Of course, he could exclude him. But no matter how much blood you have, there may not really be much difference under Yi Feng's attack. It's just a matter of dying a few seconds later. After Long Chong was attacked, Zhui Feng and others directly used the darkness coming technique to rush forward. Of course, Yi Feng showed no sign of weakness and activated the skills of his main artifact. As soon as the two sides collided, strong sparks broke out. Chapter 532 Negotiation. Yi Feng's only target is Long Chong. Seeing Yi Feng rushing towards him, Long Chong thought to himself, "Isn't he here to die?" Zhui Feng beside him deliberately avoided Long Chong and let Yi Feng deal with this guy. Yi Feng also noticed this situation. It seemed that this guy didn't do well in Tu Feng Club. Even Zhui Feng didn't like him. It seems that apart from being the son of an investor, this guy doesn't seem to have much else. Yi Feng and Long Chong collided immediately. This guy's fighting ability is really good. But this is a game. In the face of absolute equipment and strength, Long Chong is no match for Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't even use the demonization skill. Long Chong had been beaten back by Yi Feng, and his health was lost quickly. Seeing his blood plummeting, Long Chong was a little frightened. He didn't expect Yi Feng to be so powerful in the game. No wonder he was so arrogant. Long Chong said, "A few people will help me kill Yi Feng together." Although Zhui Feng was a little unhappy, he still sent 2 people over to help Long Chong deal with Yi Feng. But Yi Feng's mouth showed a sneer. "It's this time. And you still call for help?" Yi Feng immediately used the demonization skill. Once the demonization skill was released, Long Chong was vulnerable to a blow in front of Yi Feng. Death Scythe. This skill can be said to be the most powerful after Yi Feng's demonization. Even now, the farm's health is still nearly 40%, but it is directly cleared to 0 under Yi Feng's attack. Ah! Long Chong lay directly on his body. Long Chong, who was lying on the ground, said bitterly, "There is such a skill. You cheat, and you open a plugin." Yifeng smiled cruelly and said, so, those people in your guild also cheated and open cheats. Yifeng was referring to Zhui Feng and others who had activated the darkness coming technique. This transformation skill was actually the same as Yifeng's demonization skill. But Yifeng's demonization skill was stronger. Of course, after Zhui Feng acquired the artifact, he had more skills, and the damage was also increased a lot. But fortunately, his artifact cannot match the power of the main artifact. So Ing can confront him head-on, and is not at a disadvantage at all. One less Long Chong was lost. But this time, there was one more Yifeng. And with Yifeng around, the damage they suffered would be even more terrifying. Compared to the top masters, the Gory Guild would always be more powerful. After Yifeng actually took action, several more members of the Two Feng Society were killed. Only Zhui Feng and other people who possess the Art of Darkness are left. Zhui Feng bounced the shadow away and hid aside with his people. Zhui Feng said, okay. These people are my confidants. There is no need for us to fight anymore. Yifeng's death side stood at the front of the team and said, why are you planning to give up? Zhui Feng said, I didn't want to fight this battle in the first place. But that Long Chong insisted on fighting. And I couldn't help it. Yifeng said, then just admit defeat. Admit defeat? That's impossible. If you don't let us lose ugly, then we won't launch a gang war against you in the future. Yifeng thought for a moment. And if he initiated a gang war in the wild, he would probably suffer a greater loss to his reputation if he didn't take it. But if there is a gang fight in the wild, the one who will suffer the greater loss will be himself. After all, my Glory Guild and Two Feng Guild are not on the same level in terms of resources. Yifeng said, of course you can. But you have to ensure that your members cannot attack us with all their strength even if we release water. Zhui Feng said, don't worry. Most of the people here are listening to me and guaranteeing the main members. I still can't trust some members. So you should be careful. Okay. It's settled. But if you still start a wild gang war with us after we go out, then this matter will be settled. Zhui Feng smiled and said, which gang is fighting? You won the wild gang battle. You lost. It was just a tie. The two of them can't lose anything. I mean, if Dragon Wall must send a message, I will still initiate a gang fight. But you know exactly how to do it. Yifeng nodded and said, although I don't really believe you. This is what I choose to believe. After all, I don't like Long Chong and you don't like him either. Ha ha. Not only is this unpleasant, but as soon as I came to my guild, he started to point fingers at me. Okay. Don't say any more. Long Chong is coming soon. Kill us. Kill them. Which Yifeng is happy to do. Without any resistance from the opponent, Yifeng killed them as easily as killing ants. After all, their powerful attack power was not something that anyone could bear. When Long Chong just arrived, Zhui Feng and others had already been killed by Yifeng. But Long Chong couldn't escape and fell into Yifeng's hands again. Long Chong thought to himself, what is the use of chasing the wind? He died after being unable to hold on for a few minutes. But standing in front of him was Yifeng and others. Even so, Long Chong said unceremoniously, don't think you are powerful. When I get out, I will definitely make you look good. Yifeng knew that after this guy went out, he would definitely launch a wild gang war against him. But I and Zhui Feng have already discussed it. Even if you announce a gang battle in the wild, it depends on whether we accept it. Even if we accept it, I will definitely not use all my main force to fight you. Yifeng said, look at your own situation first. Then threaten me. The worst I can do is die again. What does this mean? It's just a game. Yifeng smiled and said, if that's the case, then go die. Facing the attacks from Yifeng and others, Long Chong didn't last even a second and died again. In the gang channel of Tu Fengwei, Long Chong was already furious because he was killed by Yifeng again. Long Chong said, President Zhui Feng, what is going on? Zhui Feng said, what's going on? Why can't you hold on for a few minutes? You'll be dead by the time I come. Zhui Feng said, I told you. We can't defeat them. You must come. It's not like I didn't remind you. Humph. Even so, you shouldn't be killed by each other so quickly. Also, as soon as you get out, the Glory Guild will announce a gang battle in the wild. I want to see what this guy is capable of. Zhui Feng said, you are the largest shareholder of our company. You have the final say. But you will bear all the losses. Long Chong said, it's up to me. It's up to me. But now, we have to fight to the death with the Glory Guild. Zhui Feng said, kill. However, Xue Feng secretly told his members the conditions he and Yi Feng had reached. The same was true for Yi Feng's side. The firepower of both sides suddenly decreased. But this could only be seen in the eyes of some people. In fact, the two sides were still bombarding each other non-stop. Chapter 533. Everyone has their own concerns. This battle is basically a battle that has already ended. By 9 o'clock, Yi Feng and the others had only won the opponent by 100 points. This 100 points is equivalent to Yi Feng's side killing 100 people from Tu Fenghui's side. It can be said that for such a large-scale battle, and the strength of the high-end players of the Glory Guild, these 100 points are quite small. Of course, everyone tacitly didn't say it out loud. But Yi Feng's Glory Guild won. However, it was completely different in Long Chong's eyes. He felt that if the opponent only had 100 points more than him, it was definitely possible for him to win. This time it was an internal gang battle. But there might be something missing. Long Chong said, "Why don't you work harder?" "Work harder. We can win this battle right then." Xue Feng said, "We have worked very hard. If we can close the gap to 100, we are not losing too badly." Humph. The opponent is just lucky. It took a few more artifacts to even the score. It seems that these 100 points will never be worth anything. President Xue Feng, hurry up and send the opponent a wild gang battle. Xue Feng asked, "Young Master Long Chong, are you sure you want to attack? Even if we win the gang battle in the wild, we will only draw 1:1, and we will not have any advantage at all. If we pretend to be ghosts in the wild to scare my mother if we still lose, wouldn't it be a huge disgrace for our Tushan summit? How can we lose? We are the same gang, and we are only 100 points short of each other. Didn't you say before that we prayed that we wouldn't lose too badly? This is not miserable. It's just bad luck. Otherwise, we would have won the summit." Xue Feng thought to himself, if I hadn't made the gang battle in the wild a condition, do you think you would only lose such a small amount of points? The brain doesn't even turn around. There are too many high-end players. But there are too few middle forces. They suffer from the crowd tactics. But it does not mean that they can lose in indoor gang battles like theirs. However, Xue Feng still said calmly, if second young master Long Chong still wants to have a gang war in the wild, then I will announce it now. Humph. Of course we have to fight. I really don't know how you guys play games. You don't think before and after? At first, while publishing the gang war information, he secretly thought, if everyone is just like you, the gang will be finished long ago. Ding! System prompt. Tu Feng will announce the wild gang war to the Glory Guild. Will the Glory Guild accept it? When Yi Feng saw this system prompt, it turned out that Long Chong would not let him go. Otherwise, if he wants to fight, then let's fight with him. But Yi Feng will not be stupid enough to actually fight with him. Ding! System prompt. The Glory Guild accepts the Tu Feng Society's gang war. The gang war will be held tomorrow night. Please be prepared for the game. Holy shit. They're fighting again. They just finished the indoor gang war. And now they want to fight us in the outdoor gang war. How dissatisfied are they? That guy Xue Feng? Can he be convinced? His character will definitely come back. But if there is a gang war in the wild, our gang seems to be at a disadvantage. If you suffer a loss, you will suffer a loss. Anyway, even if we lose, we will draw 1:1 with him. So there is nothing to be ashamed of. That's right. If we win indoors, it doesn't matter if we lose outdoors. Otherwise, some gang members are different. They firmly believe that the Glory Guild can win the Tufeng Guild in a gang battle in the wild. After all, the two major guilds have a bloody feud. Boss, what should we do now? Do we really want to fight with him in a gang war in the wild? Yi Feng said, let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Let's stop here today. Xiao He scratched his head. What do you mean? Let's talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. There will be a gang war in the wild tomorrow. This is a big war. How can you do it if you don't prepare in advance? But Yi Feng said so. And Xiao He had nothing to do. However, Yi Feng had informed Altian in advance. And Altian was silent for a long time after learning Yi Feng's thoughts. Finally, Altian said, are you sure you want to do this? Will it cause a war of words on the other side of the Headwind Club? Yi Feng said, there is no way around this. First of all, we must try our best to maintain our own strength. There is no need for us to fight Tu Feng to the death. In my opinion, the day when we reach level 80 should be the day when the national war begins. So, we can't be at war with each other like this. National war? Are you sure? Yi Feng said, I'm 80% sure. It should be almost there. The day after tomorrow was quite exciting. He had been working hard in the gaming industry for almost 10 years. But if he wanted to compete with players from other countries, he could only do so offline. Huancher is the first player to own the National War game, because this game is universally available. As long as you wait for the game and open the National War system, there will probably be a lot of battles between major countries. Outyan said, since you are so sure, our accidental gang leader will definitely not be able to participate this time. I will arrange the manpower. Don't worry. I have been looking forward to him for a long time in the National War. Yifeng smiled and said, more than half a year has passed since last winter to this summer for the game Fantasy World. Calculating the time should be the time to start the National War. Besides, by the time we reach level 80, it will take about 2 months. So we need to take this opportunity to recuperate. No problem. I'll arrange the manpower right away. At the same time, the people at the summit were also arranging manpower. But their goal was to defeat Yifeng's pesticide guild. Because at this time Long Chong had been supervising the work and chasing the wind and could not cheat. Fortunately, the main members are in his own hands. Xue Feng can only fish in troubled waters when the time comes. In fact, Xue Feng didn't want to really start a fight with Yifeng's Glory Guild at this time, because of the battle for the Blood God Sword Manor every week. If Yifeng's Glory Guild and Tu Feng chasing the wind really fight this time, then this week's Blood God Sword Manor will definitely fall into the hands of Junlin Taiangxia. So Xue Feng also has his own purpose, which is to capture the Blood God Sword Manor. President Xue Feng, do we really have to release the water tomorrow? Xue Feng said, the river clams compete with each other and the fisherman gets the benefit. We can't let Junlin Taiangxia become that fisherman, standing on 3 pillars. If the 2 of us fight to the death, what do you think will happen to Junlin Taiangxia? Take advantage of us and maybe even suppress us. Yes, that's it. Indoor gang wars don't matter. But if there are heavy losses in outdoor gang wars, it will take at least a month or 2 to recover. Well, I understand. I will inform the brothers below. Yeah. By the way, let's let our people go and find out what's going on in Junlin Tianxia recently. Good. However, when Junlin Tian saw the fierce fight between the Glory Guild and Tu Fenghui, they were naturally happy in their hearts. As long as both parties suffered heavy losses, then Junlin Tian would win this time the title of the best guild in the world and win the Blood God. Jianzhuang. Chapter 534 Leng Shua's brother, Qin Tian, the interim president of Junlin Tianxia, said, guild leader of the Guangzhou. How do you think the fight between their 2 major guilds will develop next? The fanatic said, this is hard to say. If the 2 parties really go too far, then you don't need me to tell you the benefits we will get. Well, that's true. A total of more than 2 months have passed since the opening of the Blood God Sword Manor. Among them, the Glory Guild took the Blood God Sword Manor for 6 weeks. We took it for 2 weeks. And Tu Feng we took 1 zhou. It's certain that Tu Feng will be dissatisfied with the Glory Guild. Among the high-end players, the Glory Guild does have an advantage. But in terms of the backbone, our Junlin Taiangxia and Tu Feng we still have the upper hand. But I have to say that the Glory Guild is really strong. It must be strong. Otherwise, how could we win the Blood God Sword Manor for 6 weeks? But this time the Blood God Sword Manor may have to be replaced again. That's not to mention Tu Fenghui. I think they can't hold on any longer. We were just 1 second slower than them last week. Otherwise it would be ours. The fanatic said, don't be happy so early. After all, things haven't happened yet. We won't know until they fight tomorrow whether we will have the advantage. What President Fanatic said is right. But all the 007s we sent to the Glory Guild have been cleared away. And we don't know what their current movements are. But at this time, a guild president suddenly said, I still have someone here. The Glory Guild. No way. Is there anyone else who hides it so deeply? The person who spoke was the previous perfect president Melody. And Melody continued, but it seems a little difficult to get them to help me. The madman said, isn't he yours? Why is it so difficult for him to speak? Is it not under your control? Melody smiled and said, I really can't control this. He is my brother. No one can stop him from what he wants to do. Of course, it is equally difficult to get something from him. The fanatic said, listening to what you said, it seems that your younger brother has an unusual position in the Glory Guild. Melody laughed self-deprecatingly. The status is indeed good. But what's the use if you don't obey my orders? Fanatics can use their toes to think of the people who have a certain status in the Glory Union. But one of these people is actually Melody's younger brother. This is incredible. The fanatic said, is there really nothing we can do? If he is willing to help, we can definitely get the first-hand information about the Glory Guild. I still need to go back and ask about this. If he is willing to help us, that's easy. If he can't help us, he can only say goodbye to us. The fanatic shook her head helplessly. It was indeed a pity that such a good insider could not be used. But in her heart she still hoped that Melody could convince his brother. When she was offline at noon, Lung Shui, who was sitting with Yifeng, suddenly received a call. Lung Shui glanced at the phone number on her phone, stood up and walked to the back garden. Lung Shui said, "What do you want from me?" "I'm eating." "Let me tell you something. Aren't you in the Glory Guild? Can you?" "No," Lung Shui said lightly. A voice came from the other end of the phone again and said, "You can't help me. How can I say that I'm also your biological brother?" Lung Shui said, "So what? I don't owe you anything. You don't owe me anything. But nothing happened. So I just hung up. They are still waiting for me to have dinner with them. Don't you think about that? I can give you what you want in exchange." Lung Shui frowned and said, "You don't have what I want." "Impossible. I found the thing you have always wanted." Lung Shui, who was originally cold, was a little confused and said excitedly, "You found it? Did you really find it?" "Of course I found it. If you are willing to help us with this thing, I will have him appear next to you soon." But after the excitement, Lung Shui returned to his cold state again. Lung Shui said, "It's a pity that I don't need it anymore." "No need? Impossible. You have wanted to practice martial arts since you were a child. I have searched many places and asked the master to help you compile a martial arts secret book. Isn't this what you want most?" "Yes, cold-blooded. I had a martial arts dream when I was a child. But the real martial arts was too far away from me." When he was a child, he imagined that he had a martial arts secret book. And after learning it, he could fight for justice and fight for the world. But as he grew older, Lung Shui's interest in martial arts began to fade. He knew that such things could not exist in today's society. He has been to many places, such as Taoist temples and Shaolin temples, and has met those mysterious masters. They do have their own skills, but none of them can teach them. This is their address, and they only know a little bit about it. This has no effect on Lung Shui at all. Until one day, he appeared next to Yifeng, and even after seeing Yifeng's efforts, Lung Shui's whole person changed. He talked deeply with Yifeng all night. After learning that he would have the same abilities as Yifeng in the future, Lung Shui went almost crazy and didn't sleep all night. Yifeng said that you just need to wait for the opportunity. When the time is right, you will become the knight in your heart. After that, he learned a lot of things, and why Yifeng had that incredible ability. It turned out that the fantasy world was the root cause. Therefore, in addition to his own profession, Lung Shui also practiced various melee skills in the game, and she often follows Chu Tianai to learn boxing. He knows that when that day comes, they will have to face many difficulties. That is when she will truly show her strength. Lung Shui said, "I have found what I really want." "So you don't have it?" A confused voice came from the other end of the phone and asked, "Is that person Yifeng?" Lung Shui looked back at Yifeng, smiled at each other, and said lightly, "Yes. He is my boss." Yifeng waved to Lung Shui and shouted, "Come and eat quickly. The food is already cold." Xiao He slowed down. "You can't eat it yet." Lung Shui smiled slightly and responded, "Well, here we come. Brother, I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to eat." Lung Shui's brother is the perfect president Melody. No one knows about their relationship. Only Ling Shui and Xian Lu know about it. Melody said mockingly, "It's still the same as before. But this time, I finally know why you stay there. I hope Yifeng, you can treat my brother well. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Chapter 535. I'm not leaving them alone. I just don't have time. Who has been calling you for a long time? The boss won't let me eat. Xiao He complained. Lung Shui said, "Sorry. It's my brother. Let me go." "You still have a brother. After being together for so long, I finally know that there is someone else in your family." Yifeng hit Xiao He on the head with chopsticks and said, "You have no one at home. What nonsense are you talking about?" Lung Shui knew that Xiao He was joking, so she smiled and said, "Of course, I not only have a brother, but also a father and a mother." Xiao He touched his head in pain and said, "I said, boss, why did you hit me? I was right. I saw Zissou next to Yifeng, picking up a piece of chicken leg and stuffing it directly into Xiao He's mouth. Eat your food." Zissou said. Xiao Hei bit the chicken drumstick in his hand with an aggrieved look, and said with an unhappy expression, Boss, my sister-in-law gave me these drumsticks. I didn't steal them. You got a bargain, but you're still good. Eat it quickly. Okay. Xiao Hei ate happily. After going online in the afternoon, Melody was questioned by several presidents. Melody could only shake her head with a wry smile. Knowing that this was the case, it would have been better not to say anything at the beginning. Now it would be a huge embarrassment. The fanatic said, It's okay. If it's less, it's less. Although we don't know what they are going to do recently, we should do our best. Develop our own guild. And use our strength to handle everything that may happen next. Come down. Well, that's all we can do now. We don't have anything to fight with their two major unions. The most important thing is to work hard to develop our own guild. Yi Feng and others seemed to have forgotten that there was going to be a gang battle in the wild at 8 o'clock tonight. Yi Feng took everyone and ran to clear the Qixingtai dungeon. It took one afternoon, and they were all in king mode. With good luck, one purple and one orange equipment came out in one afternoon. When night came, Xiao Hei asked again, Boss, is there a gang war tonight? How should we arrange it? Yi Feng said, I spent the entire afternoon swiping the dungeon. Do you want to swipe it again at night? Zissou said, if I don't brush it anymore, I will vomit. Yi Feng said, then don't do it. By the way, I recently found out about a good place for leveling. Go and level up. Okay. Then you are responsible for pulling the monsters. And we will just stand there and clear the monsters. Xiao Hei on the side didn't know what to say and said awkwardly, well, really don't think about it. The gang battle tonight will be held in an hour. Yi Feng said. They all said they were going to level up. What do you care about that? Who wants to fight in the defense battle? Who will go? Anyway, I won't go. I didn't see it. I have to go level up. You are very high level. You can reach level 80. La! Xiao Hei said. Is this your plan to leave them alone? Zissou said. I didn't say I'd leave them alone. Are we leveling up? We don't have time. Okay. Let's go level up. Of course. Many members in Yi Feng's Glory Guild channel have begun to wait anxiously. After all, isn't there a gang war tonight? But why is there still no arrangement at this time? What happened in the middle? Don't you know how to fight with Tu Feng? On the other side, although Tu Feng was very well prepared, they did not find any members of the Glory Guild gathered together. Long Chong said impatiently, What the hell is this Yi Feng doing? They have already accepted the gang war in the wild. Why don't they make any preparations? Zhui Feng glanced at Long Chong and thought to himself, Are you stupid? It's so obvious that you can't tell. He doesn't intend to fight. But on the surface Zhui Feng still said seriously, I don't know what's going on. Let's wait and see at 8 o'clock. I think their Glory Guild is too scared to accept our challenge. Long Chong said. Zhui Feng said, I don't know if you're afraid or not. I only know that it doesn't matter whether they fight or not. Anyway, it's us who win in the end. That means they are afraid. It seems that your Tu Feng still has some troubles. I don't know what to do with Junlin Tianxia. During the first two sentences of Lantern Wall, Zhui Feng was still a little proud. But when he heard the last sentence, Zhui Feng almost fell down. You are planning to go to King's Landing after defeating the Glory Guild. We don't have the strength to deal with two guilds at once. Zhui Feng said. Their strength is on par with our Tu Feng Association. It's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. It's not as obvious as ours to the Glory Guild. Long Chong said, So, the Pesticide Guild is an individual with strong combat effectiveness. But the overall combat effectiveness is weak. In other words, among the three major guilds, he ranks last? Zhui Feng shook his head and said, on the contrary. The Glory Guild claims to be the largest guild in China. This title is not for nothing. It is given by the systematic Blood God Sword Manor. Blood God Sword Manor. Long Chong pointed to the owner's mark of the Blood God Sword Manor above his head. Aren't these Divine Sword Manor ours? And isn't our name the #1 guild in the world? Zhui Feng said, The Snow God Sword Manor has been won by the Glory Guild 6 times, and we only won it once. Who do you think is more powerful? Although there are tactical arrangements, you have to admit that the Glory Guild is indeed strong. Let me explain here why the Glory Guild is said to be strong. Because without losing any equipment and level experience, the Glory Guild is indeed the strongest. However, in terms of the loss of equipment and level experience, the Glory Guild cannot afford these expenses. So it is impossible to fight a protracted war. Once or twice is enough. If you look at it in the long term, the Glory Guild will definitely not be as good as Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fengwei. The Blood God Sword Village will not lose any equipment or experience levels. So the strongest one is Yifeng's Glory Guild. If the sufficient funds of the Glory Guild are added to this basis, then the other two unions can only hand over the world's #1 throne to the Glory Guild. It is precisely because the funds of the Glory Guild are not so abundant that the three major guilds will work alternately. After figuring out all this, Long Chong finally let out a long sigh. It turns out that what I saw before was not true. The strength of the Glory Guild. Yongqiang thought for a while. If his father had invested in the Glory Guild, then probably the entire Huaxia region now belongs to the Pesticide Guild. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't intend to betray him. So his father's investment failed, and he could only choose Tu Fengwei. Fortunately, his father also planned to take over Junlin Tianxia. If Junlin Tianxia and Butcher would merge, then the entire Chinese region would be the power of their Long family. Thinking of this, Long Chan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that it was time for him to get in touch with Junlin Tianxia. Chapter 536 Avoiding Battle. The wild battle between the Tu Feng Guild and the Glory Guild, which was originally expected by players around the world, seemed to be just a smoke. It's already 8 o'clock, and there's not even a movement. All the players in my Glory Guild have received Aotian's message. Aotian said. The president said. Tonight's gang battle in the wild. All members, please remember, if you want to participate, you can do it yourself. We will not direct or organize. You can fight as you like, because we have more important things. The thing is to work hard to upgrade and improve your level to face the upcoming national war system. Don't waste your level experience on this kind of thing. If you are killed by the Japanese, you will be embarrassed. Big. Damn it. Why didn't the president tell me earlier? I've been waiting here for a long time. It's so boring. You can't beat the Japanese without me. If not, I have to go level up. Oh my god. The president is still awesome. We all know that the national war system is about to be opened. Why don't we beat the crap? Beating foreigners is the serious thing. Let's go and level up. That's right. It's so boring to waste your level and experience in this place. I just want to look forward to seeing how awesome the players from all over the world are, and whether they are as good as our president Yifeng. Anyway, I know that Japan definitely doesn't have it. Last time, the president alone overturned a city. Haha. I think that must be a shame for Japanese players. All of a sudden, the players in the Glory Guild rushed to level up or download a dungeon. The only thing they had to do was to increase their level and improve their equipment. Of course, the Glory Guild was busy leveling up this day. On the World Channel, members of Two Summit began to curse. What's going on with you players of the Glory Guild? Haven't you accepted our guild's gang war? Why is there no movement at all? Where is the fight? Glory Guild, you are a bunch of cowards and cowards. You don't even dare to fight. Slap your grandma in the leg. I'm busy doing business. A member of the Glory Union responded. But at this time, Yifeng quickly said on the guild channel, it is forbidden to reveal the national war to the public. No one can do it. I can check all of your chat records here. Anyone who dares to reveal it will be kicked out of Glory by me. Guild. I'll go. President. You are too domineering. Check my chat history. Then you know about my flirting with girls. It's over. It's over. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Boss. You pervert. You can actually check our chat messages. Everyone looked at Yifeng with strange eyes. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, otherwise you think. How could I kick out all the 007s on the other side? I'll go. No wonder you were so busy that day. 3007 was out. It turns out you were checking the chat messages. With these tens of thousands of chat messages. You are not blind. Yifeng said angrily, let's go and lure the monsters away. Oh. But on the lion's roar on the World Channel, Long Chong finally spoke. Yifeng. You son of a bitch. Come out quickly. We are scared of you now. Your honor union is really a coward. Yifeng. Get out of here quickly. If I don't beat you to shit today, I will take your last name. Yifeng. Come out quickly. I'm going to trample your Glory Guild into shit. He cursed a lot. But Yifeng ignored him at all. Now everyone in the server knows that Yifeng and the others will not fight with him at all. And you will fight on the battlefield and in the wild. This Yifeng is quite smart. He knows he can't beat him. So he simply doesn't fight. This is indeed the smartest thing to do. But it may have a bad reputation, said the fanatic. In fact, what the fanatics want to see more is for them to fight. The more fierce they fight, the better, allowing them to dominate the world and benefit even more. Now it seems that the two trade unions cannot fight with each other at all, and they cannot dominate the world and benefit from everything. Xiaohei said, "Boss, you can still bear it." Yifeng said, "Are you still scolding?" "Of course. It hasn't stopped since the beginning. 100 gold coins a time. This guy is really rich." "Oh, I blocked it so he can't see it." Boss, your move is really good. I blocked it too. It's so annoying to watch." Yifeng and others were leveling up peacefully and blocked Long Chong directly, unable to see any words. The other members of the Glory Guild could at most have a verbal spat with the members of the Tu Feng Society, but no one went out to fight with them at all. The members of Tu Summit were so angry that they had been holding back their anger during yesterday's indoor gang war. Xue Feng already knew about this situation, and those who made me feel distressed were only some ordinary members. To Xue Feng, it didn't matter at all. Moreover, Xue Feng waited for a symbolic half-hour before entering the dungeon. When Long Chong saw Xue Feng, he walked away. It was obvious that this battle could not be fought. Long Chong could only just keep talking, and there was no way in the world. In this case, Long Chong once again targeted the president who ruled the world. Before coming to the game, Long Chong had already understood that the president of King Lin Tianxia was a rotating system. If you want to bribe Jun Lintian, you must bribe all the presidents. Among them, one president is the most important and critical, and that is the president of the Yuanbai Union, Guangzhou. Therefore, Long Chong immediately found the fanatic. When Long Chong found Quang too, he even touched it, thinking that he had made a mistake. There was actually a person who wanted to talk to him, and this person was Long Chong. The madman asked, "Aren't you Long Chong from the Maple Slaughter Association? What do you want from me?" "Hey, you still know my name. It seems you have gotten to know me too." The madman said, "I don't dare to assume that I understand. I can only say that after a little research, I found that Long Chong, the second son of the Long family." "That's right. Do you know why I came to you?" The fanatic thought for a while. This guy must be looking for him, and there must be nothing good going on. He just had a fight with the Glory Union, and now he is looking for him again. This is not a good sign. The madman said, "Second young master Long Chong, just tell me what you want from me." Long Chong smiled and said, "Can the Madman Guild Master make the decision with Junlin Tianxia?" The madman said, "Second Master Long Jiang should know that I am not the one who kills anyone in the world, so I can do some small things. But for important things, we need to have a meeting." Long Chong said, "Well, I want President Huang Tu to do me a favor and gather all the presidents of your empire together. I want to talk to you." "What are you talking about? Will Tu Feng and you join forces to deal with the Glory Guild?" Long Chong said, "It can be said that it means this, or it can be said that it does not mean this." The madman frowned. What kind of medicine was this guy selling in his gourd? Chapter 537, The Long Family's Ambition. Although the madman doesn't know what this guy is going to do, why should he listen to him? The fanatic said, "Why should I help you bring these people together? You didn't even say your purpose." Long Chong said, "Do you know why Tu Feng we suddenly got up?" "Of course I know this. I heard that he didn't know where to gather all these hidden players together. And then, they got your Long family shares. So they grew very fast because they were not short of money at all. You guys, the Long family is not an ordinary company." Long Chong said very proudly, "Now that you know everything, why do you think I am looking for you?" The madman thought for a while, and finally said in shock, "No way. You want to become a shareholder of our king of the world?" Long Chong said, "What's wrong with this? We are all businessmen, right? If our Long family buys shares in your kingdom, you will have more funds for development, and it will also bring us stronger profits. We will benefit from each other." "Well," the madman said with a gloomy face, "how many shares does your Long family have in Tu Feng?" Long Chong said, "You don't need to know this. You just need to tell me whether you are willing or not." Long Chong thought to himself, "You think I'm a fool? If I could tell you about our shares in Tu Feng, could you still let me buy into your rule?" The fanatic said, "This matter is indeed not something I can decide on my own. I need to have a meeting with him, and then I will get back to you. Of course, I welcome the Madman Guild leader to come and see me again. Well, please wait for me, and I'll find you again." The madman hung up the call from Long Chong, and felt silent in his heart. In fact, in the fanatic's mind, the fanatic already has a rough guess. If his guess is correct, The Long family wants to monopolize the guilds in the entire fantasy world. However, his guess was still a guess. But the fanatic still gathered several guild presidents together. Looking at the unyielding guild leader next to him. The guild president of Lanchi Valley. Lanchi said, "What's the purpose of the Madman guild leader gathering us together? Everyone is leveling up. You gather us together at this time and let's talk." Melody said. Everyone else looked at the madman, who said, "The thing is like this. Just now the elder of Tu Fengwei, Chongwudi, found me. Chongwudi, is that Long Chong, the second son of the Long family?" "Yes, that's him. He told me something. I couldn't make the decision, so I asked all the presidents to discuss it together." Chi Tian asked, "What are you talking about? Everyone is here, so we can just discuss it." The madman said, "The Long family wants to buy shares in our king of the world, but they haven't said how much they will buy our shares at. So I'm going to talk to you first and let everyone know what they think." If it were normal times, if the Long family wanted to acquire their shares and join their management, they might be willing to accept it. After all, the Long family is not something that ordinary people can rely on. But under the current situation, almost all of Zhu Lintianxia's shares have been sold out, except for the shares held by the presidents of several major guilds. The other shares were distributed to various investors. They didn't know how much. Anyway, the presidents of several major guilds each held 5% of the shares. The fanatic said, "We should have no extra shares here. So if they want to buy shares, they must buy shares from us or other investors." Everyone else fell silent. It was impossible for a guild as big as Jean Lintian to enlist in the army. He was also a shrewd businessman. It was impossible to give up such a profitable business to him in vain. Long family. Of course, if the Long family is wealthy, it is also possible to acquire shares from major investors at high prices. But the final result is very likely that they, the presidents, will be kicked out of King Lintianxia, or be deprived of their power. After all, their 5% shareholding is too small. So that's why they fell silent. They finally realized why Yifeng refused to sell all the shares, but took it into his own hands. To control all the shares was to control his own destiny. However, such a guild will develop more slowly than other guilds. For example, the current Glory Guild cannot compare with other guilds in terms of funds. Although the Glory Guild has few funds, they have too many top masters, which can make up for this slight shortcoming. But they cannot do this when they dominate the world. After they formed Zhu Lintianxia, they auctioned off all their shares together, leaving 5% each in their hands just in case. Chi Tian said, "Otherwise, how about each of us select 2% of our own shares and sell them to him? The price cannot be low anyway. But we cannot let him become the largest shareholder." The fanatic nodded and said, "Everyone has 2 points. So the 9 of us have 18 points. With 18% of the shares, we are already considered the largest shareholders among the shareholders of Zhu Lintianxia." Yes, it is indeed true. This is worthy of his status. The madman said, "In that case, if you don't have any objections, I will call Long Chong over and let's sit down together and talk about it." Everyone nodded. With the help of the Long family, I am afraid that their rule over the world will be even higher. The madman got through Long Chong's call. After Long Chong answered the call, he said, "How about it? Can the Madman Guild leader discuss it?" The fanatic said, "I only give it to you. We are all waiting for you here." "Very well. I hope you won't disappoint me." When Long Chong arrived at their location, Long Chong said in a condescending tone, "You are the other presidents of Zhu Lintian. Have you ever told you what I want to say?" Several other presidents frowned. "This guy must be a little arrogant when he comes up." Melody said, "I said it. But it depends on the sincerity of your Long family." Long Chong said, "When I came here, my father told me that each of you presidents here owns 5% of the shares, which adds up to 45% of the shares. Our Long family wants them all." "Impossible." Lan Shi stood up and said. Long Chong glanced at Lan Shi and continued, "President, you haven't heard me finish yet. Your 5% share is only 10 million, according to the market price. Our Zhu Lintianxia consolidation, it's only 200 to 300 million. I'm right." The fanatics nodded. It was already very scary that they could dominate the world with a market value of 200 to 300 million. After all, they were just members of a gaming guild. Although others didn't like the tone of Long Chong's words, what Long Chong said was indeed correct. Chapter 538 Exit. "So, Master Long Chong is planning to make us shirtless?" Lan Shi said rudely. Long Chong said with a look of embarrassment, "That's not enough. I will hire you group of presidents with a high salary. After all, these players still listen to you." The fanatic said somewhat depressedly, "This is not possible. Then we will have nothing and only get some fixed salary. This is not our original intention at all. So it is impossible to give it to you completely." Long Chong said, "So, President Huang too. What do you think? You can speak up and listen. But that doesn't mean I will agree." "Agree? Do we still need you, an outsider, to agree to our guild's affairs?" Manny said angrily. Long Chong said, "It's nothing. Those chambers of commerce that are good at your Junlin Jiangxia shareholders already have records in our Long family. We all know how much they take. I didn't expect that the Long family would have such power and investigate them thoroughly." The madman said, "We, the presidents, have already discussed that we will sell 2% of our shares to you. Your Long family will get 18% of the shares. And you will also become the one with the most shares in the world. A company." Long Chong smiled a little and said, "That's it. What's the use of having such a small share?" The fanatic whispered, "Second young master Long Xiang. 18% of the shares is already a lot. From our profits, you can make a lot of money." Long Chong said, "We, passing by you to dominate the world, are not doing it for money. You businessmen are not in it for money. Then what are you in it for?" "Of course it's for power. I want to control your entire empire, just like I control the entire Two-Feng Society. Now the entire Two-Feng Society listens to my orders." Qin Tian couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Second young master Long Chong, if you want to control our entire kingdom, your shares must exceed 50%. That means even if you acquire all of us, you will only have 45% of the shares." Long Chong said proudly, "Don't worry. Among the shareholders you invested in, one member who owns 8% of the shares has agreed to sell his shares to me. So, as long as Long Chong and the others acquire all the shares in their hands, they will become the largest shareholders of Junlin Tianxia. What are they saying? And what will the Kuaishou and the others do? Of course, this is not what all the guild presidents want to see. Before they formed Junlin Tianxia, they were unparalleled existences in their own guilds. Even if Ao Tian, the former president of the Xinhua Guild, was kicked out as president, it was a last resort. After all, after such a big accident, it was reasonable for him to be kicked out. Moreover, they all have a guild in their hands, and their shares are in it. Even if they lose their jobs later, even if they pay dividends, they will not starve to death. Now Long Chong actually wants to acquire all their shares, leaving them penniless. This is probably not a situation that any president would want. At this time, Lan Shi, the president of Lanqi Valley, was the first to stand up and said, "President Yongqiang, Junlin Jiangxia is a super guild created by the merger of our 9 guild presidents. As soon as you come, isn't it too much to try to seize the initiative? Past? I don't think it has allowed our Long family to become a shareholder. You should feel honored to dominate the world. You are just rejecting me here." Lan Shi said angrily, "Okay, do you want the 5% of the shares in my hand? 100 million? Long Chong was a little stunned. He never thought that President Lan Shi would ask him for 100 million. And you would take 5% of his shares. Even if you have a mine at home, you can't spend your money like this." Long Chong said, "President Lan Shi, in my eyes, your 5% shares are not worth much at all. Keep it for yourself for a month. I have many ways to collect enough shares." Lan Shi said, "Really? If I lose a part of Lanqi Valley, will Junlin Tianxia still be complete?" Obviously, Long Chong's threat is insignificant in Lan Shi's eyes. If you threaten me to acquire enough shares, so what? All the members of Lanqi Valley have withdrawn to see how arrogant you are. President Lan Shi, you need to think clearly. As far as I know, you should have signed a contract before forming Junlin Tianxia. If you want to leave Junlin Tianxia, you should have to bear huge liquidated damages. Ha. Isn't the huge liquidated damages just for 5% of the shares? I don't want it anymore. Talking to a fool like you is such a waste of my feelings." Lan Shi, the president of Lanqi Valley, was very happy and rejected Long Chong directly. No matter what Lan Shi said, in his opinion, it was better not to have the presidents of the top 3 guilds in the online gaming industry suffer this kind of anger. The madman quickly said, "President Lan Shi, don't be so impulsive. Let's talk it over carefully." Lan Shi said, "What's there to say? Tu Feng Feng is already under his control. And now, he wants to control us to rule the world. You can think with your toes that he wants to dominate the whole bad thing and leave no room for others. I said there's nothing wrong with that. Long Chong said, President Lan Shi is right. Our Long family wants to occupy the entire fantasy world market. Of course, we also have another purpose, which is to obliterate the Glory Guild. After hearing this sentence, everyone knew that this was his purpose. They had just passed the Tu Feng Wei and failed to take down the Glory Guild. Now they came in and wanted to take a stake in Junlin Tianxia and merge together to fight against the Glory Guild. Even if they win like this, where can they put their faces as presidents? It is also a super guild, a three-legged existence, but it was acquired by one person. He would not use it to beat another guild. I am afraid that no guild leader can afford to lose such a face. Even if you win in the end, you don't have any capital to make a fuss. If you lose, I'm afraid you will be really embarrassed. The Manin said, I can promise you to pass by us and rule the world. But whether to fight or not, the Glory Guild is our business. And you have no right to interfere with this in any way. Speaking of which, you still have some backbone. Since I have become your largest shareholder, you should do whatever I ask you to do instead of disobeying my orders here. In the melody of President Perfect, the second person stood up and said, I will throw 5% of the shares to you like garbage. Is that okay? One more thing. Have you finished speaking? I will leave after I finish speaking. Melody was more decisive than Lan Shi. She saw that Long Chong didn't say anything and just quit. Following closely behind was Lan Shi, who had left two major guilds at once, causing Junlin Tianxia to lose a lot of strength. Chapter 539, Poaching. The madman said, Second young master Long Chong, are you sure you want to die like this? Passing by us to rule the world? Long Chong was also a little stunned. People said they were threatening them to hand over 5% of their money. But now it seems that it is gone. These presidents and their union members have no chance of winning in this fight. Long Chong said, Guild presidents, why don't you think about it? I didn't say that I would deprive you of the real power in your hands. I just asked you to attack the Glory Guild. Isn't this very difficult? The fanatic said, Of course this is not difficult. But the premise is that we have an equal and fair fight with the Glory Guild. Not 2 against 1. Ha ha ha. It's just a game. And you actually tell me that it's fair. Do you know that a shopping mall is like a battlefield? Who can tell you that it's fair? The fanatic shook his head and said, Of course. If it were the previous top 10 guilds, I wouldn't mind fighting more and less. But now there are only 3 super unions. And your Long family controls 2 super unions. This has a great impact on the entire online game industry. I'm afraid it will be a huge loss. Well, if you attack the Glory Guild and dissolve it yourself, your Long family will dominate the entire online gaming industry, which will not do any good to the online gaming industry. The benefits, of course, are that we can make more money because our family monopolizes the entire online gaming industry. Wouldn't that be better? The fanatics and others shook their heads. The reason why there were 10 major guilds before, and there are now 3 major super guilds is precisely because of the efforts of the major guilds. If one company dominates, more talents will be lost and more talents will not be able to succeed. If there is competition, it will be completely different. There will be a steady stream of fresh blood emerging. Today's Yifeng is a new force replaced by fresh blood. If my family were the only one, it would be impossible for people like Yifeng to appear, and they would be suppressed very early. Therefore, no matter which industry there is a monopoly, it will be suppressed by all aspects of society, and will not be tolerated by everyone. Long Chong said, If that's the case, then I'll go ask and see what the final result is, and I'll get back to you. Yeah, said the madman. After Long Chong left, the presidents of all the conferences were very angry. Why are you so strong? Just because you are the second son of the Long family, you can do whatever you want. And you want to swallow up our King Lin Tianxia. It's really ridiculous. Not only is it ridiculous, he also wants to take away all the shares in our hands, and let us drink from the northwest wind. This is our hard work for many years. He will take it away when he says it. How is that possible? Yes, there must be no compromise. I think what President Melody and President Lan Shi did just now was not wrong at all. If this Long Chong doesn't change, I'm afraid I will be the next one to leave. Humph. What the hell is this? After Long Qiang went offline, he found his father, and told his father everything that had happened. Long John, as a member of the Long family, has very rich experience in career and shopping. After hearing what Long Chong said, he fell into silence. Yong Chang did what he said, and what he should do. However, what Ling Longzhan didn't expect was that these presidents were too determined. Father, what should we do next? Longzhan said, in that case, let them know the strength of our Long family. And let the players in the entire fantasy world know what order is. What are rules? Understand? Is this the second plan that Father said? Yes. Since they don't drink wine as a penalty. Implement the second plan immediately. Yes. The madman waited for a long time, but did not wait for Long Chong at all. Later, the madman found Long Chong, but Long Chong did not reply to him. The fanatic thought to himself, what exactly is being sold in this Long family gourd? Why is there no sound now? But it's okay. If the Long family doesn't come to buy shares in them, they will feel more comfortable. If they really follow what Long Chong said, their freedom will be restricted in the future. But I soon discovered something incredible. A veteran player who had been following the fanatics for 4 or 5 years actually asked me to resign at this time, even though all the liquidated damages had been paid. The fanatic thought that maybe he didn't want to fight or encountered something, so he was exempted from liquidated damages. But who would have thought that he would join Tu Fenghui in just a blink of an eye? The fanatic privately chatted with the player and said, "What's going on? Didn't you say you can't play because of something? Why did you join the Tu Feng Society?" The player said, "I'm sorry, Chairman Guangzhou. The conditions they gave are too good. When I was at your place, I only earned 8,000 yuan a month. But here, he gave me 3 times the salary." "I'm sorry. 3 times?" The fanatic was a bit shocked. They paid him more than 20,000 yuan a month. Although he was an elite member, more than 20,000 yuan was too much. It was impossible for a normal union to pay such a high price. But since they are willing to pay 3 times the salary, Quantu has nothing to say and hopes that he can make full use of himself in Tu Fenghui. He originally thought that this was just a single case. But soon, the fanatic received nearly 100 such cases. Even if there were only a few cases in the middle, he knew that this must be Long Chong's fault. Digging all the capable players in the world into the Tu Feng Guild, even if it costs a lot of money, will create them. And Tu Feng will become the true #1 guild in the fantasy world. In this way, they no longer have the need to invest in Junlin Tianxia. For a time, several presidents gathered together for a meeting. They never thought that members who had followed them for many years would betray them because of this. Snapped. Damn, Long Chong actually used money. More than half of our guild's elite members have already left. My union is not like this. I'm afraid the other party will spend hundreds of millions of dollars this time. Don't destroy our empire. Now our strength in the world has been greatly reduced. And more people are leaving us in the world. The fanatic had a headache. Not only did he have a headache, but the other presidents also had a headache. The fanatic said, "Fellow presidents, what should we do next? Have you come up with a countermeasure to let us increase our wages? That is impossible. You also know our strength. Compared with the Long family, who can comparable?" Others shook their heads. The power of the Long family was really incomparable. They were the largest family and the largest group in the country. A company's GDP is higher than a province's GDP. Do you think ordinary companies can be their rivals? The other presidents sighed and shook their heads, not knowing what to do now. Chapter 540, A Helpless Move. Hey, President. What's going on today? Why do so many people resign? The management members have always been responsible for the MO. But today, some members of the Glory Guild unexpectedly resigned. Just like the members of Junlin Tianxia, they have already brought their liquidated damages. And you don't need to persuade them. They just left and just said "Lo to you." Yifeng also frowned. This resignation without any warning left him confused. And those who left were all high-end players. All from the Glory Guild. And all elite players belonging to the Glory Guild. Yifeng frowned and said, "Look where they have gone. I saw that they all went to the Tu Fenghui. But I don't know why they went to the Tu Fenghui. No one told me why." "I know why," Yu Mingming said. Yifeng asked curiously, "You know?" "Tell me," Yu Mingming said. "Maybe they don't know my identity. They contacted me privately and said they would give me 3 times the salary of the Glory Guild and let me join the Tu Feng Guild." Demo looked at Yu Mingming in disbelief and said, 3 times the salary. My God. Are the people in the Tu Fenghui crazy? This is a completely loss-making business. Yifeng frowned. This was definitely a loss he couldn't afford. But how could the people in Tu Fenghui be so helpless? Do this kind of loss-making business? Yifeng asked, "Ask our 007 to see what happened." Before the MO could ask, Altian had already ran over. Ao Chong panted and said, "Something is going wrong. Tu Fenghui wants to recruit masters from all over the server, and wants to dominate the fantasy world." Yifeng asked, "What exactly happened?" Altian said, "Just now. The presidents of the top 10 guilds and I gathered together and held a meeting. How come you and the former presidents of the 10 major guilds, who are now the presidents of Junlin Tianxia, are gathered together?" Altian quickly explained, "President Yifeng, don't be impatient. Let me tell you slowly." Yifeng nodded and quietly waited for Altian to say, "The day after tomorrow." I told Yifeng what happened today, and Yifeng frowned as he listened. "Guild President, the current situation is that Junlin Jiangxia doesn't have much fighting power at all. Almost all the backbone personnel have been poached. 3 times the salary. Which guild would be stupid enough to pay so much to retain an employee?" Yifeng nodded and said, "That's true. With a salary of tens of thousands a month, how can anyone be willing to stay and get a salary of several thousand yuan? Isn't it just for the money that everyone joins the guild? Whoever offers the higher price will follow." "Yes, that's it. If the difference is not big, 1 or 2,000 yuan, they may still have concerns. But this is a difference of tens of thousands of yuan. Who would have any concerns?" Altian said. At this time, Chu Tianai and others also gathered around Yifeng, because they also found that people in the guild kept quitting the guild. They wanted to find them, but did not ask for details. Unexpectedly, they saw Yifeng and Altian Damo standing there. "Here. Yifeng. What's going on? Why do so many guild members quit our guild? And they are all members of our guild's elite group," Yin Yu said with a frown. Yifeng said, "Sorry. Please tell me again." After Altian finished speaking, all the members became angry. This must be a good thing done by Long Chong. Except for him. I am afraid there is no one so stupid. This Long Chong is simply evil. So disgusting for this guy. Yifeng said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Tomorrow night is the opening event of Blood God Sword Manor. With our ability, I am afraid we will not be able to win Blood God Sword Manor at all." Xiaohei said, "Boss, are you crazy? With our current abilities, how can we possibly deal with the Butcher Guild? It has gathered elite members from 3 guilds." Yifeng rolled his eyes, and Xiaohei said, "You think I don't know? What I mean is that we will not participate in the Blood God Sword Village event tomorrow." Altian sighed, "I really don't know what's going on. This Long family is actually involved in the online game industry." Although Yifeng understood the problem, he would not say it clearly. Yifeng said, "How many members are quitting the guild now?" Damo said, "I'm afraid we won't be able to get detailed statistics until tomorrow morning." "Well, let's wait until tomorrow." Altian, "Please take me to meet the president who rules the world." "Well, that's what I mean. How about we all go together?" Yifeng nodded and said, "That's fine. We are all our own people anyway. So it doesn't matter if we go and have a look." With Altian's help, Yifeng and the other 9 presidents finally met. Fourth, Yifeng and others came to the territory of Junlin Tianxia. This was the first time they came to the territory of both sides since their hostility. Otherwise, the appearance of Yifeng and others immediately caused quite a stir. Although Junlin Tianxia was able to leave a lot today, there were still most ordinary players staying here. After all, Tu Feng would not need those ordinary cannon fodder. The chairman of the 9th Congress met with Yifeng and others. They came to a house and discussed relevant matters. In the Long family, "Father, all the high-level players in the fantasy world are now in our guild. Now Junlin Jiangxia is considered useless. Their investors are already panicking. Haha. This is the price they have to pay for fighting with our Long family. And what happened to the Longyao Guild? We have also dug out a large number of their high-level players. But even if their 2 guilds join forces, they are no match for our guild. Haha. In that case, it's time to implement our plan. Father, tomorrow, I will change it to the extremely important Blood God Sword Village event, which is the symbol of the #1 guild in the world." "Very well. Take him." "Clear. I am in the territory of Junlin Tianxia, and Yifeng and others are discussing." "President Yifeng, you also know the current situation. I think your guild must be in the same situation." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. That's true. But our Glory Guild is much better than yours in ruling the world." The fanatic smiled bitterly. Of course he knew that there were not many high-level players in the Glory Guild, so it did not have a great influence on them. But there are many high-level players who dominate the world, and they have a great influence on them. The fanatic said, not satisfied with President Feng. In fact, even if you don't come to us, we will come to you. After all, in the current situation, I think there is no other possibility except merger. Merge? Don't even think about how you left us in the first place. Do you still know? Speaking of the merger, Xiao He looked unhappy and vented his emotions. Although what Xiao He said was not wrong. The mistake was still something they had committed before, and they should bear it themselves. Chapter 541 Don't Raise Useless Employees. Kuang Tu and Lan Shi scratched their heads in embarrassment, because they had followed Yi Feng before. But in the end they betrayed Yi Feng. But now, they want to be connected with Yi Feng again, which will definitely make people around Yi Feng unhappy. The fanatic said with some embarrassment, Brother Xiao He, I'm really sorry for letting you down before. If we can successfully overcome this difficulty this time, we will definitely not let you down again. The last time was completely different from this time. This time we have no way out. We are here to take refuge with you. For the first time, Xiao He felt that he had become taller. He raised his head arrogantly and said, Huh? You shouldn't say this to me. You should say it to my boss. Yi Feng shook his head in his heart. This guy is really good at flattering. However, Yi Feng is not so easy to accept the other party on the surface. After all, the last time they didn't even say hello. They left the alliance directly. Yi Feng sighed and said, Now our guild is in the same trouble as your guild. Why did you come to seek refuge with us? The fanatic spoke again. It seemed that the fanatic was the spokesperson promoted by their group of presidents. After all, the prestige of the fanatic was much stronger than others in the past. The fanatic said, It would be unrealistic for President Yi Feng's Glory Guild to join us in ruling the world. And as far as I know, President Yi Feng's Glory Guild actually suffered a small loss in this loss. And none of President Yi Feng's two major shareholders have wavered at all. Yi Feng responded, You said there are two major shareholders. One is Yu Mingming's father, and the other is Outyan's supporter. They won't leave even if I ask them to drive them away. The fanatic said with a bitter smile, This is the gap. Like us, all the shareholders have sold off their shares. Because in the past 2 days, it seems that they are not worth much at all. If you put them in your hands, it will be a loss. Yeah. I didn't expect that the Long family would directly destroy our king. Yi Feng said, Then the Long family? What conditions were they proposed to you? But you didn't agree? I'm really curious. The fanatic said with a wry smile, What other conditions could there be to take away all the shares in the hands of our president? Plus the shares he acquired. The total exceeds 50%. What he wants is to rule us as a whole. Of course we are not happy to rule the world. Yi Feng said, If you don't agree, they will poach you, call you directly, and take away all the elite team under them. Right. Yes. That's it. Without those elite members, we simply can't fight against Tu Fenghui. Even if we were to fight your Glory Guild now, we would still lose. Seeing the sad aura of the fanatics, Yi Feng even sympathized with them. In Yi Feng's view, the Guangzhou and the others are not wrong. If all the shares are acquired by them, then the entire world of Junlin will belong to the Long family. Whatever the Long family says will be done. With these presidents, there is no relationship at all. At that time, it would be a matter of time before the entire Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng merged. It was only a matter of time before these presidents lost their right to rule the world. So in order to prevent this from happening, of course they refused. However, after the rejection, a series of problems occurred, which caused them to directly lose King Linxia. Although their foundation is still there, the backbone has collapsed and cannot support the huge Glory Guild. Yi Feng said, As you imagine, our Glory Guild suffered from poaching of the same nature precisely because you refused the Long family's request. However, there are still only a few members of our Glory Guild who have left. After all, these guys hate the Butcher Guild very much. Moreover, you know very few of our elite members here. The fanatic said, It is precisely because you have few elite members that you are paying a small price. So the purpose of our coming this time is to merge with you, the Glory Guild. Yi Feng nodded. This time, they are the main members of you. They are the elite members who moved from the mythical guild before. Because the difference between their wages at Yi Feng's side and the previous wages at the mythical guild was indeed quite big. In addition, this time Tu Fenghui, their high-paying recruitment, made them unable to resist the temptation and went to Tu Fenghui. Yi Feng said, It is not impossible to join our Glory Guild. But we have a condition. That is, you will pay the wages of the employees you bring over. I don't care about this. This, But we don't have any sponsors. Yifeng said, if you ask the ordinary members of our gang, unless it is a fight and the gang contributes, we will provide financial subsidies. Otherwise, the expenses they need on weekdays are paid by themselves. And we don't care at all. Xiaohei said, it's just not like you. You have so much money. But you still support so many employees. Just ordinary members. And pay them wages. We are just playing games for fun. Not running a company. What Xiaohei said is absolutely correct. Like those members of small guilds. Except for the few elite members who have a basic salary. The other ordinary members do not have any salary. They just buy equipment on a daily basis and receive dividends from selling things. Unlike the top 10 guilds. Such a large guild also needs to support a large group of ordinary members. And these ordinary members cannot be completely regarded as professional players. Many of them are part-time players. The fanatics and other sighed and said, we don't have the courage of President Yifeng to gather so many members with common interests. If there is no money, it is basically difficult to become a big guild. Then how did we accomplish it? But this time, Tu Feng did go a bit too far. This kind of poaching will hurt the enemy by 1,000 and damage himself by 800. Chu Tianai said. The presidents of several guilds were speechless. Because they had grown from a small guild like this to a big one step by step. If you want to become a big guild, you must have funds and use them to attract more members. This is why, despite the large guild's expenses, its income is also considerable. There is strength in numbers. This problem is not just for fun in the game. As long as there are enough people, even mythical beasts can be overthrown by you. If the divine beast breaks out good equipment, the price will be much more than the money they even spend on their employees. Yifeng once again declared, I will not raise useless people. Unless I am an elite member. It is up to you whether ordinary members will love you or not. For a few days, you looked at me and I looked at you. And you didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the madman was smarter and said immediately, okay, let's discuss it. Chapter 542 Merger. After the madman and other 9 presidents left, Yifeng and others were still sitting there, waiting for their return. Xiaohei said, do you think they will agree? They have many ordinary members in Julan Tianxia. I don't know if they are used to getting paid and come to an ordinary guild like ours. Yifeng said, it depends on their own choice. If they want to come, they can come. If they don't want to come, they don't want to come. Although there is a huge gap between us and the butcher in terms of strength now. Can't we run away if we can't defeat him? The president is right. Even after we merge with Julan Tianxia, there will still be a gap between Hichu Fengwei. After all the elite members of the server have been taken away by them. Chu Tianai said. Yifeng nodded and said, the most important question now is what Tu Feng will do next. If they carry out an all-round attack on our glory guild, I'm afraid we will be the ones who suffer for a while. Aotian said, we are afraid that we can't defeat them in a large-scale battle. How can we lose in a small-scale battle? Yes. When did our glory guild lose in a small-scale battle? Xiaohei said. Of course Yifeng knew that if it was a small-scale battle, they would definitely win. However, if there was a large-scale search for the glory guild on the other side, it would probably cause panic. In the end, many members of the glory guild will quit the membership, which is also detrimental to the glory guild. After all, if you stay in your gang, you will not feel safe and you will be killed frequently, which will definitely lead to your withdrawal. Although Yifeng gathered only those individual players, if he was really annoyed, he would definitely not stay still. On the other side, the 9 guild presidents gathered together. They were frowning at the moment, not knowing what to say. Once upon a time, they were so prosperous that they could make the entire online gaming world tremble with just one order. But now, if you really meet someone ruthless, and they give an order, you may not even be the scum left. The seemingly huge Julan Tianxia guild basically collapsed in just one day under the financial power of the Long family. The fanatic said dejectedly, Guild presidents, how many people do you have under your command? The other presidents shook their heads and said, they are just cannon fodder. It doesn't matter at all. They really don't have much real fighting power. Hey, it's the same here. They're just ordinary cannon fodder. They don't want the members of the Tu Feng Society. Some people in our guild even asked why the people from the Tu Feng Society didn't recruit him. You're just a cannon fodder. They want you. Do what? Isn't that right? Some of the cannon fodder members of our guild are also like this. They are still complaining. They really think I can't see the same thing. It's all the same. We've been watching this for a long time. It's spread in the guild. The ordinary members we have left won't have much effect. They just have too many people. The fanatic sighed and shook his head. At least we still have some manpower on Baki's side. But it's not of much use. The number is too small. After the madman finished speaking, the guild leaders fell into silence again. It can be said that they are just an ordinary guild now, but with a larger number of people. Of course, among ordinary guilds, they must be top-notch. But facing Yifeng's Glory Guild, they are definitely incomparable to Tufeng Guild. From the original Super Guild, it fell directly to the ranks of ordinary guilds in one day. Who would feel when you tell this? President, let's disperse. Chao Ci sighed. The fanatic nodded and said, let's break up. As long as our foundation is still there. When the next game starts, we will still be the top 10 guilds from before. Hearing what the fanatic said, the other guild leaders' eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't they think that although Wancher is now the dominant player and has squeezed out almost all game companies, no game is lasting, even if it lasts for a long time. When the game reaches the later stage, he will definitely open a new area. By that time, they can all enter the new area again, and it will be a brand new battlefield. Thinking of this, the presidents of the major guilds rekindled their fighting spirit. The fanatic said, tell all major guilds and members that if you want to go, you can go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Although we have failed in this game, it does not mean that we have truly lost. Yes, President Fanatic, you are right. What we have to do now is to lurk, accumulate all the new power, and wait for the next game to explode. That's right. I'm going to tell my members now that those who want to honor the Union can come with us. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. And there will be no salary. At this time, they can't control that much anymore. If this continues, they will have to eliminate them. Although they have many people, they need to support these people, and they cannot afford it. By the way, they now have the name Junlin Tianxia. But over time, others may know the trick. When the time comes, Junlin Tianxia is likely to be provoked by various guilds, large and small, or even replaced by other guilds. Soon, a notice appeared in the Guild of King of the World. The notice clearly stated that those who wanted to join the Glory Guild would not be paid a penny. If you don't want to go, you can continue to stay in Junlin Tianxia and contribute to the gang. But there will also be no salary. Working for Junlin Tianxia is already in name only. Even for those who are paid, it is useless to sue Junlin Tianxia. After all, there is such a clause in their contracts that the game company may be dissolved at any time without paying any wages. Of course, after this announcement appeared, Junlin the World caused a violent response. Many people are scolding the management of Junlin Tianxia, saying that they gave up their real jobs and became a member of Junlin Tianxia. And then it closed down. How will they live in the future? Of course, those who make a living from games, as professional players, will definitely suffer some losses. But for them, this loss is not big, because they can find a strong guild again. For those semi-part-time players, there may be some huge losses. After all, it is indeed a bit unhappy to lose thousands of dollars every month. After hearing that there was no salary, many members left Junlin Tianxia while cursing. Some guild members continued to stay in Junlin Tianxia, and of course some expressed their willingness to follow their president to the Glory Guild. Not long after, Guangtu and others came to Yifeng and the other's location again. When the madman opened the door and looked at Yifeng, 9 people stood in a row and shouted at the same time, President Yifeng, from now on, we will be at your disposal. Yifeng has already guessed this result. Even if they don't merge with him, they will slowly disappear from the game. Merging is the best result. Yifeng said, very well. You are welcome to join our Glory Guild. Demo will have to work hard for you next. It is up to you to arrange how many members there are in the guild. Demo has a face full of dignity. In the past, he was just an elite member in Lanchi Valley. But now he is in the Glory Guild. And the guild presidents in front of him are all waiting for his arrangements. It is really unpredictable. Ah. Chapter 543 Useless. Soon, the news of the merger between the Glory Guild and the Junlin Tianxia Guild spread throughout the server. It also broke out on the forum. Why did the two guilds merge? All the fingers are pointed at the Tufeng Guild. And Tua Fei is now so powerful that no guild dares to offend him. There are people on the forum who accuse Butcher of destroying the balance of the game. A dominant player will sooner or later end the game. Of course, Some people think that this is the era of the Tu Fenghui. And even Yi Feng and the others cannot stop it. Yi Feng and others were not moved at all. Although after they merged with Junlin Tianxia, their strength was still quite different from before. But in terms of top strength, they have gone to the next level. After the merger of Junlin Tianxia and Glory Guild, everyone still leads their own departmental teams. On the other hand, Tu Fenghui encountered some troubles precisely because too many people came. Moreover, these are all elite players. But the positions in the Tu Feng Guild are limited. So some cannon fodder level players must be kicked out of the guild, which attracted angry curses. Have you ever had this kind of rant? In Long Chan's eyes, he looked extremely excited. The more you scolded him, the happier he felt. It is precisely because of my power that you can only talk about it, and don't dare to really touch me. Long Chan looked at the Feng Tuhui he had created and felt so happy in his heart. But this aroused dissatisfaction from Zhui Feng, who was the top leader of the union no matter what. But now the employees hired by Long Chan with high salary only listened to Long Chan and not to Yi Feng, the president at all. Long Chan said in the guild, "Please be quiet. If you come to steal my Tu Feng Guild, you must listen to me. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Don't talk so much nonsense." An elite member who had just joined the guild said, "President Zhui Feng, although I came to Tu Summit, don't you know why I came here? We will listen to whoever gives us the money." That's right. We can't let Mr. Long Chan waste money in vain. Can we? Long Chan thought to himself, weren't you awesome before you got really crazy? What now? Do you still dare to fight me? The members I have found are more powerful than the members of the Butcher Guild before you. Zhui Feng felt very angry after hearing the words of these new members. He did not dare to kick these people who resisted him out of the guild. After all, the people of the Long family were right next to him. I think after the Fengzhui Tu Feng we became strong again. Long Chan made various demands. It can be said that this time, Zhui Feng's Tu Feng Guild has completely become the Long family's guild. It not only helps the Long family advertise, but also promotes the Long family. Zhui Feng gritted his teeth and finally swallowed his anger. If he left the Butcher Guild, his losses would be even greater. How would he deal with Yi Feng? Seeing Zhui Feng swallowing his anger, Long Chan felt so happy. Long Chan said, "Nothing happens on weekdays. You just need to listen to President Zhui Feng. If you have special requests, I will tell you in advance." Clear. When Long Chan and Zhui Feng found out that the Glory Guild had merged with Junlin Tianxia, Long Chan showed a cruel smile. Long Chan said, "Since they have merged, let's fight them, and see how long their group of cannon fodder members can last." Zhui Feng rolled his eyes at Long Chan in his heart. Hit? The other party is not stupid. Please consider the other party's ability. Compared with the current ability of Tu Feng, it is a notch lower. It is impossible for any fool to fight us. Not to mention that the Glory Guild has gathered a large number of guild presidents, and they are all veterans in the online game industry. Zhui Feng said, "I'm afraid it's not realistic to fight them. We can only clean up in the wild." Long Chan said, "Then clean up the wilderness so that the Glory Guild will not dare to leave the safe zone." Zhui Feng and Long Chan issued a wanted order, and members of Tu Feng were hunting down members of the Glory Guild in all directions. Soon the entire server knew that the members of the Maple Slaughter Club were hunting down the members of the Glory Guild everywhere. Of course, Yi Feng and the others received this information immediately. But if they wanted to attack, they would be fooled by the opponent. If we fight head-on, except for the high-end players who have some advantages, the low-end players will probably be used as cannon fodder. If we fight to the end like this, I am afraid that only a group of top players will be left, and their backbone will not be able to hold on at all. Yi Feng said, "Go ahead and tell all guild members to return to the safe area or enter the dungeon." Yes. And call some more trustworthy members to form a team and start attacking. Search everywhere for members of Tu Fenghui. When Xiao He and others heard this, they immediately became energetic. They could finally counterattack. But this was a small-scale counterattack. Although it did not have a big change in morale, at least it would not completely drop the morale of the Glory Guild. Of course, the guild leaders who dominated the world also organized teams of troops to attack the members of Tu Fenghui. The guild leader who rules the world hates the people of Tu Fenghui with all his heart. If it weren't for them, their guild would not be disbanded. The two sides went back and forth. And although sometimes the members of the Glory Guild failed to attack and were injured instead, in most cases, the members of the Glory Guild had the advantage. This team lasted for nearly a day, and Tu Fenghui suffered heavy losses during this day. After all, The personal combat effectiveness of Yi Feng and others is too strong. Even if they are chasing the wind, they cannot be said to be sure of victory when encountering Yi Feng and others. And there is a high possibility of being counterattacked. Long Chong slapped the table angrily and said, "What's going on with you guys? You can't even beat a glory guild." Shui Feng said, "Second young master Long Chong. It's not that we can't beat him. It's that he's too weak. And as you know, in terms of masters, our Tufeng Summit is indeed inferior to their glory guild." Long Chong said, "Then we should train more masters. You can tell us how much money we need." Shui Feng shook his head and said, "A master can not only be cultivated with money, but also takes time. It's so troublesome. So what I spent a lot of money to buy, wouldn't it be of no use to the guild members?" Shui Feng shook his head and said, "Of course it works. You have weakened the overall strength of the Glory Union and Junlin Tianxia, and even disintegrated Junlin Tianxia. It has also given an epic boost to our Tufeng Gui. I think it's useless to strengthen it. It can't beat the Glory Guild until now. What's the use of it?" Shui Feng said, "You will know how powerful our Tufeng society is at the Blood God Sword Manor tonight." "Humph. I also know that they can't defeat us in group fights. But we can't defeat them in small-scale battles. What's the difference between this and before?" Shui Feng is also helpless. "You did what you did in the corner. And I didn't push you to do it. So let me tell you now. It's none of my business to waste your money." Chapter 544. Give it to them. Soon at night, the Blood God Sword Manor's event will be held. All the members of the Slaughter Maple Society have gathered in the Blood God Sword Manor, because the last owner of the Blood God Sword Manor was trying to kill the Maple Society. They became the defenders of the city. The Blood God Sword Manor, which originally had a battle every week, was completely unexpected today. Except for the members of Tu Summit, everyone stood in the Blood God Sword Manor. No one other than the two Fenghui members appeared within the scope of the Blood God Sword Manor. When 8 o'clock arrived, no guild came to attack the originally aggressive Tu Feng Guild. Long Chong originally wanted to prepare for a big fight, but found something very embarrassing. That is, Yi Feng was offline. Long Chong said, "What's going on? Why is Li Yifeng offline? Don't they plan to attack the Blood God Sword Manor?" Shui Feng said, "I'm not sure. This might be their tactic." "Is there such a tactic?" Long Chong asked in disbelief. "Of course. That's what their Glory Guild did before, seizing the Blood God Sword Manor from Junlin Tianxia." Long Chong nodded. "In that case, let's wait and see what tricks Yi Feng is going to play." However, what Ling, Shui Feng and the others didn't expect was that Yi Feng and the others had no intention of attacking the Blood God Sword Manor. They had no intention of doing such a thankless task. After discussing with the presidents of the major conferences, Yi Feng flatly rejected the idea of attacking the Blood God Sword Manor tonight and left it to Tu Feng. Yi Feng was not afraid of others gossiping and went offline directly. He and the people from the studio actually held a party in Xiaoya's villa, because Yu Mingming finally came back. Yi Feng did not go to pick her up, but her father's bodyguard sent her here. Moreover, Yu Mingming ordered their bodyguards to organize this party. Xiao He drank a glass of cold beer and said, "It's so cool. It's so cool." Arrogant brother said, "Come, let's have a drink." "Who is afraid of whom?" Yi Feng walked to Yu Mingming and said, "Welcome back to the studio again." Yu Mingming held up the wine glass in his hand and said, "Come on, brother Yi Feng. Let's go." Looking at Yu Mingming, who was drinking and his face was red, Yi Feng said, "Shouldn't you drink at such a young age? Why do you drink?" "Oh, it's hard to drink at once. You just let me drink it." Yi Feng snatched the wine glass from Yu Mingming's hand and said, "Little brat, have a drink." "Xiao He, bring the drink." "Okay. Miss Yu Mingming, your drink. You are not a eldest lady. You want to call me eldest sister?" Xiao He was stunned. Is this still the Yu Mingming he knew before? Why does your appearance change when you drink alcohol? Xiao He touched Yu Mingming with his hand and said, "You don't have a fever. You're just drunk. You talk nonsense when you're drunk. And you're still a big sister. You little girl. I'm not drunk. Call me eldest sister, or see how I punish you." Xiao He said, "You are a little girl with thin arms and legs. But you still want to punish me. What a joke. Bodyguard, catch this guy. Can you please speak?" The bodyguards caught Xiao He directly. Xiao He panicked and said, "What am I going to do to myself? Didn't you see that he was drunk? You are too obedient." What no one expected was that Yu Mingming actually picked up a drink and poured it directly into Xiao He's mouth. In the end, The bottle didn't matter. Yu Mingming was obviously drunk. And it went directly into Xiaohei's collar. Xiaohei rolled his eyes and said, "Sister, where have you been?" "In your mouth." Xiaohei had a dark face, and Yifeng held his forehead. Who are these people? Yifeng didn't bother to care anymore. This guy was a completely different person when he was drunk. He treated everyone as his little brother, and drank around them. In the end, the party was originally here to welcome Yu Mingming. But this guy was the first one to get drunk. Until this day passed, they did not play the game. But Long Chong and others, who were still waiting hard in the game, already looked ugly. When they arrived at the Blood God Sword Manor at 10 o'clock, Tu Feng would still get it. They took the Blood God Sword Manor, which was the easiest to obtain in history, without any effort. Long Chong's face was ashen. Didn't he say that this was Yifeng's tactics? As a result, until the last minute, no one came to compete for the Blood God Sword Manor. Long Chong said, "What's going on? Don't tell me. It's their Glory Guild who is afraid of us." Shui Feng said, "Second young master Yongqiang. This is indeed the case. It is because they are afraid of us that they dare not attack the Blood God Sword Manor because they know they can't take it. Then after the Blood God Sword Manor has been cleaned up like this, no one will gossip." Shui Feng rolled his eyes. Of course. He took down the Blood God Sword Manor without spending a single soldier. It would be strange if he didn't recruit people to speak plainly. Is it the #1 guild in the world? It has obtained the Blood God Sword Manor without snatching it. It is simply a name only. Shui Feng said, "Why do you care so much? They just don't dare to fight us anyway." "Humph. I don't care. I have to fight a gang war with them tomorrow. I want to see how long they can endure it." Second young master Long Chong, "You have the final say." Shui Feng knew that even if the other party thought about it, if they harassed him for a long time, the other party would not be able to stop him. But what would be the final result? If the Glory Guild loses, it should be said that the Glory Guild has been disbanded. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible for the Glory Guild to be disbanded. At most, the cannon fodder members will be beaten out of the guild. The next day, after Yifeng and others went online, they received various battle requests. It was all because the other party attacked them. So they asked Yifeng and the others for help. But Yifeng said, "Don't pay attention to them. We won't fight them when they get tired. Our goal is to continue leveling. If you want to stay in my Glory Guild, you can continue to stay. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now." As soon as Yifeng said this, everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Yifeng would follow like yesterday, and Tu Feng would fight to the end. But who would have thought that Yifeng would actually say such a sentence? Many people began to question Yifeng's ability to lead the Glory Guild. "President, we can't do this. If we don't have enough people, we can't fight against Tu Feng Hui." Yifeng said, "It's not that we can't. It's that we don't have that ability at all now. But Suming, which we had a great victory a few days ago." Yifeng shook his head and said, "On the opposite side, Tu Feng we can be said to have gathered all the elite members of Tefenghui and Jun Litian. How can we defeat them? But, no need to say that. That's all I'm saying. You can decide whether to stay or not." Next, the gang fell into a period of silence. Chapter 545 Prepare to counterattack. The Glory Guild fell into a period of trouble. Guild members kept quitting the guild because members of the Tu Feng Guild kept hunting down members of the Glory Guild. Seeing the constant loss of Glory Guild members, the president of the big guild at that time became a little anxious. Especially the fanatic. When he came to the Glory Guild, he didn't want the Glory Guild to be disbanded so slowly. When he came here, he wanted to use the Glory Guild to confront the Butcher Guild. The fanatic said anxiously, "Vice President, if this continues, I'm afraid the entire server will only belong to the Tu Feng Guild. If we can take over the guild, I'm afraid it will be lost in the dust of history. Just like that it's like ruling the world." Yifeng looked at the fanatic and her expression. Didn't Yifeng know this problem? Of course Yifeng knew that the problem was serious now. But the only thing they could do was wait. They couldn't defeat Tu Fenghui in a group battle. If they really had to fight hard, the Glory Guild would lose more members. Although Yifeng and others often organized small-scale battles, the vigor of Tu Fenghui was frustrated. But this does not affect the unprecedented power of Tu Fenghui. It is precisely because of his power that almost all the better leveling areas in the entire fantasy world have been occupied by Tu Fenghui. Moreover, some legendary and epic bosses are almost always guarded by members of the Maple Slaughter Society. Yifeng already knew the purpose of the Tu Feng Association. They would deal with a legendary boss. The last time this legendary boss was killed, It was the Junlin Tianxia Guild who did it. But this time, since Tu Feng Guild's strength was strengthened, it was the first time they chose to attack the transmission and the boss. Yifeng said, "The last time your guild killed the legendary boss, what did you get?" The madman frowned and asked him what to do. Why did he suddenly ask himself about killing the boss? This is simply playing the piano to an ox. However, the fanatic responded politely, "I didn't get anything particularly good, but I just got 1 piece of platinum equipment and 2 pieces of orange equipment." Yifeng nodded. Platinum equipment and orange equipment are already very good things. If you want to break out the artifact, I'm afraid it is still very difficult. After all, almost all the artifacts in the hands of players so far are made by the artifact spirits of the Hidden Sword Valley. The only artifact that has really exploded so far is the Duijia core in the hands of Yifeng. Yifeng said, "How is the difficulty of the legendary boss?" "The difficulty is quite high. At the beginning, we dropped an average of 1 level, which means we died an average of 10 times. Yifeng nodded. This number of deaths was still acceptable. After all, it was a legendary boss. He might actually be able to explode the artifact. Yifeng said, "Didn't you just ask me what to do?" The fanatic said, "Yes. I just want to know what we should do next. But you asked me about beating the boss." Yifeng said, "This is also the question I need to answer you. Tonight Tu Feng will besiege a legendary boss. What do you think we should do?" The madman's eyes lit up. No wonder Yifeng asked her how difficult the legendary boss was. It turned out that Tu Feng actually wanted to attack the legendary boss, which gave them an excellent opportunity to counterattack. The madman said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's gather our manpower and make sure to give them a surprise attack." Yifeng nodded and said, "Sneak attacks are of course possible, but we must master the tactics. After all, our people's combat effectiveness is really not that good. And you know it?" The fanatic nodded and said, "Of course I know this. But I don't know if this battle will happen. It won't be on the market. Who needs to be in charge?" Yifeng glanced at the madman. This guy definitely wanted to command by himself. But how could Yifeng let him get what he wanted? Besides, "You came to my side. Don't you still want to give you the power?" Yifeng said, "His commanding ability is good. After all, his several commands allowed me to take down the Blood God Sword Manor. I still trust him. It will be him this time." Although the madman was a little displeased, he was on someone else's land and had to bow his head. Alkian was different from them. He was a member of the Glory Guild the day after tomorrow. But they were not. The madman said, "Hello. I can trust Brother Altian's accusation ability. If there is nothing wrong with President Yifeng, I will go down." "Well, go ahead and get ready and see if we can grab this legendary boss tonight." "Well, we can't let them be so arrogant anymore." Yifeng nodded and did not speak anymore. Instead, he opened his friend list and found a person he had not contacted for a long time. This person was the Train. This guy has almost all the situations in the fantasy world. And I don't know how this guy does it. The Train asked you to ask something. Ha ha ha. It turns out the price will rise in January. But you still remember me. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "Stop making fun of me. You also know my current situation. Of course, I know that in terms of overall strength, you are more than a step behind Tu Fengwei. But in terms of personal combat power, your pesticide guild is more than a step ahead of Tu Fengwei. The two of you are two totally extreme location." Yifeng said, "This is a game after all. No matter how powerful a single person is, he cannot match the tactics of a sea of people. Therefore, our Glory Guild still cannot match that Tu Feng Guild." "I admit this. You are indeed not as strong as Tu Feng. But if you come to me, there is nothing I can do." Yifeng said, "This is why I'm looking for you. I have another matter. I just want to inquire about something from you. Tell me and see if I can help you. Tu Feng has been making life difficult for me lately. It turned out that this guy was actually among the Tu Fengwei. And it seemed that he was discovered by the people from the Tefengwei." Yifeng said, "Tonight, the people from Tu Fengwei are going to fight a legendary boss. You should know this." "Of course I know this. This is a major event for Tu Fengwei. They have been preparing for several days to fight this legendary boss." Yifeng said, "Just tell me the time, place, and where you are. I can tell you. But is your guild okay?" "They are Tu Fengwei. I don't think it's okay if you have a guild." Yifeng said, "Stop talking nonsense and give me the information. You tell me how much you want." Train said, "Talking about money hurts feelings. I just saw that Tu Feng's meeting was not very pleasant. I will tell you this message for free. If you don't use it and get benefits, don't forget to share some with me. Yi Feng nodded and said, Okay, tell me. Chapter 546 Heading to Devil Wolf Mountain. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the members of Tu Feng were ready. At the same time, Yi Feng and his glory guild were also ready to go. They have the same location, but have completely different purposes. The destination they were headed for happened to be a hilltop near Demon Imperial City. This mountain is called Demon Wolf Mountain. On Demon Wolf Mountain, there is a king of demon wolves. The Demon Wolf King. Level 70. Level Legend. It is not fun to kill the level 70 Demon Wolf King without a long period of preparation. It is impossible to defeat a legendary boss. Members of the Tu Feng went to Demon Imperial City in large numbers, and Yi Feng and others also left after the members of the Tu Feng left. But the difference between them and others is that they don't go in groups like Tu Feng but set out individually. But their unified path is the Demon Imperial City. Yi Feng opened his map and looked at the location he had marked before. This place was where they said they would gather. All members will operate separately, but they will gather at the same location before heading to Moang Mountain. Xiao Hei said excitedly, Finally we can have a big fight. I don't know how much the members of Tu Feng can withstand my blows. Yi Feng said, Everyone, please be careful. Wait until you reach the gathering point and follow Altian's arrangements. Yes. Rufengwi's momentum and grand departure certainly aroused the speculation of many players. But now the Tu Feng Guild is the whole bad thing. It is the largest guild, and it is so powerful that those individual players dare not follow them even if they are curious. Who knows if Tu Feng will not like you and kill you directly? So what? So the major players were just talking. But no one followed up. Of course, Yi Feng's Glory Guild also set off. But no one noticed it at all. Because it is normal for a single player to enter and exit the city gate, even if there are more members of the Glory Guild entering and exiting the city gate at a time. Nor would they arouse any speculation. After all, the Glory Guild is no longer the opponent of Tu Feng. However, Yi Feng and others also appeared in the Holy City. Although this attracted the attention of other players, it did not cause too much commotion. Because the Holy City is the shortest way to the Demon Imperial City. Yi Feng and others followed without hesitation, hanging far behind Tu Feng. But even so, Tu Feng's staff still knew that Yi Feng also appeared in the Holy City and was walking in the same direction as them. Long Chong said disdainfully, with such a humble turtle, What big thing can he do? However, Shui Feng was still more cautious and asked, Can you see any other members of the Glory Guild? Yes, but they are all scattered guild members, and they should have nothing to do with them. Shui Feng said, That's okay. I guess they are here to practice or do tasks. Let's leave quickly and get to where he is from time to time as soon as possible. Yes, Long Chong said, You think too highly of Yi Feng. He has been beaten by us these days and is restrained. I think he is just a turtle with a shrunken head. Shui Feng said, The turtle? I don't know. I only know that they have been lurking recently. So we have to be careful. Humph. Making a fuss out of a molehill. Ever since Long Chong won the largest guild of glory, his father had looked at Long Chong with admiration and even given him many rewards, which inflated Long Chong's confidence even more. However, the members of Tu Summit continued to the Demon Wolf Mountain according to the previous route. They came to the Demon Wolf Mountain this time because they heard that the boss here could explode the siege token. As long as the siege token is obtained, Tu Feng will immediately launch an attack on Yi Feng's Glory Guild territory. That's why they came to the level 70 boss area at all costs. Otherwise, they could fight a level 60 or level 65 legendary boss at their current level. But they chose the level 70 legendary boss. Time passed little by little, and at about 10:30, Shui Feng and others had appeared outside Moang Mountain. Now that the game has reached this level, everyone's equipment and movement speed have accelerated a lot. The journey that originally took 1 hour now only takes half an hour. When they arrived outside Moang Mountain, Yi Feng's Glory Guild members had already gathered together, and many union members were gathering to repay the loan. After all, they left separately. It was indeed a bit troublesome. But the gathering was slow. Yi Feng saw the dark crowd behind him and said, What is our goal today? Kill Long Chong Dog Thief. Steal the boss of Tu Feng Guild. Yi Feng said, Very good. Now that you all know what you want to do, let's pick you up. Those who have been bullied by the Tu Feng Club these days are angry. Good. Then Altian said, Everyone, be quiet. Follow me. Listen to my command in the gang. And don't cause trouble for me. Chu Tianai said, all the troublemakers, madam, are spies of Tu Fenghui. So they will be kicked out of the gang. Do you understand? Clear. I understand. Yes. If we don't tear that thief Long Chong into pieces today, I will take his surname. Chu Tianai said angrily. At the same time, the assassin team led by Xiao He and Ying had arrived to investigate. The only person they can contact is Yi Feng. And all the information they obtain can only be shared with Yi Feng and Out Yin. At this time, Xiao He had already received intelligence from the front. Boss, the people from the Venomous Bee Society have entered Demon Wolf Mountain and are looking for the Demon Wolf King. Well, keep asking. Yes. Not long after, Yi Feng and others had arrived outside Moang Mountain. But Out Yin had already signaled everyone to stop and not move forward any further. Out Yin asked Xiao He in the team channel, what's the situation inside now? Have they set up personnel to guard the outside? Xiao He immediately replied, my master has already entered. And what I can see now is that they are besieging the Demon Wolf King. And the Demon Wolf King is so terrifying that he can kill dozens of people instantly with one claw. Out Yin said, missing. How much blood does the Demon Wolf King have? What's happening on the other side? Ying replied, now is not the time to take action. The opponent is testing the Demon Wolf King and has not really attacked. Don't take action yet. Okay. Attention, fellow gang members. Don't move. Just sit here and wait. Do you understand? Understood. In Yifeng's guild, no player is 007. After all, there is a bug like Yifeng here. By this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 547 Rushing the Duck. Yifeng and others have been waiting there for nearly half an hour. And Yifeng's Glory Guild members have begun to become a little restless. Yifeng frowned and shouted, please be quiet. If you want to do great things, you have to be patient. If you want to reach the White Rabbit Summit, you have to find the right time instead of complaining here. Yifeng's moment made the whole team temporarily quiet. Soon, news came from the front again. Xiao He said, the members of Tu Fenghui have killed the boss to half of its health. But they were injured more than half. Although they have the priest's resurrection skills, they don't have to run back and forth. But the efficiency is a little slower than before. After getting the news, Yifeng glanced at Out Yin, who still shook his head and said, it's not the time yet. Keep waiting. Xiao He, tell me in the bedroom when you still have 30% or even 20% of your health. Xiao He said, is it a little late? Of course not. We still want to let them have a taste of the anger from the legendary boss. Hearing Out Yin's words, Yifeng thought that they might have encountered some trouble when they fought the legendary boss. It was the boss's health that had special attack skills when it reached 20% or 30%. But since Out Yin understood what he said, Yifeng became quiet again. The members of the Butcher Guild can be said to be very powerful. In less than 20 minutes, the blood volume of the legendary boss Demon Wolf King has been reduced to 25%. Xiao He couldn't wait to say, it's time for the boss to take action. If you don't come, it may be too late. But Out Yin still stretched out his hand to stop him. No. Wait any longer. Then just wait and believe Out Yin. The assassin members on Xiao He's side were hiding in secret places and observing what was happening on the Tu Feng Society members' side. But the blood volume of the Demon Wolf King has reached 25%. And the blood volume is still declining. And it is about to drop to 20%. Then I was at this moment. The Demon Wolf King suddenly rioted. Zhui Feng and others who were surrounding the Demon Wolf King saw the Demon Wolf King suddenly rioting. Although they were a little caught off guard, they still did not scare them. Warrior. Where's the warrior? Come on. Hurry up. Zhui Feng roared. Row after row of newly resurrected warriors rushed forward and stood in front of the Demon Wolf King. If there was a riot, the Demon Wolf King did not take action against them. Instead, you looked up to the sky and howled like a wolf. Ouch. A legendary boss is not only a matter of high blood volume and powerful attacks, but also its special skills. After the Demon Wolf King looked up to the sky and roared, the moon hanging in the sky was actually connected to it. Circles of energy fluctuations emitted from the Demon Wolf King's body. With every fluctuation, the players around him would lose at least 1/3 of their health, or even half of their health. Zhui Feng and others, who had realized something was wrong, immediately shouted, back up. All passwords are out of the boss's attack range. This is the boss's skill, and it has not been interrupted because of this, but has become stronger and stronger. The continuous huge energy fluctuations caused the surrounding players to fall to the ground and die immediately. Xiao Hei shouted in the team channel. I don't know what kind of skills the Demon Wolf King unleashed, causing the players of Tu Fenghui to be killed in droves. At this time, Altian finally gave the order. The whole army attacks. The target is Tu Fenghui. There is a chance to capture the Demon Wolf King as well. Clear. The members of the Glory Guild were extremely excited. And it was finally time for them to take action. Chu Ti and I took the lead, walking at the forefront of the crowd and keeping pace with Yi Feng. When Yi Feng saw the corpses on the ground, and the Tu Fenghui players, who were still resisting the attack of the Demon Wolf, cruel smiles appeared on the faces of Yi Feng and other members of the Glory Guild. Yi Feng raised the long sword in his hand and said, Kill! 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 You stupid Tu Fenghui. I will kill you today. Come on! For a moment, Yi Feng's Honor Guild members flowed into the pool of stagnant water like a rushing river, stirring up thousands of waves. Jue Feng and Long Chong were stunned when they heard the sound of charging. They never thought about how Yi Feng and the others gathered so many members in a short period of time. Didn't you say that Yi Feng and the others won't come at all? Why are they all the people they can get from the guild? Looking at the densely packed Glory Guild members, Long Chong was extremely angry. Jue Feng said coldly, How did I know that our 007 had already been kicked out by the Glory Guild? And they didn't even have a huge gathering this time. I suspect they gathered together in advance and waited. Follow us. Long Chong said with a sullen face, Yi Feng? You dare to trick me. I want to see what happens to your Glory Guild. Those cannon fodders can kill Feng with me? Fight back, and kill the people from the Glory Guild. The two sides came into contact for a while, and there were casualties immediately. However, for the temporary glory, the members of the guild had the advantage. After all, most of the members of the Tu Feng Guild were still lying on the ground. The priests of the Tu Feng Guild could not resurrect them that quickly. So Yi Feng's Glory Guild temporarily had the advantage. Moreover, Yi Feng's Glory Guild's purpose is to kill the members of the Butcher Guild. I am not the legendary boss Demon Wolf King. Therefore, the members of the Glory Guild avoided the Demon Wolf King and killed those members of the Maple Slaughter Club who were still resisting the Demon Wolf King's attack. However, after the members of Tu Feng stabilized, the members on Yi Feng's side could not move forward at all. After all, the equipment and technology of the two sides were too different. Fortunately, there were top players like Yi Feng, who killed the members of the Feng Slaying Society in the front row, opening a passage directly in front of Long Chong and Jue Feng. Seeing Yi Feng and others rushing towards him fiercely, Long Chong and Jue Feng also launched an attack state. When Yi Feng stood in front of Long Chong and Jue Feng, Yi Feng didn't even say a trembling word and just started fighting. Moreover, Yi Feng didn't waste any time and went straight to OK the demonization skill, because Yi Feng's demonization skills are quite terrifying. Currently, no one can stop Yi Feng, not even Jue Feng. But seeing that Yi Feng's side had the upper hand, the ordinary members behind him encountered a very big trouble. That is, they were no match for the elite members of the Tu Feng Society. If the fight continues for a long time, Yi Feng and the others will definitely lose. But Yi Feng and the others dare to come here and plan to end it quickly. Boom! Yi Feng's side directly hit Long Chong into the crowd. This time, he happened to fall next to a member of Yi Feng's Glory Guild. For just a moment, Long Chong didn't even react, and was hacked to death by the surrounding Glory Guild members. Chapter 548 Run quickly. After Long Chong was killed again, he looked extremely angry. Long Chong shouted on the guild channel, Man, kill that Yi Feng. I want him to die. However, at this time Zui Juefeng said, No. He is about to die. This is what the person who slapped me said. I am afraid that the members of the Glory Union will get a big advantage. Juefeng's words made Long Chong stunned. He was about to take down the legendary boss. But he didn't expect Yi Feng to rush out at this time. But if he was killed by Yi Feng, how could it make Yi Feng feel better? But at such a critical time, Long Chong had to think about it. Long Chong said in a low voice, Then kill the boss quickly. And then kill Yi Feng. The main purpose of Tu Fenghui is still the legendary boss. And now the boss's health is less than 10%. Yi Feng and others can also find out this situation. Their first purpose is to kill Long Chong and others. And their second purpose is to steal the legendary boss. Altian shouted in the gang channel, Everyone moves closer to the boss. And all members of Tu Feng we encountered during the process will be killed. The members of the Glory Guild have slowly approached the boss. And this obvious movement has attracted Jue Feng's attention. Jue Feng said, All members, please approach the boss with me. Don't let people from the Glory Guild steal the boss. Otherwise you won't get the subsidies you mentioned today. In order to help, all the members of the Tu Feng rushed towards the boss's location almost desperately. After all, one subsidy can almost cover their 1 week or even half a month's salary. Under the temptation of this kind of money, many people will rush in desperately. But in front of them were not only legendary bosses, but also members of Yifeng's Glory Guild. They were fighting and getting closer to the legendary boss, the Demon Wolf King. The Demon Wolf King is also not easy to mess with. When the blood volume is lower than 10%, the Demon Wolf King's black fur gradually turns red, turning into a bloodthirsty red Demon Wolf King. At this moment, the Demon Wolf King's all attribute attacks have been increased to the maximum. A single claw in front of him can instantly kill a row of warriors. This is the horror of the legendary boss. But even though the Demon Wolf King's attributes greatly increased in the end, its health volume had dropped to less than 10%. Facing the crowd tactics and the attacks from members of the Glory Guild and the Maple Slaughter Guild, it could no longer withstand it. Aotian shouted, "Everyone, please pay attention. If you want, grab things from me and leave them alone." Of course. At the same time, Xue Feng also said, "Whoever grabs all the equipment that was exploded, even the siege token, will be rewarded 10,000 yuan. There must be a brave man with a lot of money. Not to mention that all the members of Tu Feng are elite members. For the reward of 10,000 yuan, they simply rushed forward without risking their lives." Although Yifeng's Glory Guild could not compare with the members of their guild, their number was greater than that of Tu Feng Guild. And during this period, the boss's blood volume has dropped to less than 5%. And it continues to drop. Yifeng has already said in the team channel, Little Black Shadow sees the right time. Clear. For them, this time is crucial. If the members of Tu Feng take the siege token, their territory may not be protected. Of course, they came here to get the siege token, which can disgust the people of Tu Feng. Under the attack of many players, the Demon Wolf King finally let out a roar and fell to the ground, exploding a lot of things, including sparkling tokens. Long Chong said excitedly, "Hurry and grab that token." Almost all the players assigned to the map rushed directly towards the token regardless of their injuries. At the same time, Xiao He and Ying, who had been hiding in the dark for a long time, had already arrived at the boss's side when the boss fell to the ground. When Ding Dang Xiuhei was about to pick up the siege token, Xiuhei's invisibility technique failed. Ding! System prompt. The player Yi-Geo has obtained the gang siege token. Within 1 hour, the player cannot be protected normally, and will drop the gang siege token after being killed. And on Xiaohei's head, there is a big red number pointing to Xiaohei. Xiaohei said, "Hack. There is such a magical operation." Yifeng quickly shouted, "Xiaohei! Run! Run!" The moment Xiaohei was stunned, almost all the members of Tu Feng had already launched an attack on Xiaohei. Xiaohei ran away. But before he could get far, Xiaohei died suddenly. Because the opponent's attack was so fast, Xiaohei was stunned for a while, unable to dodge that kind of range attack. When Xiaohei was here, the gang siege token fell under Xiaohei. Xue Feng shouted, "Get the gang siege token back for me." At the same time, the gang siege token that had just fallen to the ground was picked up again by another person. And this person was none other than Shadow. After Ying checked the gang siege token, the red arrow pointed at Ying. However, Ying Ku was not as stupid as Xiaohei. After getting the gang siege token, he quickly escaped. However, Xue Feng's Tu Feng Club members were no joke. They were numerous and extremely powerful. Under the leadership of Xue Feng and others, they rushed towards Ying. At the same time, Yifeng and others certainly would not let Xue Feng and others succeed and stood in the way. It's a pity that although Yifeng has a large number of people, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers is not strong. Except for high-level players such as Yifeng and others, other cannon fodder can't stop the attacks of the elite members at all. Soon, the temporary defense line formed by Yifeng and the others was shattered. However, this also gives you some time to escape. I hope you can go farther. But the huge arrow makes the shadow exposed without a trace. The members of Tu Shenfeng don't need to look around at all. They just need to look at the arrow and chase in the direction of the arrow. Yifeng said in the gang channel, "Run away. The swordsman above you has betrayed you. Just stay away for an hour." Understood. I will try my best. Yifeng and others were fighting against Xue Feng and others. But the members of the Tu Feng society were too powerful. The moment Yifeng and the others' defenses shattered, a large number of members of the Tu Feng society had already run towards Ying's location. Shui Feng sneered and said, although you guys are very strong, the people under your command are all useless. The two Feng Society will get the siege token from that gang. Yi Feng said, at least he is in our hands now. If you want to take away the gang's siege token, it depends on your ability. 1 minute and 1 second passed, and the shadow side also began to be attacked. I really care that your attacks and abilities are not weak. At least you can withstand it for a while. But it was only a matter of resistance for a period of time. If they were still the same Glory Guild as before, maybe they could still confront Tu Fenghui. But today's Glory Guild is no longer what it was then. Chapter 549 Unexpected Gain. Although members of the Glory Guild kept asking for reasons for the incident, it was still to no avail. Shadow is now covered in bruises, and his health has dropped to an extremely low level. It won't take long for you to die. Leaving behind the gang's siege token, Yi Feng asked in the guild channel, how are you doing there? Do you have a chance to successfully defend this guild siege token? Ing panted and said, I can't hold on anymore. There are too many people on the other side, and my skills have been used up. Yi Feng knew that Ying's main artifact skill had been used up. After the main divine weapon skill was used up, a cooling time was needed. During this period, Ying's combat power was more than double compared to before. Yi Feng said, it doesn't matter. If you can't keep it, then you can't keep it. At least we worked hard today. You let them know that our Glory Guild is not a guild that gives up easily after working so hard. Although everyone couldn't bear to hear Yi Feng's words. From the outside, the members of the Glory Guild had been beaten to pieces. There are even some guild members who have been killed 3 or 4 times. While the members of Tu Feng Guild may not have been killed as many times as they were killed by the boss. Long Chong was already laughing. He already knew the situation over there. Although they could not get rid of the entanglement of Yi Feng and others, the entire battle situation was still in the hands of their disciple Feng Feng. Yi Feng. Yi Feng. In the end, the gang siege token belongs to our Tu Feng Guild. I want to see how you defend your gang's territory next. Yi Feng said, how to defend against your attack is my business. I don't need you to worry about it. You should just think about your current situation. At most it's just a loss of experience. What's the big deal? I want to see how arrogant you are after going to the gang's territory. Yi Feng snorted coldly and stopped replying to Wang Chong's words. Instead, he jumped directly and landed next to Long Chong, fighting with Long Chong at close range. Without any surprise, Long Chong was injured by Yi Feng again. But bad news came from the other side. That is, Ing was also killed and dropped the gang siege token. Shui Feng smiled and said, is this your purpose? It's a pity that you still failed. Yi Feng showed a bewildered smile and said, since you can obtain the siege token from the gang, I will come here and wait for your arrival. I hope you will still stand in front of me and say this with such righteousness. Let's go! Now that the gang siege token has fallen into the hands of the Butcher Guild, Yi Feng and the others can't snatch it all at once. After all, they have too many masters. Altian said helplessly, everyone retreat. Yi Feng looked at the team. In the channel, Xiao He was still lying dead without any resurrection. He couldn't help but curiously asked, Xiao He, what's wrong with you? Why don't you get up after being dead for so long? Xiao He hesitated, not knowing what to say. And finally Xiao He privately chatted with Yi Feng. Boss, the moment I died, I picked up another thing. What is it? You asked. A little curious. Could it be that Xiao He picked up something better than a siege token? Xiao He directly sent the properties of that thing to Yi Feng. After Yi Feng saw the properties of that thing, he couldn't help but be surprised. Here. How did you get it? Didn't it already burst out of you? Xiao He said, well, when I picked it up just now, there were 2 gang siege tokens. Hack. So cruel. 2 of them exploded at once. Yes. When I died just now, I exploded 2 siege tokens from the gang. But one of them happened to explode at my feet, and was automatically picked up by my character. So you haven't dared to get up? Look. When you get up, that arrow will appear. Right? Xiao He cried and laughed and said, yes. If I come together, I will be hunted by them again. I might as well lie here quietly. Anyway, he has no rules not to lie down. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no gang siege tokens were taken by them here. If more than 2 pieces of money were taken by Tu Fenghui, I'm afraid Yi Feng and the others would suffer even more. Yi Feng said, then you just lie down. Or you will be resurrected in the main city, and give me the gang siege token. Yeah. I think it's safer if I lie down. Anyway, after an hour, this arrow won't appear. Good. Yi Feng did not tell anyone else about this matter. You are saying that Xiao He may have encountered some problems, and cannot be resurrected for the time being, and is asking for official help. Arrogant brother said, you are so unlucky. You can't even resurrect the dead. Xiao He said, I can't help it. He is too handsome and programmers are jealous. TCH. You're just a skinny monkey. I don't know how handsome you are. Yu Mingming said with disdain. Sister. Can you please stop hitting me? What a big sister. She is a lady. Xiao Hei's face is covered with black lines. This guy just happened yesterday. When has he ever been a lady? Is this simply a young lady? Xiao Hei said, you are a lady. You are the most ladylike. You can do it. I don't know who is trying to make me drink. Yu Mingming blushed and said, don't talk nonsense. How could I? A girl. Make you drink? Yi Feng came out to smooth things over and said, okay. No need to say anything else. Let's go back to the gang territory and see what the butcher will do next. However, Xiao Hei is still lying on the ground. Although this may make Tu Feng players feel strange. It is normal for some dead corpses to fall asleep. Maybe this guy fell asleep while waiting for the resurrection time. Although Yi Feng's Glory Guild lost this battle. For the members of the Glory Guild, this battle can be said to be the most enjoyable battle they have fought in recent days. All members of the Glory Guild have returned to the gang territory. Yi Feng stood on the city wall and looked at the dark crowd. Said, although we lost tonight, we still played as our Glory Guild should be. I hope that when the book club attacks our gang territory next time, I can still see everyone attacking so hard. President. Stop talking. You are coming out. Attack our territory quickly, and be sure to give him some color. Yes. Although we lost tonight, our momentum has not been lost. At least I am happy tonight. Haha. Me too. As long as the Glory Guild does not disband, I will stay in the Glory Guild. I am not like those traitors who leave the Glory Guild for a little money. Even so, they don't even think about it. If the painting is sealed and the Glory Guild pays the money, will their wages still be so high? I'm afraid that their Tu Feng Guild will cut down their staff to save money. What this guy said is not wrong at all. If it doesn't work and my husband will fall, then accept the summit. It will become the largest guild in the fantasy world, and no one can beat it. It will definitely reduce expenses by then. Chapter 550 Full of Confidence. In Tu Fenghui's gang territory, Zhui Feng and Long Chong stood face to face, and were discussing matters. In Zhui Feng's hands, it was the gang siege token with a huge sword number above his head. But to Zhui Feng, this was meaningless because no one came to snatch it. Zhui Feng said, Second Master Long Chong plans to use this token. When will he attack Yi Feng's Glory Guild territory? Long Chong said, of course. The sooner the better. Our Maple Slayer Guild's expenses are huge now. After we break up the Glory Guild, we must save money. Zhui Feng nodded and said, the current expenses of our Tu Feng Guild are indeed huge. Just like tonight's battle, I estimate that the loss may be at least 5 million or more. Long Chong frowned and said, we have lost so much. Aren't our members very powerful? No matter how powerful it is, what's the use? In front of the legendary Persian, any player will be a scumbag. Long Chong nodded. Indeed. But they had lost so much, including Yi Feng's Glory Guild sneak attack. Otherwise the expenses tonight would not have been so large. When he thought of this, Long Chong hated Yi Feng even more. Long Chong said, come on. Apply now. Okay. But I hope second young master Long Chong is prepared to pay for the siege. The reason why these guys can join the Feng Tuhui is just for the sake of money. If there is no money, they will definitely not take action. How could Long Chong not know this? He was the one who used high prices to dig out these elite members from Junlin Tianxia and Glory Guild. Okay. I'm going to apply to my father now. Okay. Zhui Feng came to the palace with the gang siege token. The moment he stepped into the palace, it meant that the entire game had entered the later stage. Ding! System prompt. Tu Fenghui President Zhui Feng has applied to attack the territory of the Glory Guild. The time will be 8 o'clock tomorrow night. During the siege, both parties will not increase any PK value. 3 server-wide prompts let players in the entire Fantasy World server know that Tu Feng will attack the Glory Guild territory at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. When this news came out, all the players finally knew why the players from Tu Fenghui were doing something tonight. They were going to fight for the siege token. All members of Yi Feng's Glory Guild stopped in the gang's territory and received the news. A system prompt also appeared in the Glory Guild's gang. And it was Tu Feng who declared war on the Glory Guild. Yi Feng looked at the system prompt and said, "At 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I hope that every one of us here will come to participate in this battle." Altian said, "My subordinate Altian wants to come tomorrow night. Do you understand?" "Clear." The madman said, "Can my domineering disciple arrive tomorrow?" "Able." Lan Shi said, "One of us in Lan Shi Valley is a coward." "No." Just like a swearing in meeting. The momentum of the entire Glory Guild members rose to the extreme. Although it was almost 12 o'clock at night, none of the players felt sleepy. However, at the request of the presidents of the major conferences, they still went offline to sleep and be mentally prepared to face tomorrow's battle. After Yi Feng arranged for everyone else to go offline, he finally revived Xiao He. After Xiao He was resurrected, he handed the gang siege token to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the small golden sign and said, "Go down and rest. I have something else to do." "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely guard the gang's territory." Yi Feng said, "I'm thinking about how to attack the Butcher Guild's territory. I'm not worried that our efforts will suffer. Don't forget who else is in our territory." At this time, Xiao He finally remembered that the NPCs brought by Yi Feng were not ordinary NPCs. Finally, I understood why Yi Feng was not worried about his own territory, but was thinking about how to attack Tu Fenghui's territory. After letting Xiao He go offline, Yi Feng found the Ice Phoenix Fairy. This time, Yi Feng directly explained his intention. Ice Phoenix Fairy frowned and said, "So, your territory will be attacked by others tomorrow, right?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes. So I want to ask you for help." Bing Fengxian said, "Don't worry. I'm here to help you. Since someone wants to attack your territory, I will make it impossible for him to come back." "Thank you. But there are so many people on the other side. I'm afraid you can't bear it alone. I think you'd better find some helpers." Bing Fengxian said, "In your territory, there are masters who are more powerful than me. They will not be able to stand idly by when the time comes." Yi Feng said, "They only care about the gate to God's continent, not my territory. So I'm afraid they will ignore it. You didn't ask for it. How would you know?" Under Ice Phoenix Fairy's question, Yi Feng found Oh Yezi. After expressing his intention, Oh Yezi said, "Is this your intention of placing me next to this crystal energy tower?" Yi Feng said awkwardly, "You have guessed all this." Oh Yezi said, "Don't worry. Since I came to your efforts, I will protect you." Yi Feng said happily, "Thank you, Senior Oh Yezi. No need to thank me. You can still go to Situ. He has some magic circles there. Maybe he can help." Yi Feng said excitedly, "I'll go find him right now." Later, Yi Feng found Situ and the unknown swordsman. They were both willing to help Yi Feng, which finally gave Yi Feng a sense of security, as long as they are willing to take action. Not to mention the Kitchen Summit, but also the players of the entire Fantasy World server in front of them. I am afraid that they will not even have a chance to take action, and they will be blasted to pieces. After handling everything, Yi Feng did not log off immediately. Instead, he came to Xuanwu City and found the Lord of Xuanwu City again. Since the opponent wants to attack the city, he must have the equipment to defend the city. He went to the Lord of Xuanwu City just to get the equipment to defend the city. However, the Lord of Xuanwu City has been worried recently, because the invasion of demons has made the NPCs of the human race unable to feel any peace. Although it does no harm to the players, it can cause them to lose their homes to the NPCs. When Yi Feng arrived at the door of Xuanwu City Lord, the old housekeeper saw Yi Feng coming and said happily, "Here we come. Let's go see the city lord." Chapter 551, Together in the Same Boat. When Yi Feng walked into the city lord's mansion, he saw the tired-looking city lord Xuanwu. Yi Feng couldn't help but asked with concern, "Brother, what's going on? It's been so long since I last saw you, and you've become so haggard. What happened?" The lord of Xuanwu City sighed and said, "It's not because of the invasion of the demons that our human race has no chance to breathe. You don't know how tired we are during this time." Yi Feng said, "You have a deep hatred against the royal family. Why do you work so hard to help him?" The lord of Xuanwu City glanced at Yi Feng and said involuntarily, "I am in a dilemma now. If the human race is allowed to be invaded by demons, then to me, what's the use of taking revenge or not?" Yi Feng said, "But at least this way. To avenge your father. Even if the human race's territory is lost, can't it be regained?" The lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, "If you want to take it back, it will be extremely difficult. You must know that this is how the demons were rented out." Yi Feng said, Then the cause and effect of all this is not caused by the law enforcement hall. The Lord of Xuanwu City sighed. It was true that the cause and effect of all this was precisely because of the consequences caused by the original Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall. If they don't raise Sid of Feng, the leader of the Magician Guild, I'm afraid none of this will happen. And the human race will become even stronger. But things have already happened. The Law Enforcement Palace General and the head of the Magician's Guild were sealed, creating villains among his disciples, and finally formed a new race of demons. Moreover, the orcs and demons who were originally enslaved no longer have any power. After all, the demons still belong to the human race. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, the matter has developed to this point, and it is impossible for the Law Enforcement Hall to ignore it. But at present, the demons have no intention of touching the Law Enforcement Hall. Yifeng nodded. Of course the main tribe would not touch the Law Enforcement Hall. After all, the Demon King and his Pope are equally powerful. If the two sides really fight, it is not certain who will win. If both sides suffer, it will be detrimental to both of them. Not good. So this is also the reason why the Demon Clan has not dared to take action against the Law Enforcement Hall. Yifeng said, then have you ever asked the Law Enforcement Hall for help? Of course there is. But if the Pope doesn't speak, the law enforcers don't dare to go out at will. After all, who dares to disobey the Pope's order? Yifeng shook his head. It seemed that the fat pad was not as innocent as he thought. Is this why the Lord of Xuanwu City quit the Law Enforcement Hall? Yifeng said, at present. What is the trend of the Demon Clan? Currently, the demons have begun to attack another main city, which is White Tiger City. However, we are resisting with all our strength. So the demons have not been able to capture it. However, they may not be able to resist for much longer. Why can't several major city lords join forces to defeat the demons? The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a wry smile. We can block it. But the Demon King has not taken action. If he does, I am afraid that White Tiger City will be occupied in an instant. It turns out that's the case. No wonder the Lord of Xuanwu City has been so haggard recently. It turns out that he has been helping to resist the demons. What about Xuanwu City? What if the demons suddenly attack here? This is also something I am very worried about. So in Baihu City can let it go. We will definitely let it go. Yifeng said, Xuanwu City is the place where you and I meet. Lord of Xuanwu City, if you encounter demons and attack your world, please tell me, and I will take my guild members to protect it. The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a smile, your words are enough. But I heard that someone applied to attack your territory today. Yifeng nodded and said, it does happen. That's why I came to you. Who asked you to give me some city defense equipment? The price is not an issue. The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, as long as you bring your guild members to support us when our Xuanwu City is in trouble, the city defense equipment you want will be given to you. This time Yifeng was a little surprised. The Lord of Xuanwu City didn't want a penny from him, and only asked him to help him defend Xuanwu City. Yifeng said, okay, as long as you give an order, brother, I will bring all my brothers to help you. Well, you are already at the 7th level now. You are not much different from me. You will definitely be able to give me some help when the time comes. Okay. It's settled. The Lord of Xuanwu City is an 8th level NPC. And Yifeng is already level 70. So he is a 7th level player. If Yifeng waits until he reaches level 80, he will be on the same level as the Lord of Xuanwu City. If the Lord of Qinglong City still wants to deal with Yifeng at that time, maybe Yifeng can kill him in minutes. After obtaining a large number of city defense equipment, Yifeng went offline with peace of mind. After looking at the quiet hall, Yifeng didn't stay too much, but turned around and went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Yifeng got up early. There is something very important to do today. That is, the other party is going to attack their city. They have a lot to do today. Whether it is arranging manpower, tactics, materials, etc., they must be prepared. Yifeng was woken up early by audience call, and quickly got into work mode. After entering the game, Yifeng was firmly acting as the president for the first time. From the moment he entered the venue, Yifeng was a hands-off boss. But now, at this juncture, it was time for Yifeng to step forward. Not only Yifeng came online, but also the presidents of several major guilds also came online in advance. President Yifeng, you are here. Yifeng nodded. Well, now that the characters are all gathered, let's have a meeting. This memory was a meeting between the presidents of several major guilds, and was not announced to the outside world. During the meeting, Yifeng just listened quietly. They all expressed their opinions, and everyone had different opinions. But one thing is that they have the same view. If the Glory Guild's territory is really lost in the end, they still have the efforts of the guild that dominates the world, which can be used as a backup. But by that time, there will no longer be a Glory Guild. And it will also be at that time that Yi Feng's era declines. Yi Feng was unwilling to give up. If it really came to that point, maybe there was no need for him to stay in this game anymore. Of course, the premise is that Yi Feng and the others cannot defend the Glory Guild in their hands. The territory of Junlin Tianxia is just a temporary survival. After the butcher obtains the siege token again, can Junlin Tianxia's territory be saved? It's obviously impossible. The Glory Guild territory has failed, which means they have lost. Although Yi Feng disagreed with their idea, he thanked Yi Feng without saying it out loud, but just nodded secretly. Chapter 552 Tactical Plan. President Yi Feng. Look at what else you have to add. Yi Feng shook his head and said, there is nothing to add. What you said is good. I just hope you can go all out. President Yi Feng. What are you talking about? Since we merged with your Glory Guild, then we are members of the Glory Guild. And of course we will go all out. Yi Feng nodded with a smile and said, in that case, let's discuss. If we get the gang siege token, how will we attack the Butcher Guild's gang territory? The madman frowned and said, President Yi Feng, I'm not telling you that. Even if we obtain the gang siege token, compared with our current strength, we simply cannot attack the two Feng Guild's gang territory. Yi Feng said, do you all think so? Others couldn't help but nod. In their opinion, with the current strength of the Glory Guild, it would be difficult to attack the Chu Feng Guild's territory. Looking at what the others meant, Yi Feng knew that they still didn't believe it. Yi Feng said, if we have this ability and the same ability as Tu Feng, how will we attack the Tu Fenghui's territory? That's not to mention being tough. If we had Tu Feng who would try his best now, how could he dare to attack us? Yi Feng nodded and said, I mean, what kind of attack will Tu Feng Guild make on our gang territory? This. Anyway, it will be difficult for them to break through the door. After all, our gang territory only has one door. As long as we guard this door, they will never be able to get in. This location was originally chosen to build the gang territory because it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and had only one gate. It was not only easy to defend but difficult to attack. But the gang territory was extremely stable. Will they use any tactics? Altian frowned and said, speaking of tactics, this reminds me that maybe they can really use unexpected tactics. It seems that President Yi Feng is thoughtful. Yi Feng said, in that case, let's take a look around the gang territory to see if there is anything we can use. A group of guild leaders walked out of the Glory Guild and came around to observe the surrounding terrain. But so are you. They are more surprised that the current Chu Fenghui has actually begun to arrange formations here. Seeing the appearance of Yi Feng and others, they hid one by one. After all, it was early in the morning, and they were just checking the terrain to see how to make arrangements later. The people from the Tu Fenghui saw Yi Feng, and of course Yi Feng also saw the people from the Tu Fenghui. Yi Feng said, you are so strong and reuniting. Do you still need to arrange tactics here? Humph. Who doesn't know that you, Yi Feng, are the most powerful in the whole server? How difficult it is to kill you. And your guild territory has a natural fortress. So if you want to break into your territory, of course you have to find some way. Think of a way. If you can tell me, let me hear it and see if it's a good idea. You must be hacking sick. I want to attack your Glory Guild. Why should I attack you? I'm telling you. Yi Feng raised his fist and said with a smile, with my strength. When the people in the guild saw this, they immediately entered a defensive state. But what they didn't expect was that Yi Feng had no intention of killing them. Instead, he turned around and several presidents followed Yi Feng and left here. The member of the Tu Fenghui scratched his head and said with a confused expression, what on earth is this guy doing? I thought he was going to destroy our group. Captain, do you want to tell President Jue Feng about this? What the HL? We're not at a disadvantage. One more thing is worse than one less thing. Who knows what Jue Feng can do? Yeah, that's right. Yi Feng and others walked around the front entrance of the Glory Guild territory and found a lot of things. Do they at least know? Will Tu Feng simply fight them hard? President Yi Feng. What do you think? Yi Feng pondered for a moment and said, this really doesn't look good. And I don't know what they want to do. After all, there are many ways. The other guild leaders also nodded. It is really unknown what tactical arrangements they are making on the outside. Their main purpose is to wait for the gate of your husband's guild territory. I am not luring the members of the Glory Guild out of the territory. Therefore, I don't know what the other party is planning. Yifeng asked, if you want to attack my territory, what will you do? The others really looked at Yifeng, then looked at Yifeng's territory again, and finally started thinking one by one. The first person to speak turned out to be Qingtian, the president of Bihai. Qingtian said, if we, Bihai, attack your Glory Guild, we will first prepare siege equipment. If the construction machinery is still public and cannot reach the city wall gate, we will have a second plan. Yifeng asked curiously, what plan? Qingtian said, climb the pedestrian stairs directly to the city wall. Although this method is very dangerous, it is more reliable than not being able to break through the city gate. Yifeng nodded. This method is indeed good. But if the combat power of the players on the city wall is high enough, this method will simply lead to death. What if it still doesn't work? Yifeng asked here. If it still doesn't work, we really have no choice. After all, your territory only has one city gate, and you can't attack in the east or west. Look at the top. You will know. There is no way to go up. So there is no other way. Just because Qingtian had no choice, it didn't mean that the other guild leaders had no choice. And they all looked at the others. The fanatic said, President Qingtian and I have similar ideas. But I have a third point. The other presidents looked at the fanatic and pricked up their ears to listen. What exactly was the fanatic's third point? Yifeng said with interest, tell me. I really want to know. The third method is very simple. Humanoid cannonballs. Use cannonballs to launch players into enemy territory and dismantle them from within. However, this method requires a large number of artillery vehicles, which is theoretically possible. But in reality, it may require a lot of manpower and material resources. Yifeng nodded. This method is really good. It seems that he has to be more prepared to prepare this kind of artillery cart. Maybe it can actually be used. Then, no one else has come up with any effective method. Most people feel that they can only attack by force. And there is no other way. Yifeng nodded and said, in that case, after our guild players come online, we will start to arrange tactics and the positions of each player. Yes, President Yifeng. After the presidents left, Yifeng stood alone on the wall of the Glory Guild territory, looking at the scene outside the wall. By night, the green trees down here will probably be crowded with people. Maybe those green trees will have been razed to the ground by night. Chapter 553 2 sentences. Time passed very quickly, and by the end of the day, the members of Tu Feng we had occupied the front gate of the Glory Guild's territory. Looking at the dark crowd of people, Yifeng's head was pounding. Although he has a trump card in his hand, but there are so many opponents. Can his trump card really be effective? Yifeng really didn't know if they could withstand the attacks of level 70 players. But before that, they will also consume the opponent's siege combat effectiveness. Yifeng has filled the city walls with densely packed city defense equipment. As long as the construction time comes, Yifeng believes that not many people can escape the attack of the city defense equipment. After all, Yifeng is using level 5 city defense equipment this time. Although the power of level 5 city defense equipment is very different from that of the past, level 70 players still cannot withstand it. At the same time, Tu Feng we had prepared his secret weapon. Long Chong and Jue Feng had already met. On this day, they divided their work. Their goal was very clear, which was to destroy Yifeng's Glory Guild territory. President Jue Feng, how are your preparations going? Everything is ready. Just waiting for the construction time. Has it been exposed? Jue Feng said very confidently, it is impossible to be exposed for the time being, unless a large number of members join in, and they may be discovered by the other party's people. That's fine, as long as they don't have a plan. I'm also ready. I'm just waiting for the siege time. But the siege equipment is really dark. Jue Feng sneered and thought to himself, if the siege equipment was cheap, they could have taken it directly. Yifeng's territory. Do we still need to wait until now? Jue Feng said, second young master Long Chong. This time, I am leading a secret force, and you are the vanguard. It depends on how you attract the enemy's attention. Humph. With the current combat power of the Glory Guild, it's very easy to attract them. Jue Feng nodded. Long Chong was not exaggerating. The combat effectiveness of the Glory Guild was indeed terrifyingly low. However, in Jue Feng's eyes, Yifeng was still mysterious and terrifying, so he had to guard against it. In the Glory Guild territory, Yi Feng and several major guild presidents have already held meetings with all guild members. Their goal is to delay it for 2 hours as long as possible, so that the other party cannot break through their city. Moreover, the presidents of several guilds have selected the most capable generals among their guilds, although they cannot be compared with the previous elite members. At least for now. Their combat effectiveness is relatively high in the Glory Guild. It is such a kind of fighting power that is neither high nor low that a new group has been formed. They are a new group composed of warriors, priests, mages, archers, and assassins. Moreover, they are currently distributed among the major cities and operate separately in order to deceive others. Although Yi Feng knew that this was only a drop in the bucket, it could at least alleviate the pressure on his territory. In Yi Feng's territory, on top of the city wall, Yin Yu said with some worry, "Can Yi Feng really defend it?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "I'm not sure. After all, the Tu Feng society is too powerful. But if we defend it this time, I'm afraid the morale of the Tu Feng society will be greatly affected." Morale will indeed be greatly affected. But they don't care about this. They will continue to kill the legendary boss. When the time comes, they will continue to attack our territory. Yi Feng said, "Do you really think that every legendary boss will explode the siege token? This time they are just lucky. I also know that they are lucky. They have encountered 0.1% of their luck. I am just worried that if you continue like this, the Glory Guild will slowly disappear and be suppressed by them." Yi Feng put his arm around Yin Yu's shoulders and said, "Don't worry. As long as I am still in the fantasy world, I will not let the Glory Guild disappear just like that." "Yes, I believe it." Yin Yu nodded, resting her head on Yi Feng's arms, enjoying the moment of peace. This is the two-person world that belongs to Yin Yu and Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who is being replaced by Zisu, is exercising Yi Feng's rights to organize the entire guild. Soon, it was night. The entire fantasy world was waiting for this rare siege battle. And in front of the Glory Guild territory, the dark crowd was so heavy that people could hardly breathe. Beside Yi Feng, Altian stood there. He was the only president who did not leave the territory. Altian looked at the dark crowd below and couldn't help but sigh. "Maybe this is the last time we stand here and watch our territory." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Of course not. This is the last time we are here. When we see members of Tu Feng coming to attack us, they will not have this chance in the future." Altian said with some secret ridicule, "President, are you sure we can successfully defend it?" "I no longer have that confidence, because the combat effectiveness of the two sides is too different." Yi Feng said with a wry smile, "If we take it one step at a time, maybe we can really defend it successfully." Altian nodded and said, "That's right. Miracles have happened to you not once or twice. I believe that this time the goddess of luck will come to our Glory Guild." Yi Feng said with a smile, "Definitely." Although Yi Feng looked confident on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. After all, he didn't know whether Oyezi and others could help him defend the city. Yi Feng looked back at where Oyi and the others were, which was exactly where the territory's energy crystal tower was. Oyezi still looked calm and relaxed. But what was different from before was that all the masters in Yi Feng's territory had gathered together. This is a reassurance for Yi Feng. At least these guys didn't break their promise. Before 8 o'clock, the members of Yi Feng's Glory Guild and the members of Tu Feng Guild were already standing opposite each other. At the front of the Slaughter Fenghui team, Zhui Feng and Long Chong stood with their hands behind their hands, looking at Yi Feng and others on the city wall. Long Chong roared loudly, "Yi Feng, don't think that we can't attack the city. I will let you know that in the entire fantasy world, we Tu Fenghui are the strongest." Of course, Yi Feng also responded to him. "Whether I am strong or not is not just a matter of words. I will wait until you succeed in me." Long Chong smiled and said, "At this point, you are still pretending. I want to see how long you can keep pretending." Yi Feng said with a smile, "I have 2 words for you. I would like to hear what the famous master Yi Feng has to say." Yi Feng said, "First of all, I advise you to leave this game." Long Chong smiled and said, "Ha ha. As long as I ruin your reputation, I will leave this game. But I am looking forward to what your second sentence will be." Chapter 554 for Glory. Fight for glory. I will tell you this second sentence after the city battle is over. Long Chong smiled and said, "What the hell? I thought you had some advice that was offensive to my ears. But I didn't expect you were just showing off in front of me. There are still 10 minutes left. I want to see how long you can calm down." 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes left for the Glory Guild. 10 minutes later, Tu Feng will launch a full-scale battle. At that time, The territory of the Glory Guild will probably be in ruins. Of course, Yi Feng didn't feel scared because of this. Yi Feng asked lightly. And Altian beside him said, "How are our people prepared?" Altian said, "There is no problem. If Chu Ti and I and the others lead the team, our top-level power can completely destroy their secret troops." Yi Feng nodded. Although Altian said this, Yi Feng didn't care. Because could Chu Ti and I and the others really destroy Zhui Feng and the others? That is completely impossible. You must know that Zhui Feng and the others have a large number of people, coupled with a large number of elite members. Those elite members in front of their city wall are just part of the elite group members of the Tufeng Society. But in order to boost his momentum, Yi Feng did not say any depressing words, but instead spoke to encourage morale. Members of the Glory Guild, obey orders. Here! A voice shot straight into the sky, resounding throughout the entire Glory Guild territory. What is the purpose of our Glory Guild? Fight for glory. 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 Yi Feng shouted, "Okay. Today's glory will be recorded in the history of the fantasy world. Because you are the glory?" Just as Yi Feng finished speaking, a question's voice resounded throughout the server. Ding! System prompt. Tu Feng will launch a siege against the Glory Guild. The countdown is 10, 9, 8. Yi Feng raised the weapon in his hand and said, "Fight for glory. Fight for glory. Fight for glory. Fight for glory. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The siege begins now." Dong dong dong. What I didn't expect was that this siege was completely different from the previous ones. And war songs actually sounded. This was music that made people's blood boil. Everyone's face showed excitement. And they couldn't wait to compete with each other. The battle has begun. And Yi Feng's level 5 city defense equipment has launched an attack. At the same time, outside, the level 5 siege equipment controlled by Long Chong also launched an attack. The defense equipment and siege equipment of both sides were already fighting. At the same time, members of the Tufeng we had already rushed in with weapons raised. The defensive barrier formed by the 5th level city defense equipment only blocked it for less than a minute before it was destroyed by the members of Tufeng Hui. The moment the barrier was broken, the door to the Glory Guild's territory opened. Led by Altian, an army on war horses rushed out of the city. The number of people was huge. No less than the Tufeng Hui in front of him. Yi Feng stood on the city wall and watched all this silently. The defensive equipment beside you and the siege equipment opposite you had begun to show damage. Fortunately, Yi Feng had a lot of defensive equipment, which prevented the members of Tufeng Hui from advancing too much for a while. The members Altian brought were members of their former mythical guild. They regarded death as if they were home, and looked at the members of the Wasp Society in front of them with normal eyes, just like hunters looking at their prey. Altian raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Kill 1 to back up. Kill 2 to make a profit. Kill 3 to do his uncle's bidding. Kill! Kill!" A group of knights rushed directly into the front row members of Tufeng Hui, and in just an instant, they scattered the front row members of Tufeng Hui. When Long Chong saw this, he shouted, "Cut their mounts down." In just a moment of contact between the two sides, superiority had already been determined. The knights led by Altian were all dismounted after just a few minutes. However, just losing their horses did not affect their combat effectiveness. The two sides were still stuck together, especially Altian's ferocious energy, like a wild beast trying to break free from its shackles, saw the mission of attacking the members of Tufeng Guild, especially those who were once members of the mythical guild. "I asked you to betray me. I asked you to join Tufeng Hui and kill me." Puff! Altian was slashed, and his blood volume dropped by 10%. This shows that the opponent is also a master. But the reason why Altian became the president was not only because of his skills, but also his mind. Altian just turned sideways, and used a movement with his feet to directly push the player away. But the moment he pushed away, the long sword in Altian's hand had already penetrated into the player's back. A stream of blood directly dyed Altian's armor red, and Altian roared, "Kill! Kill!" Even the members who are not as strong as Tufeng Hui, but driven by Altian like this, everyone's combat effectiveness seems to have increased by a level. For a while, he was evenly matched with the members of Tu Summit. When Long Chong saw this, he felt that it was completely wrong to continue like this. Long Chong immediately commanded a team of elite members and joined the battle again. Moreover, Long Chong himself only entered the battlefield and became entangled with Altian. The long sword in Altian's hand clashed head-on with the long sword in Long Chong's hand, causing sparks to fly. Long Chong, Our glory guild is not the kind of persimmon you can pinch casually. Aotion. Right? Tonight, I will have you completely expelled from the guild. Boom. For a time. On Aotion's side. Due to the addition of elite members from the opposite side, the members of the Glory Union began to retreat. Seeing this situation, Long Chong smiled and said, "Isn't your Long Yao guild very strong?" "Uh-huh. I think it is about to perish." Aotion yelled, "Ah! Even if I die, I will support you." At this time, Yifeng, who was on the city wall, stretched out a hand and shouted, "There are still 30 yards. The opponent will enter the long-range attack range. The mage archers are ready." The archers and mages standing on the city wall must have their weapons in combat mode. Defending the city has a natural advantage. They can use their commanding advantage to kill the attackers. Priest, prepare. Our personnel will enter soon. Increase the health range. At this time, the role of Yu Mingming was revealed. Her health increasing range is unusually wide, and she also has several buff states. An ordinary priest has an extra 20 yards of casting range. Aotion and others had just moved 10 yards away when they felt a surge of energy. It was Yu Mingming who activated his skills. However, Yu Mingming's skills can only support a small number of people, so it only delays their retreat pressure. However, when the members of Tu Fengli entered the long-range professional attack range of Yifeng's Glory Guild members, the real battle finally began. Chapter 555 Airdrop. It is not that easy for Tu Fengli to break through the established sect of the Glory Guild. After all, the city gate has a lot of health and is guarded by a large number of Glory Guild members, and their resurrection point is unusually close. On the other hand, the members of the Tu Feng Society have a relatively far resurrection point. It may take them 1 to 2 minutes to get from the resurrection point to Yifeng's Glory Guild territory. However, it only takes 30 seconds for Yifeng and the others to resurrect and join the battle again. Although there is a gap in strength between the two sides, Yifeng's Glory Guild is still on the side with the advantage. After being unable to defeat Long Chong for a long time, he became angry in his heart. After all, so many masters couldn't break through the gate of Yifeng's Glory Guild. Long Chong, who is so strong, must not be happy in his heart. Long Chong contacted Zhui Feng, who had been hiding in the dark. "What do you think? It's impossible to break through their city gate at the moment." Zhui Feng said, "Only by using our method and attacking them from the inside out can the city gate be broken down, and you can come in. I also know that the key is whether the method you mentioned works or not. I have never tried it before." Zhui Feng said confidently, "There must be no problem. Don't worry. Okay. If I announce the city gate again, you will start taking action over there. You can't delay it any longer. The further you go, the more trouble you will get." Second young master Long Chong. "I also know this. But when will we act? Please give second young master Long Chong instructions." "Well, wait for my message." Long Chong Sai continued to command the members to attack Yifeng's gate. But for this group of people, it would be difficult to break into the city gate if there was no other way. Because of Yifeng and the others, members of the Glory Guild have a natural geographical advantage. Seeing that the opponent was unable to attack for a long time, Yifeng felt a little relieved. "It seems that my territory is quite strong. And it should be said that my territory is the best to defend. Only one side is accessible, so there is no need to worry about the troubles caused by the other 3 places." Yifeng stood on the top of the city wall, looking at the chaotic scene outside, and the members of the Glory Union, who ran out from the resurrection point from time to time. If it weren't for them, the Glory Guild would definitely not be able to hold on. Time passed like this. 1 minute and 1 second. And it had already taken an hour. But the other party did not touch Yifeng's territory gate at all. Long Chong said angrily, "It's really a tough nut to crack. I want to see how tough it is for you." Long Chong decided to contact Zhui Feng, who started making arrangements after receiving the news. Many members in Chai Feng's team didn't know what they should do at all. But when Chai Feng took them to where they wanted to go, they suddenly understood. This is to let them act as trapeze artists and fly directly into the territory of glory. This is indeed a good idea. But if there are few people, if you go in, you will only be killed as a living target. But Zhui Feng and the others are not that stupid. Since they plan to airdrop players into the territory of the Glory Guild, there will definitely not be that few. After watching everyone get ready, Zhui Feng gave an order and shouted, "Let go." Hundreds and thousands of human-shaped cannonballs rushed directly into Yifeng's glorious territory. Yifeng looked at the people flying in the sky. And as expected, they really used this trick. Yifeng shouted, "Remote profession. knocked down the players in the sky. The long-range professions launched attacks in the air, and some of the players, who were still flying, were killed before they even landed. But after some landed, they immediately hid themselves in many houses. Moreover, this is only the first batch of players launched, followed closely by the second and third batches. Yifeng quickly contacted Chu Tianai and others and asked them to take action. After waiting boredly for an hour, Chu Tianai and others finally received the news from Yifeng and rushed outside the territory of Yifeng's Glory Guild without stopping. Their goal was not to teleport into the Glory Guild, but to kill the slingers hiding in the darkness on the periphery. However, after Yifeng ordered the long-range professional attack and airdropped the players in, the players from Tu Fenghui at the main entrance felt much more relaxed. At the original time, the unshakable city gate was attacked for the first time. Yifeng quickly shouted, "Remote profession. Hurry up. Chungmin. Guard the city gate first." The addition of remote professions allowed the city gate to be protected again. But looking at the players flying down that day made Yifeng feel a little numb. Now it seems that we could only hold on to one of them, and try not to break it by the gate. Otherwise, the entire Glory Guild territory may be occupied instantly. Yifeng led a team of people alone, and began to search for those Tu Fenghui players who fell within his territory. At the same time, Chu Tianai and others also began to carry out long attacks. Their main goal was to destroy the machine at the end so that they could not throw people in from the outside. However, they also encountered an obstacle, which was the counterattack from Zhui Feng and others. But this does not prevent Zhui Feng and others from continuing to transport people to the territory of the Glory Guild. Yifeng raised the staff in his hand. A piece of magic flew out and directly burned a short player into black flames. Fire Dragon Dance. The earth's flames explode. Yifeng's skills are uninterrupted. Mage and Archer only switch between them in an instant. Although Yifeng could kill one Tu Fenghui player within 2 skills, there were too many players on the opposite side. Fortunately, Yifeng and the others had anticipated this, and had deployed their combat power within their capabilities. Although the combat power was insufficient, it was enough to withstand it for a while. In this way, both inside and outside the city were violently attacked except for the wind. However, after a few minutes, Yifeng clearly felt that the number of players airdropped in was obviously decreasing. Obviously, Chu Tianai and the others succeeded, and they probably destroyed a lot of catapults. Even so, there are already more than 1,000 Tu Fenghui players in the Glory Guild. Moreover, there are still a few people who possess the art of darkness descending. Wherever they go, there is no grass growing, and no Glory Guild player can stop them. Yifeng had to go up to confront them in advance. But in this way they tied Yifeng down. I want to kill the player who has the darkness coming technique. Not that I can kill him in an instant. After all, the strength of the players with the darkness coming technique should not be underestimated. But this can reduce the losses of Glory Guild players. At the same time, Chu Tianai is also in a deadlock. They were tied with Zhui Feng. No one could do anything to the other, but they couldn't do any more destroying actions. They simply could no longer destroy the remaining slings. Seeing those slings still throwing players into the territory of the Glory Guild, their hearts were burning. Chapter 556. The city gate was breached. Zhui Feng. If you have the ability, let's go one-on-one, Chu Tianai said angrily. Zhui Feng sneered and said, "What a joke. I have an advantage. Do you want me to throw away my advantage?" Zhui Feng. Don't do too much in your life. If you can survive, you should thank Yifeng, instead of just dealing with Yifeng like this. Yan Yu said coldly. Zhui Feng said, I will remember him for chopping my feet into pieces and feeding them to the dogs. If he really killed me then, that would be okay. But now that I am still alive, that is his sorrow. Humph. I should have killed you right now. Zhui Feng laughed and said, It's already too late. Today I have decided on the Glory Guild territory. From now on there will be no Glory Guild. Chu Tianai shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Wait until you break through the crystal of our territory before you talk nonsense. Golden Arhat. Enter! Chu Tianai activated his Golden Body Arhat skill and rushed forward despite all the damage. After all, this skill is immune to all damage for a short period of time. Chu Tianai rushed forward immediately, and Yan Yu and others unceremoniously launched all their skills. Zhui Feng shouted, I have no intercession. No one is allowed to stop entering the territory of the Glory Guild. Keep going to me. Go to H.L. A dagger appeared directly on Zhui Feng's neck, and a roar declared its owner's mood at the moment. This person is Xiao He. He has been hiding aside for a long time. He finally found an opportunity and wanted to give Zhui Feng a fatal blow. One hit was sure to hit. Zhui Feng covered his neck and kept retreating. But this guy didn't die. After a fatal blow, he didn't die. It seemed that this guy was not a fuel saver. Looking at his remaining health, Zhui Feng said, "Fortunately, I have life-saving skills. Otherwise, you would really have taken care of me this time. If you want to destroy the catapult, you have to pass me first." At the same time, on the front battlefield, Odin had died 3 times. But still, he could not change his retreating pace. Behind him, less than 10 meters away, was the city wall. If they had waited until they retreated within the city wall, they would have declared that the defense of the city had failed. Ha ha ha! Aren't you very powerful? If you keep pushing, I want to see how long you can last. Players kept airdropping into the territory and launched crazy attacks on players in the territory. Many professional players, who are responsible for defending the city, are attacking members of the 2 Summit under the city wall 1 second. And the next moment, they have been killed by a member of the Maple Slaughter Society. No, the people from the 2 Feng we have already arrived on the city wall. This was because there was a death, which made everyone panic. They didn't know when the members of the 2 Feng we would appear next. Kill them! Without the all-out attack from the long-range professional players, the battlefield in front of the city gate collapsed. Altian and others struggled to hold on, but they could not stop the full attack of those people. The difference in strength was evident from this. Ho Tian sighed and said, "Retreat. Retreat to the city wall and close the door." After the players of the Glory Guild closed the city gate, all the players stood on the city wall, shooting and attacking the 2 Feng Wei players under the city wall. However, the farm did not suffer any losses from the players at all, and they immediately issued a command to break down the city gate. City-breaking chariots appeared on the battlefield one after another. Their role was to break open the city gates. Yi Feng was frantically killing the members of 2 Feng Wei in the city. But one person's power was really limited, and people from Tefengui were still falling from the sky in a steady stream. After Yi Feng asked Altian about it, he learned that the city gate might not be able to be saved. Yi Feng said, "It's not enough to hold on for as long as we can. Give up the city gate and come to the energy crystal. We must not let them break the energy crystal." Good. Since it was a miss, those warriors who were unable to take action would have to make another sacrifice. That is, jump off the city wall, and the 2 Feng Wei people would fight again. Altian raised the long sword in his hand and said, "All soldiers, listen to the order. Come down with me and kill him without leaving any trace behind." Good. Altian took the lead and jumped down, followed by others. The warrior players jumped down and attacked the 2 Feng Wei players below. After seeing this scene, Long Chong sneered, "Let's see how long you can last in this battle between trap beasts." Yes, Altian and the others used their lives to resist 2 Feng Hui's attack. But not only did they lose equipment, they also lost the city gate. The heavy blood volume of the city gate is decreasing little by little. It won't be long before the city gate will be shattered, and the players of the 2 Feng Wei will attack the territory in large numbers. A warrior player shouted, "What should I do with President Altian? I can't hold on any longer." Altian's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "We have to defend even if we can't. This is our only chance. President Altian, all my equipment has been exhausted, and my combat effectiveness has dropped by more than half." "Mine too," Altian said. "Isn't it mine? Everything on my body exploded except this weapon." Altian couldn't remember how many times he died. After each death, he was resurrected by the priest and immediately joined the battle without caring so much. You can still fight if the equipment falls off, but if it's gone, you really have nothing, Altian said. Others fell silent. They had realized this since yesterday when 2 Summit launched a siege against them, and they could not defend it. But now, they have been guarding for more than an hour. As long as they persist, they might be able to defend the city. Okay, I believe in President Altian, and I also believe in President Yi Feng. Let's fight. Yes, let's fight. Altian smiled warmly and turned to face the 2 Feng Wei players again, showing a ferocious expression. Kill! Altian and others once again entered the battle. But now they could not stop 2 Feng Hui's footsteps at all. Long Chong looked at the scene and said, "The powerful crossbow doesn't even have the equipment, and it still wants to stop us from laughing. All members, listen to the order. Don't worry about that, Altian. Just destroy the city for me." Yes. After receiving the order, the members of the 2 Feng Wei passed directly over Altian and the others, without any intention of killing Altian and the others, and directly began to attack the city gate. Looking at the city gate that was about to be broken, Altian said helplessly to Yifeng. President Yifeng. I'm sorry. I didn't hold on. Although he had expected that he would not be able to defend, Yifeng still felt very uncomfortable when he heard what Altian said. Yifeng said, okay. Everyone retreat to the energy crystal. Chapter 557 Mutation. Boom. The huge and heavy city gate finally broke and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the city gate was broken, Long Chong said excitedly, give me the target. The opponent's energy crystal tower. A large number of players rushed into the territory of Yifeng's Glory Guild. At the same time, Yifeng had been contacted, and Chu Tianai and others asked them to come back quickly. Fortunately, they could return directly to their own territory. Soon, Yifeng, Chu Tianai and others had gathered together. They all stood in front of the energy crystal tower, forming a human wall. Chu Tianai said, the difference in strength is too big. There is no way to stop them. Yifeng nodded and said, I understand. After all, compared with the other party's elite members, our ordinary members are indeed inferior. They are not on the same level. I don't blame you. The other presidents lowered their heads. It was already great to be able to do this. What's more, without overthrowing their energy, Crystal would not be able to capture their territory. It's still uncertain who can occupy Yifeng's territory in the end. What's more, they have a very superior geographical advantage. That is, the resurrection point is very close. All dead players are resurrected next to the energy crystal. Yifeng and others were already prepared for confrontation. Xue Feng, Long Chong and others had also gathered together. The two sides were confronting each other in the territory of the Glory Guild. Behind Yifeng is the energy crystal tower that Xue Feng and Long Chong have been dreaming about. Long Chong looked at the death-defying expressions of Yifeng and others and said, it's not bad. I can guard it for 1.5 hours. But in the next half hour, I want to see how you can guard it. Yifeng said, if you want to fight, then fight. Where did you get so many long words? You dare to speak harshly when you are about to die. I will make your glory and the guild permanently expelled. Yifeng said, then we have to wait until you win my guild territory. Second young master Long Chong. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? Just hit him and don't waste time. Xue Feng said. Long Chong nodded and said, give it to me. Kill! Kill! Yifeng shouted, hack his uncle. Kill him! Kill! The battle between the two sides officially broke out. This was a super large-scale battle. But the members of the Glory Guild obviously deliberately isolated the players of the Tefengui from the energy crystal tower. Of course, this was also discovered by the players of Tu Fenghui. Long Chong shouted, go towards the crystal energy tower. And ignore those people from the Glory Guild. Even though Long Chong said so, the members of the Glory Guild are bent on containing you. And you really can't get out of the battle. However, after the battle had progressed for more than a minute, the strength of the Tu Fenghui was revealed. The members of the Glory Guild went online on a large scale, while the members of the Tu Feng Guild only suffered casualties in a small area. And the two sides were not proportional at all. The members of the Glory Guild were forced to retreat step by step, approaching the energy crystal tower. Even if Yifeng and others don't retreat, there is nothing they can do, because the other party's guild members don't want to fight them at all. I will bypass them and go directly to the energy crystal tower. In order to protect the energy crystal tower, Yifeng and others retreated one after another. Seeing that they were about to enter the attack range of the energy crystal tower, the voices of Long Chong and Xue Feng became extremely excited. Hurry up. Hurry up. We can fight. We can hit the energy crystal. Yifeng. This time, you will finally be defeated at my feet. Just when the two were extremely happy, a bone-chilling voice sounded next to the crystal energy tower. Ice Sword Death. A terrifying ice sword fell from the sky, instantly forming ice wherever it went. The moment the ice sword made contact with the ground, all players around the ice sword were frozen. But this freeze does not include members of the Glory Guild. The sudden change made every player on the battlefield feel incredible. Yifeng yelled on the guild channel, hurry up. Why are you still standing there? Chop all those ice sculptures into pieces. This ice sword caused the Tu Fenghui players to lose at least 1/3. The players of the Tu Fenghui suddenly felt terrified. And even they didn't know why an NPC would attack them. Long Chong and Xue Feng frowned. They never thought that the NPC standing in front of the energy crystal tower would actually attack them. How is this going? Long Chong said, with so many of us, are we still afraid that this kind of high-level NPC will fail? We just pushed the energy crystal tower. Xue Feng nodded and agreed very much with what Long Chong said. Even if it was an NPC, it was just an energy crystal tower with little health. If so many of them clicked on it each time, the energy and the crystal tower might break. Under the orders of Jue Feng and Long Chong, all players once again launched an attack on the Glory Guild's energy crystal. However, this time, Ice Phoenix Fairy did not take action, but the unknown sword master took action. A deep voice resounded throughout the world. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. In front of the unknown sword master, thousands of swords were transformed. Following the gesture of the unknown sword master, they flew towards the members of Tu Fenghui with a hiss. Faced with an NPC-level attack like the nameless sword master, all players were fatally struck with one blow. This time, more than half of the members of Tu Fenghui were killed. This time, the people of Tu Fenghui did not dare to advance even half an inch. Finally, they realized that there was a hidden super NPC on their side, protecting their guild territory. The players of the Glory Guild roared excitedly. Damn! I usually see them looking cold and cold, but I didn't expect them to be such awesome beings today. How can this be called awesome? I'm afraid it's hard to find a few NPCs of this level in the entire server. It's unbelievable. Why is an NPC of this level in the territory of our Glory Guild? Is it because the president invited him? What you said here is really right. The president really invited them one by one. I didn't expect that it would be useful at the critical moment. Damn it. What is it called as some effect? Look at the people in Tu Fenghui opposite, and they are all scared. Haha. Look at them eating shit. I feel much better. Jue Feng and Long Chong had no idea that there were so many powerful NPCs in front of them. They wanted to attack Yifeng's Glory Guild territory, but they didn't expect to face such a super boss. But now that they have reached this point, there is no way they can just quit. Long Chong said coldly, gather people together and attack their energy crystal tower. I don't believe we can't take it down. Okay. Jue Feng is also very decisive. If he can't win this, I'm afraid he won't have to think about it in the future. In less than 5 minutes, the members of Tu Summit gathered together again. Even though so many people had just died, their goal had not changed. And it was the energy crystal tower of the Glory Guild. Chapter 558 Turning the Tide. Yifeng saw that the members of Tu Fenghui were still gathering and wanted to attack them again. Yifeng said coldly, do you want to do it again? Long Chong said, I don't believe that NPC can always protect your territory. Then try it. Long Chong shouted in the guild channel, all warriors, push forward. Remember the long-range professions. You don't have to worry about anything and attack the energy crystal tower directly. Clear. After Long Chong issued the order, members of the Feng Tuhui launched an attack. At the same time, Situ and Oyezi were playing chess leisurely, as if all this had nothing to do with them. Situ said calmly, today's young people are really young and energetic. Can't they just be quiet for a while, and let us old people enjoy our old age? Oyezi said, stop feeling emotional. It's your turn to go. Situ picked up the chess piece and said undecidedly, what position should I play? Life or death? Oyezi said, I don't care whether he lives or dies. Anyone who disturbs you and me should die. Situ said with a smile, that's good. Then I'll die. When Situ's chess piece fell, the entire chessboard suddenly flashed with light. At the same time, at the feet of Yifeng and others, there was also a strong light. And under their feet, it turned out to be like a chessboard. But it's not that simple. The members of Tu Fenghui are already attacking the energy crystal tower. At this time, something strange happened, and all the Tu Fenghui players stood upright and froze. Finally, he slowly collapsed to the ground, turned into a white light and died. You are more ruthless than the previous two, and you actually treat the entire Glory territory as a chessboard. The Tu Feng Guild and the Glory Guild on the chessboard represent black and white chess pieces. Situ was holding the white chess piece, and Situ won this game. So Tu Feng would represent the black chess piece, and they lost. If they lose, they should disappear, which means they will all die. Jue Feng and Long Chong would definitely not be reconciled to being killed by the formation in such an inexplicable way. They actually have NPCs to help them. This is completely against the rules of the game. And the NPCs are too powerful. All the Tu Fenghui players were resurrected in another place. And my remaining players in the Glory Guild territory jumped up excitedly. They never expected that an NPC would turn the tide from a losing situation. If we want to say who is the real leader in this battle, it must be Yifeng, because he brought the NPC. Holy shit. Boss, these NPC friends like you are so awesome. President, how did you do it? Yifeng, Why do you think they will definitely help us? A lot of questions were asked to Yifeng, and Yifeng didn't know who to answer. However, Yifeng still gave a unified answer and said, "We have green mountains and clear waters, suitable for NPC masters to live in seclusion. Of course, I also gave them enough benefits, so they agreed to stay here. If they don't give benefits, those NPCs will help them. It is impossible for all players to believe that this kind of thing will happen, because sometimes when they are doing tasks, some NPCs are very flattering, and of course some NPCs are very upright. However, there were still nearly 10 minutes left before the siege, and Yifeng and the others did not dare to be careless. The members of Tu Fenghui also did not dare to enter Yifeng's territory again. After all, entering would mean death. Long Chong said with a gloomy face, "Can we still invite NPCs? Can such a phenomenon exist in this fantasy world?" Shui Feng nodded and said, "It is indeed possible. But the cost is quite high, and it may not be that easy to recruit so many NPCs at once. There must be some problem during this period." Long Chong said, "You mean he took advantage of the bug?" Shui Feng nodded and said, "Although Huancher clearly states that there are no bugs in Huancher, there are definitely some unknown loopholes." Long Chong said angrily, "Are we just going to forget it?" Shui Feng said, "Of course not. Since we can't break through their city, then suppress their personnel." "That's right. So what if I give you a territory? There are no people in your guild. So what's the use of having this territory?" "Humph," Long Chong said. Although this battle was huge and extremely fierce, the final result was beyond all players' expectations. With the intervention of the NPC, the already certain outcome of this battle changed. As for such a change, the official did not give any announcement, indicating that this is allowed in the game. Tu Fenghui did not intend to continue the attack, but directly disbanded the team. When it was 10 o'clock, I finally remembered the long-lost system prompt. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild for successfully defending the territory. Members of the Glory Guild will have their basic attributes increased by 10% for 7 days. Get the winner's mark. The so-called winner sign is a big word when above Yifeng's head. Of course, you can hide it, or choose not to hide it. While all the players were cheering, Yifeng said on the guild channel, "Everyone, please be quiet." Hearing that Yifeng had something to say, all the members who were still excited tried to calm down their excitement. Yifeng said, "How do you feel about today's battle?" "It's cool. But it's a pity that the equipment exploded. The difference in strength is too big. If the NPC hadn't taken action in the end, we might not have been able to defend." Yifeng said, "The equipment exploded on the ground will be arranged by you in the desert later. After all, the equipment dropped by both sides is within the territory of our guild, so I don't have to worry about the equipment." Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, "Since Tu Feng will come to attack our Glory Guild, should we fight back?" The presidents of several major guilds frowned. Of course they wanted to fight back. But how could they fight back? Do they have the strength to fight them? What's more, do they have the strength to attack a legendary boss? Even if they win, they may not be able to explode the siege token. So this is something they can't even think about. President Yifeng, our Glory Guild's territory can be defended because of NPCs. But if we attack them, we don't have the strength. Yifeng shook his head and said, "We didn't fight. How do we know we can't defeat him?" "Okay. Even if we can fight, we don't have a siege token." "Yes. The 0.1% explosion rate of the siege token cannot be obtained by killing a legendary boss. What's more, it may be a bit difficult for our guild to kill a legendary boss." Others nodded. It wasn't that he didn't think badly of his guild, but that his guild really didn't have the ability. Yifeng said nothing and did not issue the siege token, but directly applied for siege. Chapter 559 Counterattack Horn. Ding! System prompt, Yifeng, the president of the Glory Guild, applied to attack the territory of the Tu Feng Guild. The time will be 8 o'clock tomorrow night. During the siege, both parties will not increase any PK value. After the 3 system prompts appeared, not only the members of Yifeng's Glory Guild were stunned, but also Tu Fenghui who had just composed themselves. "Holy crap. Did you make a mistake? The fight has just ended, and they are going to fight again," said a certain individual. "President Yifeng, where did you get the siege token?" Now that the siege token has been used, Xiao He immediately jumped out and said, "At that time, Tu Fengfeng and the others killed the legendary boss and exploded 2 siege tokens, one of which was picked up by me. That's why I lay there for so long and didn't dare to get up." "I'll go. Xiao He, you're a pervert. You even said you were dead." It turns out you were silenced by the boss. But they still don't have any confidence to defeat Tu Fenghui. After all, the gap between the members of both sides is there. The fanatic said with some worry, President Yifeng, if you declare war on them so suddenly, will there be some? Yifeng shook his head and said, don't worry. Long Chong and the others spent a lot of money to make Tu Fenghui look like this. If we defeat them in this test, Tu Fenghui, what do you think will happen to the Long family? Altian said, it goes without saying that I was fired by the Xinhua Union just like me back then. Yes, they spent money but did not get the return they deserved. So they will definitely reduce their spending. But now Yifeng was directly slapped in the face. Instead of conquering Yifeng's Glory Guild territory, they were declared war by Yifeng's Glory Guild. In this siege, the losses on both sides were very high. Fortunately, the experience was not lost. If the experience was lost, the loss might be even greater. Where did Yifeng get the gang siege token? Long Chong said angrily. Xuefeng also found it incredible. Because within an hour of obtaining the gang siege token, a server-wide prompt would appear. But Yifeng did not get this prompt at all. So everyone is wondering if there is something fishy about Yifeng's gang siege token? Just when they were wondering, where did Yifeng get the gang siege token? The message has gotten out. Xuefeng said angrily, what do I mean? What is that guy doing lying on the ground? He never got up. It turns out that he still has a gang siege token in his hand. Long Chong said, this guy is really insidious. President Xuefeng, why don't we hurry up and get another gang siege token? Xuefeng rolled his eyes and said, the last legendary boss destroyed 2 gang siege tokens at once. It can be said that we have used up all our luck. We still want to get the gang siege tokens. I'm afraid it's not possible. After all, the explosion rate of gang siege tokens is too low. With their current combat power, it is already very difficult to fight one every day. Not to mention, there may not be 1 out of 100. So the difficulty is quite high. Long Chong said, what should we do? We can't let them attack our city. If our city is really broken, then my father will probably punish it. After all, the funds used this time are a bit many. Xuefeng secretly thought, so much money has been spent. Why didn't you do it yourself? First, they used high wages to poach elite members of other guilds. And then, the compensation was another expense. Coupled with these few battles, the expenses exceeded too much. Xuefeng said, now we have just lost a large amount of equipment. The first purpose is to replace this equipment. So the issue of funding needs to be prepared by Second Master Long Chong. He had to prepare funds by himself again. Last time, he had promised his father that he would definitely win the territory of the Glory Guild. But they had failed just now, and the other party actually wanted to bite them back. Where could he get some funds now? Long Chong nodded and chose to log off with a gloomy face. Long Chong launched the game in his Long family, and soon found his father as soon as he went online. But at this moment, Long Chong's father, Long John, looked unhappy, which made Long Chong not sure how to speak. However, Long John already knew that Long Chong was coming. So he turned his back to Long Chong and said, I already know the result. It disappoints me very much. Father, we can actually take over his gang territory. But we don't know where he invited so many NPCs from. So what I want is the result. Not the experience. The result before me now is that you failed and spent a lot of money. How should I punish you? Long Chong John stood there motionless, and said with some fear, Father, give me another chance. This time they, like our Tu Feng society, will declare war. Their combat effectiveness is not as high as Tu Feng society. This is looking for death. Long John said, don't I know that their fighting ability is weaker than yours? In the end, you still lost. Father, that's an external factor. This time they want to attack the territory of our Tu Fenghui. It's impossible to bring the NPC with them. If they do, it's a game bug. You didn't even know the other party's situation clearly. Yet you dared to tell me that you can guarantee that you can complete the mission and win the territory of the Glory Guild. Long Chong lowered his head and said, Father, I know I was wrong. Give me another chance. If it doesn't work, I'll let you do whatever you want. Long John said, I will give you another chance. If you lose this time, you will stay in the Dragon Pavilion for a month. Long Chong raised his head, and when he heard the word Dragon Pavilion, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Long Chong said tremblingly, Father, if you are serious, you will kill people. Long John did not pity Long Chong because of this, but said, either I give you a chance, or you go to me now. When Long Chong heard this, he dared not agree. There may be a glimmer of hope in taking down Yifeng's Glory Guild. But after going to Dragon Pavilion, whether he can come out completely is a question. Long Chong quickly agreed and said, Father, I will definitely do it this time. Well, I hope you won't disappoint me again. Even if you are my biological son, I will not show mercy to you. Because our Long family does not raise waste. Since you can't become an immortal, then do it for me in business. Come up with a result. Yes, Father! Chapter 560 Request for Additional Personnel. When playing in a guild, many players were online until 1 or 2 o'clock today because they had to arrange things for tomorrow. The busiest person was Demo. He didn't log off until 5 o'clock in the morning. If Yifeng hadn't urged him, he might not have been able to sleep at all today. Guild President, it's time for you to log off. This guild can't live without you, Demo said. Yifeng shook his head and said, let me take a look at the total statistical results of this battle. Overall, apart from the personnel and equipment, we may be lacking a little bit, but we have obtained more sophisticated equipment. Yes, the equipment dropped by members of the Tu Feng Guild when they die in Yifeng's Glory territory belongs to the Glory Guild. The members of the Tu Feng we are all elite members, so they have better equipment. So it is the Tufengui who suffered the greater losses in this battle. Many members were so excited that they couldn't sleep after being given better equipment than they had before. But Yifeng was not happy about this, but was troubled. What bothers you is not worrying about whether the players will come up tomorrow, but I am worried about what plans they will make next besides the summit. Demo looked at Yifeng in a daze and said, President, why don't you go offline and take a rest? Okay, you go down first. I'll go down immediately and deal with something. Good. Demo hurriedly logged off, looking exhausted. From last night to now, the only person who has not gone offline is Yifeng. He spent the whole night dealing with matters in the guild with Demo. After all, he couldn't handle it alone. And the presidents of the major guilds were also busy late at night. In the game, although it is no different from sleeping, the mental strength will become worse. So the official does not recommend players to stay up all night in the game to avoid the effect of poor mental health. Yifeng then went offline and washed his face in the bathroom to wake himself up. But because it was summer at this time, it was already getting bright early. Yifeng walked outside and breathed in the fresh morning air, making himself feel more comfortable. I haven't been so free for a long time. And I haven't gotten up so early for a long time. With nothing to do, Yifeng just thought about it. What on earth are they doing tonight? It can be said that it is very simple to attack Tu Fenghui's gang territory. Or it can be said that it is very difficult. Their territory is surrounded by 4 walls, which means there are 4 gates. Fortunately, Tu Fenghui is not using the territory of the mythical guild, so it will be quite simple to fight like this. But judging from the current situation, it can be said that it is difficult to attack the owners of Tu Fenghui, a large number of high-level players in the entire server. Although the city wall is easy to attack, it does not mean that you can get in. If you want to get in and destroy their energy and crystal tower, you must cross the human walls. However, judging from the current status of the members of Tu Fenghui, they cannot defeat Tu Feng at all, an elite member of the Maple Club. So this is also the problem that Yifeng struggled with all morning. I wonder if it is okay to apply to the NPC for help. Yesterday it was because they were attacking their own territory. Those NPCs were in their own territory, so they would take action. But would it be okay to let them attack other territories? Yifeng thought for a while and sighed. It definitely won't work. None of these old guys are good at saving money. Even Situ's formation shocked him yesterday. Oh yes, he didn't even take action yesterday, which shows that it is really difficult to force him to take action. However, Yifeng still planned to give it a try. And Yifeng had to go again to find the Lord of Xuanwu City to purchase a large number of siege machinery. Without thinking too much, Yifeng directly returned to the game again. He first came to Xuanwu City and found the Lord of Xuanwu City. After explaining his purpose to the Lord of Xuanwu City, the Lord of Xuanwu City gave Yifeng mini siege equipment without saying a word. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "It should be enough this time. If not, you can use my Xuanwu City guards." Hearing what the Lord of Xuanwu City said, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Can NPCs really be used? However, Yifeng said with some worry, "Does this count as a violation?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "How can it be considered a violation? This is the basic operation." But Yifeng thought again. Aren't the NPC guards level 60? They are already level 70. Can they be useful? The Lord of Xuanwu City seemed to have guessed Yifeng's worries. So he said, "Don't worry. The guards I will lend you this time are level 7. Level 7? How many are there?" Yifeng was a little excited. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "I can only lend you 1,000. This is all the combat power I can use at the moment. 1,000 people is already enough. You must know that a level 7 NPC guard is equivalent to a silver boss. A silver level boss requires at least a team of characters to kill it firmly. There are 1,000. But Tu Feng knows a lot of people who can stop him. But this is the Lord of Xuanwu City. The last power. Yifeng doesn't know whether he should take it or not." Yifeng said, "Lend me 500 people first. If you lose too much, I really can't explain it to you." "Haha. I thought you would take them all without leaving a way for me to survive." Yifeng smiled awkwardly but politely and said, "How is that possible? Brother, you are my strongest supporter. Okay. Stop flattering. Is there anything else?" Yifeng said, "Can you lend me that old housekeeper?" The Lord of Xuanwu City rolled his eyes at Yifeng and said, "You want to borrow his ability? Just ask him yourself." "Okay. What's the use of asking me? If he doesn't want to go, I will force him to go, and he will go to work. If you don't contribute, what's the use?" Yifeng nodded. The Lord of Xuanwu City was right. For a master of this level, as long as he is willing, that is the most important thing. Yifeng went directly to the old butler. "Do you still remember the medicinal material task that he accepted from the old butler before?" Yifeng has already finished it. After getting a reward without any hint, Yifeng didn't take it seriously and kept throwing it aside. "Old housekeeper, I want to tell you something. Please tell me." The old housekeeper said, "Can you help us attack other people's territory?" The old butler couldn't help but frown. Seeing the old butler's expression, Yifeng's heart thumped. He probably couldn't move. But soon, the old butler answered Yifeng and said, "If I join, it will destroy the balance between you. This is not allowed by the rules." Yifeng nodded. Of course he knew. He just wanted to have a glimmer of hope. Yifeng shook his head with a sigh and said, "In that case, I won't bother you." "Old housekeeper." The old housekeeper grabbed Yifeng's shoulders and said, "Wait a minute. What else is there?" "Old housekeeper,